I was clearly a good student who was obedient and well-behaved. Yet I was falsely accused of peeping at a young lady while she was bathing. Just as I was trying hard to explain, my 36D stepmother didn't give me a chance and kicked me out of the house. When I was extremely angry at my own weakness, I unexpectedly awakened an SSS-level Invincible talent, the Ascension eye. It not only allows me to see through all the information of my enemies and anticipate them, but also to discern the evolutionary paths of contract beasts for precise and rapid training. With my training, I could turn an ordinary street dog into a celestial dog capable of devouring the heavens and earth. I could also turn an inconspicuous weasel into a nine-tailed fox that captivates all beings. At this moment I was surveying the familiar yet strange arrangements in front of me, only to realize that I had been reborn. Suddenly a sharp female voice pierced through the air and stabbed into my ears. Lu Feiyu, you despicable pervert, you actually filmed your second sister bathing and spread the video. I'll make sure you are disgraced. My stepmother Zhang Fengxiao walked up to me step by step, her facial muscles twitching exaggeratedly. Upon hearing this I was stunned, and before I could explain, my second sister Lu Sihan with reddened eyes also screamed at me. How am I supposed to live with this? You scoundrel! I said before that you should be left on your own. Meanwhile, my biological father Lu Guanzhong only frowned slightly, sighed deeply, and looked at me with doubt in his eyes. Seeing this, my cold eyes swept over the noisy crowd, finally landing on my brother Lu Qianjun. In my previous life I was secretly grateful that he didn't join in scolding me. But now I know that the one who secretly filmed my second sister bathing was none other than Lu Qianjun. Then I took a deep breath to calm my mood and coldly said to Zhang Fengxiao, use that lump on your neck to think Lu Sihan's room has a private bathroom. Could I have entered? Who has the opportunity? You all know it in your hearts. Hearing this, Zhang Fengxiao was stunned, her aggressive attitude slightly softened, her small bean-sized eyes swept over Lu Feiyu's entire body, feeling that this stepson was somewhat different today. But before she could speak, Lu Qianjun, who had been quietly lurking in the back, suddenly became agitated. He took a step forward, the veins in his neck bulging, his entire face turning as red as a braised pig's head. What nonsense are you talking about? If it wasn't you, where did you get the money to buy a B-level beast egg? Hearing this I was not surprised, the same words had almost played out once in my previous life. Then a crisp slap echoed in the room and the entire room fell silent. Get out! My low growl reverberated in the room. You all suspect me, right? Bring out the evidence. Seeing this, Zhang Fengxiao was startled by his aura, subconsciously glanced at her husband Lu Guanzhong, and after seeing his equally astonished expression she gained confidence. If that's your attitude, then get out of my house. Hearing these cold words, I nevertheless showed an extremely bright smile on my face. From now on, the Lu family and I will have no more ties. Leaving these words, I turned to walk away, only to feel a tug on my right calf as I lifted my leg. Looking down, I saw a golden retriever puppy biting at my pant leg with its mouth. Almost forgot about you, Boss Jean. I bent down and scooped the golden retriever puppy Boss Jean into my arms. Then I turned and left without lingering, leaving everyone with only a slender back view. Leaving the Lu family's courtyard, the entire avenue was empty with the fierce sunlight pouring down on me. As I was enjoying this free sunlight, suddenly several mechanical sounds echoed in my mind. Congratulations to the host for awakening the SSS-level beast talent, obtaining the SSS-level talent Ascension eye, and awakening the beast cultivation system. Before I could recover, the system transported me to the beast space. Just as I was so excited that I jumped up, Boss Jin's body suddenly underwent a change, with a burst of golden light erupting from his body. What appeared before me was a gigantic hound with a blood-red color all over its body. Seeing this I was shocked. This is an A-level red sun hound. As for Lu Qianjun, his expression was as dark as a thoroughly marinated pig's head as he watched the black pig rolling and roaring in agony on the arena floor. Both were B-level beast tamers, and he had access to even more and better resources. His beast taming talent was supposed to be superior, so why was there such a stark difference in their battle performance? Lu Qianjun couldn't wrap his head around it. His gaze fell upon Lu Feiyu's handsome yet indifferent face, and the serpent of jealousy slithered once more into his heart. Despite the weakening cries of his own beast, Lu Qianjun forced down his discomfort, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Aren't you going to stop?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "You'll have to admit defeat before I stop. Isn't the outcome obvious?" Lu Qianjun's anger flared even more at these words. The next sentence he uttered was squeezed out through clenched teeth, almost word by word. "No, I need to hear you say it." Clearly. Lu Feiyu shook his head with a detached calmness. Don't push it too far, Lu Qianjun shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging like snakes about to burst. Am I pushing it? I don't think so. But I do think you're being quite harsh on your beast. It's on the brink of death, yet you continue to dawdle, Lu Feiyu retorted coolly. As he spoke, he glanced at the charred black pig. Large chunks of ash fell from its body, revealing the viscous muscle tissue beneath. The injuries had nearly immobilized the black pig, yet the flames from the burning sun remained fiercely intense. Lu Qianjun was momentarily speechless, glancing at his dying beast. It had cost his father over 10,000 yuan, and if it died, he would face severe consequences despite being favored. Moreover, the death of the beast would deliver a significant psychological blow to him as its tamer. Weighing all these factors, Lu Qianjun let out a long sigh, his entire demeanor deflating like a frostbitten eggplant as he lowered his head. His voice was a whisper, barely audible. I admit defeat. In this chicken-like posture, where was the arrogance from before the battle? This scene made Lu Feiyu almost laugh. For 18 years, his younger brother had tried to outshine him at every turn, fighting for toys, clothes, even food, anything that belonged to Lu Feiyu. Even if Lu Qianjun didn't need it, he would forcibly take it. After 18 years, Lu Feiyu finally heard him concede. Yet it wasn't enough. Such a soft voice. Who was it for? Hence Lu Feiyu shook his head and said, What? I didn't hear you. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianjun, already humiliated, jerked his head up, eyes bloodshot and filled with fury as he glared at Lu Feiyu as if he wanted to tear him apart. This sight made Lu Feiyu shake his head again. Little brother, can't you handle this? Such humiliation Lu Feiyu had endured not just hundreds but thousands over the past 18 years. To hell with it, I'm going to fight you. Finally, Lu Qianjun could no longer contain his rage. His corpulent body lunged forward like a mountain toppling down. However, Lu Feiyu, already at the 4th tier of black iron, had a physique unlike before. With just a sidestep, he easily dodged Lu Qianjun's charge. As Lu Feiyu deftly sidestepped, he raised his right leg and delivered a fierce kick. The momentum of his leap, combined with the force of Lu Feiyu's powerful kick, sent Lu Qianjun tumbling off the stage in a rather comical and undignified manner. The students present couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter, each sound piercing Lu Qianjun's heart like a needle. Lu Feiyu, enough with the antics. At this moment, Lin Wenwei, the supervising teacher, intervened, stopping Lu Feiyu. After all, as a teacher, she couldn't stand idly by and watch her student burn someone else's beast to death. School rules forbade it, and so did her moral compass. Besides, she had already allowed Lu Feiyu ample time to vent his anger. When Teacher Lin spoke, Lu Feiyu naturally complied. Boss Jean, he called out. Instantly, Boss Jean let out a long roar. The fiery glow on the stage vanished, the scorching heat dissipated, and the air's temperature quickly returned to normal. The flames that had been gnawing at the black pig's body like venomous snakes disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was as if nothing had ever happened except for the charred remains and the gory corpse of the black pig, which bore testament to Boss Jin's formidable power. Good job, Lu Feiyu praised, stroking the soft fur atop Boss Jin's head as the creature wagged its tail, seeking commendation. Hearing his master's praise, Boss Jin's tail whirred like a fan, spinning energetically. Oh, how endearing! I think I'm in love. Someone swooned. Weren't you calling him a creepy stalker before? Another retorted. Well, look at how strong and handsome he is, and so full of charm. He couldn't possibly be a stalker. Those must be baseless rumors. Indeed, in the world of beast tamers, strength reigns supreme. As long as one displays enough strength and potential, any past mistakes are quickly forgiven. Moreover, Lu Feiyu possessed not only strength and potential but also good looks. Not to brag, but Lu Feiyu had never seen anyone more handsome than himself. It was just one crushing victory, yet Lu Feiyu's reputation in both Class 2 and Class 5 soared rapidly. A few more victories like this, and he might completely overturn his reputation. Strength is king, Lu Feiyu mused as he descended from the stage with Boss Jean under the admiring gazes of the crowd. Only one person looked at Lu Feiyu with eyes full of malice, none other than Lu Qianjun, who had been kicked off the stage. In this battle, he wasn't just beaten by Lu Feiyu, he lost face in front of both classes. Remembering his boastful words before the fight and his embarrassing fall from the stage, Lu Qianjun wished he could find a hole to crawl into. From now on, he would never again be able to hold his head high in his class. This disgrace would follow him throughout his senior year. The battles continued one after another. Classes 2 and 5 occupied only 5 stages. Once everyone had fought a battle with their beasts, the 2 periods of practical training were nearly over. As usual, the class ended with a teacher's speech. This time, however, it was Lin Wenwei who addressed the students. Her beautiful eyes scanned the room and finally rested on Lu Feiyu as she said, "Classmates, after this lesson's battle I trust everyone now understands their current standing. Those who are falling behind strive to catch up, those ahead maintain your lead. In 3 days, the school-wide competition will take place. The top 10 will receive generous rewards, so everyone must put in their best effort. Class dismissed. Lu Feiyu, please come to my office after class." The students who had been listening obediently to the teacher's speech suddenly stirred with excitement at Lin Wenwei's words. Countless boys cast envious glances at Lu Feiyu's tall back, wishing they could trade places with him. Who was Lin Wenwei? She was recognized as the beauty of Changnan High School, the object of every boy's fantasy. After all, who hasn't harbored a slight crush on a pretty teacher during school days? And now here was Lin Wenwei personally asking Lu Feiyu to come to her office. This was unprecedented. Even his friend Chen Yuanshan looked at Lu Feiyu with envy, whispering, "We agreed to be mediocre together, but you've secretly gotten so strong." Betrayal? This is a betrayal of our friendship. It's not your friend's hardship you fear, but when your friend drives a Land Rover. At that moment Lin Wenwei's previously calm face turned icy as she snapped, "What are you all mumbling about? Hurry back to your classroom." Her cold expression silenced everyone, making them leave the training ground sheepishly. Only Lu Feiyu followed Lin Wenwei to her office. "No need to close the door, leave it open." Lin Wenwei stopped Lu Feiyu's instinctive action to shut the door. She pulled out 2 sheets of paper from the documents on her desk and said, "Your beast is A-level, correct? This is a special subsidy for students with A-level beasts. Fill out your basic information." Lu Feiyu took the papers, which still held a slight warmth and the faint smell of ink. As he filled them out, Lin Wenwei's lips moved slightly, an unusual hesitance showing on her face. After a moment she finally spoke, "Your first beast is A-level, so even if your talent is somewhat lacking, your future is limitless. There's no need to concern yourself with trivial matters, just focus on your studies and training. If you need anything, the school is here to help." By now Lu Feiyu had finished filling out the basic information for himself and his beast. He looked up and handed the papers back to Lin Wenwei, smiling, "I understand, thank you, teacher." Seeing that Lu Feiyu wasn't sensitive or upset by her concern, Lin Wenwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Boys his age and from his background could be quite sensitive. A wrong word might ignite an explosive reaction. Fortunately, this student wasn't like that. Lin Wenwei placed the papers back in the drawer and waved her hand. "No need for thanks between teacher and student, go back to class." "Alright, everyone look at the blackboard, not me." The 4 basic principles of beast taming are. After school, Chen Yuanshan asked curiously, "What did teacher Lin want with you alone?" Lu Feiyu explained honestly. "What, a special subsidy?" Chen Yuanshan exclaimed, looking at Lu Feiyu in disbelief. "But that benefit ended last night." As soon as students contracted an A-grade beast, they typically contacted their respective class advisors. Generally speaking, those who obtained A-grade beasts today have already received their rewards. Chen Yuanshan was halfway through his sentence when he seemed to understand something, looking at Lu Feiyu with even greater envy. "The teacher is really good to you, even went out of her way to help you with the arrangements." Hearing this, Lu Feiyu was taken aback, feeling a warm current flow through his heart. He genuinely hadn't known about this. After all, the idea of having an A-grade beast seemed so distant to his former self. B-grade beasts were still available for purchase on the market, but A-grade beasts were incredibly rare. Even with money, they couldn't necessarily be acquired. Each one possessed immense combat power and tremendous growth potential. They were the dream companions of every novice beast tamer. There was once a CEO's son in Changnan City who, in order to obtain an A-grade beast egg, spent nearly 10 million at an auction. This vividly illustrated the preciousness of A-grade beasts and the formidable mythic bloodline pool that the system provided. However, Chen Yuanshan didn't pry into how Lu Feiyu managed to acquire an A-grade beast. As a friend, he understood what questions could be asked and what couldn't. Everyone had their own privacy, especially regarding something as personal and valuable as this. "By the way, since you've cut ties with those people, where are you staying?" After a moment, Chen Yuanshan seemed to realize something and asked Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu pointed to a small and not far ahead and said, "Over there, this crummy place." Chen Yuanshan dashed over in a few strides, scrutinizing the inn setup and exclaimed, "Even washing up must be a challenge, right?" Lu Feiyu nodded. "Not just washing up, even using the restroom can be competitive. I'm planning to rent a small place, maybe a bit far from school, to save money. I'll buy a small pot and whip up some meals myself to save on costs." He spoke candidly, not showing a hint of embarrassment over the simplicity of his living situation. Hearing this, Chen Yuanshan's mouth fell open in surprise. Looking at his friend, he found himself momentarily speechless. Both 18 years old Chen Yuanshan lived a worry-free life, fretting over how much to spend on games, while his friend was already in survival mode. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yuanshan straightforwardly said, "Why don't you stay at my place? We can look out for each other. My house is pretty spacious." And so Lu Feiyu found himself being half-dragged, half-pulled into Chen Yuanshan's home. As they entered, Chen Yuanshan kicked off his shoes and shouted to Mom, "My good friend is staying over for a while. He's amazing, has an A-grade beast, might even be the top of the school in 3 days." Soon a woman in casual home attire approached, a warm smile on her face. Shanshan's classmate, "No need to change shoes, come in and sit down. Here, have some fruit, just washed. The room is all set for you, the things are old, but they're clean, don't worry, make yourself at home, no need to be formal." Feeling the genuine kindness radiating from Chen's mother, Lu Feiyu found himself a bit unaccustomed. From childhood to now, he'd never been treated with such tenderness. Not knowing how to respond, he simply smiled in return. Warmth and a sense of loss intertwined complexly in Lu Feiyu's heart. He was both comforted by Chen's mother's kindness and saddened by the voids in his own life. Noticing Lu Feiyu's slight change in demeanor, Chen Yuanshan picked up a fruit platter and led him to his room, saying, "Come on, let's play a couple of games. It's been a while, Mom, call us when dinner's ready." 3 days later, Lu Feiyu and Chen Yuanshan headed to school together. "The school-wide competition is today, Fei, are you nervous?" Chen Yuanshan asked, glancing at his friend's calm face, then continued talking to himself, "Well, you're already at the 5th tier of Black Iron with your beast, why would you be nervous? It's me who should be worried. Oh, why is my beast only at the 2nd tier? Comparing myself to you is just frustrating." Before Lu Feiyu could respond, Chen Yuanshan's words came at him like rapid fire. Indeed, in just 3 days, with the help of the 100-fold spiritual energy from his beast taming space and his SSS-level beast taming talent, coupled with the special subsidy personally delivered by teacher Lin, Boss Jean had advanced another tier. Advancing a tier in 3 days during the mid-stage of Black Iron was astonishing. Normally, after reaching the 4th tier of Black Iron, which marks the mid-stage, the difficulty of advancement doubles. For most beasts, advancing a tier in half a month is considered extremely fast, but Boss Jean did it in just 3 days, a 5-fold difference. Such a terrifying concept. As they chatted and joked, the two walked into the classroom where the atmosphere was noticeably different. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the school-wide competition. This competition not only offered resource rewards for outstanding individual performances but also provided overall rewards for classes that performed exceptionally well as a whole. With this in mind, their classmates looked at Lu Feiyu with expectant eyes. He was their key to winning the class-wide prize. Now, in stark contrast to the disdain shown 3 days earlier, everyone was eagerly engaging Lu Feiyu in conversation, acting as though they had always been close friends. "Brother Feiyu, we're counting on you, go get M." Lu Feiyu, brother you, I'm your fan. If you make it to the top 3, I'll send you pictures of me in a dress." Listening to the flattery, Lu Feiyu smiled and responded, though his expression changed slightly at the last comment. He looked at the effeminate boy who had spoken and involuntarily shivered. Seeing Lu Feiyu's gaze, the boy winked in a rather flirtatious manner. No to the idea of a boy in a dress, Lu Feiyu silently protested in his heart. At that moment, the sound of Lin Wenwei's high heels echoed from outside the classroom. The noisy crowd immediately quieted down. Standing on the podium, Lin Wenwei surveyed the class from above, saying, "The rules for this year's school-wide competition are slightly different from before. In the practical training class, the team with the best overall performance will automatically advance to the top 8. Battles among the top 8 will occur simultaneously with the regular arena matches. Once the top 8 rankings are decided, those in the top 3 from the arena matches can challenge any semifinalist. If they succeed, they can directly take their place in the rankings. Our class's candidate is tentatively Lu Feiyu. Anyone with objections, raise your hand." The entire class erupted in a buzz of astonishment upon hearing the announcement. All eyes instantly turned to Lu Feiyu. Over the past 3 days, Lu Feiyu had dominated every opponent with absolute superiority. The beast he contracted, a massive hound, was on an entirely different level compared to others' beasts. Perhaps only the elite students from Class 1 of senior year could possibly stand against him. This meant that Lu Feiyu had already secured a spot in the top 8. The individual rewards at this stage were already in his grasp. Given Changnan No. 1 high school standards, even the 8th place reward was incredibly generous. Such treatment made it impossible not to envy Lu Feiyu. While others worried about how to secure a victory in the first round, Lu Feiyu had effortlessly advanced to the quarterfinals. Comparing oneself to others could truly be frustrating, however, despite their envy, no one voiced any objections. After all, Lu Feiyu's prowess was undeniable. He had earned his spot through sheer strength, leaving no room for criticism. With no objections, it settled for Lu Feiyu. Lin Wenwei gently tapped the podium, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Lu Feiyu, later you'll come with me instead of following the class group. Class president lead the team to the training ground. With the arrangements made, everyone quickly sprang into action. Guided by Lin Wenwei, Lu Feiyu soon arrived at the training ground. They passed by numerous stages, eventually reaching the innermost part of the training area. At this moment, countless eyes from the stands followed Lin Wenwei and Lu Feiyu closely. When they stopped at the far end of the field, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. That's the strongest from class 2. He's quite handsome, isn't he? Hey, don't you know about Lu Feiyu? He became famous a few days ago. The name sounds familiar. Isn't he the jerk who took secret videos of his sister? What are you talking about? That's old news. Now he's the owner of an A-grade beast, looking all dignified. How could he do something like that? Exactly. I heard Lu Feiyu totally dominated everyone from class 2 and class 5 over these 3 days. No one could stand against him. Then who took those videos? Someone must have spread false rumors. I heard, just a rumor mind you, that it might have been his brother. I'm not sure of the details. The murmurs carried by the breeze reached Lu Feiyu's ears. Over these 3 days, his strength and transformation couldn't be kept hidden from those who were observant. But Lu Feiyu had no intention of hiding. He needed to showcase his strength and talent to cleanse himself of the slander and filth. Stay safe, aim for 4th, strive for 3rd. Lin Wenwei turned to Lu Feiyu, advising him. As she spoke, she handed him a few sheets of papers, signaling for him to take them. Lu Feiyu glanced at the papers, which contained sketchy information about the strongest contenders from the other 7 classes. Lin Wenwei, knowing that Lu Feiyu had no means of acquiring such information, had thoughtfully provided it herself. Thank you, teacher. Lu Feiyu expressed his gratitude sincerely. These sheets, while virtually useless to him with his SSS grade talent, the eye of advancement, were still appreciated. The underlying sentiment within those words touched him deeply. Hearing Lu Feiyu's earnest response, Lin Wenwei offered a rare smile, waving her hand as she said, if you perform well, the teacher also gets a performance bonus. Keep it up. With that, she gave him a thumbs up, her fingers glowing like pure white jade in the sunlight, reminiscent of freshly washed lotus roots. Just then, the entire arena erupted with a wave of astonished exclamations. A loud eagle's cry echoed from the sky above, followed by a sudden gust of wind. The swirling air currents made it difficult for Lu Feiyu to keep his footing. The fierce wind came quickly and departed just as fast, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Looking up, Lu Feiyu's eyes were filled with awe. A majestic giant eagle, white as jade, was soaring above the training grounds. Every feather glistened with an extraordinary brilliance, and countless tiny air currents visibly flowed across its plumage. Each stream of wind seemed as sharp as a blade, carrying an intimidating force. Principal Wang Zhentian, Lu Feiyu murmured. This was none other than the legendary Jade Tier expert, second only to the mayor of Changnan City. Standing at the pinnacle of the city's power, the majestic white eagle was one of his emblematic beasts, the divine wind white eagle, renowned for its unparalleled speed in Changnan. Wang Zhentian had once been an idol for Lu Feiyu. He stood tall, as straight as a lance, with the fierce wind making his clothes stretch tight like ancient withered wood. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, drowned out the wind and the clamor of 1,000 voices. Students, I announced the official start of the annual school-wide competition. True to his military background, Wang Zhentian skipped the pleasantries and got straight to business. As he finished speaking, the applause surged like a tidal wave, making the ground beneath Lu Feiyu's feet tremble. But soon his focus shifted to the small box in front of him, the number box, which would determine his first opponent. Without hesitating, Lu Feiyu strode forward and drew a slip of paper. Boldly written on it was the number 2. Arena 2, he murmured to himself, looking toward the second arena not far away. On it stood a man as sturdy as a mountain, Song Changfeng, the strongest from class 8 grade 3, from a family of beast tamers with an A-level beast taming talent. The moment Lu Feiyu saw him, his mind recalled the information he knew. Unfortunately, the specific details of a student's talent were top secret and no teacher could disclose them. Thus, Lu Feiyu only knew the level of Song's talent but not its effects. However, could an A-level talent truly surpass his own SSS-level talent? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Feiyu had already reached the arena. For the safety of the students, the stage had been reinforced and elevated significantly for the competition, but this was no obstacle for Lu Feiyu. Channeling the power of his beast, a flash of crimson gold light appeared, accompanied by an excited bark. Boss Jean made his dazzling entrance. Lu Feiyu pressed down on Boss Jin's back and, with a small leap, effortlessly mounted his loyal companion. Go! With a low roar, Lu Feiyu commanded, and Boss Jean propelled himself powerfully, leaping onto the stage with an impressive display. This eye-catching entrance captured the attention of most spectators in the audience. Within the audience stands, there was a small section reserved for parents. If the parents of senior students were interested, they could come to the training ground to watch the battles and admire their children's prowess. In the parents section, Zhang Fuxia's face was wrinkled like boiled tripe as she watched Lu Feiyu, who appeared so graceful and confident on stage. And the majestic creature beneath him, her eyes filled with disbelief. It had only been a few days. How had this brat changed so much? Her thoughts shifted as she glanced over at Lu Qianjun, who was struggling to climb onto the stage. He was panting heavily, sweat dripping like beads. The mere effort to get onto the stage left him utterly exhausted. The wounds inflicted by Lu Feiyu 3 days earlier were still causing him pain, making him grimace with discomfort. Compared to the composed and elegant Lu Feiyu, Lu Qianjun was a stark contrast, even as a mother. Zhang Fengxia couldn't help but sigh, wishing Lu Feiyu were her biological son, yet remembering the bold words Lu Feiyu had uttered before leaving home, her gaze turned icy once more. She was determined to see how her stepson would embarrass himself in front of the entire school. She was well aware of Song Changfeng, a star student of Changnan No. 1 High School capable of competing among the top in the city, a level that a lucky fool like Lu Feiyu could never reach. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Fengxia watched the stage eagerly, her eyes shining with anticipation. Muttering under her breath, she chanted, "Beat him, beat him." Her manic demeanor even prompted other parents nearby to edge away, wary of her apparent madness. On the stage, Lu Feiyu leaped down from Boss Jean. As his feet touched the ground, he felt a reassuring sense of stability. At that moment, Song Changfeng, who had been waiting, immediately summoned his own beast. A tawny glow flashed swiftly, and suddenly a tremor emanated from beneath Lu Feiyu's feet. His eyes narrowed as he regarded Song Changfeng's beast with a serious expression. Before him stood a giant composed of brown stones, its dull yellow eyes locked onto Lu Feiyu, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. Yet Lu Feiyu wasn't one to be scared by a beast. A mysterious light flickered in his eyes, revealing the exact attributes of this stone giant. Species: Rock Giant. Attribute: Earth. Talent level: B Realm. Black Iron Tier 3 skills: Rock Body, Superior; Stone Spike, Superior; Shattering Stone Explosion, Excellent. Evaluation: a defensive unit with offensive capabilities just shy of A-grade potential. A B-grade Black Iron Tier beast with 3 skills. Although the skill strength was still not on par with Boss Jean, it was several times better than Lu Qianjun's beast. Additionally, as far as Lu Feiyu knew, this Colossus of Stone was a beast with a detailed evolutionary path. With enough resources and the right conditions, it could ascend straight to S-level. Even as a mere Black Iron Tier beast, its value soared to millions of yuan. Truly, the wealth of a beast-taming family is evident, Lu Feiyu marveled inwardly, yet his Boss Jean was no less impressive and perhaps even far superior. This battle was his to win. As both beasts stood ready, the referee seated securely on the high chair of the arena immediately declared, "Begin the battle." The clash was imminent. "Go!" Lu Feiyu roared, opting to seize the initiative. At his command, Boss Jean let out a low growl, darting across the arena like a crimson lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, Boss Jin's gleaming claws slashed toward the waist of the Colossus of Stone. The claws, shimmering with latent fire and dazzling light, carried effects of burning and slight blinding. Through 3 days of rigorous training, Boss Jean had learned to add special effects to his basic attacks. The terrifying learning ability of an A-level beast was on full display. Under the lightning-fast assault of Boss Jean, the Colossus of Stone clearly struggled to react. Seeing this, a hint of anxiety flickered in Song Changfeng's previously aloof eyes. As an observer, he could vividly sense the sharpness of the opponent's beast's claws and the terrifying energy gathered at their tips. Without further delay, he unleashed his beast-taming talent, a level talent as solid as stone. Upon activation, the defense of all contracted beasts increased by 50%, entering a berserk state devoid of pain. For Earth element beasts, defense doubled. The effect lasted for 3 minutes. It was precisely because of this talent that his family had specifically sought out the Colossus of Stone, a perfectly compatible beast. In an instant, a radiant earthen glow surged skyward on the arena, enveloping the Colossus of Stone. Its body began to swell visibly, the massive stone blocks that formed its body bulged even more dramatically, its previously brown skin now gleamed like gold, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance. The Colossus of Stone now stood like a towering mountain, emanating an unmatched presence. Moreover, with its sudden expansion, Boss Jin's initial attack aimed at the waist now barely reached its thigh. Bang! Boss Jin's claws struck the Colossus of Stone's leg with a dull thud. 5 distinct gashes marred the giant's stone leg, and small stone fragments rained down like droplets onto the arena. The fierce flames on Boss Jin's claws clung tenaciously, spreading upward from the Colossus's leg. In an instant, the towering 3-meter giant was engulfed in flames. How is this possible? Seeing this, Song Changfeng could no longer maintain his indifferent demeanor. He stared in disbelief at his beast shrouded in flames, unable to fathom the sight before his eyes. The Colossus of Stone was renowned for its defense. His beast taming talent was supposed to amplify its defensive capabilities by a full 100%. The fiery red hound Boss Jin shattered the defenses of Song Changfeng's beast in an instant. Feeling the intense heat waves emanating from the flames before him, Song Changfeng's expression grew increasingly grave. Were it not for his talent, which allowed his beast to be immune to pain, he would have already been defeated at that very moment. Fortunately, he still had a chance. Taking advantage of Boss Jin's attack, Song Changfeng suddenly shouted, "Now!" At his command, the rock giant let out an earth-shaking roar. The stones forming its body began to detach and spin violently. The speed increased until the rocks became a blur to the naked eye. In the next moment, the stones shot forward with unmatched velocity. This was the shattering stone explosion. Lu Feiyu, faced with such a ferocious attack, remained unperturbed. From the moment he saw the opponent's beast skills, he had a clear understanding of its capabilities. Prepared and aware, even the sudden burst from the rock giant posed no threat to him. The bond between a tamer and their beast was such that they were in perfect sync. Even without verbal commands, Boss Jin knew exactly what needed to be done. The flying stones, carrying immense power, swept across the stage, while numerous stones jutted from the ground, blocking all of Boss Jin's escape routes. Yet, Boss Jin showed no sign of panic. Before it, a dazzling sphere of light suddenly emerged, the power of the Crimson Sun revealed to the world. The intense light instantly forced the rock giant to close its eyes. However, the light was merely the prelude. The true performance lay in the searing heat and flames contained within the Crimson Sun. Boss Jin's fiery red golden fur moved as if stirred by an unseen wind. Its long billowing mane gave it the appearance of a war deity. Flames soared from the brilliant sun like serpents, devouring the incoming stones. In an instant, the barrage of stones turned to ashes. Mere rocks stood no chance against the might of the Crimson Sun. With the stones consumed, the flames hovered in the air, their searing heat enveloping the rock giant and Song Changfeng, threatening to engulf them at any moment. Witnessing this, beads of sweat formed on Song Changfeng's forehead. He realized that Lu Feiyu had shown mercy, not wishing to harm his beast. Otherwise, the overwhelming flames would have left his beast severely injured, if not worse. Despite his noble lineage as a member of a beast-taming family, Song Changfeng, though proud, cast a grateful glance at Lu Feiyu and promptly conceded. The battle was over. No, that wasn't right. What transpired on the stage could hardly be called a battle. It was a blatant demonstration of Lu Feiyu's overwhelming dominance over Song Changfeng. From start to finish, the rock giant's desperate struggles seemed almost trivial under the might of Boss Jin, akin to a child throwing a tantrum. Seeing his opponent concede, Lu Feiyu didn't press further. After all, they bore no personal grudge. He signaled Boss Jin to retract its powers. The fiery dragons dispersed and the blazing light vanished, leaving only the residual heat on the stage to testify to the ferocity of the encounter. The battle ended so swiftly that even the judges on the elevated seats of the stage were caught off guard. He stared blankly at Lu Feiyu, then at Song Changfeng. It took him a moment to realize what he needed to do. With a swift flick of the red flag in his hand, he pointed towards Lu Feiyu and loudly declared, "This match Lu Feiyu wins." As his words echoed through the arena, Lu Feiyu's name rapidly climbed to the top of the prepared screen. In bold red letters following his name, it read, "Advanced to semi-finals." Beneath his name was a photo of Lu Feiyu from his entry into the school, looking exceptionally handsome. In an instant, everyone's attention was captured by the changes on the big screen. What a quick match! It's only been a few minutes, 30 seconds. Wow, and look at who his opponent was, Song Changfeng from the Song family. What, even a standout talent from a beast-taming family lost so quickly? Who exactly is this Lu Feiyu? Amidst the chorus of praises for Lu Feiyu, Zhang Fengxia felt a burning sensation of embarrassment on her face, as if each compliment was a jab at her for failing to recognize a genius. Casting him aside, she abruptly stood up and shouted, "What's so great about him? He just got lucky his beast mutated, that's all." These mutated beasts may seem strong now, but they'll struggle to advance in the future with no real potential for development. Lucky, Zhang Fengxia ranted, feeling a bit more at ease afterward. Calming down, she suddenly noticed the surprised faces of the parents and students around her, all staring at her. Moreover, those who had been sitting beside her had quietly moved away at some point. In the crowded seating area, an empty space had formed around Zhang Fengxia as if by force. Even with her thick skin, she felt a tinge of awkwardness, but she was Zhang Fengxia and she stubbornly sat back down amidst the curious glances. She wanted to see how far her lucky stepson could go. More so, she was eager to witness Lu Feiyu's expression of defeat when he faced the top talents from Class 1 in the finals. Just the thought made her feel content. On the other side, Lu Feiyu had already stepped off the arena, standing among the winners, quietly waiting for the rest of the top 8 to finish their battles and proceed to the semifinals. Of course, the opportunity to watch the other competitors' battles was invaluable, so Lu Feiyu observed the fights intently. How strong! Lu Feiyu scanned over 3 arenas, finally focusing on one where the battle was nearing its end. On the stage, a doll resembling an enlarged version of a sunny day talisman wielded a long sword made of ice. Snowflakes danced around it, freezing its opponent's movements. The sword traced a beautiful lethal arc in the air, aiming straight for the enemy's chest. The sword's speed was so swift it was hard to follow, yet the murderous intent it carried was palpable even to Lu Feiyu below the stage. "It's over," Lu Feiyu murmured. As expected, the beast opposing the doll fell in defeat, unable to react under the snow's influence. So this is the strength of Class 1's top talent, an A-grade beast? Lu Feiyu pondered over the information he had just seen. Species, ice. And snow assassin attribute, ice. Talent level, a realm, black iron. Tier 3 skills, sword mastery, superior, snow domain, excellent, frost flash, rare. Evaluation: when the sword light gleams, the enemy's demise is near. This was the first time Lu Feiyu had encountered someone else with an A-grade beast. Like Boss Jean, it had 3 skills, but only one was of rare quality, seemingly weaker than Boss Jin's. Could this be the influence of the mythic bloodline? Lu Feiyu speculated, inwardly growing more confident about the final showdown. The ice and snow assassin skills were perfectly countered by Boss Jean. The light attribute naturally opposed ice and water types. Moreover, the snow domain skill had a control effect nullified by Boss Jin's light blessing. In this battle, Lu Feiyu had a 99% chance of victory. The remaining 1% was reserved for humility. As Lu Feiyu turned his thoughts over, a girl exuding a chilly aura slowly approached from below the stage. She looked at Lu Feiyu, who had been waiting with a completely impassive face, as if he didn't exist at all. The only daughter of the wine corporation, truly aloof, Lu Feiyu mused to himself. Since she ignored him, he wouldn't bother with pleasantries either. The two stood at a polite distance, waiting for the remaining battles to conclude. Soon enough, all the battles were over. Lu Feiyu took the stage again for the draw. This time, his opponent was the top contender from Class 6. However, this top contender's strength was even less than Song Changfeng's, allowing Lu Feiyu to fight with no pressure. He ended the battle in mere seconds, once again eliciting gasps from the audience. Even Principal Wang, standing atop the giant eagle, cast an approving glance his way, a satisfied smile on his face as he looked at the talented youths from his school. On another side, Wang Shueyo, the sole daughter of the Wang family, had also finished her battle. Despite her victory, her expression remained unchanging, her pale face indifferent. To her, such victories held no significance unworthy of joy. In fact, there seemed to be no one in the school capable of stirring her emotions. Now only Lu Feiyu and Wang Shueyo remained in the winner's circle. When the referee asked if they needed a break, considering the toll 2 consecutive battles could take on a beast's stamina, both, never having exchanged words before, simultaneously declined. With the contestants in agreement, the staff had no objections. Instantly, a stage lit up with a brilliant azure glow as the defensive array was pushed to its limits to prevent any mishaps. Lu Feiyu and Wang Shueyo took their positions, one on each side. Stepping onto the stage, the final battle commenced. Facing this ultimate showdown, Wang Shueyo maintained her cool demeanor, summoning her beast without delay. As the ice and snow assassin appeared, the temperature on the stage dropped noticeably, with snowflakes swirling gently through the air. The bone-chilling cold slowly seeped into Lu Feiyu's body, even causing his thoughts to lag under the extreme freeze. Sensing this, Lu Feiyu also summoned his beast. His beast space with its hundredfold spiritual energy amplification allowed Boss Jean to emerge full of vigor even after 2 consecutive battles. His energy and spirit were on par with the ice and snow assassin boosted by secret potions. The moment Boss Jean appeared, Lu Feiyu felt as if a sun had suddenly risen before him, emanating a staggering warmth. The cold that had seeped into his bones quickly receded as if encountering its natural enemy. Take your positions, begin the battle, the referee on the high chair announced loudly, pushing the already tense atmosphere of the arena to its peak. Instantly, Boss Jean summoned a scorching sun, a sphere of radiant light and heat that rapidly melted the snow on the arena floor. Even the snowflakes drifting in midair dissolved swiftly, turning into droplets that fell to the ground. The domain of snow was neutralized by Boss Jin's ability. Seeing this, a flicker of emotion passed through Wang Shuiyo's eyes, usually as cold as eternal ice, but the ripple was quickly suppressed. She raised her delicate hand slightly, and the ice and snow assassin immediately manifested a long sword forged from pure ice. With the sword in hand, the aura around the ice and snow assassin surged dramatically. An S-level beast talent, innate sword heart. When the beast wields a weapon, the damage increases by 70%. When the weapon is a sword, the damage increases by 150%. Duration, 10 minutes. This enhancement of 1.5 times allowed the ice and snow assassin, originally at the 3rd tier of Black Iron, to surpass the power of the 5th tier. The ice and snow assassin's dark blue eyes flashed, and in an instant it vanished from its original spot. The next moment, its figure appeared behind Boss Jean, whose muscles were taut. The pure ice longsword, wielding immense force, thrust viciously towards his waist. Copperhead Iron Bones Tofu Waist. It's a saying for wolves, and it holds true for canine creatures like Boss Jean. Yet, sensing the fierce sword wind behind him, Boss Jean stood his ground without any intention to dodge. From afar, it seemed as if he was frozen in fear. This stance led to disappointment among those in the audience who had been anticipating a stellar performance from Lu Feiyu's beast. Really, is this the level of combat awareness? An A-level beast? As expected, even with luck, a minion remains a minion. Exactly, even with a tribute advantage, this big dog stands no chance against Wang Shuiyo's ice and snow assassin. You can't really compare them like that. After all, Wang Shuiyo has a rare S-level talent, while Lu Feiyu's is just C-level ordinary. The difference in beast taming talent is so vast the contracted beast naturally can't match up. Doesn't this show that Lu Feiyu is just useless? Aside from being a bit handsome and lucky, how does he compare to me? In an instant, the initial praise for Lu Feiyu turned into disdainful remarks that filled the audience. Zhang Fingxia, seated among the parents, reveled in the derogatory comments about Lu Feiyu, secretly delighted by the negative turn. However, high above, Wang Zhentian's eyes flashed with an uncertain light. From his vantage point, with his keen vision, he could see clearly that the red-haired hound's eyes held no fear or panic. Instead, they were filled with anticipation and fighting spirit. It was as if it had intentionally taken the hit. Indeed, Boss Jean had purposefully allowed the attack to land. It was the strategy of a desperate duel. Its resilience grew stronger the more severe the injuries. In a flash, the icy longsword pierced through Boss Jin's slender waist. Enhanced by the A-grade beast talent, the ice and snow assassin's full force strike easily penetrated Boss Jin's muscular hide, reaching its internal organs. With a twist of the sword, a spray of blood and flesh whirled out, along with a few fragments of internal organs dripping from the gaping wound. Boss Jin's majestic fur, now matted with blood, appeared ragged and pitiful. Enough. Wang Shuiyo, standing by the side of the stage, softly commanded her beast to cease its next move as she witnessed the gruesome scene. Yet, in the next moment, her ordinarily calm and composed eyes widened in shock. Reflected in her pupils was the image of Boss Jean launching a fierce counterattack. After being wounded, Boss Jin's pure golden eyes were overtaken by a fiery crimson hue. The red like blood made it seem as though 2 blazing infernos burned within its eyes. Ignoring the gory wounds on its body, Boss Jean turned with ghostly agility, moving like a scarlet lightning bolt. Its sharp claws slashed directly towards the ice and snow assassin's sword. The swiftness of this strike was such that even the speed-renowned assassin couldn't react in time. How can it be this fast? This was Wang Shuiyo's thought, shared by countless others in the audience and among the parents. Such speed was beyond what a mid-tier black iron beast should be capable of. It clanged bang. 2 crisp sounds echoed across the stage. The longsword forged of pure ice shattered under Boss Jin's powerful swipe, scattering into icy shards. The overwhelming force, undiminished after shattering the sword, crashed onto the ice and snow assassin, which had just used frost. Flash. With a dull thud, the ice-crafted puppet was sent flying like a kite with a broken string tracing a parabolic path through the air. Its chest visibly caved in and large chunks of icy debris fell along with its descending form. Mysterious flames burned at the indentation on its chest, preventing its icy powers from healing the wounds. Xiao Bing! Wang Shuiyo cried out in alarm, involuntarily reaching out her right hand as if to catch her beast's falling form, but the distance between them was several dozen meters. Boss Jin's strike had sent the opponent flying out of the arena, resulting in its disqualification from the battle. How could Wang Shuiyo have achieved this so easily? Boss Jin, seemingly in a frenzy, tried to dash forward again, eager for another bout even after the opponent had fallen off the arena. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu swiftly stepped in, blocking his path. Boss Jin. His firm voice snapped Boss Jin out of its battle-induced daze, its eyes returning to their bright golden clarity. However, unlike its usual spirited self, it now appeared somewhat weakened. After all, though the death battle skill allowed it to ignore pain, it couldn't escape the toll on its stamina. At that moment, an eagle's cry pierced the sky. A fierce wind roared as Wang Zhentian leapt down from the eagle's back. A flash of white light appeared before him, and a palm-sized fluffy orb floated onto his shoulder. As the orb emerged, gentle white light split into two beams, one enveloping the ice and snow assassin, the other Boss Jin. Lu Feiyu clearly saw the fist-sized wound on Boss Jin's waist healing rapidly. The white light's boundless vitality swept over Boss Jin's body, mending all its hidden injuries and ailments. What a powerful healing ability, Lu Feiyu thought, marveling internally. He glanced at the ice and snow assassin, relieved to see its injuries fully healed as well. After all, he and Wang Shuiyo were classmates, and it was wise to avoid unnecessary conflicts, especially with the sole heiress of the Wang group, a family with significant power and influence. Having completed the healing, Wang Zhentian turned to the two students on the arena, smiling as he remarked, "You are the finest students I've ever seen." With it, he began applauding, expressing his admiration for both. The crisp sound of his claps echoed far in the now silent training ground. Indeed, the once noisy arena had fallen silent after Boss Jin's single strike sent the ice and snow assassin flying, becoming as quiet as a college entrance exam hall. Everyone's mouths hung open in disbelief, eyes wide as they stared at the majestic crimson gold dog and the vibrant, handsome young man beside it. How, in just the blink of an eye, had Lu Feiyu, whom they thought would surely lose, turned the tables so dramatically, and not just a narrow victory but a decisive one. Though they couldn't fathom the turn of events, with the principal leading the applause, the crowd joined in, raising their hands to clap. The applause from all the first and second-year students, numbering in the thousands, rumbled like thunder, making the entire arena tremble. Numerous third-year students engaged in their battles looked around in surprise, unsure of what had transpired. But when they saw the small letters on the top of the screen, their eyes widened in shock, their disbelief evident. Among them, Lu Qianjun stood out. He rubbed his eyes, staring at the screen displaying the words, "Lu Feiyu, Finals Victory," 6 golden letters shining brightly. When he opened his eyes again, full of hope, those 6 letters remained unchanged. In that instant, Lu Qianjun felt something inside him shatter. An overwhelming sense of weakness almost caused Lu Qianjun to collapse on the stage. How could he be so strong? Lu Qianjun lamented inwardly. He had assumed his half-brother had simply gotten lucky with a decent beast, but with his victory in the finals, Lu Feiyu was essentially guaranteed the top spot in the entire school competition. This not only meant substantial rewards but also that Lu Feiyu had caught the attention of major universities in the upper echelons of Changnan City. From now on, his path would be smooth, his future bright. The small Lu family could no longer contain this dragon ready to soar. Reflecting on his past behavior towards Lu Feiyu, ordering him around, belittling him, Lu Qianjun felt as though he'd swallowed 1,000 tons of bitter herbs. Regret crawled over him like ants, consuming him entirely. Meanwhile, in the parents' section, Zhang Fengxia sat dumbfounded, her expression as if she'd eaten something foul, contrasting starkly with the surrounding parents who clapped enthusiastically. She stared at Lu Feiyu in disbelief. How had this stepson, whom she never respected, reached such heights in the blink of an eye? It was like a dream. Suddenly regret washed over her. She couldn't help but imagine, if she had been kinder to Lu Feiyu, could she have shared in his glory? After all, in name she was still his mother. But with a sigh, reality set in. She knew that her relationship with Lu Feiyu was more distant than that of strangers. However, she thought, while she had no connection with Lu Feiyu, his father, old Lu, certainly did. With him around, surely she could siphon off some benefits with ease. With this thought, Zhang Fexiao's eyes lit up with greed. her gaze like a hungry wolf fixed on Lu Feiyu, eager to extract every last bit of profit from him. After all, the rewards for the school competition's top spot were substantial. On the other side, on the stage, Lu Feiyu, after concluding the battle, returned Boss Jean to the beast space to rest. He then stepped down, waiting for the regular group battles to conclude. Once the top 3 from the regular group finished their challenges, the final school competition rankings would be decided. However, he doubted any challenger would dare face him given his evident strength. Every victory was earned through his beast's blood and effort with no shortcuts. But soon Lu Feiyu's confidence faced its first challenge since his rebirth. The 3 students who emerged from the regular group pointed directly at him. All 3 were top-tier students from Class 1-inch with formidable battle capabilities. It was clear they intended to use a series of battles to wear him down. I challenge Lu Feiyu. I challenge Lu Feiyu. I challenge Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu's expression shifted slightly, but before he could speak, teacher Lin Wenwei, who had been waiting nearby, stepped forward. Her cold, beautiful eyes swept over the 3 students before she looked at Principal Wang and softly said, "This is against the rules." However, before the principal could respond, an arrogant voice pierced through. "May I ask, Teacher Lin, where exactly are the rules being violated? Which school regulation says you can't challenge the first place holder? Which rule says 3 people can't challenge the first place holder simultaneously?" A student with hair barely over his eyebrows, streaked with red highlights, swaggered over with a sarcastic tone. Or is Teacher Lin trying to cover for her student? Or maybe there's something improper between you two, and you can't bear to see your little lover suffer? His leering eyes darted between Lu Feiyu and Lin Wenwei, eyebrows wiggling suggestively. Smack! The moment he finished speaking, Lin Wenwei slapped him soundly. Such slander was intolerable to any woman. Even Principal Wang frowned slightly at the comment and looked sternly at the student. "Disrespectful. Regardless of your rank in this competition, all rewards will be stripped." Hearing this, instead of showing any remorse, the dyed-hair student Wan Pang just nodded with a grin, seemingly unfazed. After all, he was Wan Pang, with riches beyond count and a future as boundless as the sky. He couldn't care less about these meager resources. His real issue was with this outsider Lu Feiyu stealing the limelight from Class 1. Therefore, Wan Peng secretly promised the other 2 Class A students that if they joined him in challenging Lu Feiyu, he would reward them handsomely, at least double the school's prize. "Wan Peng, stop with these petty tricks, you're embarrassing Class 1, came a cold reprimand from none other than Wang Shueyo, also from Class 1, who had stepped forward. Hearing this, the grin on Wan Peng's face twisted into a snarl. "Shut up, you useless wench. You let an outsider take first place and you dare show me attitude?" Lu Feiyu was taken aback once more. He had assumed Wan Peng was Wang Shueyo's lackey, offended by his goddess's defeat and here to make trouble for him. Who would have guessed that their relationship was far from that, perhaps even hostile? "Swear again in public and I'll make sure you're out of here." Principal Wang Zhentian's voice turned stern upon hearing his niece insulted. That's right, he was Wang Shueyo's uncle. Seeing the principal getting serious, Wan Peng stopped grinning and instead shot a challenging look at Lu Feiyu on the arena, words dripping with disdain. "Dare to face me, you lucky guy." He had almost cursed again, but remembering Wang Zhentian's warning, he stopped himself, ending with a somewhat ridiculous phrase. But to Lu Feiyu it wasn't amusing. He glanced at the contempt and scorn on Wan Peng's face, then at teacher Lin Wenwei's heaving chest. A sign of her anger. With a leap, Lu Feiyu jumped down from the high platform. Lu Feiyu seemed utterly unperturbed as he closed the 3-meter distance toward Wan Peng's arrogant face. Step by step, he drew nearer until he could hear Wan Peng's slightly hurried breathing. A mocking smile played at the corners of Lu Feiyu's mouth, his words dripping with disdain. "You think you're worthy of challenging me one-on-one?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. Spectators who had been merely observing from their seats were suddenly vocal. "Wow, has Lu Feiyu lost his mind? Daring to provoke the Wan family?" It was well known that while the Wang family was the leading power in the legitimate circles of Changnan, the Wan family ruled the underworld. Crimes like murder, arson and human trafficking were just a few of the many misdeeds attributed to them. Their unchecked reign suggested the terrifying power backing them. "He's really talking big," someone muttered. "Typical for someone from a civilian background, unable to see the bigger picture," another scoffed. "Are you saying you're not a civilian? Besides, this isn't Wan Peng's fault. Why blame Lu Feiyu?" "Young man, the world doesn't care about right or wrong, only strength." Wan Peng, standing opposite Lu Feiyu, laughed at this, his amusement growing from a chuckle to a belly laugh so exaggerated he clutched his stomach. "Ha, is your family a garbage dump? You're so full of it. If you're scared, just let me have the first place. Why talk about worthiness? You're killing me with laughter. Straightening up, he wiped at imaginary tears, his tone abruptly turning icy. If you're afraid, then get lost. Don't hog the top spot, his shout echoed through the training ground, momentarily stunning everyone into silence. Even Wang Jintian frowned at Wan Peng, puzzled by the Wan family's antics. He couldn't believe Wan Peng would dare display such arrogance at Changnan No. 1 High School in front of the Wang Corporation without his family's backing. Lu Feiyu, unfazed, softly uttered 2 words, "Clown." Then, glancing at the remaining 2 students from Class 1, he beckoned with a finger. "I meant all of you, come at me together, let's not waste everyone's time. Time is precious and shouldn't be squandered on fools like you." His words silenced not only the crowd but also Wan Peng, who had been acting like a maniac. Wan Peng scrutinized Lu Feiyu, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He couldn't comprehend where Lu Feiyu's confidence came from. He had investigated Lu Feiyu's background, neglected and overlooked since childhood, with only a C-grade talent and simply lucky enough to acquire an A-grade mutated beast. How could he be so brazen? Pondering this, Wan Peng couldn't fathom Lu Feiyu's confidence and assumed he was just mad. "Fine, this is what you asked for," Wan Peng declared, hastily agreeing, fearing Lu Feiyu might back out. Initially he had some doubts about whether a 3-person relay could defeat Lu Feiyu's beast, but now 3 against 1 inch, even with a minimal thought, it's impossible to lose. Lu Feiyu, don't act on impulse. Lin Wenwei stepped forward, attempting to stop Lu Feiyu's actions. Meanwhile, Wan Peng chimed in at the right moment, taunting, "Are you even a man?" Ignoring Wan Peng's clownish antics, Lu Feiyu gave Lin Wenwei a reassuring look, softly saying, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Despite the undeniable worry in her eyes, Lin Wenwei eventually released Lu Feiyu, advising him, "Be careful. And if things go south, concede." Lu Feiyu nodded, striding confidently towards the arena. "Concede? That's not an option." The previous battle with Wang Shueyo, under the enhancement of Lu Feiyu's SSS-level talent, the Eye of Ascension, and the stimulation of intense combat, led Boss Jean to break through once again under the nourishment of the 100-fold spiritual energy in the beast space. Now, it had reached the 6th tier of Black Iron, its power soaring once more, just a step away from the late Black Iron stage. In its current state, Boss Jean could crush the Ice and Snow Assassin without even resorting to its ultimate skill, let alone facing 3 beasts that weren't as formidable as the Ice and Snow Assassin. With its ultimate skill and control immunity, Boss Jean was never afraid of being outnumbered. These weak opponents were no match for it. Standing on the arena, watching the 3 opponents eagerly summon their beasts, a glint flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Information about the 3 beasts entered his mind instantly. 2 B-level beasts at the 3rd tier of Black Iron were hardly worth mentioning. Only Wan Peng's A-level beast warranted a bit of caution from Lu Feiyu, but just a bit. Species: Thunderbolt Fury. Attribute: Electric. Talent level: A realm. 3rd tier of Black Iron. Skills: Roaring Rage, excellent. Partial Elementalization, superior. Wrath of the Thunder God, rare. Evaluation: A hot temper favored by lightning. 3 beasts at the 3rd tier of Black Iron. For Boss Jean, who was already at the 6th tier, they were nothing more than appetizers. The only thing to be wary of was the beast talents of these individuals. After all, while not everyone in Class 1 had the super backgrounds of Wan Peng or Wang Shueyo, each of their families was far superior to Lu Feiyu's. The inherited beast-taming genes over generations meant that the talents of Class 1 students were significantly better than those of ordinary students. Perhaps each of these 3 was an A-level talent. As for S-level, within the whole school and even throughout Changnan City, only Wang Shueyo possessed an S-level talent. That's why she could lead Class 1 as the top contender, much to Wan Peng's annoyance, especially after she lost to an unknown underdog like Lu Feiyu. His frustration only grew. Moreover, he had his family's orders to fulfill. This match needed to be impactful, drawing all attention to the Wan family. With that thought, a sinister smile crept onto Wan Peng's lips, a malicious idea flashing through his mind. If my Wrath of the Thunder God's range is slightly larger, it's just an accident if it hits the beast tamer, right? The might of the heavenly thunder will surely strike that arrogant brat down on the spot. The body of a beast tamer isn't exactly robust. Even if Principal Wang intervened in time, the terrifying power of the raging thunder could scare the boy into humiliation in front of thousands. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Feiyu had already summoned his beast. A warm aura emanated from in front of him. Boss Jean, now at Black Iron Tier 6, seemed to radiate more heat than before. Standing there, it resembled a sun exuding boundless light and warmth. "Rip them apart, gold." Lu Feiyu began, but his words were abruptly cut off by a distant rumble. a terrifying presence brewed in the sky. At that moment Lu Feiyu felt his hair stand on end as if something had locked onto him. Looking up, he saw the once clear sky now filled with lightning roaring like an enraged dragon. In the instant he lifted his gaze, a blinding white light filled his vision. In the next moment a torrent of thunder descended, encompassing both Lu Feiyu and Boss Jean. Lu Feiyu instinctively stepped back, but the violet lightning seemed to have a mind of its own, adjusting its course to follow him. It was then that Lu Feiyu realized Wan Peng's target was not his beast but him. Such ruthlessness! A chill ran through Lu Feiyu as he directed a gaze full of unmasked killing intent at Wan Peng. Just then, the thunder was upon him, yet at the critical moment Boss Jean leapt into the air, positioning itself above Lu Feiyu. Its bulging muscles formed a protective hill while its soft fur served as a shield. The lightning, initially aimed at Lu Feiyu, was absorbed entirely by Boss Jin's body. The acrid smell of charred flesh permeated the air. The scene elicited gasps from everyone present. The referee hasn't even called for the start. How could Wan Peng attack? Exactly, and I clearly saw that the lightning was targeting the beast tamer, not the beast. Violation, serious violation. Get him out of here. The audience was incensed by Wan Peng's audacious and reckless behavior. If he dared attack Lu Feiyu in the arena, who was to say they wouldn't be next? Such a violent attack, if a mid-tier black iron beast takes it, it would be severely injured if not killed, unable to continue fighting. A noble loss. It's rare to see such a loyal beast, especially one that was only recently trained. Yeah, I'm really envious of Lu Feiyu. Not only is his beast strong, but it's also so loyal. After the anger subsided, there was a collective sigh of pity. No matter how much they supported Lu Feiyu, they couldn't believe his beast could still fight after such an assault. But then Lu Feiyu showed them how wrong they were, profoundly wrong. On the stage, Lu Feiyu's expression was darker than ever. He looked at Boss Jean, who had shielded him. Its once vibrant red-gold fur was now charred, and its skin was covered in visible scars. As soon as the wound appeared, it was instantly cauterized by the intense heat of the lightning, with clotted blood blocking the injury from within, greatly hindering the beast's movements. However, for Boss Jean, who possessed the ultimate skill, these were mere scratches, far from fatal. In fact, they only served to dramatically boost its combat prowess. Lu Feiyu could clearly sense that Boss Jin's physical strength had doubled in this state, reaching the intensity of late black iron tier. This battle, give it everything you've got, Lu Feiyu murmured, his gaze on Wan Peng as if he were already a dead man. Hearing this, Boss Jin's muscles swelled once more. As it pushed back, the hardened ground beneath its feet crumbled, leaving two deep indents. Its form shot across the arena like a crimson streak, closing in on the three opponents' beasts in an instant. Wan Peng, filled with shock and disbelief, couldn't fathom how a peer's beast could withstand such an attack and still bristle with energy, but he quickly snapped back, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted angrily, "What are you standing around for? Attack!" At his command, the other two, as if waking from a dream, unleashed their ultimate moves. Thick vines erupted from the ground, coiling into a sturdy cage to trap Boss Jean. A wall of water rose before the three beasts, aiming to block Boss Jin's fierce charge. Meanwhile, Thunderbolt Fury opened its gaping maw, emitting a piercing roar. The sound, akin to thunder, was so jarring that it momentarily dazed anyone who heard it. Yet, these attempts were laughably feeble against Boss Jean in its prime. As it advanced, a larger-than-usual scorching sun materialized overhead. The fiery orb floated, radiating fierce light and spontaneously igniting flames. In an instant, the intense sunlight and seething fire dispersed across the arena. The thick vines turned to ash the moment they touched the flames, offering no resistance whatsoever. The water wall that sought to block Boss Jean evaporated into steam the moment the sun rose, spreading in all directions. The scorching steam burned the three opposing beasts, causing blisters filled with tissue fluid to erupt like a rash over their bodies, only to be seared open by the flames. The excruciating pain, coupled with the spreading fire, manifested on the three beasts. Instantly, agonized howls of pain reverberated throughout the arena. Even the spectators shivered at the sound of such harrowing cries, their eyes wide as they craned their necks to peer at the arena, though all they could see was a haze of white steam and rampant flames. The sun Boss Jean summoned with its overwhelming might subdued the enemy's three beasts completely upon appearance. They writhed in agony on the scorching ground, desperately rolling to alleviate their suffering. This sight left Wan Peng and his companions utterly dumbfounded. Their prideful beasts, reduced to such a pitiful state, were shockingly fragile. They hadn't even had the chance to use their beast talents. Yet a far more terrifying sight unfolded. The crimson sun, hovering in mid-air, began to move rapidly. Light flickered, flames danced, and a wave of scorching heat swept forward, showing no signs of stopping. Not good. Wan Peng's pupils contracted at the sight, his once arrogant face was now filled with fear. In that moment he was no longer the untouchable scion of the Wan family but just an ordinary person at risk of being scorched alive. "Stop, I concede," he cried, the advancing crimson sun in the searing heat threatening to ignite his long hair. He could smell the acrid scent of his hair singeing from the intense heat. At that moment all of Wan Peng's arrogance vanished. He exaggeratedly raised his hands, pleading with his eyes for Lu Feiyu to spare him, dreading the possibility of a ruthless strike. But Lu Feiyu stood motionless, his expression indifferent, his eyes devoid of any concern for Wan Peng's fate. Seeing this, Wan Peng was on the verge of breaking down. The two students beside him fared no better, they had collapsed under the oppressive heat, dehydration rendering them unable to stand. Despite the scene before him, Lu Feiyu gave no order for Boss Jean to halt. Collaborators with the wicked, like those who aid tigers in their fierceness, were equally despicable and undeserving of pity. Boom! Suddenly, the crimson sun accelerated, a blood-red orb barreling straight for Wan Peng. Even the surrounding air trembled from the intense heat. Under such pressure, Wan Peng too could no longer remain standing. He fell to the ground, scrambling backward like a stray dog kicked to the curb. Just then, a bellow came from the sky. "How dare you harm a member of the Wan family?" A frigid wind, carrying an indescribable stench, howled down from above, its fierce pressure suffocating Lu Feiyu. The might of this force far exceeded his capacity to withstand, yet the discomfort lasted but a moment. The familiar cry of an eagle echoed nearby. The giant eagle swooped in, spreading its wings protectively over Lu Feiyu. Its wings folded, shielding Lu Feiyu and his beast from harm. Thud! A dull sound overhead was followed by a tidal wave of force that shook the entire arena. Only Lu Feiyu and Boss Jean, sheltered by the giant eagle, remained unharmed. Meanwhile, Principal Wang Jintian's voice rang out coldly from above. "Master Wan, why have you intruded upon Changnan No. 1 High School?" As he spoke, the giant eagle slowly unfurled its wings, allowing Lu Feiyu a glimpse of the scene above. There, a bald bird faced off against the white giant eagle. Around the bald bird were yellow tumor-like growths, and upon closer inspection Lu Feiyu realized they were filled with pus. No wonder they were yellow and emitted such a foul stench. A flicker of light flashed in his eyes, and the information of the featherless bird instantly appeared before him. Species: malignant tumor crow. Attribute: poison. Talent level: S realm, emerald tier 7. Skills: tumor burst, rare, voodoo domain, exceptional, forbidden. Healing dark poison, exceptional, crow of plague, exceptional. Evaluation: the crow's Ka heralds death, a flying beast at the late emerald stage. In the entirety of Changnan City, those capable of owning such a beast could be counted on one hand. Coupled with what Principal Wang had mentioned earlier, this man must be Wan Mingjie, the head of the Wan family, a late-stage emerald beast tamer, just a step away from ascending to the diamond level with a bit more time and opportunity. He stands among the top echelon of beast tamers in Changnan City, second only to the mayor. "What a trespass!" A man with a stubbled beard sneered from atop the malignant tumor crow. "If I hadn't come, my son's life would have been lost." Are these the kinds of students Changnan No. 1 High School is raising? Dare to harm their classmates with such malice? It seems this school is utterly rotten. Before Principal Wang could respond, the students in the audience were already murmuring in discontent, turning the tables. Shameless, right? It was Wan Peng who attacked first. Calling his parents because he lost. Is Wan Peng a kindergarten kid? Haha, of course. They kept their voices low, knowing well the notorious reputation of the Wan family in Changnan. They were cautious not to let their whispers reach the ears of the Wan family lest they suffer consequences later. Silence. Even though the students' discussions were quiet, their persistence grated on Wan Mingjie's nerves, prompting him to shout angrily. Empowered by his beast's strength, his voice boomed across the training ground, drowning out all other noise. Witnessing this, Principal Wang's displeasure deepened. This was his school, and he wouldn't let outsiders reign over it. "This is not your place to shout," Principal Wang said coldly. His voice was not loud, even gentle, yet it effortlessly overpowered Wan Mingjie's. Seeing this, Wan Mingjie furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wang Jintian with suspicion. "Have you broken through?" To his inquiry, Principal Wang merely snorted, not bothering with a reply. Instead, he looked down at the three fallen on the arena, expressionless, as he announced Wan Peng for initiating the attack in the arena match and deliberately targeting fellow students. "The offense is severe, and you are expelled." Xie Zhaolin and Lu Jinhao, knowing Wan Peng's wrongful acts yet failing to stop and even abetting him, will face disciplinary records. The entire audience was stunned upon hearing this. For a student, a disciplinary record was a grave matter enough to deter any reputable beast-taming university from accepting them. Expulsion, a punishment only a principal like Wang Zhentian could enforce, was the severest penalty, one that would haunt them for life. With Wan Peng's family background, talent and strength, entering the two prestigious universities in the capital wasn't out of reach, but now all hopes and dreams shattered like a mirage. It seemed that Wan Peng and even the entire Wan family had truly incited his wrath this time. Upon hearing the words, Wan Mingjie, standing atop the malevolent tumor poison crow, became even more sullen. He looked at Wang Zhentian's face, articulating each word. Very well. I hope you won't regret this. With that he ceased further entanglement. With a grand gesture, a fierce wind rose from nowhere, sweeping Wan Peng onto the back of the poison crow. A raspy screech sounded, and as the stench-filled wind passed, the poison crow vanished, leaving the Wan father and son to slink away in disgrace. After all, Wang Zhentian's current strength surpassed that of Wan Mingjie. As the saying goes, in the world of beast tamers, strength reigns supreme. With strength comes authority and the power to dictate terms. Today, Principal Wang demonstrated this truth with his actions, providing the entire school with a vivid lesson in societal realities. Emerald 9th tier, is it? Lu Feiyu mused on the stage, his eyes flickering with light. The majestic white eagle under Wang Zhentian was evidently a top-tier emerald beast. From this, it seemed that even if Wang Zhentian hadn't yet broken through to the diamond tier, he was likely not far off. His prowess was second only to the mayor of Changnan City. No wonder he exuded such confidence. Lu Feiyu murmured softly, filled with aspiration. He was confident that with the help of the mythical bloodline pool and his SSS grade beast talent, he too could soon become a diamond tier beast tamer, if not greater. Even feathers can soar to the skies. Seeing the Wan family patriarch depart, all the students stood taller, pleased. After all, having a principal who was both domineering and protective was indeed a boon. Wang Zhentian meanwhile descended slowly on his majestic eagle. Looking at Lu Feiyu, his stern face suddenly broke into a smile, and he announced loudly, Lu Feiyu first place in the school competition, facing 3 opponents without faltering. Reward, 200 spirit beast stones, 4 special resource exchange privileges. At these words, Lu Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The reason was simple. The reward was incredibly generous, nearly double that of previous years. Spirit beast stones, pure condensations of spiritual energy, could be directly absorbed by beasts, significantly enhancing training speed. Each stone was worth 1,000 huaxia currency. 200 stones, how much was that? Lu Feiyu quickly calculated, arriving at an astounding figure. 200,000 huaxia currency. Together, in this life and the one before, he had never seen such a sum. Moreover, with these spirit beast stones and his talent-boosting training speed, Boss Jean could rapidly advance its tier. However, what delighted Lu Feiyu even more were the 4 special exchange privileges. He had already discerned with the eye of advancement that the special materials needed for Boss Jin's next evolution were precisely 4 items, perfectly aligned. Lu Feiyu had been worried about how to acquire these 4 special resources. Now it was as if a pillow had been handed to him just as he began to feel sleepy. Boss Jin's promotion to an S-grade beast was now practically assured. The lavish reward didn't just astonish him, even other contestants and spectators couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This reward was indeed extraordinary. In the parents section, Zhang Fengxiao's eyes almost glowed green with greed upon hearing the announcement, already plotting how to extract resources from Lu Feiyu. Sensing the restlessness in the training ground, Principal Wang gestured for calm with his hands. Without any more actions, all noise and commotion ceased instantly. Clearing his throat, he continued, not just the first place, the rewards for the top 8 will also be doubled. Before anyone could fully process the shock of this announcement, he dropped another bombshell. The Changnan City Secret Realm Management Office, in support of the senior high students' beast taming development, will hold a secret realm exploration competition in 10 days. The top 8 students from our school will represent us. The top 5 participants in the competition will receive extremely generous rewards. Moreover, major universities will send representatives to observe the participants' performance, offering reduced admission scores or even direct admission. The entire audience was stunned once again. Even Lu Feiyu was taken aback by this revelation. In his previous life, having dropped out early, he had never heard of such a grand event. A secret realm. In this world of beast taming, secret realms are synonymous with danger and opportunity. While a misstep could lead explorers into inescapable peril, the resources within are equally abundant. Not only are Special resources plentiful, but with luck one might even find extraordinarily talented beast eggs. Many have struck it rich from a single secret realm exploration. Moreover, to ensure the renewability of secret realm resources, a secret realm often closes for several years after being opened for a period. Thus, opportunities to explore secret realms are incredibly costly, so costly that students like Lu Feiyu from less affluent backgrounds wouldn't dare to dream about them, yet now he was being offered a chance to enter free of charge. How could Lu Feiyu not be excited? Furthermore, Lu Feiyu believed that in 10 days he could nurture Boss Jean to the 9th tier of black iron or even to the bronze level. By then, exploring a secret realm would be as easy as reaching into his pocket. As Lu Feiyu indulged in these thoughts, Principal Wang wrapped up the tumultuous school competition with a few brief words. Then, glancing at Lu Feiyu, he quietly said, "Come with me." As he spoke, the divine eagle bowed its head, spreading its long wings low to create a comfortable path for Lu Feiyu. "The principal wants to see me?" Though puzzled, Lu Feiyu climbed onto the divine eagle's back, realizing that if someone of Principal Wang's stature had any ill intentions, he wouldn't stand a chance against it. Moreover, had Principal Wang harbored any bad intentions, he wouldn't have intervened against Wan Mingjie earlier. The moment Lu Feiyu steadied himself, the giant eagle soared into the sky, the fierce wind slicing against his face like knives. Sensing Lu Feiyu's discomfort, Principal Wang quickly commanded, "Activate the barrier." In an instant, the previously cutting wind was blocked by an invisible shield and the discomfort vanished. "My apologies, Xiaobai hasn't carried anyone else for quite some time." Principal Wang smiled, offering an apology to Lu Feiyu. He gazed at Lu Feiyu's handsome profile, a sigh escaping him as he recalled the boy's background and the hardships he had faced over the past 18 years. "You focus on your training, the school will help solve the other problems," he said gently. "Thank you, Principal," Lu Feiyu replied, sincerely sensing the goodwill emanating from Wang Jintian. As they spoke, the scenery around them shifted rapidly. The giant eagle's wings dipped, descending toward a nearby low mountain. Upon it stood a white villa. Could it be? Lu Feiyu's mind raced with an unbelievable thought, but before he could dwell on it, a key was tossed into his hand, followed by Principal Wang's warm voice. "Stay here until the college entrance exams. It's close to the school, safe and convenient. It's been vacant for a while, so there might be some dust. You'll need to clean up a bit. You don't mind, do you?" Such an opportunity, how could Lu Feiyu possibly mind? He shook his head vigorously. "I don't mind at all," he said, though he hesitated slightly and asked, "Isn't this too valuable, this house?" Before he could finish, Wang Jintian interrupted, "No one lives here anyway, so it's just sitting idle. Remember, when I Wang Jintian give something away, there's no taking it back, unless you want to be the exception to my rule." Hearing Wang Jintian's firm words, Lu Feiyu didn't refuse further. He simply etched this kindness deeply into his heart. "I won't help with the moving and cleaning, you'll manage," Wang Jintian added. "Oh, and have you thought about how to use your special resource privileges? Let me know and I'll arrange for the resources and spirit beast stones to be delivered." Lu Feiyu quickly listed the 4 resources needed for Boss Jin's evolution. Wang Jintian nodded and departed on his giant eagle. As the principal of the school and one of the city's top-tier fighters, he had countless responsibilities. Supporting talented young individuals was just one of many tasks. For Lu Feiyu, acquiring a villa out of the blue felt surreal. From being reborn, crammed into a small room at an inn, to staying temporarily at Chen Yuanshan's house, and now to living alone in a spacious home, it had all happened in less than 5 days. With these thoughts swirling, Lu Feiyu opened the door with the key. The iron gate creaked slightly, revealing a dry fountain and lush greenery. He walked through the yard and entered the house, inspecting its layout carefully. Every facility was complete, with no need to purchase anything else. Even the large furnishings were covered with dust covers, ready for immediate use, truly a move-in ready home. Although there was some dust and cobwebs in the corners, Lu Feiyu wasn't fussy. He summoned Boss Jean to help clean up. The house was indeed spacious. About half an hour later, Lu Feiyu and Boss Jean had tidied up both the house and the garden. The new expansive home delighted Boss Jean, who was naturally lively and energetic. The nimble creature darted from room to room, occasionally rubbing its dust-covered head against Lu Feiyu's waist, expressing its joy. "I should let the Chen Yuanshan family know," Lu Feiyu thought as he patted Boss Jin's furry head, unfazed by the dirt. After all, following a thorough cleaning spree, his own appearance wasn't much better. Lu Feiyu quickly showered and changed into clothes that had already been prepared in the wardrobe. Principal Wang had thoughtfully provided an entire wardrobe full of fresh clothes for him. Just as he was about to step out of the courtyard, a sound from outside caught his attention, a thud like a heavy object hitting the ground. Lu Feiyu immediately became alert. Could it be, the one family's retaliation had come so soon? In the next moment he heard voices outside. He recognized the voice. It was the teacher responsible for his physical education classes at Changnan No. 1 High School. Lu Feiyu, this is the reward for coming first in the school competition, the voice said. Followed by a series of knocks on the iron gate echoing through the courtyard. Despite the familiar voice, Lu Feiyu remained cautious. Peering through the peephole to confirm the teacher's face, he finally relaxed and opened the door. Before him was a pile of spirit beast stones stacked like a small mountain at the teacher's feet. Each stone was a perfect rhomboid, transparent and gleaming like crystal glass, exuding an enchanting glow. They were piled inside a large box, the abundant spiritual energy naturally dispersing, creating a comfortable atmosphere. The thud he had heard was the sound of the box being set down on the ground. Besides this large box, the teacher also held 4 small sandalwood boxes, presumably containing the special resources needed for Boss Jin's evolution. Lu Feiyu quickly took the small boxes from the teacher's hands, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, teacher." The teacher's sunlit smile spread across his tanned face as he replied, "Train well. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. Be safe living here alone." After bidding farewell to the teacher, Lu Feiyu temporarily set aside his plans to visit Chen Yuanshan's family. He was now eager to evolve Boss Jin, for Boss Jin, blessed with mythical bloodline evolution, was not bound to specific levels. As long as the resources were ample, it could evolve any time. Other beasts, no matter how talented, would have to wait until reaching bronze or even silver levels to commence their second evolution. This was the vast difference between them. Calling to Boss Jin, Lu Feiyu placed the box full of spirit beast stones on its back, carrying the 4 small boxes himself as he headed inside. Sensing its impending evolution, Boss Jin, despite carrying a heavy load, showed no reluctance. Instead, it trotted ahead, frequently glancing back at Lu Feiyu, tongue lolling out as if to tease, "Can you keep up, master? You're moving so slow." Feeling Boss Jin's eagerness, Lu Feiyu quickened his pace. Together, they swiftly entered the house. Lu Feiyu immediately opened the 4 small boxes in his hands. In an instant, Lu Feiyu felt both scorching heat and biting cold simultaneously. The sun crystal, a jagged crimson crystal with deep black specks reminiscent of sunspots. The earth vein fire, a blackish-brown clod with faint red veins etched on its charred surface, resembling the wild burning fires of the earth's veins. The 10,000-year snow lotus, a lotus from the far northern realms, brimming with potent ice, attributes spiritual energy and vitality. Lu Feiyu's gaze swept over these extraordinary rare resources. Finally, his eyes lingered on a simple withered tree trunk. At first glance, it seemed like any ordinary piece of dead wood, yet just by its presence a sense of tranquility washed over him. The searing heat and piercing cold appeared to retreat in its vicinity. The spirit calming wood, each of these treasures would start at no less than 200,000 Huashare currency on the market. Previously, Lu Feiyu would have had no idea how many years it would take to gather these 4 evolution materials, but now it had only taken him 4 days. "Go ahead, Boss Jin, show me your limits." Lu Feiyu carefully placed the 4 treasures before Boss Jin. He then retrieved 10 spirit beast stones from a box and gave them a firm tap. Instantly, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from the stones, elevating the room's spiritual energy concentration several times over. Alas, it still couldn't compare to the Beast Tamer's space. Lu Feiyu mused, if only his Beast Tamer's space could store real-world items, he would have brought the 4 special resources inside, allowing Boss Jin to evolve there. The evolution speed would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, only Beast Tamers at the gold tier could slightly connect their Beast Tamer's space with the real world, transforming it into a storage space. Not long now, Lu Feiyu thought confidently, the mere gold tier would be no obstacle for him. As Lu Feiyu reflected, Boss Jin, unable to wait any longer, opened its mouth wide and swallowed both the sun crystal and earth vein fire. Boom! All of a sudden, crimson flames erupted from its belly. The fiery waves surged like a sea, forcing Lu Feiyu to step back repeatedly. The light and fire energies contained within these 2 treasures were overwhelmingly vast, even for Boss Jin to handle. Its crimson fur curled rapidly under the flames, turning to charcoal and falling to the ground. The fire ravaged its fur and infiltrated its skin, ravaging Boss Jin's body bit by bit. A very human expression of pain crossed its face. At that moment, Boss Jin lunged forward, clasping the 10,000-year snow lotus in its mouth. The power of extreme ice exploded within its jaws, forcibly repelling the spreading crimson fire. Then, a gentle blue glow enveloped Boss Jin, gradually healing its damaged body. Its muscles, continuously burned and repaired, grew increasingly resilient and powerful. This process was incredibly painful and grueling. However, the spirit calming would maintain Boss Jin's mental stability, preventing it from succumbing to unconsciousness amidst the excruciating pain. About 3 minutes later, Boss Jin suddenly lifted its head, letting out a roar that echoed through the heavens. Roar! Instantly, the flames that had been swirling around it seemed to recognize their sovereign, ceasing their dance and settling respectfully around Boss Jin as if kneeling before an emperor. In the next moment, fur began to grow luxuriantly on Boss Jin's previously bare body. This time, the fiery hue faded, replaced by a brilliant, dazzling gold. It was like staring at the sun hanging in the sky, too radiant to behold directly. Moreover, Boss Jin's body expanded once more. From its original length of 3 meters, it now stretched to 5 meters. Its height reached Lu Feiyu's chest. This magnificent form resembled not a dog but a majestic lion ruling the savannah. So handsome, my Jin, truly by following a handsome master you've become handsome yourself. They say he who stays near vermilion gets stained red, Lu Feiyu genuinely praised as he admired Boss Jin's new form. Upon hearing Lu Feiyu's call, despite its now towering stature, Boss Jin came over like an obedient pup. Its massive head gently nudged Lu Feiyu's chest. The long growing mane even brushed against Lu Feiyu's chin, sending a tingling sensation through him. The child has grown up. Lu Feiyu sighed, then without hesitation activated his Eye of Ascension to absorb the detailed information of the newly evolved Boss Jin. In the next moment his smile froze and his pupils trembled as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. No way, you're just too overpowered, Boss Jin. After a moment, Lu Feiyu managed to control his facial expression, patting Boss Jin's head in awe. Species, Sunlit Divine Hound. Attribute, Light. Talent level, S Realm, Black Iron. Tier 9 skills, Endless Battle Will, Exceptional, Sunlight Ascension, Exceptional, Sunlight Blessing, Exceptional, Solar Flare Burst, Epic. Endless Battle Will. The beast can instantly enter a combat stance, doubling its physical strength and greatly enhancing its combat instincts. Sunlight Ascension. The beast can summon a solar orb hovering in the air. The light it emits inflicts penetrating damage on enemies, ignoring all defenses. Sunlight Blessing. Bathed in sunlight, the beast is immune to all control abilities, with its recovery capabilities greatly enhanced. Solar Flare Burst. The beast can detonate the summoned solar orb, causing a massive explosive damage area. After using this skill, the beast enters a weakened state for 1 hour. Evolution Path. Sunlit Divine Hound, S level, Sun Chasing Wolf King, SS level, Master of Sunlight, SSS level, Sun Devouring Deity, Mythical level. Note: only beasts with mythical bloodlines can break through to the mythical level. Materials needed for further evolution: Essence of the Blazing Sun, Spirit Light Cord, Gale Sai. 3 exceptional skills and 1 epic. This skill set is nearly the top configuration for an S-level beast. There's no need to compare with other beasts, just take the Malignant Tumor Crow under Wan Mingjie. It too is an S-level beast, but what about its skill configuration? A rare level skill and 3 excellent level skills, yet not even a hint of an epic level skill. Whether in terms of skill strength or future growth potential, they lag far behind Boss Jin. The only advantage the Tumor Poison Crow has is its higher tier. If they were at the same tier, even if Boss Jin were merely at Emerald Tier 1, it could easily outmatch the Emerald Tier 7 Tumor Poison Crow. That's the power of an epic skill, night and day difference. It's enough to allow a beast to battle beyond its current tier. Moreover, Boss Jin's 4 skills have once again formed a perfect synergy. The Endless Battle will enhance his physical attributes and combat instincts, granting Boss Jin nearly invincible melee capabilities against those of the same tier. It even removes the limitation of needing injuries to activate the Desperate Duel skill. It's a perfect augmenting skill. The skills Sun's Ascent and Sun's Blessing are improved versions of Boss Jin's 2 previous skills with marked enhancements in power and range. As for the last epic level skill, that was the true surprise: Solar Flare Burst, instant activation, massive area damage. The very thought of combining these terms made Lu Feiyu shudder at the potential devastation this skill could unleash. The enemy might not even have a chance to react before being reduced to ashes by the overwhelming power of the Solar Flare Burst. The skill's downside, in Lu Feiyu's view, was negligible. After all, if such a trump card were deployed and the enemy still survives, it would mean their strength far exceeds Lu Feiyu's. In such a scenario, whether Boss Jin was weakened or not would hardly affect the battle outcome. Meanwhile, Boss Jin's tier successfully reached Black Iron Tier 9, leaping 3 minor tiers in one go. Furthermore, Lu Feiyu could sense the energy within Boss Jin was extremely active, as if it could break through the barrier to bronze at any moment. Once it reaches the bronze tier, Lu Feiyu will gain another opportunity to contract a beast. His combat power would effectively double. With the beast's advancement, the beast tamer's body naturally received a significant boost. Lu Feiyu felt power coursing through his entire being. The slight fatigue from the earlier cleaning vanished in an instant. This is the superiority of the beast taming system. Even if the beast tamer does nothing, as long as the beast improves, the tamer improves too. For beast tamers, their beasts fight to the death, risking life and limb to evolve and advance tiers. The tamers, on the other hand, have the luxury of considering how best to watch their beast's progression. With Boss Jin's evolution a success, there was no reason for Lu Feiyu to linger at home. He recalled his beast to the beast taming space and set off with a spring in his step toward Chen Yuanshan's home. The villa on the low mountain wasn't exactly close to Chen Yuanshan's place. Even with Lu Feiyu's now extraordinary physical condition, he had no intention of walking the distance. He rented a shared e-bike and sped toward his destination, the wind whistling past him, filling the air with a sense of freedom. Entering the residential area, Lu Feiyu took the elevator up where a few high school girls in school uniforms were already present. The girls were engrossed in their phones, their expressions a mix of seriousness and anticipation as they watched the screen. Occasionally, they let out soft exclamations, oblivious to Lu Feiyu's presence as he entered the elevator. He pressed the button for the 11th floor, and as the elevator doors closed, the sensation of weightlessness briefly washed over him as it began its ascent. "Hey Wenwen, what's the name of that guy from Changnan number 1 high school? He's really handsome," one of the girls asked. "Scroll down the comments section should have it," Wenwen replied. "Found it, senior class 2 Lu Feiyu." At the mention of his own name, Lu Feiyu instinctively turned his head just as one of the girls lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes. For a moment their eyes locked. The girl's light brown pupils quaked as if struck by an earthquake. Her pale face suddenly flushed red and she instinctively covered her mouth to stifle an exclamation. Lu. Realizing something, she quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth, attracting the attention of her friends. "Wenwen, what's wrong?" they asked, looking up as well, only to meet Lu Feiyu's gaze, unable to avert their eyes in time. "Aw, it's you. Are you Lu Feiyu, from Changnan number 1 high school, senior class 2? In the cramped elevator, their excited voices overlapped, one bolder girl even raising her phone to show Lu Feiyu. Looking down, Lu Feiyu saw the phone screen displaying the final battle between him and the 3-1 Pang allies. The towering arena was engulfed in flames, resembling a mythical hell. Lu Feiyu stood tall like a spear, his expression cold as ice, looking down at the scrambling trio before him like an emperor surveying his realm. The camera angle from who knows where captured Lu Feiyu's icy gaze with crystal clarity. His indifferent eyes, sharp jawline, straight nose and thin lips combined with the devilish flames around him painted an excessively handsome picture. Witnessing this scene, a sense of embarrassment washed over Lu Feiyu, as if he'd been unexpectedly thrust into the spotlight. He knew the school recorded the annual competition from multiple angles for publicity, but he hadn't expected the video to spread so quickly. Just a few hours, and it had reached others. Facing the eager gazes of the girls, Lu Feiyu's voice was slightly hoarse as he asked, "Where did you get this video?" Seeing he didn't deny it, the girls grew even more excited, exclaiming, "Senior, don't you know? Your video made it to the trending searches on Changnan City's Weibo." They quickly scrolled back to the trending list, showing it to Lu Feiyu again. One glance and Lu Feiyu felt his vision darken. The top trending search read, "Changnan's top handsome genius emerges, 1 against 3, dominating victory." With photos, suppressing his embarrassment, he continued to look down. It wasn't just the top spot. 4 of the top 10 trending searches in Changnan City were related to him. "Never thought I'd become famous this way," Lu Feiyu thought to himself. Indeed, in that battle Lu Feiyu faced multiple opponents and crushed them with an invincible force. It perfectly fit the image of a young powerhouse in the beast-taming world, coupled with his excessively handsome looks, perhaps just a notch below the audience's esteemed selves. His combination of strength and charisma was undeniably captivating. No wonder he quickly shot to the top of trending searches once the video surfaced. Soon netizens almost uncovered every detail about Lu Feiyu, down to the color of his underwear that day. His family background and even the false accusations against him were thoroughly investigated by the resourceful online community. They even identified the true culprit, Lu Qianjun, and unearthed how he recorded the incident, the equipment used, and the method of dissemination. Chat logs spread like wildfire across the internet. As Lu Feiyu browsed these trending topics, he found himself both amused and exasperated, marveling at the formidable power of the internet where privacy seemed non-existent. He never anticipated that his grievance would be so thoroughly and oddly vindicated. With dozens of chat records and glaring evidence laid bare, could the Liu family still deny the truth? Could they still defame Liu Feiyu? Clearly not. Even if the Liu family had the audacity, the netizens wouldn't allow it. Ding! As Liu Feiyu mused, the elevator chimed softly, stopping not at the 12th floor but at the 8th, the destination of the young ladies. As they were about to leave their idol, the students looked at him with longing. Suddenly, they pulled out a black pen and handed it to Liu Feiyu, pleading, "Liu Feiyu, can you sign for us? With a genius like you signing, I'll definitely awaken a great beast-taming talent next year. A bit of luck rubbing, please." For such a small request, Liu Feiyu was happy to oblige. With a flourish, he signed his name on the back of the shirts of the three girls, waving them goodbye. The elevator resumed its slow ascent. Ding! This time it reached his floor. Liu Feiyu stepped out and headed to Chen Yuanshan's door, ready to knock, only to find it slightly ajar. He entered quietly. Just as he stepped inside, a voice so familiar it was irksome echoed from within. "Where is Liu Feiyu? Wah, where have you hidden him, you little brat? Think you've grown wings, huh?" It was Zhang Fengxia's voice. Liu Feiyu's brow furrowed tightly as he peered inside. Zhang Fengxia stood with her hands on her hips, yelling at Chen's mother like a shrew. Behind her was Liu Qianjun, head hanging in shame. From Liu Feiyu's angle, he could even see a fresh red handprint on the left side of Liu Qianjun's face. "I've already told you, little Chen isn't here, and I don't know where he is," Chen's mother replied calmly, her tone unhurried and composed. But Chen Yuanshan was not as patient. He was good-natured, but not a fool, and he certainly wouldn't tolerate another woman spitting venom at his mother. His eyes widened as he shouted, "Get out, get out, get out! How did you treat A Fei before? Now that he's doing a bit better, you're crawling back to him? Have some shame! Get lost!" Zhang Fengxia wasn't someone who could be easily dismissed with a few words. She glared back, retorting, "Of course, anyone associating with Liu Feiyu can't be any good. Disrespecting your elders, no upbringing. You, a child with a mother, how dare you compare yourself to Liu Feiyu, who doesn't even have a mother?" Before she could finish, a sudden force struck her waist, sending her flying backward. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Liu Feiyu retracted his foot from mid-air. It was him who had kicked her. Zhang Fengxia, not being a beast tamer, had the physique of an ordinary person. With Liu Feiyu's kick, she crumpled to the ground, clutching her waist and crying out in pain. Her face, full of fleshy folds, turned ghostly pale. Ignoring the eyes of the others, Liu Feiyu strode slowly towards Zhang Fengxia. He crouched down, grabbing a fistful of her dry straw-like hair, forcibly lifting her head. Her dim eyes were locked onto his, unable to avoid his gaze. "I told you before, if I hear you speak like that again, I'll slap you." Liu Feiyu's presence was terrifying, like a primordial beast, making it hard for anyone to meet his eyes directly. Under his intense stare, Zhang Fengxia momentarily forgot her pain, averting her gaze, unable to look at Liu Feiyu. However, as she turned her head, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the living room. The already quiet room fell into a silence so deep even breathing could be heard. A red handprint was clearly visible on Zhang Fengxia's left cheek, swelling visibly. "Mom!" Liu Qianjun, who had been lurking on the side, shouted in anger, ready to charge at Liu Feiyu. But in the next moment, Boss Jean stepped in. Its towering body stood in the living room, dividing the space into two separate areas. Its golden eyes locked onto Liu Qianjun, as if ready to tear him apart at any moment. At this moment, the powerful aura unique to an S-level beast was fully displayed, immobilizing Liu Qianjun with fear. After delivering the slap, Liu Feiyu released Zhang Fengxia, letting her drop to the floor. He stood up, looking down at her, commanding, "Get out, and don't let me see you again. If I do, it won't just be a slap next time." He then turned his gaze to Liu Qianjun. "The same goes for you, this time." Liu Feiyu had made up his mind. Zhang Fengxia and Liu Qianjun were like dogs, words alone wouldn't get through to them, only a couple of slaps and kicks would teach these dogs a lesson. So this time he acted without hesitation. Seeing Liu Feiyu's unabashed stance, any thoughts Zhang Fengxia had of extracting resources vanished. Initially she had planned to bring Lu Guanzhong along to play the emotional card and squeeze out the rewards Liu Feiyu had just received. But now all those schemes had crumbled. "Can't we at least split it evenly?" Zhang Fengxia thought herself merciful, suggesting that Liu Feiyu should clarify the rumors online and restore Liu Qianjun's reputation. After all, her son couldn't bear such a tarnish. She felt generous for leaving half to Liu Feiyu and making such a small request. In the past, she would have taken at least 90%. Yet to her surprise, Lu Guanzhong's usual compliance was nowhere to be seen. Instead he had slapped Lu Qianjun hard. Left with no choice, Zheng Fengxia dragged her son to squeeze resources from the Chen family, but before she could even speak she was kicked and then slapped herself. Now every part of her body ached as if it were falling apart. She only regretted not having more legs to run away faster. Lu Qianjun followed behind her, his face ashen, leaving without a word. When Lu Feiyu left the villa, he had already informed Chen Yuanshan and his mother of his impending move. But he never expected the Chun household to be thrown into chaos before he could even say goodbye. Looking at the mess in the living room, Lu Feiyu felt deeply guilty. After all, this was Chen Yuanshan's home. They had kindly taken him in for 3 days, providing food and shelter. Chen's mother even took him to a nearby mall to buy clothes, noticing he had none to change into. Such kindness and care, something Lu Feiyu hadn't experienced in 18 years, made him feel the warmth of motherly love for the first time. Yet now, before he could repay their kindness, his issues had brought disorder to their home. How could he not feel guilty? "I'm sorry, Auntie." Lu Feiyu murmured, his head bowed, toe scuffing the floor as he struggled to find words. Sensing his owner's downcast mood, Boss Jean nudged Lu Feiyu's back gently with its fluffy head. The warmth spread from Lu Feiyu's back to his entire body. Out with the old, in with the new, Xiao Fei. "Why not stay for dinner tonight?" Chen's mother approached with a kind smile, her voice gentle. Her gaze held only affection, devoid of any negativity. She had only heard from her son about Lu Feiyu's family situation, but Chen's mother never imagined his stepmother could be so difficult. Such a stepmother, how would she treat someone else's child? Without needing to think, she could sense the pain and hardship Lu Feiyu had endured in his 18 years. Thus, she felt no blame, only pity for him. Her son Xin Yuanshan came over as well, saying heartily, "Fei, what are you apologizing for? It's not your fault. That old woman, bah, you're someone with a bright future, no need to stoop to her level." Hearing their comforting words, Lu Feiyu's mood lifted slightly. Lu Feiyu noticed the warm smiles on Chen Yuanshan and his mother's faces as he reached into his pocket. In an instant, the glowing light from the spirit beast stones illuminated the entire living room. Lu Feiyu had originally intended to use these stones to thank the Chen family for their care over the past few days. Although Zheng Fengxia's interruption had momentarily distracted him, it wasn't too late to express his gratitude now. "Auntie, it's just a small token of my appreciation," Lu Feiyu said, handing over 5 spirit beast stones to Chen's mother. These are too valuable, Xiao Fei, you should keep them for yourself," Chen's mother exclaimed, waving her hands in refusal. Although she wasn't a beast tamer, she knew how precious these small stones were. The 5 stones in Lu Feiyu's hand were worth tens of thousands of huaxia currency, equivalent to more than half of her husband's monthly income. With that amount, they could redecorate the entire living room, not just tidy it up a bit. Seeing Chen's mother's reaction, Lu Feiyu wasn't surprised. He had his explanation ready. "Auntie, these were all part of the school's rewards. I have plenty more. Besides, Chen Yuanshan could use them for his training, especially with the college entrance exams nearing. Your care for me is worth far more than these stones." With these words, Lu Feiyu gently but firmly placed the spirit beast stones into Chen's mother's hands. While they were indeed valuable for Lu Feiyu, they weren't of much use. Unlike others whose beast spaces were barren and desolate, offering no benefits, his was lush with spiritual energy. The presence or absence of spirit beast stones made little difference to him, so gifting these stones was an easy decision. "Oh, you dear child," Chen's mother said, feeling the weight of gratitude in the seemingly light stones. Seeing Lu Feiyu's genuine smile, she decided not to refuse any longer, only adding, "You must stay for dinner tonight." After a hearty dinner, Lu Feiyu left with a satisfied belly, riding off on a shared bicycle. 9 days later, within his beast space, Lu Feiyu couldn't hide his grin as he looked at the increasingly robust Boss Jean. After 9 days, just before the secret realm exploration, Boss Jean had successfully advanced to the bronze rank. Advancing a whole rank in 9 days would be considered miraculous anywhere, even in a place like the capital known for its prodigies. Yet, with the combined support of his SSS-level beast taming talent and hundredfold spiritual energy, Boss Jean had achieved it. Reaching the bronze rank meant that both its physical attributes and the energy it contained had been significantly enhanced. Now Boss Jean stood as tall as Lu Feiyu's brow, its golden eyes meeting his gaze. Its body stretched 10 meters in length, resembling an ancient beast, radiating an overwhelming aura. Most importantly, after Boss Jin's successful advancement, Lu Feiyu felt as if he heard the sound of a shackle breaking in his mind. He could clearly sense that he was now ready to contract a second beast. The time had come. With a thought, Lu Feiyu withdrew his consciousness from the beast taming space. He glanced at the pile of spirit beast stones in the corner of the room, 185 stones in total equating to 370,000 Hua share currency. That was enough to purchase a decent B-level beast egg. After all, these stones were of no use to him, better to convert them into funds to buy a beast egg, contract a second beast, and boost his immediate combat power for the upcoming secret realm exploration the next day. Without delay, Lu Feiyu, never one to procrastinate, hefted the box and left the villa. Carrying such valuable goods, he splurged a bit on a taxi. His destination, the Wanbao Pavilion in Changnan City. It was the most comprehensive place for beast taming resources in the city, and an ideal spot to purchase beast eggs. As he stood before the grand entrance of Wanbao Pavilion for the second time, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but reflect. The last time he was here he didn't even have 10,000 to his name. Yet, in just a few days he returned with nearly 400,000. "Good day, sir, how may I assist you?" came a polite inquiry the moment Lu Feiyu stepped through the door. The guide showed no impatience or disdain despite his youthful appearance. Her smile was impeccable, her manners flawless. "Please help me exchange these for cash," Lu Feiyu said, placing the box on the nearest table and opening it. The neatly arranged spirit beast stones caught the guide's eye and her smile widened. "Right this way, please, it will just take a moment." She led him to a VIP room, served him a cup of hot tea, and then quickly left with the box. Moments later, the sound of high heels approached once more. "Sir, you have a total of 185 spirit beast stones. Based on the current market price of 2,000 each, that totals 370000 Hua share currency. If you make a purchase from our pavilion today, you'll receive a 10% discount," the guide Xiaoyu announced crisply. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Feiyu's eyes. He hadn't expected the Wanbao Pavilion to offer such a discount. Saving money was always a good thing, and he had no reason to refuse. "Take me to see the beast eggs," he immediately replied. "Certainly, please follow me," Xiaoyu responded, a hint of joy in her eyes. This was a win-win situation. Lu Feiyu would make a profit and so would she. It was a perfect scenario. "Sir, here we have our collection of B-level beast eggs for your inspection," Xiaoyu said, gesturing gracefully before stepping aside to give Lu Feiyu space to observe and choose. Lu Feiyu gazed at the shelves lined with eggs of various colors, each shimmering with a peculiar glow. Without exception, they all exuded vibrant life. A flash of white light crossed his eyes. In an instant, information about each beast egg rapidly appeared before him. The Eye of Ascension, as an SSS-level beast taming talent, could naturally reveal more than just the details of mature beasts. It laid bare the secrets within beast eggs as well. Species: black iron tortoise. Attribute: metal. Talent level: B skills: iron spike shell, proficient; strong taunt, proficient; species: swaying clover. Attribute: wood. Talent level: B skills: breath of swaying, proficient; healing arts, proficient. As Lu Feiyu's gaze swept over the array of B-level beast eggs, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Having experienced the sheer power and dominance of Boss Gene, these ordinary beast eggs failed to catch his eye. Even those with excellent level skills paled in comparison to Boss Gene. But as for better A-level beast eggs, not only could he not afford them, but the shelves were completely devoid of such rarities. They were just too scarce and hard to come by. Never mind, Lu Feiyu thought to himself. With the enhancement from the mythical bloodline pool, they'll all be the same. Even the most ordinary beast, when strengthened by the pool, would experience qualitative leaps in both skill strength and developmental potential. Yet, despite this rationalization, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but hold on to a sliver of hope. He turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "Do you have any cheaper A-level beast eggs?" It was a casual inquiry. After all, A-level beast eggs were rare, and even with 100,000 in his pocket there was no guarantee he could find one, let alone with his mere 37,000. He had thought that was quite a sum, but now it seemed insufficient for anything substantial. The status of a beast tamer was high, but the cost of enhancing one's power was equally steep. To his surprise, Xiaoyu nodded in response. She approached with a charming smile, saying, "Sir, we do have a beast egg that is genuinely A-level, as confirmed by experts. However, its life force is extremely weak, making the chances of hatching very low. Therefore, it's priced affordably at only 35,000 Hua share currency." Hearing this, Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up. He immediately said, "Bring it over, let me take a look." No defect in a beast egg could escape his Eye of Ascension. Sensing Lu Feiyu's excitement, Xiaoyu smiled slightly and turned to fetch a small jade box. Although she said nothing, she was certain in her heart Lu Feiyu wouldn't spend all his money on such a hopeless beast egg. It was too risky and impractical. Nevertheless, the excellent training and strict protocols of Wanbao Pavilion ensured she maintained her pleasant demeanor as she opened the jade box. The beast egg inside came into Lu Feiyu's view. The moment he saw it, he immediately said, "All right, no need to look further." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu thought to herself, just as expected, and prepared to return the jade box to its place. But just as she turned, Lu Feiyu's excited voice rang out again, "This is the one. Wrap it up for me." In an instant, Xiaoyu's movement froze. The sudden shift almost strained her back. She looked at Lu Feiyu's confident expression in disbelief, saying, "Sir, you must be certain about this beast egg." As she spoke, she glanced down at the jade box in her hands. Through the box, she could clearly see that the beast egg inside was shrouded in a lifeless blackness. There wasn't a trace of vitality to be felt. It had no chance of hatching. If it hadn't been authenticated by authoritative experts, Wanbao Pavilion would have discarded this beast egg as garbage long ago. Xiaoyu never expected that this particular beast egg would ever be sold under her watch. "Don't think about it, just this one," Lu Feiyu interrupted Xiaoyu before she could speak any further, adding, "I'll assume all the risks myself." Hearing this, Xiaoyu, as a professional guide, said no more. She suppressed her surprise and turned to pack the item. Her professionalism showed as she took less than half a minute to wrap the jade box along with complimentary gifts and hand them to Lu Feiyu with a warm smile. "Sir, here you go. The receipt and items are in the bag. We've included a complimentary box of vitality liquid. Have a wonderful day." Your total purchase comes to 315,000 Huaxia currency, leaving you with a balance of 65,000. Would you like to continue shopping? Lu Feiyu shook his head, repeatedly clutching the bag tightly. The information he had just seen made his blood boil with excitement, eager to return home and contract the beast. This was the bloodline of a true dragon. "Very well, have a pleasant day. We look forward to your next visit." With Lu Feiyu's response, Xiaoyu promptly handed him the prepared balance card with both hands. This was a unique feature of Wanbao Pavilion. Within the borders of Huaxia, their balance card functioned like a bank card from any bank, offering high flexibility. Moreover, cardholders received a 10% discount on future purchases at Wanbao Pavilion, which could be stacked with other discounts. Thus, most customers preferred using the balance card for their purchases at Wanbao Pavilion. Lu Feiyu accepted the card, casually slipping it into his pocket, and hurriedly left with the bag in hand. "Xiaoyu, you're so lucky, you managed to sell that thing. The commission on it is huge." As soon as Lu Feiyu exited, several idle guides at Wanbao Pavilion gathered around Xiaoyu, looking at her with envy. That beast egg labeled as an A grade was essentially a dud. The commission was a whopping 50%. Xiaoyu earned a whopping 150,000 from that single transaction, almost equivalent to a year's salary. "I wonder which rich family that young man is from, dressed so plainly yet spending so boldly," another guide commented. She had been the first to see Lu Feiyu enter, but seeing his attire, which totaled no more than 300 currency, she didn't bother to greet him. Now, thinking of the commission Xiaoyu would receive, she felt a pang of regret, her heart aching with envy. Hearing these comments, Xiaoyu simply smiled faintly, saying nothing. She looked in the direction Lu Feiyu had left, sharing the same curiosity. This wasn't the first time she'd seen this young man. She had attended to Lu Feiyu the first time he purchased a beast egg. Back then his face was as pale as paper, his eyes filled with the fear of a young beast clutching 8,000 tightly to buy a beast egg. Xiaoyu still vividly remembered the previous encounter, so when Lu Feiyu appeared at Wanbao Pavilion once more, she recognized him immediately. She also realized that the handsome student who had recently taken the internet by storm was none other than Lu Feiyu. What she hadn't expected was that the same Lu Feiyu, who seemed to struggle with spending even 8,000 yuan back then, could now casually drop over 30,000 on what was deemed a useless item. He doesn't seem like the kind of kid who wastes money recklessly, Xiaoyu murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu had already made his way back to the villa on the low hill, holding the jade box with an expression of sheer delight. The information about the beast egg from Wanbao Pavilion replayed in his mind: species, rainbow serpent, attribute, poison, talent level, skills, deadly venom, excellent, colorful scales, rare, transformation into flood dragon, rare. Note: this beast contains a trace of true dragon bloodline. Note: hatching this beast requires a large amount of high-grade beast blood. If the quantity is insufficient or the quality too low, the hatching will fail with absolute certainty. Evaluation: the true dragon bloodline is both a treasure and a curse. True dragon bloodline. Lu Feiyu's emotions surged. In the world of beast taming, any beast associated with dragons was a powerhouse, dominant in its rank. Even a flood dragon possessed formidable combat strength. Typically, beast eggs with dragon bloodlines were at least S-level. Yet the egg in Lu Feiyu's possession contained a trace of true dragon bloodline. This powerful bloodline had suppressed the egg's life force to the point of near dormancy, leading experts to mistakenly deem it worthless. Experts' opinions are worthless, Lu Feiyu thought with glee. Both beast eggs and beasts could be stored within a tamer's beast space. Gripping the dark beast egg tightly, Lu Feiyu focused his mind and entered his beast space. Without hesitation, he ignored Boss Jean, who had eagerly approached and headed straight for the mythical bloodline pool. What blood could be stronger than a mythical bloodline? He murmured, tossing the beast egg into the pool. Plop! A gentle ripple spread across the once calm surface, creating concentric circles of light before everything returned to stillness. Having witnessed Boss Jin's transformation, Lu Feiyu remained calm. He sat atop Boss Jin's lowered back, waiting quietly. 10 minutes passed, nothing happened. Lu Feiyu remained unfazed. 20 minutes elapsed, still nothing. He stayed calm. 30 minutes went by, still no change. Lu Feiyu stood peering into the pool's depths, but saw nothing. The surface was unruffled. An hour later, Lu Feiyu felt his mental projection begin to sweat. Had the beast egg, for which he had spent over 30,000, simply vanished with a mere splash? A hint of anxiety crept in, though he wouldn't admit it. Just then Boss Jean, who had been silently observing, let out a long howl. "Whoa, what are you fussing about?" Lu Feiyu turned his head. Just as he did, a thunderous sound erupted behind him. Boom! He spun around sharply. A gigantic flood dragon soared into the sky, its dark scales perfectly aligned like precious gems, casting a mysterious black glow under the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, a faint black mist seemed to seep from within the scales, ethereal like the call of death itself. Atop the dragon's head were two bulging lumps, as if at any moment fearsome horns might emerge. The moment Lu Feiyu laid eyes on this massive creature, detailed information flooded his vision. Species: sky invading hidden Jiao attribute, poison talent level, S realm, black iron tier 6 skills. Jiao dragon's body, excellent passive skill. Increases physical attributes by 3 times, allows the beast to control its body size at will. Jiao poison, excellent passive skill. The beast's body carries deadly Jiao poison, which can poison enemies during attacks, causing negative effects such as paralysis, dizziness, bleeding, and weakness. Dragon's fury, excellent true dragon's wrath, intimidating all. The beast can exert pressure, intimidating enemies and causing forced control. The duration of control depends on the relative strength of the enemies. In this state, enemy defenses are weakened. Transformation to dragon, epic forces the activation of true dragon bloodline, temporarily transforming into a true dragon. In this state, physical attributes are increased 5-fold, enhancing other abilities. Note: after forced transformation, the beast will be weakened for 6 hours. Evolution path: Devourer Demon Dragon, SS level. 5 elements: Dragon King, SSS level. Immortal Dragon Ancestor, mythical level. Note: only beasts with mythical bloodline can break through to the mythical level. First evolution materials required: high quality poison attribute, fierce beast core, essence of 5 poisons, true dragon blood. Evaluation: just a step away from transforming into a dragon. This panel is extraordinarily powerful. Lu Feiyu's eyes were filled with delight as he gazed at the dark figure in the sky. Truly worthy of the true dragon bloodline. These 4 skills were each more extraordinary than the last. Though similar in having 3 excellent and 1 epic skill configuration like Boss Jean, their focus was entirely different. If Boss Jean was a versatile warrior with no weaknesses, combining attack, defense, and healing, then Lu Feiyu's newly acquired beast was a pure attack monster. All 4 skills were born for slaughter, a natural-born killer. The first skill, Jiao Dragon's Body, was simple and brutally effective. It tripled the beast's physical attributes without any prerequisites, meaning even in its normal state, its physical strength could crush other beasts of the same level. The second skill combined damage and control, inflicting a series of negative effects upon enemies when wounded. The long list of negative effects in the skill description even made Lu Feiyu feel a twinge of fear for his future enemies. The third skill served both as a control and armor-breaking ability, and it was an area skill. Under the dragon's fury, enemies within 10 meters would instantly fall into a state of intimidation, unable to move, unable to fight back. They could only watch as Lu Feiyu's beast drained their lives away. As for the fourth skill, the epic level ability could astonishingly allow the beast, originally a flood dragon, to temporarily transform into a true dragon. Its physical attributes would soar from 3 times the original to 5 times. Such an enhancement meant that not only opponents of the same rank but even those a rank higher in terms of sheer physical strength might not match Lu Feiyu's beast. Moreover, this transformation didn't just bolster the Flood Dragon's body but also amplified all of its inherent abilities. The effect was truly terrifying. Of course, such an extraordinary effect came with significant drawbacks. A full 6-hour period of weakness followed. Compared to Boss Jin's half-hour, it was an entire 12 times longer. "Come here," Lu Feiyu called out to the Flood Dragon still gliding across the sky. Upon hearing its master's call, the once imposing and fierce Flood Dragon immediately descended. As it plummeted, the whistling wind roared around them and a massive shadow fell over everything. "I'll call you Black Scale," Lu Feiyu decided, naming it upon seeing its ink-black scales. At these words, the Flood Dragon let out a long, pleased hiss, gently nudging Lu Feiyu's forehead with its large head to show its delight. For the dragon, a name was inconsequential, what mattered was its master's preference. Suddenly Boss Jin burst out from behind Lu Feiyu, barking enthusiastically at Black Scale. Its tail wagged rapidly, seemingly welcoming the new companion. However, Black Scale merely turned its head away, not even glancing at the greeting. Quite aloof indeed. But then again, dragons are inherently proud and might look down upon other beasts. Seeing this, Boss Jin was furious. It thought, "Hey, I'm the senior here, how could you not show any respect?" Boss Jin's golden eyes filled with indignation as it looked at Lu Feiyu, expressing its displeasure. Lu Feiyu chuckled at the sight. He reached out, gently turning Black Scale's head back, saying, "You two need to get along." Hearing its master's command, Black Scale reluctantly extended its long tail, waving it in front of Boss Jin as a response to its greeting. Lu Feiyu spent some time in the beast space playing with his two beasts to strengthen their bond. With his intentional guidance, the relationship between Boss Jin and Black Scale gradually improved. After all, a beast tamer's duty was not just to fight but also to maintain harmony among their beasts. The next day, Lu Feiyu rose early. After breakfast, he headed to school. Today marked 10 days since the school's grand competition and was the day for exploring the secret realm. Lu Feiyu had been eagerly anticipating this day. After all, he had nearly exhausted all the resources he gained from the competition, converting them entirely into combat power. Now, he desperately needed new resources to enhance himself. It was crucial to note that to evolve both his beasts to SS level, the 6 treasures required were outrageously expensive. Even the cheapest among them had a market value exceeding 50,000 Huaxia currency. The cost was simply astronomical. Moreover, 2 of the treasures are extremely rare, the kind you could only hope to chance upon as they haven't been seen on the market for years. The only opportunity to acquire such resources lies within the secret realm. Arriving at the designated spot, a bus was already waiting in the area. As Lu Feiyu boarded, he discovered that the other 7 participants had already arrived. It seemed everyone was quite eager. With a slight sigh, Lu Feiyu found his seat and settled in. Once all the participants were present, the bus swiftly set off, with the scenery outside rapidly retreating into the distance. About an hour later, the bus gently came to a stop in Changnan City. All the secret realms are located outside the city limits. In fact, this is true worldwide. All secret realms are found beyond the confines of cities. After all, while these realms are relatively stable, there have been instances of them going out of control. The secret realm chosen for this occasion was of the lowest level. Standing on a platform, the event organizer announced in a clear voice that the realm was divided into silver, bronze, and iron zones. For this exploration, all students would be assigned to the iron zone. However, since this realm hadn't been opened in a decade, the zone divisions might not be entirely accurate. Yet, the organizer assured everyone that they had prepared return bracelets. If they encountered danger, they could simply tear off the bracelet and be instantly transported out of the realm. As the organizer spoke, staff members distributed the bracelets to each student. Lu Feiyu placed his bracelet on his left wrist, watching as a mysterious spatial fluctuation flashed across it. After the essential information was conveyed, a series of speeches by various leaders followed. Not all leaders in Changnan City were as efficient as Wang Zhentian. Lu Feiyu, who had arrived half an hour earlier, was forced to stand and listen to these speeches for quite some time. "Really, how much can you talk?" he silently complained, eyeing the bald leader on stage, who continued his verbose address, seemingly oblivious to the students' growing impatience. Sensing the discontent from below, the leader coughed and promised just 2 more points. Only 2, yet this extended for another half hour. Fortunately, it eventually concluded. As a white glowing circle flickered before him, Lu Feiyu didn't hesitate to step forward and enter. Instantly his surroundings spun wildly and a wave of nausea surged from his gut to his throat. He forced himself to suppress the discomfort, raised his head to survey his surroundings, and quickly summoned Boss Jean and Black Scale. Before him lay an endless desert filled with fine soft yellow sand. In the sky hung a fiery red sun, radiating intense heat. After only a short time inside, Lu Feiyu felt sweat evaporating from his body, his clothes becoming damp. The fiery desert, not bad luck, he mused, glancing around and matching his location with the map previously provided by the staff. This secret realm was composed of the fiery desert, withered wilderness, and humid rainforest. The fiery desert and humid rainforest flanked the realm, with the withered wilderness sandwiched in the middle, noted as the most perilous area where even silver-level beasts roamed. Such beasts were practically synonymous with death for the students. Once encountered, they might not even have time to activate their special wristbands to escape. In the red flame desert where Lu Feiyu currently stood, most of the beasts were of the black iron rank, with only a rare few boasting silver realm strength. It was considered a paradise for novice trials. Additionally, with the special wristbands distributed by the staff, as long as they stayed cautious, the top students from various high schools in Changnan would face minimal life-threatening danger. As Lu Feiyu surveyed the endless desert, the knowledge about this secret realm flashed through his mind. Just then, the fine sand beneath him began to stir slightly. His eyes narrowed as he looked down. In an instant, yellow sand erupted, shooting towards him like bullets. Amidst the flying sand, a sharp tail stinger sliced through the air, bringing with it a foul wind. The beast was true to its nature, striking with lethal intent right from the start. Yet faced with this fierce attack, Lu Feiyu didn't even blink, standing calmly in place. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from Lu Feiyu's shoulder. Suddenly, a strand of black thread, originally as thin as a hair, expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it grew from a diameter of less than half a centimeter to a towering flood dragon nearly 20 meters long. It was Black Scale. Black Scale let out a massive roar, its jaws wide open, sending a tangible shockwave alongside its roar towards the desert giant scorpion, the dragon's fury. The roar, akin to that of an enraged true dragon, stunned the attacking desert giant scorpion into a daze. Taking advantage of its opponent's momentary stupor, Boss Jin's figure darted like lightning. With a single strike of its gleaming claws, it severed the raised tail of the giant scorpion. Instantly, dark green blood spilled onto the ground, vanishing into the endless desert. But that wasn't nearly enough. Boss Jin's form flashed again, its wolf claws slicing through the air multiple times, leaving after images. Asterisk clang clang clang. Asterisk the desert giant scorpion's proud hardened armor crumbled like brittle paper under Boss Jin's claws. In less than a second, a top-tier black iron-level beast lay dead on the spot. This beast, capable of slaughtering all participating students, didn't last even a second against Lu Feiyu, a pure display of overwhelming power. Such strength rendered him nearly invincible among high school seniors. Not a bad haul, Lu Feiyu nodded, stepping forward to place the severed scorpion tail into his backpack. This was a valuable item. Treasures from such top-tier black iron beasts could easily fetch tens of thousands of Huaxia currency. Just entering the secret realm and he'd already earned a tidy sum. Lu Feiyu was in high spirits. Shrink a bit, don't scare everyone off, he murmured, glancing back at Black Scale, which loomed like a dark cloud. At his words, Black Scale obediently shrank back into a thin line, curling up on Lu Feiyu's shoulder once more. Let's go, my treasures, Lu Feiyu called out, leading Boss Jean deeper into the desert. Having made it to the secret realm, he wasn't satisfied with just hunting some black iron beasts. For Lu Feiyu, who had 2S-level beasts, even beasts with top-tier bronze strength might not pose an insurmountable challenge. Thus began Lu Feiyu's personal journey of conquest. An hour later, Lu Feiyu's backpack was bulging with treasures. Inside not only were there various beast treasures, but also a variety of special resources unique to the desert environment. During this exploration of the secret realm, Lu Feiyu discovered that his Eye of Ascension also had an impressive treasure-seeking ability. Any special resource, no matter how well hidden, would be outlined in a shimmering blue hue as long as it was within his field of vision. Thanks to this ability, Lu Feiyu had been reaping rewards throughout his journey. The special resources alone in his backpack had a market value of no less than 100,000 Huaxia currency. Adding the beast treasures, Lu Feiyu had already amassed 200,000 Huaxia currency in just 1 hour. At this rate, he could gather enough money to evolve both of his beasts to SS level in less than 2 days. What a thrill! Lu Feiyu thought to himself, quickening his pace. Suddenly he paused, his ears twitching slightly. He heard the sound of a battle. Initially Lu Feiyu didn't want to get involved. Although the secret realm was free for high school seniors, the chance to explore it was open to the entire society. A slot cost 100,000 Huaxia currency. Therefore, those fighting nearby could be from anywhere, a mix of good and bad people. Lu Feiyu didn't want to stir up trouble, he just wanted to continue his quiet quest for wealth, so he chose to steer clear. But as fate would have it, the sounds of the fight grew clearer as if headed straight for him. Now he could see not far ahead 3 burly men leading 3 distinct beasts, besieging a giant desert python. The python's sandy yellow scales were shattered, revealing the tender flesh beneath. Its crimson blood soaked the sand below, the pungent smell of iron tainting the dry air, making it unbearable. Yet despite its grave injuries, the python still had enough strength to fight back. With a swing of its long tail, it sent the attacking beasts flying. Then it moved swiftly, charging directly at Lu Feiyu. This was clearly a bronze-level beast. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu sensed something was off. He stepped back slightly, a mysterious light flashing in his eyes, capturing the information of the python and the 3 beasts behind it. After analyzing the beasts, Lu Feiyu suddenly understood everything. Species, Thunderous Wrath attribute, Electric talent level, a realm, Black Iron stage 4 skills, Wrathful Howl, excellent, Local elementalization, outstanding, Thunder's Fury, rare, evaluation, a short-tempered beast favored by lightning. Lu Feiyu couldn't forget this beast, it was none other than Wan Peng's beast. At this moment the purple currents around Thunderous Wrath had vanished and the beast appeared earth-toned, resembling a ground-type rather than an electric-type beast. Furthermore, Lu Feiyu didn't recognize the faces of the 3 beast masters. However, Lu Feiyu was well aware that this sense of unfamiliarity stemmed from another illusion-type beast. Species, Shadow of 1,000 faces attribute, Illusion talent level, B realm, Bronze level 5 skills, 1,000 faces, proficient, Conceal aura, proficient, Illusion control, excellent, Evaluation, Master of disguise. The Wan family was indeed ruthless, Lu Feiyu thought to himself. The 2 beast tamers accompanying Wan Peng had reached the bronze realm. Between them they commanded at least 4 bronze-ranked beasts. Furthermore, Lu Feiyu discovered that the giant python that had previously been besieged by the trio was in fact an illusion created by one of their beasts. For the Wan family to mobilize such forces against a student like him was, well, it was an honor in a way. Having anticipated everything in advance, Lu Feiyu quickly devised a plan. As the attacking python lunged towards him, he swiftly retreated, with Boss Jean stepping in front of him. In an instant, the already scorching desert was illuminated by another blazing sun. The sun hung in the sky, its fiery rays pouring down mercilessly. The sunlight sliced through the air like a blade, causing the already heavily injured python to bleed even more profusely. Its aerial assault faltered momentarily. At that moment, Boss Jean launched itself powerfully off its hind legs. Sand sprayed everywhere as Boss Jean soared into the air, its sharp gleaming claws targeting the python's heart. With a single strike, blood gushed out like a fountain. The python's rigid body fell helplessly to the ground and Boss Jean landed softly beside it. In its left forepaw, a massive heart throbbed slowly. He has improved again. Wan Peng, disguised as a burly man, gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking how could a mere lackey have such good fortune. Yet recalling his plan, he signaled to the 2 men beside him. Immediately, the 3 of them began to close in on Lu Feiyu, their faces plastered with bright smiles. "Thanks to this young brother for your help," one of them said cheerfully. "Yes, without you we might have been in real danger. Who would have thought the python would be so fierce?" they added, inching closer to Lu Feiyu in a triangular formation, gradually restricting his space to retreat. Lu Feiyu's face remained unchanged, appearing as innocent and naive as any young student might. He listened to their praises, scratching his head bashfully, saying, "It was you guys who injured it first. My black iron-ranked beast could never have taken it down on its own." Hearing this, the men exchanged glances, each seeing the disdain mirrored in the other's eyes. "Fool, exposing your strength in the secret realm," was their shared inner sentiment. Yet outwardly, the burly man closest to Lu Feiyu said, "A young genius fighting above your rank, how impressive." He raised his thumb in praise, placing a hand on Lu Feiyu's shoulder as he spoke. Seeing Lu Feiyu's defenseless demeanor, Wan Peng chuckled coldly to himself. The humiliation from 10 days ago replayed in his mind, causing his smile to falter and his expression to harden. He could hardly wait to see Lu Feiyu's blood spill across the desert, to witness his pitiful, tearful state. The thought brought a trace of satisfaction to Wan Peng's face. No longer able to contain himself, he shouted, "Do it!" In an instant, the man who had initially placed his hand on Lu Feiyu's shoulder changed his expression, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The ring on his finger glowed with a dark light, its intense spatial fluctuation locking down the abilities within a 5-meter radius. The elaborate setup by Wan Peng and his men was precisely to nullify the teleportation capability of the special bracelet on Lu Feiyu's wrist. When the Wan family strikes, they aim for a guaranteed kill. Had it not been for the limitation that the Thousand Faces Shadow Beast could only disguise itself as beings not exceeding its own level, Wan Peng would have brought a few silver-ranked beastmasters to hunt Lu Feiyu down. But seeing Lu Feiyu's seemingly oblivious and unguarded demeanor, he felt that bringing 2 bronze stage 9 beastmasters was already overestimating him. However, no one noticed a thin black line weaving through the vast yellow sand beneath them like lightning. Black poison gas rose, mist-like and illusory, corroding every enemy's body. But since the play had to be acted out fully and the poison needed a bit more time to take effect, Lu Feiyu decided to play along with their plan. As soon as he sensed the intense spatial fluctuation, he feigned panic, shouting, "What's happening? My bracelet isn't working. Who are you people?" Seeing Lu Feiyu's panicked demeanor, Wan Peng felt a thrill akin to enjoying a whole iced watermelon in the desert. He abruptly dispelled his illusion, revealing his true appearance. His dyed long hair swayed with his agitated mood, and a sinister smile formed on his lips. "It's me, Lu Feiyu, surprised. We meet again. Have you decided how you want to die this time?" Behind him, the 2 beastmasters folded their arms, regarding Lu Feiyu as if he were already dead. One of them in particular looked at Lu Feiyu with intense anger, having lost a beast to him before. Wan Peng. Upon seeing Wan Peng's face, Lu Feiyu raised an eyebrow, as if witnessing something amusing. He calculated the time, it was almost there. The fierce poison of the jiao was rapid from contact to infiltration, so he dropped his facade of panic, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. "Seeing you again, you're still as repulsive as ever." At these words, Wan Peng's advancing steps halted abruptly. The veins on his forehead throbbed, his sinister smile freezing into a comical expression akin to a clown. Wan Peng couldn't fathom how Lu Feiyu could still be so brazen even when facing death. Rage, like a venomous serpent, gnawed at his heart. Wan Peng lifted his arm, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Get him!" Yet halfway through his command, his words faltered. He looked at his own arm in disbelief, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, the arm that had always obeyed him now felt as if it were filled with lead, utterly immovable. What was happening? Wan Peng looked at the other 2 beast tamers, discovering that they too were filled with anxiety, desperately trying to move their bodies, yet their feet remained firmly planted, unable to budge even an inch. It wasn't just the tamers, even their summoned beasts were frozen in place, uttering helpless cries. At this moment, the only ones able to move were Lu Feiyu and his beasts. In an instant, the roles of attacker and defender were completely reversed. Seeing Lu Feiyu's face full of cold smiles and undisguised murderous intent, Wan Peng truly panicked for the first time. This was a secret realm. There were no cameras, thus even if someone were killed, no one would ever know. Precisely for this reason, Wan Peng had dared to act so boldly against Lu Feiyu. But who would have thought that before he could make a move, he would be so thoroughly restrained? He couldn't even fathom how Lu Feiyu had done it. Wasn't his beast supposed to be of light or fire attributes? Such attributes were typically pure and bright. How could they carry poison? Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed in Wan Peng's mind. Could it be that Lu Feiyu had already advanced to bronze and contracted a second beast? How could it be so soon? From awakening his beast-taming talent until now, it had only been about 20 days. Could Lu Feiyu really have reached bronze in just 20 days? Did he think he was an SSS-level talent tamer? Wan Peng originally didn't believe it, but the facts were right in front of him, leaving him no choice. Moreover, he now felt that not only had his arm lost sensation, but his entire upper body seemed to have disappeared, devoid of any feeling. Not only that, but he also found breathing incredibly difficult. Don't kill me, please." Wan Peng struggled to inhale, seeking a breath of fresh air, but it was all in vain. The potent venom carried by an S-level beast was not something a mere black iron tamer could withstand. Before long, Wan Peng's face turned red from lack of oxygen, his speech choppy. His bulging eyes were fixed on Lu Feiyu, filled with terror and pleas for mercy, with blackish red blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Money, I'll give you money." Seeing that Lu Feiyu remained unmoved, Wan Peng's fear intensified. He even wished to kneel and beg for mercy, but the dragon's venom had spread throughout his body. even such a simple act as kneeling was beyond his capability. At this moment he was like a puppet, unable to control his own actions, standing dumbly in place, allowing the deadly poison to consume his body. From the outside in, it slowly devoured his life force. Watching Wan Peng gradually lose the spark of life, Lu Feiyu's expression remained unflinching. If his opponent had prepared for murder, he should also be ready to face death himself. Thud! Moments later, Wan Peng's stiff body collapsed onto the soft yellow sand, sliding down like a wooden stick. Simultaneously, the beast he had contracted, the wrathful thunder. In the instant the Beastmaster died, their beast also lost its life. As for the remaining two bronze stage Beastmasters, although their physical resilience surpassed Wan Peng's, it was still far inferior to their beasts. They perished shortly after Wan Peng, with their contracted beasts dying instantly as well. This highlighted a significant drawback of the Beastmaster system. 90% of a Beastmaster's strength came from their beasts, leaving the Beastmaster themselves exceedingly fragile. Thus, a silent poison expert like Black Scale was a nightmare for all low-level Beastmasters. However, for Lu Feiyu, this wasn't an issue at all. Thanks to his Eye of Ascension, he could transfer any damage he received to his beasts. As long as his contracted beasts were alive, he would never suffer. It was essentially invincibility. What a shame, he thought, watching the heart of the giant python gradually vanish in Boss Jin's claws. Unlike wild beasts, when a Beastmaster dies, their beast's body dissolves into nothingness, leaving no materials behind. Otherwise, the bodies of those 4 bronze-level beasts would have fetched a handsome price. But Lu Feiyu's eyes glinted as he swiftly moved to Wan Peng's corpse. He bent down, undeterred by the ominous task, and removed the glowing ring from Wan Peng's hand. Holding the ring, Lu Feiyu enveloped it with his mental energy. As soon as his mind touched the ring, he felt a slight shift in his consciousness, revealing a 3 cubic meter space in his mind. Just as I thought, a gleam of joy flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes. A spatial ring. The One family truly had wealth. These rings, capable of storing any non-living item, were worth a fortune. Even a 1 cubic meter spatial ring would cost tens of thousands. Yet Wan Peng's ring boasted 3 cubic meters, easily worth 1,000,000 huaxia currency. Moreover, it contained numerous resources needed for the Black Iron stage. Although the resources weren't top tier, their sheer quantity made them valuable. Combined, they were worth about 20 to 30,000. This was a windfall. Lu Feiyu grinned, wiping the ring clean before slipping it onto his finger without hesitation. He had been worried about how to store all the resources he would acquire with his small backpack. This was like receiving a pillow just as he was about to fall asleep. Wan Peng, ever the generous soul, had effectively gifted him the spatial ring. In return, Lu Feiyu instructed Boss Jin to dig a small pit in the sand to bury the trio's bodies. Naturally, he didn't let the other 2 corpses go unchecked, but as expected of bronze-level lackeys, they had nothing of substantial value, with their most precious ring rendered useless after a single use. Riding his wave of good fortune, Lu Feiyu called out to Boss Jin. Meanwhile, Black Scale transformed into a thin black line, resting quietly on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, ready to deliver a lethal strike to any foe. Together, the man and his 2 beasts ventured deeper into the realm. In the vast red flame desert, what appeared fraught with peril to others seemed no different from a backyard garden to Lu Feiyu. As time flowed like the stars shifting in the sky, the space ring on Lu Feiyu's finger rapidly filled with treasures. Just the resources within the ring alone were worth over 1,000,000 huaxia currency. It was truly a day of sudden wealth. Meanwhile, night had quietly enveloped the entire desert. The once scorching temperature plummeted abruptly. It's time to leave, Lu Feiyu thought regretfully. This free secret realm exploration competition would conclude at 8 p.m. At that time, the staff would assess everyone's gains and rank them according to their value. The top 5 would receive generous rewards. However, what exactly these rewards were remained a mystery, as the organizers had kept it a secret, promising that all would be revealed at the competition's end. With this in mind, Lu Feiyu's thoughts shifted as he reached for the special wristband on his left wrist, intending to exit the secret realm. Yet, in the next instant, a fiery blue light shot up from the corner of his right eye. Lu Feiyu abruptly halted his hand, turning to look to the right. There, in the silent desert, a bright blue glow stood out starkly. A treasure has emerged, Lu Feiyu marveled aloud. He immediately abandoned the thought of leaving right away, directing Boss Jin to investigate the situation. Boss Jin led the way, scouting ahead, while Lu Feiyu followed quietly behind, treading softly. A treasure causing such a commotion was surely guarded by a formidable beast, at least a late-stage bronze beast, perhaps even a silver-ranked beast. although official reports suggested no silver beasts roamed the Red Flame Desert. One mustn't forget that this secret realm had been closed for 10 years. In those unknown years, the emergence of a silver beast in this vast desert was not out of the question. Raising his vigilance to the utmost, Lu Feiyu crept forward silently. The brilliant blue light grew increasingly dazzling, so much so that even Lu Feiyu found it somewhat blinding. Moreover, this phenomenon wasn't something only Lu Feiyu could see, it was an innate manifestation of the treasure's emergence. Lu Feiyu estimated that every living being within a 10-mile radius could likely see it. Inevitably, countless beings would be drawn to this phenomenon. I have to be quick. A decisive glint appeared in Lu Feiyu's eyes. At that moment, he finally saw the treasure's form. His breathing suddenly grew heavier. There within his sight was a blue mineral the size of a human head, radiating brilliant light. Surrounding it, countless azure flames danced, resembling ghostly will-o'-the-wisps in the night. Though lacking any eerie menace, they exuded a commanding presence. Wasn't this precisely one of the 3 treasures needed for Boss Jin's next evolution, the essence of the scorching sun? The blue flames leaping around the stone were a sign of heightened flame temperature, the hallmark of the essence of the scorching sun. I must get it, Lu Feiyu's heart roared with determination, yet his actions remained unaffected by his excited state. Growing even more deliberate and gentle, Lu Feiyu's eyes were fixed on the towering figure standing beside the essence of the blazing sun, a giant composed of fiery red stones. In its stone eye sockets, crimson flames flickered as pupils, their intense dance betraying the stone giant's madness and excitement. Simultaneously, its massive stone head swiveled with a rapid 360-degree motion, poised to obliterate any potential threats. Lu Feiyu pressed himself against the ground, striving to conceal his presence. A flash of light in his eyes revealed the stone giant's information before him. Species: explosive stone giant. Attributes: earth and fire dual attributes. Talent level: a realm, silver. Stage 2 skills: explosive stone body, excellent; blazing punch, excellent; burning stone charge, excellent; fiery stone burst, rare; evaluation: high attack and defense but seemingly not very intelligent. A silver stage 2 beast. It was a full tier above Boss Jin and 2 tiers above Black Scale. Despite facing such a formidable foe, Lu Feiyu felt no urge to retreat. After all, though this beast was powerful, it was not beyond his capability to handle. Moreover, if the situation turned dire, Lu Feiyu could always use his special bracelet to escape, ensuring no life-threatening danger. Most importantly, his beasts possessed the epic skills of blazing sun explosion and dragon transformation. At full power, Lu Feiyu believed that even a silver-level beast wouldn't stand a chance against him. After a moment of contemplation on the cool yellow sand, Lu Feiyu devised a plan. These stone creatures, devoid of flesh and nerves, typically were immune to toxins. With that in mind, he resolved to engage in an honorable battle. Rising to his feet, the black line on his shoulder expanded rapidly. The dragon's body stretched out in mid-air, its inky black scales and 10-meter length resembling a descending storm cloud from afar. Boss Jin too ceased to hide its form. Standing upright and shaking off the clinging sand, it revealed its majestic golden fur. The simultaneous appearance of the 2 beasts immediately drew the attention of the explosive stone giant. It roared to the heavens, its fiery stone fists now ablaze with roaring flames. Lowering its stance, the stone giant prepared to charge. At that moment, Black Scale, hovering in the air, abruptly opened its dragon eyes. Its dark pupils gleamed with a mysterious light in the night. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure, like a force from ancient times, descended upon the explosive stone giant. For a fleeting moment, its charging motion halted, and even the flames within its eyes paused. However, the stone giant was after all a silver-level beast, its raw power far surpassing that of Black Scale. Thus, even with a bloodline suppression, Dragon's Fury only held the stone giant for just over a second, yet that second was all Boss Jin needed. Its radiant golden fur moved as if blown by a non-existent wind. In the previously darkened night sky, a golden sun suddenly rose, a brilliant orb suspended above. The area around Lu Feiyu was illuminated as if it were broad daylight, so much so that even the blue glow constantly emitted by the essence of the scorching sun seemed dim under Boss Jin's radiance. Then the previously stable sun suddenly began to expand rapidly. Boundless light and heat radiated as the sun swelled, with countless fiery fragments dripping from its surface like molten lava. In an instant, the sun, once the size of a dining table, expanded several times over. The terrifying aura and energy sent the recently awakened explosive stone giant scrambling in terror, devoid of any thought of resistance. But it was already too late. Solar burst. the explosion happened in an instant, boom, finally, the sun swelled to its limit, the energy and might within had reached their peak, in a flash endless white light burst forth, scorching flames rained down like a fiery deluge across the desert. At that moment it seemed as if a fiery rain of red flames descended from the sky. Yet any creature touched by the falling flames would be incinerated to ash in an instant. Accompanying the falling red flames was an almost maddening explosive shockwave. As a beast tamer, Lu Feiyu naturally wouldn't be harmed by his beast's attack, thus he stood closest, witnessing everything clearly. The exploding sun in the sky unleashed an unbounded sonic boom and shockwave pressing down from above with overwhelming force. Within several miles, life was extinguished, even the countless grains of yellow sand within the red flame desert were blown away by the terrifying impact. At the center around Lu Feiyu a deep crater appeared. The explosive stone giant which had tried to flee was shattered into countless pieces under the terrifying shockwave. Its remains untraceable. With just a single strike, a silver-ranked beast was instantly slain. To be honest, the destructive power of solar burst even exceeded Lu Feiyu's expectations. He had thought that this skill would at most severely injure the explosive stone giant. After all, it was a silver level 2 beast, a full great realm above Boss Gene. But this was no mere injury, it obliterated the silver beast into nothingness, beyond dead. Even the surrounding environment was slightly altered by this single strike. This level of attack was nearly equivalent to the damage caused by a gold-ranked beast, an epic level skill indeed. What power, Lu Feiyu marveled. With Black Scale's control paired with Boss Jin's explosive power, there was no opponent within the silver rank. Afterward, Lu Feiyu paid no mind to the essence of the scorching sun on the ground but quickly made his way to Boss Jin. At this moment, Boss Jin's once spirited eyes showed signs of weakness. Its pupils, usually gleaming brightly, were now incredibly dim, and even its fur seemed to have faded in color. This was the weakened state following the forced use of an epic level skill. No matter how strong Boss Gene had been before, now it could barely maintain standing. "You've worked hard," Lu Feiyu said, placing a hand on Boss Jin's head and gently rubbing it. Feeling its master's warm hand, Boss Gene contentedly closed its eyes, its tail wagging slightly. "Go and rest well," Lu Feiyu murmured softly, recalling Boss Gene back into the beast space. The abundant spiritual energy would help it recover quickly from its weakened state. With Boss Gene settled, Black Scale obediently returned to Lu Feiyu's shoulder. Only then did he turn towards the essence of the blazing sun, its gentle blue glow illuminating the surroundings. Carefully he sealed it inside a specially crafted storage jade box. After a quick survey to ensure nothing was left behind, he tapped the special bracelet on his wrist. Intense spatial fluctuations enveloped him, and in the next moment his figure vanished. The vast expanse of yellow sand was devoid of life once more, save for the deep pit at its center, a silent testament to the fierce battle that had just unfolded. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, several round tables stood side by side. Behind each table sat a professional assessor. By now, the sky was completely dark, but the square was brightly lit by countless incandescent lamps resembling small suns. The faces of all the participants were lit with excitement, betraying their successful exploits during the exploration. They queued obediently at the tables, eagerly laying out their gains for the assessors to evaluate. After all, these evaluations would determine their rankings. On the high platform overlooking the square, nearly all of Changnan City's top figures were gathered. Alongside them were evaluators from various prestigious schools, hoping to spot a few outstanding students before the college entrance exams. Yet, the atmosphere on the platform was thick with tension, especially around Wang Zhentian, whose expression was the most somber. He asked in a low voice, "Has Lu Feiyu not returned yet?" His question was directed at the leading teacher from Changnan First High School. The teacher's face mirrored Wang Zhentian's grimness, with beads of cold sweat glistening under the lights. "No, he hasn't." The teacher's response left everyone on the platform silent, their expressions tightening. They all understood who Lu Feiyu was, Changnan First High's top student in whom Wang Zhentian had placed great hopes. Now, with half an hour past the agreed exit time from the secret realm and no sign of the student, the worst was feared. It wasn't just the onlookers who thought this, even Wang Zhentian shared the same heavy thoughts. His eyes, sharp as a wolf's, scanned the students below, but Lu Feiyu's figure was nowhere to be found. Just then, a jarring laugh echoed from behind Wang Zhentian, followed by the mocking voice of Wan Jiaming. "Oh my, isn't this Principal Wang? Why the long face? Could it be you're ill? Oh dear, that's quite something, a beastmaster like you falling sick." You should really get checked at the hospital, make sure it's not something incurable or a terminal illness or perhaps some rare condition." As he spoke, Wang Jiaming stepped into view, a taunting smile on his lips, his words dripping with undisguised sarcasm. At this moment, Wang Jiaming was feeling exceedingly pleased with himself. He had orchestrated the attempt on Lu Feiyu's life, instructing Wan Ping to carry out the assassination. The mysterious ring that could interfere with the special wristbands had been handed to Wan Ping by him personally. He even assigned 2 bronze-ranked experts to assist, one to disguise their appearances and conceal their auras, lowering Lu Feiyu's guard, and another capable of locking onto a target from miles away, ensuring they could locate Lu Feiyu precisely within the vast secret realm. Although these 2 weren't the highest of ranks, taking down a mere black iron beast tamer like Lu Feiyu should have been a simple task. With such preparations, Wang Jiaming couldn't fathom his son failing. His plan was twofold: to quietly eliminate the boy who had embarrassed the Wan family within the secret realm, and to cause Wang Zhentian to lose face among Changnan's top echelons. 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaming's smile widened, as if the humiliation from days ago had vanished completely. His teeth glinted coldly under the lights. "You did this?" At the sight of Wang Jiaming, a flash of realization struck Wang Zhentian. Indeed, given the Wan family's power and ruthlessness, they were exactly the type to resort to assassination. With this thought, Principal Wang's anger surged, his aura bursting forth. In an instant, several beasts materialized around him, encircling the lone figure. A man of military background, Wang Zhentian was known for his fiery temper and straightforward nature, ready to act on the spot. Seeing this, the faces of those present changed drastically, yet Wang Jiaming maintained his infuriating smile. "Principal Wang, one must speak with evidence. Just because you say I did it, does that make it true? Do you think the whole of Changnan bends to your words?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the man seated calmly on the high platform. Song Tonglin, the mayor of Changnan, was the only one with diamond-level combat prowess in the city. His sheer strength overshadowed everyone present. Noticing all eyes on him, Song Tonglin blinked and spread his hands. "Why are you all looking at me? If you're going to fight, take it elsewhere. Don't ruin my mood here. At your level, behaving like children ready to brawl at any moment. And you, Wang Jiaming, why provoke people when they're in a bad mood? Are you asking for a beating?" Clearly, Song Tonglin supported no one, taking no sides, but rather used his firm stance to suppress the conflict. Just as Song Tonglin was speaking, there was a violent spatial fluctuation at the entrance to the secret realm. Then a clear silhouette swiftly emerged. It was Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu. The most astonished wasn't anyone else but the previously arrogant Wang Jiaming. At the sight of Lu Feiyu, it was as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes widening in disbelief. The smug smile and feigned nonchalance on his face vanished, replaced by deep shock and incredulity. How is he still alive? Did Wan Ping fail? Impossible. A sneak attack by 2 bronze-ranked beast tamers, meticulously planned. How could this kid have survived? Countless thoughts tangled in his mind like a chaotic web. Suddenly, Wang Jiaming's eyes narrowed, a piercing cold light erupting from his pupils. His gaze locked onto the black band ring on Lu Feiyu's left index finger. The ring's elegant design glimmered with a deep, mysterious light under the illumination. This ring was all too familiar to Wang Jiaming. It was the coming-of-age gift he had given to his son, Wan Ping. How could it be on Lu Feiyu's hand? Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Had Lu Feiyu turned the tables and killed Wan Ping? The mere notion sent violent tremors through Wang Jiaming's body. Wan Ping was his only son, the sole remnant of his beloved late wife, his only bloodline in this world. And now was that line severed. Instantly, boundless murderous intent surged within him, and a colossal aura erupted like a tidal wave. All 6 of Wang Jiaming's beasts appeared around him, and the malignant tumor crow screeched, launching the first attack. Its body swarmed with exploding tumors, releasing a putrid yellow pus that shot towards Lu Feiyu like a drawn-out line. The remaining 5 beasts also unleashed their deadly moves. Wang Jiaming moved with such speed that even Wang Zhentian, who stood beside him, couldn't react in time. He had never imagined that the old fox Wang Jiaming would act so impulsively. Wang Zhentian's face was a mix of shock and anger as he watched the overwhelming attacks unfold in mid-air, wanting to intervene but realizing it was too late. As for Lu Feiyu, under the lock of these emerald-grade beasts, he felt a bone-chilling coldness. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The power of these attacks was immense. He had no means of resistance. The gap between bronze and emerald was 4 entire tiers, a chasm an SSS-grade talent couldn't bridge. Sensing its master's life in peril, black scale on Lu Feiyu's shoulder strained to transform its dragon body. expanding rapidly. Curling into a protective ball, it enveloped Lu Feiyu entirely, yet just then a cold snort seemed to echo from ancient times, tearing through space to reach everyone's core. This was followed by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth. The clash of countless blades and weapons exploded in their ears within an instant. A giant forged entirely from steel suddenly appeared, standing proudly with a knife in its left hand and a sword in its right, commanding the sky, without any visible movement. The weapons in its hands cast after images. In an instant, thousands of blade and sword energies swept across the sky, directly targeting Lu Feiyu. However, as these energies reached Lu Feiyu, they split into two streams. One stream shredded the pus-filled line in mid-air, while the other surged towards the attacking beasts. In a flash, the pus was torn into countless fragments, dissipating into microscopic particles that vanished into the air. As for the beasts assaulting Lu Feiyu, they were instantly covered in deep bone-revealing scars as if slashed by 1,000 blades. Blood poured from their wounds, forming rivulets that cascaded downwards, their foul stench enveloping the entire square. Suddenly, a crimson-feathered bird appeared, its wings unfurling like a cascade. Flames roared around it, expanding in a whirlwind that evaporated the blood suspended in mid-air. Not a single student was affected by the bloody scene. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feiyu's life and death crisis was dissolved by the abrupt arrival of a colossal steel giant. The other students barely had time to react, only feeling that the crimson bird and the steel giant were overwhelmingly cool. The bird let out a piercing cry, folded its wings, and swiftly flew toward the high platform. Seated serenely, Song Tonglin leaped onto the bird's back, his gaze icy. He looked down at Wan Mingjie as if assessing a dead man. Who gave you the courage to act in front of me, and against a student, no less? In Changnan, everyone knows that I, Song Tonglin, am notoriously fond of talent. It seems your Wan family is courting trouble. As he spoke, the steel giant roared forward. Its sword and blade cut a cold arc through the air, aiming directly at Wan Mingjie's rigid neck. Whoosh! The menacing edge of the blade flashed past. Wan Mingjie's body shuddered violently, the chill on his neck starkly apparent. He even thought he might meet his bloody end today. However, in the current legal system, inciting a beast to attack another without causing severe consequences, though serious, does not warrant a death sentence. Song Tonglin, being the mayor, naturally couldn't act on impulse and kill at will. Thus he merely shot a cold glare at Wan Mingjie, gesturing with a large hand. Take him away, we'll interrogate him later. I want to see just how powerful your Wan family really is. Let's see if they can save you. As he spoke, several guards on standby immediately stepped forward. With a pair of specially crafted handcuffs, they sealed off all of Wan Mingjie's beast-taming power. In this state, it was impossible for him to summon any beasts. These handcuffs were specifically designed to deal with beast tamers. In front of everyone, Wan Mingjie, the head of Changnan's notorious Wan family, was escorted to jail on the spot. Truly deserving of the title of diamond-level beast tamers, Song Tonglin's words and actions were as resolute as ever. Lu Feiyu thought to himself. However, it was strange how Wan Mingjie seemed to have lost his mind today, attacking recklessly without considering the consequences. But that was not Lu Feiyu's concern. As the target of the assault, all eyes were now on him. In this scenario, Lu Feiyu showed no fear, cupping his hands in gratitude toward the mayor standing on the bird's back. Then he quickly stepped forward to the round table. With a flash from the space ring on his finger, the previously empty table became a mountain of resources. Various special resources and beast materials ranging from early black iron to late bronze stages now filled the table. Not only were they precious, but the sheer quantity left everyone in awe. The students below the platform, seeing the mountain of resources before Lu Feiyu, couldn't help but compare it to their own meager gains from the secret realm, feeling an urge to find a tofu block to knock themselves out against. How could there be such a vast difference between final-year students? At that moment, Lu Feiyu's nonchalant voice rang out amidst the silence. I had quite a bit of resources, so I was a bit late. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing these words, a collective question mark seemed to rise in the minds of all the students present. As the saying goes, when I type a question mark, it's not that I have a question, but rather that I think you have some serious issues. Come on, buddy, your entrance was already dramatic enough. First an attack from a bigwig, then the mayor stepping in to protect you. And now, at the settlement stage, you're pulling off another grand stunt? Your resources are just a bit too much? More like an enormous haul, right? For a moment, everyone's gaze on Lu Feiyu turned a shade more peculiar. Even Song Tonglin, hovering in the air, had an unusual glint in his eyes. Having been around for 40 years, it was his first time seeing someone outdo him in showmanship. Meanwhile, Wang Jintian's face was beaming with pride, his smile as radiant as a blossoming chrysanthemum. This was his student, a source of pride indeed. Up on the high platform, admission officers from various prestigious universities exchanged glances, their interest piqued. After all, a student who could independently slay bronze-level beasts within 20 days of awakening their beastmaster talent was a rare find. Such potential definitely met their pre-admission criteria. Even representatives from the top-tier universities, Beijing University and Huaqing University, who had been dozing off, stood up for the first time, watching the spirited young man below with keen interest. This kid was intriguing. The staff behind the round table, upon seeing the table overflowing with resources, widened their eyes and instinctively asked, "Are you sure these resources were obtained by you alone in this secret realm?" It wasn't that they doubted Lu Feiyu, but the sheer volume and high quality of the resources seemed beyond what a student who had been a beastmaster for less than 20 days could achieve. His professional instincts led him to ask the question. This inquiry sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Indeed, how could one person amass so many resources in less than a day? Whispered doubts echoed across the square. Wow, such exaggeration, does he even realize his own strength? It's hilarious. How could he have the nerve to present materials from a late-stage bronze-level beast? My beast is barely at black iron stage with an A-grade auxiliary talent, and he claims this. If this is true, I'll livestream myself eating dirt upside down. Meanwhile, only the students from Changnan First High remained silent. They stared at the black giant dragon coiling above Lu Feiyu's head, its sinister ink-like scales glinting ominously under the lights. As Lu Feiyu's classmates, they knew his original beast was a large dog. This meant that Lu Feiyu had acquired a second beast and successfully advanced to the bronze stage. Such rapid progress left them both in awe and deep admiration. At the same time, they looked at the others with a hint of amusement, eagerly anticipating their stupefied expressions when Lu Feiyu summoned his second beast. Reflecting on the past, it was always Lu Feiyu who left others astounded. Now it was time for him to witness the expressions of surprise on others' faces. The high-ranking officials standing on the platform, however, remained composed and awaited Lu Feiyu's explanation. He had anticipated these doubts. After all, in the eyes of others, he was merely a sea-level talent who had happened upon a powerful beast by sheer luck. Achieving such feats was supposed to be impossible for someone like him. Yet, within the secret realm, Lu Feiyu had long prepared to unveil everything. He had already researched, finding that in the history of beast tamers, more than one person possessed dual talents. It's just that Lu Feiyu's beast taming ability was exceedingly powerful. Faced with skepticism, Lu Feiyu offered no explanation. Instead, he summoned Boss Jean from his beast taming space. After resting for a while, Boss Jean appeared somewhat weary, but its golden fur had regained its luster. The aura of its bronze-level strength was unrestrained, exuding an overwhelming presence. Instantly, the venue fell silent once more and the gazes of all were filled with disbelief. What did they see? A second beast. This meant the peer before them was already a bronze-level beast tamer. At this moment, some students vaguely felt a sense of familiarity with Lu Feiyu's silhouette, and the golden-furred dog beside him also seemed familiar. After a moment of careful observation, one student suddenly exclaimed, "It's him." The voice was so loud that it drew everyone's attention. With their eyes fixed on him, the previously speaking student blushed but pointed at Lu Feiyu, declaring he's the protagonist from the video at Changnan No. 1 High School a few days ago. The super cool one. Nearly everyone present had seen that video. However, Lu Feiyu had been attacked by Wang Mingjie the moment he appeared. After the chaos, he proceeded directly to the front, leaving others no chance to see his face. Moreover, the fierce dragon above his head had no apparent connection to the large dog in the video. But now, with Boss Jean reappearing, though its coat and build had changed, the difference wasn't significant. Lu Feiyu's strikingly handsome features were unmistakable, and with this outcry he was instantly recognized by everyone as the already famous student. Wow, it really is him. Damn, what happened to the sea-level talent? Advancing a major realm in 20 days and you call that sea-level talent? Come on, man, how can we live like this? It's one thing to be handsome, but to be this strong, can't you give the other guys a chance? The one who said they'd eat their hat, don't leave. Didn't you notice? Lu Feiyu's black-scaled beast seems like a dragon. With dragon bloodline, it's at least S-level. No wonder you have so many resources, I'm convinced. Same here, +1, +2, +10,086. In an instant, the public opinion shifted dramatically. In the world of beast taming, strength reigns supreme. as long as you can demonstrate the corresponding power, all doubts will dissolve effortlessly. Is it all right now? Lu Feiyu asked, gently stroking the head of Boss Jean, who had nudged closer. He turned his gaze towards the staff member. Of course, replied the staff member, who wasn't one to argue unnecessarily. After Lu Feiyu had demonstrated his capabilities, there was no further room for doubt. He immediately began assessing the value of the resources. Low-level special resources 42 items, total value 700,000 Huaxia currency. Black iron level beast materials 12 items, total value 100,000 Huaxia currency. Bronze level beast materials 10 items, total value 350,000 Huaxia currency, the staff member announced as he worked through the items. His eyes finally landed on the last item on the table, a jade box larger than a human head. The cost of the box alone was likely no less than 10,000 Huaxia currency. Even with the box sealed, he could sense the intense fire elemental energy emanating from within, far beyond what low-level resources would produce. Intermediate special resource, he mused to himself, carefully opening the box under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The moment the box was opened, a dazzling blue light surged forth, so bright it tinged the lights around the square with a faint blue hue. Simultaneously, the temperature in the square rose sharply and the once pleasant night breeze turned uncomfortably hot. Tiny blue flames began to appear, centering on the jade box and spreading outward. Noticing the anomaly, the staff member quickly shut the box and looked up at Lu Feiyu with undisguised astonishment. Intermediate special resource, essence of the blazing sun, market value. His voice faltered for a moment as he surveyed the crowd, then stood and announced loudly, 1 million Huaxia currency. In total, all resources amount to 2,150,000 Huaxia currency, ranking first. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously quiet square erupted like boiling water. What the, over 2 million? The second place only has 400,000 inch, that's a five-fold difference, absolute dominance. No way, how's his luck so good? That essence of the blazing sun alone is worth 1 million Huaxia currency. I could do it too. Don't kid yourself, buddy. This top-tier intermediate resources guarded by powerful beasts, at least late-stage bronze level. If you tried, you'd probably end up as beast waste. Plus, to gather so many resources, he must have some special methods. It's not something just anyone can achieve. After the uproar subsided, Song Tonglin, standing on the back of his red feather bird, was the first to applaud. The crisp sound of his clapping immediately silenced the noise. Following his lead, all the leaders and teachers on the platform joined in, applauding the young man who had impressed them so. The students below also clapped, some even shouting playful remarks like, Lu Feiyu, you're my idol, I want to have your babies, which sent the crowd into laughter. The applause was thunderous, making Lu Feiyu's ears tingle. Meanwhile, he wondered what kind of reward the Changnan officials might bestow upon him. Song Tonglin pondered the same question. Originally, the high officials had decided that the reward would be a monetary prize. Indeed, it's that straightforward and reasonable. After all, who doesn't like money? The agreement at the time was that the first prize would be 1.5 million Huaxia currency, the second prize was 800,000 and the third was 500,000. The fourth and fifth places were set to receive 300,000 and 200,000 Huaxia currency respectively. By any measure, these rewards were extremely generous and reasonable. After all, for a student who has just become a beast tamer, 1.5 million is an astronomical sum. Yet now, this so-called reward doesn't even match the value of resources Lu Feiyu obtained from the secret realm on his own. How is that justifiable? If word got out, wouldn't Mayor Song Tonglin's reputation be utterly ruined? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a flicker of pain crossed Song Tonglin's face. Since that's the case, he decided he'd make up the difference himself. After all, such money was negligible for a diamond-level beast tamer like him. His mind made up, Song Tonglin raised his hand slightly and then gently pressed down. Instantly, an invisible aura swept over the crowd, prompting everyone to halt their actions and listen attentively to the words of Changnan's foremost warrior. Lu Feiyu also looked up expectantly, awaiting the rewards meant for him. Cough, cough, I must say, you students have given me a tremendous surprise this year. Arguably, you are the finest students I have ever witnessed. At this point, Song Tonglin paused slightly. The students below were quick to applaud. Lu Feiyu clapped along but couldn't help but smirk. Despite Mayor Song's strength, his speeches were terribly long-winded. When they entered the secret realm earlier, his speech had dragged on for an entire hour. In this regard, Principal Wan was much better, decisive and not overly verbose. Back then, Principal Wang had promised him access to special resources, technically 4 low-level ones. However, he hadn't specified this, which Lu Feiyu later discovered, yet the 4 special resources Lu Feiyu requested were all intermediate level. It's worth noting that low-level special resources were worth no more than 100,000 Huaxia currency, while intermediate ones ranged from 100,000 to a million. Nonetheless, Lu Feiyu asked for them, and Wang Jingtian fulfilled the request without a moment's hesitation or negotiation. Reflecting on this, Lu Feiyu glanced at Principal Wang's face, which was beaming with a chrysanthemum-like smile, and found it endearingly familiar. Noticing Lu Feiyu's gaze, Wang Jingtian gave him a hearty thumbs up. Meanwhile, Song Tonglin continued his speech. In some of you, I even see a reflection of my younger self, equally handsome, equally gifted. I often ponder if when I was young I had ample resources, would I have improved faster? Would I have become stronger with a higher ceiling? These are questions without answers. Time does not turn back. Youth does not return. However, as forerunners, we can offer you, the successors, a little help. At this moment, Mayor Song's tone suddenly grew passionate. Therefore, the reward for the secret realm exploration is 5th place 300,000 Huaxia currency, 4th place 600,000 Huaxia currency, 3rd place 1 million Huaxia currency, 2nd place 1,600,000 Huaxia currency, 1st place 3 million Huaxia currency. Additionally, every participant will receive a 30,000 Huaxia currency encouragement award. Upon hearing these words, the students who had been nodding off during the lengthy speeches suddenly perked up with excitement. They had assumed the rewards were unrelated to them, but to their surprise this year, just participating warranted a 30,000 Huaxia currency reward. The officials were indeed generous. The applause that followed was thunderous, much more intense than in previous years. Lu Feiyu, standing among the crowd, clapped vigorously as well. Mayor Song had delivered on the prize money. Was there any issue with a little delay? Absolutely not, or rather, how could it even be called a delay? It was more like a seasoned diamond-level beastmaster imparting earnest guidance and expectations to novice beastmasters, a city leader's goodwill and support for the future pillars of the city. The prize of 3 million inch combined with the 2 million worth of resources Lu Feiyu had collected totaled 5 million Huaxia currency. Even if he set aside the essence of the blazing sun needed for Boss Jin's evolution, he still had 4 million left. That was more than enough to evolve one of his beasts again. In other words, Lu Feiyu was about to have his first SSS grade beast. Such rapid progress was unimaginable in his previous life, something he couldn't even dream of. It's good to have strong backing, Lu Feiyu mused to himself. The support and resource allocation for top talent in Huaxia were unparalleled globally. Without the schools and Changnan officials' series of initiatives, Lu Feiyu might still be worried about Boss Jin's first evolution, let alone advancing it to an SSS grade. With these thoughts, Lu Feiyu's resolve about a certain idea became even firmer. Song Tonglin pressed his hands down again, quieting the roaring applause. His calm voice descended from the sky. All right, I hereby declare the secret realm exploration competition officially concluded. Please follow the teacher's guidance for an orderly and safe departure. The top 5 contestants, please stay behind for a moment. Hearing this, countless envious and jealous eyes fell once more on Lu Feiyu. They all knew that keeping the top 5 students behind was at the request of the top university recruitment officers. Not to mention others, just based on Lu Feiyu's performance, he was more than qualified to enter one of Huaxia's top 10 universities, even the 2 most prestigious universities in Huaxia would vie for the chance to recruit him. While others were still toiling for their college entrance exams, Lu Feiyu was already receiving early admission offers from elite institutions. Such a vast gap naturally sparked envy among the students. As the crowd began to disperse, Lu Feiyu retrieved all the resources from the round table into his spatial ring. Then a staff member led him and the other 4 award-winning students towards the back of the square. After walking through a stretch of darkness, the path ahead was illuminated by warm yellow lights, revealing a grand building before Lu Feiyu's eyes. Please come in, a staff member said softly as they opened the door for Lu Feiyu and the others. Lu Feiyu was the first to step into the room, casting a quick glance around. The spacious room had 2 sofas on the left side, and on the right front there was a mahogany desk with 2 leather-backed chairs on either side. At that moment, both the sofas and chairs were already occupied. The murmurs of conversation halted as soon as someone entered, and countless scrutinizing gazes turned toward the doorway. Most of these eyes lingered on Lu Feiyu's face. Sitting on one of the chairs, Principal Wang turned his head with a bright smile and beckoned Feiyu, come over here, quickly. As Lu Feiyu approached, Principal Wang looked at Song Tonglin, who was seated on another chair, and said with a smile, "No introductions needed here, I suppose. This is Mayor Song, our city's strongest beast tamer." Lu Feiyu looked at Song Tonglin and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Mayor Song, for saving my life." Having just been rescued, Lu Feiyu naturally felt a deep sense of gratitude and expressed his thanks politely. Seeing Lu Feiyu's gestures, Song Tonglin smiled and said, "No need to thank me. Protecting the life and safety of every citizen is my duty and obligation as mayor." After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Zhentian stood up again and gestured toward those seated on the sofa. "These are the admissions officers from various universities, be sure to greet them." He patted Lu Feiyu on the shoulder. Embodying the role of a caring principal, Lu Feiyu of course complied, nodding and saying, "Hello teachers." As soon as he spoke, a teacher with a mustache stood up enthusiastically. "Indeed, a hero emerges in youth. Lu Feiyu, your performance today has truly been an eye-opener for me. I, Zhang Jun, on behalf of Moda University, invite you to join our preparatory class with a promise of substantial resource allocation. Furthermore, should you agree to enroll, the university will grant you access to select 3 intermediate-level special resources annually and offer you an A-level beast egg. Additionally, irrespective of your academic performance, you will have the option to stay on as faculty after graduation." Moda University. Lu Feiyu hadn't even responded before the students behind him gasped. This was Moda University, located at the economic heart of Huaxia, promising vast future prospects. In recent years, Moda University had been on a remarkable upward trajectory, aiming to break into the top 5 universities in Huaxia. It was practically a dream school for every student. The conditions offered to Lu Feiyu were exceptionally generous. First, there was the resource allocation for the preparatory class, followed by exclusive privileges. Annually, he could select 3 intermediate-level special resources and receive an A-level beast egg. Converting this into monetary terms, the resource subsidy amounted to nearly 2 million Huaxia currency per year. Over 4 years, this totaled around 8 million, nearly 10 million Huaxia currency. Moreover, Moda University offered Lu Feiyu a guaranteed teaching position upon graduation. This was a tenure-track position, ensuring that no matter how he performed academically, Moda University would provide him with a livelihood. Such treatment was beyond the wildest dreams of his peers, who also ranked in the top 5. However, despite facing such enticing offers, Lu Feiyu remained unfazed. He knew this was merely an appetizer, the real surprises were yet to come. Sure enough, after Zhang Jun spoke, several other representatives seated on the sofa could no longer sit still. They stood up one after another, extending invitations on behalf of their respective universities. Their offers were similar to those from Moda University, with some even more generous, yet through it all Lu Feiyu maintained a polite smile. His gaze, however, was fixed on the 2 teachers who remained seated on the sofa. They were the representatives from Jingcheng University and Huaqing University. These were the institutions Lu Feiyu truly aspired to join. Though all were among the top 10 universities in China, the hard power of Jingcheng and Huaqing universities was on a completely different level compared to the other 8. Whether in terms of the number of secret realms they possessed, the resources they allocated each year, or their faculty strength and teaching methods, they stood at the pinnacle of China's educational landscape. Jingcheng University focused more on exploring the evolution routes of beast taming and other related theories, while Huaqing University placed greater emphasis on practical combat. Seeing Lu Feiyu unmoved, the other teachers sighed inwardly. They knew that with Jingcheng and Huaqing Universities present, they couldn't possibly lure away the truly promising students. They sat back down, turning their attention to the 4 students standing behind Lu Feiyu. After the others had settled, the teacher from Jingcheng University leisurely stood up, addressing Lu Feiyu. "Lu Feiyu, your performance has met the admission standards for our university's preparatory class. We don't offer any special favors beyond the resources entitled to preparatory students." Here, the representative from Jingcheng University Xiaoyu paused slightly, casting a proud glance around the room before continuing. "However, our basic resource allocation alone is equivalent to or even surpasses the special favors offered by other schools, and you should know Jingcheng University is renowned for its exploration of beast evolution routes. Each preparatory class student gets 1 opportunity per year to explore these routes. This opportunity is something money can't buy, it's a patent exclusive to Jingcheng University." His words brimmed with pride and confidence, nearly overflowing. Indeed, the conditions offered by Jingcheng University would excite any beast tamer. The chance to explore the subsequent evolution routes of contracted beasts was invaluable, far surpassing any special resources. However, for Lu Feiyu this held no appeal. His Eye of Ascension was far more useful than any patented method at Jingcheng University. While others might face failure, Lu Feiyu only needed a glance to discern every stage of a beast's evolution route and the detailed materials required for it, completely outclassing any offer. Meanwhile, the beast tamer from Huaqing University also stood up, stating, "Our offer is similar to Jingcheng University's, with only the resources belonging to preparatory class students assured. However, I can guarantee that once you join our preparatory class, opportunities for various battles and secret realm explorations would undoubtedly be abundant." By this point, all the admissions officers had laid out their exceptional offers to Lu Feiyu. For a student with only a C-level beast taming talent, such conditions were incredibly generous. Everyone was now looking at Lu Feiyu, eagerly awaiting his decision. However, Lu Feiyu simply smiled and didn't choose any university. Instead, he declared, "Actually, I have 2 beast taming talents." Indeed, he intended to publicly announce that he possessed dual beast taming talents. Only by doing so could he secure the greatest resource allocation and grow rapidly. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding Lu Feiyu's performance was, in the eyes of the higher-ups, he would merely be a student with C-level talent. They might invest some ordinary resources into his development, but acquiring top-tier resources was out of the question. Even though universities like Beijing and Huaqing had extended offers to him, they only provided the most basic benefits. They had better offers, but they didn't consider Lu Feiyu worthy of them. Upon hearing Lu Feiyu's words, the room, which had been filled with conversation, fell silent. Everyone stared at him as if he were a mythical creature. The admissions officer from Huaqing University, who had just sat down, jumped to his feet like a spring, rushing to Lu Feiyu and grabbing his hand. "What did you say? Dual talents?" Not only him, but even the previously aloof and proud admissions officer from Beijing University immediately leaned in. His once cold eyes now burned with an intense, greedy gaze as he fixated on Lu Feiyu. "What level is the second talent? Is it also C-level or something else?" This was a dual talent, even 2 ordinary C-level talents when combined could rival a typical S-level talent. Such a talent, coupled with Lu Feiyu's previous performance in the secret realm, definitely warranted focused cultivation. The excitement wasn't limited to just these 2 teachers. Teachers from other universities were equally enthusiastic. Regardless of the gap between their schools and top-tier ones like Huaqing and Beijing, they crowded around Lu Feiyu, shouting, "Lu Feiyu, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. In Huaqing and Beijing you might just be a small genius, but at our school you're the cream of the crop, with all resources prioritized for you, and any obstacles will be cleared from your path." Given Lu Feiyu's past performance, they couldn't believe his second talent was still C-level. At the very least it had to be B or A level. They didn't dare to hope for anything higher. Seeing the teacher's excitement, Lu Feiyu smiled and continued, "My other talent is not C-level." As Lu Feiyu spoke again, all other sounds hushed and everyone held their breath, fearing they might interrupt him. Countless eyes were fixed intently on Lu Feiyu's lips, eager to hear the level of his second talent as soon as possible. Lu Feiyu's thin lips moved, softly uttering 3 letters, SSS, describing the level of his second beast taming talent. With those words, the room, already silent, descended into an even deeper stillness, as if life itself had paused. In the vast space, the echo of SSS seemed to linger. For a moment everyone was at a loss, struggling to comprehend what they had just heard. What had been spoken wasn't a CB or even an A, not even the rare S or SS grade talent. It was instead the legendary SSS grade. Throughout the history of beast tamers, how many have achieved the SSS grade? Only 2. The first emerged during the early days of Calamity, when fierce beasts ravaged the earth. With unmatched strength, this tamer carved out a safe haven for humanity, offering a chance to breathe. This beast tamer became known as the Light of Humanity, with statues erected in the capitals of nearly every nation. The second is currently China's top force, single-handedly quelling threats from various nations, ensuring that none dared to challenge China. Even the far-off Eagle nation had mellowed its previous arrogance, showing newfound respect towards China. Now, standing before them was the third SSS grade beast taming talent. In a daze, those present seemed to witness the birth of a new legend. Moments later, someone finally broke the silence with a trembling voice. "Lu Feiyu, you're not joking, it really is SSS grade? You didn't accidentally add an extra S, did you?" Lu Feiyu understood their skepticism. After all, dual talents were already rare, and an SSS grade talent had only appeared twice in a century. Now, these 2 exceedingly rare phenomena had converged in him. If no one doubted him, that would indeed be surprising. even Song Tomlin, who had been leisurely sipping tea, was taken aback. Upon hearing those 3 letters from Lu Feiyu, he spat his tea across Principal Wang's face, but Wang Zhentian had no time to worry about this. Hastily wiping his face, he approached Lu Feiyu directly, his voice quivering with anticipation. "Feiyu, is what you said true?" If Lu Feiyu's words were indeed true, Wang Zhentian as the principal would see his reputation soar. Moreover, the Chinese authorities would undoubtedly reward Changnan High School generously. This would mean abundant resources for both teachers and students and an inevitable transformation in their upcoming exam results. A principal's dream reward. Of course it's true, a genuine SSS grade talent. Lu Feiyu nodded, continuing, "After awakening my first beast taming talent, I sold blood a few times due to financial need. Exhausted, I fell asleep and discovered I had awakened a second beast taming talent." He presented the explanation he had carefully prepared. Upon hearing it, Wang Zhentian nodded in agreement. "That's right, most beastmasters who possess dual talents awaken their second talent a few days after the first. As for determining the grade of a beastmaster's talent," Wang Zhentian glanced at the teachers and confidently proposed, "the talent stone will tell us all we need to know." This suggestion was met with unanimous approval. In the world of beastmasters, the talent stone is the authoritative method for assessing a beastmaster's abilities. Not only does it have the power to activate a beastmaster's talent, but it also emits different colors of light corresponding to various talent levels: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. These colors represent grades from E to SS. The highest SSS grade shines with a resplendent rainbow light. "Fortunately, I have a talent stone right here," announced Yang Xiaoyao, a recruitment officer from Huaqing University. With a flicker of light from his fingertip, a jade-like stone the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Despite the rarity of the talent stone, carrying one was routine for him, given his role at a top-tier university. "Here," he said, handing the talent stone to Lu Feiyu, his gaze fixed on the young man as if appraising a rare treasure. Gone was the previous nonchalance, now Yang Xiaoyao's eyes shone with keen interest. Lu Feiyu accepted the talent stone, its coolness familiar against his skin. This was not his first encounter with such a stone, and he knew exactly how to activate it. He clenched it tightly, and soon a gentle warmth spread from his palm to his entire body. Then a dim yellow glow seeped through his fingers, casting a subtle luminescence in the room. A C-grade talent. The result was expected by all. Lu Feiyu's beastmaster talent was known to be C-grade. What everyone was eagerly anticipating was the subsequent transformation. However, under the watchful and expectant eyes of the audience, the talent stone in Lu Feiyu's hand showed no change whatsoever. Even the dim yellow glow began to visibly fade. This unexpected turn of events puzzled many, and some even looked at Lu Feiyu with a mix of disappointment and disdain. They were disappointed that China had lost the potential of an SSS grade genius. The disdain was for the seemingly foolish lie told by this youth, one that was so easily exposed. Even Lu Feiyu himself was taken aback. After all, his second beastmaster talent was genuinely of the SSS grade with undeniable effects. Could it be, he wondered, that the system had used its power to obscure the talent stone's detection? Considering the hierarchy, his Beastmaster King system was far superior to the talent stone. If the system chose to conceal it, the stone's inability to detect his second talent would indeed be plausible. With this theory forming in his mind, Lu Feiyu had a rough idea of how to handle the situation. "You hide, I reveal," he thought to himself. With a mental command, the beast taming power around him surged like waves, a flash of light in his eyes. The Eye of Ascension activated without reservation. In the instant his beast taming talent was unleashed, the yellow glow at his fingertips burst forth. What was once a dim yellow light became bright and dazzling, as if Lu Feiyu was holding not a talent stone but a blazing sun. After the yellow light intensified, countless other colors danced and interwove in his hands, illuminating the entire room with a brilliant array of rainbow hues. The faces of everyone present shone with this radiant light, their expressions shifting as they gazed at Lu Feiyu. Yang Xiaoyao, the representative from Huaqing University, acted decisively. He stepped out of the room and quickly dialed the university president. As the phone connected with a few beeps, the commanding voice of Huaqing University's president came through. "It better be important to call me this late." In the background, the phone carried the deafening roars of fierce beasts. Yang Xiaoyao took a deep breath, aware that the president was busy, and said, "I have something to tell you, and you must stay calm." A few chuckles came from the phone, followed by a confident reply, "There's nothing in this world that can unsettle me." Xiong Meng, a student with dual talents, has emerged in Changnan. Yang Xiaoyao continued. The voice on the phone remained unchanged. "Isn't that obvious? just offer them our best resources. Does Huaqing lack resources? Before Xiong Meng could finish, Yang Xiaoyao interrupted, seeing the representative from Jingcheng University stepping out as well, and quickly added his second. Talent is SSS grade. Boom. The sound of a roar came from the phone, followed by Xiong Meng's urgent voice. Xiaoqing, deal with it quickly. Yang Xiaoyao, you must keep this student. I'm coming to Changnan myself to negotiate. We must secure him. The call ended abruptly, leaving no room for further conversation. Yang Xiaoyao, staring at the beeping phone, let out a wry smile. In his 10 years of service, he had never seen President Xiong Meng so flustered. Listening to the beeps, Yang Xiaoyao's lips curled into a slight smile. He didn't leave. Instead, he waited patiently for the representative from Jingcheng University to finish his call. As expected, the Jingcheng president was equally anxious, planning to rush to Changnan to negotiate in person. After both calls ended, the two representatives exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting complex thoughts. They had assumed their visit to Changnan was merely procedural. After all, in a small city like this, it's rare to find a student worthy of Huaqing or Jingcheng's preparatory classes even once in a decade, yet Lu Feiyu had given them an unexpected surprise. As for the other university representatives, they had no intention of contacting their schools. They were well aware that only 2 universities were truly qualified to accept a student of such exceptional talent. Other schools simply did not have the standing or capability to nurture a top-tier genius like Lu Feiyu. Inside the room, Lu Feiyu was invited to sit on a leather-backed chair. The soft cushions allowed him to relax his tense body. Song Tonglin personally brewed a cup of hot tea for him, the misty aroma suggesting it was no ordinary brew. Taking a sip, Lu Feiyu felt instantly refreshed, the fatigue from a day of continuous battles melting away. What a fine thing, he thought, marveling at the difference that revealing his talents had made. When he first entered, there was no hot tea offered, not even a place to sit. Now he was seated on a comfortable leather chair sipping expensive tea brewed by none other than Song Tonglin himself. To have a city mayor, a diamond-level beastmaster, personally prepare tea for him was an immense honor. Just the thought filled Lu Feiyu with a sense of satisfaction. Behind him, Wang Shuiyo watched him with a complex expression. She finally understood why she had lost to this previously unknown student. Not only did he possess dual talents, but one of them was the extremely rare SSS grade. Such a gap in talent could easily erase any disparity in resources. Once exposed, Lu Feiyu would have access to top-tier resources several times better than what she, the sole heiress of the Wang Group, could obtain. It was inevitable that the gap between them would only widen. With this realization, Wang Shuiyo's usually composed demeanor faltered slightly, and for the first time, she felt a sense of admiration for a peer. She wasn't alone. The other students present looked at Lu Feiyu with awe and reverence. If not for the presence of university teachers, principals, and the mayor, they might have rushed forward to cling to his coattails. After all, was there anyone more formidable than Lu Feiyu with his SSS grade dual talents? Without a doubt, he was nearly guaranteed to become the strongest of his generation for the next century. As Lu Feiyu sipped his tea, the sound of the door opening caught his attention. Yang Xiaoyao and another person approached, their expressions complicated. In unison, they said, "Feiyu, please wait here for a moment, the principal will be here shortly." This announcement caused a stir in the room. Everyone turned to Yang Xiaoyao and his companion with astonishment. These were the principals of Huaqing University and Beijing University. In the world of beastmasters, one did not become a principal without sufficient strength. In fact, the person with the most authority in any institution was almost always the strongest individual within it. After all, this was a world where power was personal, strength equated to authority. The principal's power was indisputable. They were both bright moon-level beastmasters standing at the pinnacle of the beastmaster realm. In history, only 2 individuals had ever reached the sun level mastery. Reflecting on this, the crowd began to understand and accept the situation. The 2 beast tamers were both possessors of SSS grade taming talents. This implied that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the next solar level beast tamer would be Lu Feiyu. With this in mind, it was understandable why the 2 university presidents were rushing to Changnan City for him. Despite their normally packed schedules, what could be more important than Lu Feiyu at this moment? After pondering for a moment, the other recruiters withdrew their gaze from Lu Feiyu. They knew it was futile to try and recruit him, but they still held confidence in attracting other students from Changnan City. Meanwhile, in the depths of Changnan prison, in a dark cell, Wang Jiaming sat disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a wild beast. he stared intently into the void ahead, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, a shadow slowly materialized in the previously empty space in front of the cell bars. Wan Jiaming's eyes widened in response. Ignoring his wounds, he lunged forward with all his might. The clinking of cold, hard shackles echoed sharply as the barbs on the chains tore into his skin, causing blood to flow freely. Yet Wan Jiaming paid no heed, his red eyes fixated on the cloaked figure before him. The two locked eyes for a moment before the cloaked figure spoke. "Your performance has disappointed the cult." His voice was harsh and grating, like rusted iron scraping against itself. Hearing this, the red in Wan Jiaming's eyes intensified and drool dripped from his mouth. Driven by fury, he had sacrificed his life's work, even his son's life, for the cult of all beasts, only to be met with disappointment. How could he not be enraged? The cloaked figure ignored his outburst, continuing, "Because of you, the cult's plans must be expedited, yet the beast god is merciful, offering you a chance to redeem yourself. Tonight, kill Lu Feiyu, use his blood to please the beast god." As he spoke, the figure's hand shot out from beneath the cloak, fingers forming a blade that sliced through the air. Clang! With two crisp sounds, Wan Jiaming's handcuffs and shackles shattered. These restraints, capable of easily holding a diamond-level beast tamer, seemed like mere paper in the hands of the cloaked figure. Such power, it was beyond what a beast tamer could possess, more akin to the force of some ancient beast. Having done this, the cloaked figure tossed a bottle of red potion to Wan Jiaming, which landed in his hands. "Drink it, and you will gain the strength of a diamond-level beast tamer. Of course your beast will die instantly, but you knew this all along, didn't you?" With a chilling laugh, the cloaked figure's presence faded away. Back in the secret realm plaza, within a spacious room, only Lu Feiyu and an old man sat facing each other. Lu Feiyu observed the elderly man opposite him, whose hair and beard were as white as snow and whose face was a map of wrinkles reminiscent of the crisscrossing gullies of the Lust Plateau. His eyes were half-closed, as if about to drift into sleep. Lu Feiyu could hardly believe that this was Han Shoujing, the current principal of Beijing University and a bright moon-level beastmaster. As Lu Feiyu appraised Han Shoujing, the principal was doing the same in return. After a moment, Han Shoujing raised a finger and with a smile declared, "Heaven blesses China. I'll skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Join Beijing University and you will be immediately rewarded with an S-level beast egg with no delays. Each time you advance, the university will reward you with another beast egg starting from at least A level. Additionally, each semester you will have the opportunity to select 5 pieces of mid-level special resources. Should you need, you can exchange 5 mid-level selections for a single high-level special resource. Rest assured, for each beast you contract, our school will assign experts to chart its evolutionary path, ensuring perfect evolution." As he finished speaking, Han Shoujing's eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, widened briefly with an intense gleam. Leaning forward slightly, he asked Lu Feiyu, "How about it? Even if Huaqing University makes an offer, I guarantee they can't match what I am offering." His tone brimmed with confidence. After all, an S-level beast egg was no trivial matter, especially with a guaranteed perfect evolution route. Han Shoujing was certain that no beastmaster in the world could resist such a temptation, and only Beijing University could afford such lavish rewards. Their specialization in the beastmaster path and the cultivation of various beast eggs meant their storerooms were well stocked. Even the exceedingly rare S-level beast eggs were within their reach. In contrast, Huaqing University was just a bunch of brutes in his eyes. Imagining the fury of his old friend upon discovering that the prize had already been claimed, Han Shoujing couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Truth be told, Lu Feiyu was indeed tempted by the offer. While he might dismiss other things, he couldn't ignore the allure of an S-level beast egg. It's well known that S-level eggs are nearly the pinnacle. While A-level eggs might be purchasable with enough wealth and connections, S-level eggs are the exclusive realm of the top-tier elite. Even with millions of Chinese yuan, one might never even lay eyes on an S-level egg, let alone purchase one. Across the entirety of China, the annual appearance of S-level beast eggs can be counted on one hand, highlighting their rarity and value. And here was Han Shoujing offering to supply all of Lu Feiyu's future beast eggs, including an S-level one, with a single proposal. Such extravagance would tempt anyone. Moreover, Lu Feiyu's mythic bloodline pool could immediately evolve a newly contracted beast. This meant that upon joining Beijing University, Lu Feiyu's third beast would start at SS level potential as soon as it was contracted. Such a boost was beyond his wildest dreams, promising unimaginable power and satisfaction. Furthermore, being the first to move often means staying ahead. Lu Feiyu was confident that as long as he maintained an absolute first-place position, the Chinese authorities would never hesitate to support him generously. perhaps there was even an opportunity to acquire an S-grade beast egg. However, Lu Feiyu remained silent in response to Han Shouzheng. After all, the principal of Huaqing University hadn't even arrived yet, so why rush? It's like shopping for clothes, you need to compare options. Selecting a university deserves even more careful consideration. No mistake there. Lu Feiyu mentally applauded his own cleverness. Seeing Lu Feiyu's silence, Han Shouzheng sitting across from him grew anxious. This was an SSS grade talent beast tamer, and with dual talents, no less. A student of such caliber, even if they didn't join Jingcheng University, must not end up at Huaqing University. Otherwise, the reputation of Jingcheng University would forever be overshadowed by Huaqing. This was unacceptable for Han Shouzheng, who had dedicated his life to the development of Jingcheng University. Therefore, with a slightly more urgent tone, he continued, "Here's what I'll do. I'll double your monthly resources for the preparatory class." Such a resource allocation would be more than sufficient even if you were a gold-level beast tamer. Feiyu, our sincerity at Jingcheng University is truly genuine. Han Shouzheng's words, full of sincerity, echoed in the room. This elder, standing at the pinnacle of China, gazed at Lu Feiyu with hopeful eyes. He wasn't exaggerating. Jingcheng University's preparatory class students received 5 bottles of spiritual essence water each month. This essence water was unique to Jingcheng University, extracted from countless spirit beast stones. Even the energy contained in the lowest grade of spiritual essence water was equivalent to the energy in hundreds of spirit beast stones. Doubling that to 10 bottles meant energy equivalent to thousands of spirit beast stones. The market value alone exceeded 2 million Chinese yuan. Moreover, the energy in the spiritual essence water was purer and more easily absorbed by beasts, providing excellent support for their cultivation. 1 bottle was enough to allow a bronze-level beast to train under optimal conditions for an entire month, equivalent to 3 months of hard training under normal circumstances. Due to the high technical requirements, this resource was mostly circulated within Jingcheng University and was unobtainable outside, no matter how much money one had. Principal Han, this. Lu Feiyu hesitated, starting to speak. It wasn't that his resolve was weak, but the offer was just too tempting. What are you hesitating for? An S-grade beast egg, spiritual essence water. Which of these can Huaqing University offer? Seeing Lu Feiyu finally waver, Han Shouzheng's eyes gleamed with joy and he pressed on. However, at that moment a cold snort came from outside the door. With a creak, the door swung open. Instantly, a strong scent of blood filled Lu Feiyu's nostrils. He turned his head to see a burly, bearded, middle-aged man walking in with a cold expression. On his shoulder perched a majestic little bird, green as bamboo with a tail of vibrant colors. Lu Feiyu's eyes flashed with insight as the beast's information appeared before him. Species, auspicious sound, Fei Luan attribute, sound talent level, SS realm, luminous moon, 3rd tier skills, harmonious sound, epic, true body of Fei Luan, epic, Godspeed, epic, annihilating whale, epic, evaluation, I enjoy its sound, SS grade aptitude. With 4 epic level skills and the power of a bright moon, 3rd stage, Lu Feiyu immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer. Such a powerful Beastmaster arriving in the dead of night in Changnan could only be here for one reason, Lu Feiyu himself. Thus, the man's identity was clear. Xiong Meng, the principal of Huaqing University. His name alone suggested his fierce and formidable nature, a true warrior in practice. In terms of combat strength, Xiong Meng was undoubtedly superior to Han Shouzheng, ranking among the top 5, perhaps even top 3, in all of China. Yet, at this moment, Xiong Meng's expression was far from pleasant. After all, he had just finished quelling a beast tide and hadn't even changed his clothes in his rush to come and recruit Lu Feiyu, only to hear Han Shouzheng disparaging Huaqing University right at the door. Who could tolerate such a slight? With a stern face, he approached Han Shouzheng slowly, the smell of blood growing stronger. Seeing this demeanor, Han Shouzheng simply chuckled, unfazed, as they were longtime friends. He turned to Xiong Meng and said, "What's wrong with what I said? Everyone has their specialty. When it comes to resource allocation and Beastmaster-related matters, your Huaqing University just can't compete with my Beijing University." Hearing this, Xiong Meng's face darkened. Further, he couldn't refute it, as Han Shouzheng was speaking the truth. Suppressing his annoyance, Xiong Meng didn't want to lose composure in front of a student with an SSS-level talent. He restrained the urge to punch. Han Shouzheng pulled over a nearby sofa and sat down heavily. The sofa creaked under his weight, almost bursting at the seams, revealing just how uncomfortable Xiong Meng felt inside. Gazing at Lu Feiyu, Xiong Meng didn't deny Han Shouzheng's words but instead offered what Huaqing University could provide access to undeveloped rare secret realms. As long as you wish and dare, you can always be among the first to enter. Moreover, our university will arrange extensive field and combat training for you and your beasts, ensuring you become the strongest in actual combat within your realm. Additionally, we have the most advanced holographic simulation technology. There you can engage in battles to your heart's content, unleashing your full potential without fear of any damage. Even skills with negative effects can be perfectly replicated within the holographic system without harming your beasts. As he spoke, Xiong Meng cast a sidelong glance at Han Shouzheng and added, "This technology is unique in the world. Beijing University doesn't have it." Of course, he admitted Huaqing University would also provide beast eggs, though they likely wouldn't be of S-level potential. They offered 5 special resources each semester. Hearing Xiong Meng's offer, Lu Feiyu felt his heart tremble once more. Truly one of the top universities in China. The rewards were exceptionally generous, the right to explore new secret realms first. It's important to know that each secret realm upon first appearing in the Beastmaster world had already been growing in the interdimensional space for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. The richness of resources within was unimaginable, therefore being among the first to explore a new secret realm provided one's strength was sufficient. With access to the secret realm, Lu Feiyu could acquire resources long vanished from the world, such as S-grade beast eggs or various high-level and even top-tier special resources. Compared to the straightforward offerings from Jingcheng University, Huaqing University's rewards were more uncertain but had a higher potential ceiling. As for the holographic simulation technology, Lu Feiyu found himself particularly tempted. After all, his current beasts each possessed a powerful skill with negative side effects. With the help of holographic simulation, he could fully understand the skill's effects and side effects without harming the beasts, giving him greater confidence in battles. Moreover, frequent use of the skill might even build resistance to its negative effects, potentially reducing the downtime from weakness. Sigh, as the rewards from both principles echoed in his mind, Lu Feiyu let out a long sigh internally. How could he choose when he wanted them all? Could he be blamed for being greedy? Not at all, it was simply that both sides were offering so much. While Lu Feiyu hesitated, a flash of inspiration struck him. Wait, he was an SSS-grade beast tamer with dual talents. With such qualifications, even if he proposed some excessive demands, surely neither principal would fault him, right? With this thought, Lu Feiyu made up his mind. He looked at the two principals and slowly opened his mouth. Seeing Lu Feiyu about to speak, both Han Shouzheng and Xiong Meng sat up straight, their eyes fixed on him with anticipation. After all, this was an SSS-grade beast tamer with dual talents. Which university wouldn't want him? Jingcheng University and Huaqing University had been the top institutions in China even before the catastrophe. Since then, both schools aimed to outdo the other, yet neither succeeded. Now Lu Feiyu was the trump card they both needed to gain an edge. Seeing the intense anticipation in the eyes of the two principals, Lu Feiyu felt more confident. He began, "Principals, you wouldn't want word to spread that you failed to recruit a student because the other school did, right?" Hearing this, both principals exchanged confused glances, seeing big question marks in each other's eyes. But then Lu Feiyu continued, "Both of your offers are excellent and I like them a lot. However, choosing one school means one of you will inevitably feel disappointed, which I don't want to see. Therefore, I have a small idea." Pausing momentarily to let the suspense build, Lu Feiyu watched as their curiosity peaked before he continued, "Is there a possibility that I could have both? Could I become a student at both universities?" Upon hearing this, Xiong Meng and Han Shouzheng exchanged another look. They hadn't expected Lu Feiyu to suggest such a thing. Clearing his throat, Han Shouzheng commented, "Ahem. You young people certainly have forward-thinking ideas." Well. He glanced at Xiong Meng, noting that he too seemed to be in deep thought. A moment later, Xiong Meng lifted his head, nodded at Han Shouzheng, signaling a shared understanding. He had just considered that such an exceptionally gifted student was a blessing bestowed upon China. Naturally, they must provide him with the top-tier resources. Huaqing University was indeed the best in certain fields, but in some respects it fell short of Beijing University. Of course, the reverse was also true. Given this, why not have the two universities collaborate, nurturing Lu Feiyu in their respective strengths to create an invincible beastmaster? Seeing Xiong Meng nod, Han Shouzheng felt a sense of relief. His greatest worry was that Lu Feiyu would decisively choose Huaqing University, neglecting Beijing University. If that were the case, in the eyes of the world, his life's work at Beijing University would be seen as inferior to Huaqing University. Otherwise, why would Lu Feiyu choose Huaqing over Beijing? Now, with Lu Feiyu attending both universities, it wasn't as perfect as having him solely at Beijing, but it wasn't the worst case scenario either. In fact, purely from the perspective of Beastmaster training and from Lu Feiyu's viewpoint, this was indeed the optimal choice. Thus Han Shouzheng also nodded in agreement. The young ones, their thinking is far more progressive than us old folks. Let's proceed as you suggested. Spend your first year at Beijing University, then the second year at Huaqing University, and alternate accordingly. Lu Feiyu was surprised by this turn of events. He had only made a modest suggestion and was prepared for rejection, yet Han Shouzheng agreed without even negotiating the terms. Lu Feiyu initially thought that even if the principals agreed to his somewhat presumptuous request, they might reduce the original resource allocation to some extent. Surprisingly, Han Shouzheng didn't even mention it. It seemed that to reach the position of principal, one must possess both magnanimity and foresight. However, while Han Shouzheng agreed, Xiong Meng was not pleased. He sprang to his feet, brows furrowing as he glared at Han Shouzheng. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu tensed up again, fearing complications in his enrollment. Why should the first year be at your Beijing University? No way, Lu Feiyu should start at Huaqing University. I need to cultivate his combat awareness properly so it doesn't need correcting later. Xiong Meng bellowed, his brows knitted. Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu exhaled a long breath. So it was a dispute over this. Let them argue. He wasn't particularly concerned about where he spent his first year. After all, he would receive resources from both universities and enjoy the benefits from both sides. Combat awareness. Without theoretical knowledge, blind combat is simply foolish. Here were two esteemed principals heatedly debating in a small meeting room over where Lu Feiyu should spend his first academic year. Lu Feiyu could clearly see Xiong Meng's forehead veins bulge, his cheeks flushed red, and his spittle flying as he gestured animatedly in the air as if ready to brawl at any moment. Meanwhile, Han Shouzheng, though still seated, had a similarly flushed face, clearly engaged in the argument with equal fervor. Meanwhile, the two principals, usually composed figures of authority, appeared more like vendors in a bustling market haggling over a few coins, their voices raised in disputes. Lu Feiyu sat quietly in his chair, observing the heated exchange between the two prominent figures, almost as if he were scoring their performance in his mind. On the other side, Wang Jiaming had downed the red potion. The crimson liquid reminiscent of blood flowed smoothly down his throat, surprisingly sweet, like fruit rather than metallic. But as soon as it reached his stomach, his body went rigid. Blood gushed from his ears, nose and mouth, making him look like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, twisted and fierce. Agonizing pain spread throughout his body, especially in his head, where it felt as if thousands of icy spikes were piercing his brain, cold and excruciating. He could feel the rapid dissolution of his beast-taming contract deep within his soul. The connection, once so intimate and vital, vanished in an instant. He faintly heard the anguished cries of his contracted beasts from within the beast-taming space, their wails eerily similar to the cries of tormented spirits, chilling him to the bone. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Wang Jiaming's already bloodshot eyes turned such a deep red they seemed ready to bleed. Enough, stop arguing, he roared, flinging his hands forward. A loud crash brought his senses back momentarily. His blood-red pupils contracted sharply as he took in the sight before him. The steel-reinforced, specially crafted prison door now bore a massive hole. Jagged metal fragments dripped like viscous blood from the gaping wound. Only then did Wang Jiaming realize the unimaginable power coursing through his veins. Every gesture he made carried the full force of a diamond-level beast-tamer's strike. Sensing this newfound strength, a menacing grin spread across Wang Jiaming's face, blood trickling from his gums, staining his teeth crimson. The metallic taste didn't bother him. Instead, he muttered in a low voice, Lu Feiyu, Song Tonglin, wait for me, I'll show you what it means to wish for death over life. His voice, now as grating as the cloaked figures, echoed harshly in the air. With a bend of his knees, the muscles in his calves swelled like hills, propelling him forward with a force akin to a sniper bullet in flight. As he bolted through the corridors, Wang Jiaming noticed the eerie silence of Changnan prison, as if everyone had succumbed to a deep slumber. It suited his purpose, perfectly facilitating his assault on Lu Feiyu. Replaying Lu Feiyu's actions in his mind, Wang Jiaming's eyes burned with murderous intent as he sped towards the Secret Realm Plaza. The physical prowess of a diamond-level beast-tamer allowed him to cross half the city in mere minutes, arriving near the familiar meeting room. With a thought, his entire body floated into the air, ready to unleash his vengeance. It was as if something beneath him was lifting him up. Standing mid-air, Benjamin had a better view clearly. Seeing the scene unfolding in the meeting room, Two middle-aged men furiously exchanging spit while Lu Feiyu watched their argument with keen interest. Song Tonglin isn't here, how fortunate, Benjamin thought to himself. These two old fools probably aren't very powerful, so they'll just make good company for Lu Feiyu in the afterlife. As he spoke, Benjamin crouched slightly and shot downward with incredible speed, so fast that sonic waves erupted in the air. The loud noise immediately drew everyone's attention in the meeting room towards the window. From Lu Feiyu's expression, Benjamin caught a clear glimpse of astonishment, seeing that bewildered and surprised look. Benjamin felt a rush of satisfaction. You never expected this outcome, did you? I'll strike you down at the peak of your life, avenging my son's blood. Lu Feiyu was indeed surprised and quite puzzled. He could hardly fathom what might be going through Benjamin's mind. Was it mush or something even more unpleasant, to attempt an assassination right under the noses of two bright moon-level beastmasters? Not even Song Tonglin, a diamond-level beastmaster, could hold Benjamin back, so what made him think he could succeed against those two? Who gave him such courage and confidence? Was it Liang Jingru? In the eyes of Han Shoujing and Xiong Meng, Benjamin was probably no more than a slightly larger insect. Both Xiong Meng and Han Shoujing, upon noticing the sudden attack, also showed a hint of surprise. It had been ages since anyone attempted to ambush them, because those who tried before never got the chance to regret their actions. Interesting. Xiong Meng, seasoned by countless battles, reacted with remarkable speed, almost as soon as Benjamin moved his beast. The Shangyin Failone let out a resonant cry. The melodious sound, akin to heavenly music, transformed into tangible notes that enveloped the entire meeting room. Lu Feiyu felt a warm sensation flowing from all directions, bringing a profound sense of peace to his mind. Moreover, he could feel his physical abilities greatly enhanced within this field of notes. The sense of danger from being targeted by Benjamin dissipated in an instant. A group buff skill? Impressive indeed, Lu Feiyu thought to himself. With two bright moon-level beastmasters present, he had no concerns about his safety. Go Xiaoqing, Xiong Meng commanded, and the Shangyin Failone transformed into a streak of blue light shooting outside. Its speed was so swift that it outpaced the sound of shattering glass. As the sound of glass breaking reached the ground, Lu Feiyu saw the musical notes transformed into short swords, targeting Benjamin's airborne figure. Suddenly, Benjamin's forward-moving body came to a jolting halt. He clutched his head as his veins writhed under his skin like serpents, threatening to burst at any moment. Simultaneously, the Shangyin Failone's wings swept down, enveloping Benjamin's contorted body within the folds of its wings and body, effectively capturing him. The moment Wan Jieming regained consciousness, he found himself being carelessly tossed to the cold, hard ground, the impact jolting him awake with a surge of pain. As he opened his eyes, rage filled his heart at the sight before him. His sworn enemy Lu Feiyu stood over him with a mocking expression. Beside Lu Feiyu was a middle-aged man whose face bore a look of bemusement as he asked, "Is he always this bold? I thought he'd have some real strength if he's daring enough to kill in front of me, but this is it." Perched on the man's shoulder was a small blue bird no larger than a palm, emitting soft chirps as if in agreement, yet the aura emanating from this bird was so terrifying that Wan Jieming dared not move. He recalled how this very bird had effortlessly knocked him unconscious with a single strike. The overwhelming power reminded him of his first encounter with the cloaked figure years ago, equally formidable, equally insurmountable. Listening to Xiong Meng's words, Lu Feiyu remained unsure how to respond. If word got out that the leader of Changnan's largest underworld faction was this incompetent, people might think everyone in Changnan City was a fool to let such a person rise to power. Han Shoujing also approached, taking a closer look at Wan Jieming before remarking casually, "Just a discarded pawn of the beast cult. Nothing much to see here." He drank some low-grade stimulant potion and lost his wits. He probably heard about Lu Feiyu's talent and wanted to eliminate him prematurely. Xiong Meng picked up the thread. Indeed, with a talent like Feiyu's, assassination attempts are inevitable. Look at you reacting so slowly. How will you keep him safe? So the first year must be at Huaqing University, no arguments. Hearing this, Han Shoujing was about to retort, but seeing Wan Jieming lying helplessly on the ground, he sighed deeply. Ultimately, he had been too slow to react, and now there was no ground to argue on. Waving his hand, he said, "Do as you please. I am after all your elder, but you don't spare me any face." Xiong Meng ignored the latter part of his sentence, excitedly pulling Lu Feiyu into a hug. "Great. From today on, you're officially part of the Huaqing preparatory class. When can you start?" Lu Feiyu thought for a moment before replying, "In 3 days. Upon hearing this, Xiong Meng's eyes lit up and he slapped Lu Feiyu's shoulder enthusiastically. "Good lad, decisive. I like that. Watching the three of them chat and laugh, Wang Jiaming couldn't help but ponder life's three ultimate questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why? As the assassin, was he being completely ignored by these three? They seemed to treat him with less seriousness than they would a stray dog on the street. These thoughts fueled the madness and bloodthirsty intent in Wang Jiaming's mind once more. He flipped his body, attempting to launch himself at Lu Feiyu, aiming for a mutual destruction. However, at that very moment, Xiong Meng casually kicked him, sending Wang Jiaming flying backward. Xing bird, wake him up, Xiong Meng instructed, as calm as ever. In an instant, the clear birdsong resonated throughout the meeting room with tangible musical notes brushing over Benjamin's body inch by inch. The blood-red hue in his eyes faded visibly until clarity returned. So tell me, how did you get involved with the beast cult? Xiong Meng asked, pulling up a chair and sitting down with a commanding presence. However, just as he finished speaking, Benjamin's blood vessels swelled suddenly and black blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth and nose. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Benjamin's body exploded, sending a mist of blood and bits of flesh scattering in all directions. The stench filled the room, but fortunately, the Shangyin Feiyuan had summoned its field of notes just in time. Not a single drop of blood touched any of the three. Ugh, the beast cult always makes things so disgusting, Xiong Meng said with disdain as he stood up from his chair. And the worst part is, they're everywhere. Taking this opportunity, Lu Feiyu asked, Principal, what exactly is the beast cult? There's only a brief mention of them in the textbooks. As someone who had lived an ordinary life in his previous world, Lu Feiyu had no understanding of the beast cult. It was unfathomable to him that someone as powerful as Benjamin could be just a pawn to them. No wonder Benjamin and his entire family had been acting so madly lately. Xiong Meng gave a succinct explanation. They're an extreme anti-human organization that targets geniuses from around the world, orchestrates beast tides, and commits acts of terror. He continued, with talents like yours, you'll likely encounter the beast cult often, but don't worry, with me and the school protecting you, what can a group lurking in the shadows possibly do? As he finished speaking, Xiong Meng turned to Han Shouzheng and said, keep an eye on the kid. I want to see just how many of the beast cult's rats are hiding in Changnan. As soon as he finished his sentence, Xiong Meng vanished from the meeting room. Always in such a rush, Han Shouzheng remarked, then looked at Lu Feiyu. You must be tired. Get some rest. Come on, take me to where you're staying. This old man needs a place to crash. Lu Feiyu nodded. Having such a powerful bodyguard was certainly not something he would refuse. Seeing Lu Feiyu nod, Han Shouzheng immediately summoned his flying beast. Unlike others, his flying beast was a silver-glinting iron giant with countless weapons of various shapes and sizes crossed on its back. The cold metallic aura was palpable. It looked impressive, but where was the flying part? Lu Feiyu wondered to himself. However, under Lu Feiyu's curious and astonished gaze, the giant's form rapidly transformed, each piece of metal twisting and reshaping. It finally morphed from a giant into an iron airship. The underside of the airship even had two exhaust ports emitting cobalt blue flames that provided immense propulsion. Species: 1000 change, divine iron attribute, metal talent level, SS realm, bright moon first stage skills, ever-changing, epic, divine iron body, epic, master of all weapons, epic, heaven cleaving strike, epic, evaluation, an interesting toy. The airship was just the right size to accommodate both Lu Feiyu and Han Shouzheng. As the two of them stood within the cabin of the airship, jets of air blasted from beneath, propelling the metallic vessel through the sky at incredible speed towards the villa nestled in the low hills. Upon arrival, Lu Feiyu found a clean room for Han Shouzheng and then retreated to his own quarters. The day's events had been overwhelming and he needed a moment of quiet to process everything. After a while, Lu Feiyu took out his phone and glanced at the text message from the bank. 3 million had been deposited into his account. Excitement surged through him. Without hesitation, he dialed the number of Xiaoyu, the sales associate at Wanbao Pavilion, being the premier chain store in China. Wanbao Pavilion operated around the clock. Although it was nearing midnight, they were still open for business. Whether or not Xiaoyu was off duty was not a concern for Lu Feiyu. After all, Xiaoyu was the only contact he had at Wanbao Pavilion. He imagined that even if she were asleep, the prospect of a 300,000 to 400,000 transaction and its commission would surely rouse her from slumber. Lost in these thoughts, the call connected. Xiaoyu's slightly nasal greeting reached his ears. Hello? Clearly, she had been asleep. I'm Lu Feiyu, he stated directly. Upon hearing his name, Xiaoyu immediately sat up in bed, her tone turning professional. Hello, Mr. Lu. How can I assist you today? For someone who had previously earned her a commission of 150,000, Xiaoyu was naturally very enthusiastic. I have a transaction worth 400,000. Are you interested? If not, you can pass me your colleague's number. Lu Feiyu was straightforward. After all, the customer is king, especially when you're a wealthy customer with minimal demands, a super VIP if you will. 400,000? Xiaoyu's voice rose sharply, almost piercing in its excitement. For a junior sales associate like her, reaching $1 million in sales in a year was not guaranteed, and here was Lu Feiyu casually mentioning a 400,000 transaction. She quickly did the math in her head. At a 1% commission rate, that meant a 50,000 commission, almost half a year's salary for her, more importantly, surpassing a total sales volume of 500,000 within the year would promote her to a mid-level sales associate, bringing a higher commission rate. With these thoughts, Xiaoyu's breathing grew heavier and she adopted her most professional demeanor. I'm available, Mr. Lu. What do you need? I'll deliver it to you right away. For transactions of this magnitude, home delivery was a given. As they spoke, Lu Feiyu could hear the rustling of clothes through the phone as Xiaoyu hurriedly dressed. Spirit Stone Essence and Gale Sai. Lu Feiyu stated, naming the two special resources needed for Boss Jin's next evolution. The former was a rare mineral found only occasionally in high-quality spirit beast stone veins, containing vast and pure spiritual energy with a correspondingly high price, around 600,000 Chinese yuan. Among these items, this was the cheapest of the 6 special resources. The Gale Sight, being one of the most premium intermediate resources, was priced at twice that of the Spirit Light ore. Upon hearing Lu Feiyu's request, Xiaoyu responded enthusiastically, certainly Mr. Lu. After discounts, the price for these two special resources is 1.68 million Huaxia currency. 12,000 less than the market price. Lu Feiyu nodded silently, knowing that Xiaoyu must have offered him a significant discount. However, the special resources needed for Boss Jin were just the appetizer. The evolution resources required by Black Scale were a true bottomless pit. Apart from the 5 Poisons Essence, which was an intermediate special resource, both the high-quality poison-type Ferocious Beast Core and the True Dragon Blood were genuine high-level special resources. Extremely expensive, each of these items would easily cost several million Huaxia currency. Could he at least afford one? Lu Feiyu pondered this as he shared his needs with Xiaoyu. A moment later, Xiaoyu's voice came through again. Hello, Mr. Lu. The discounted price for the 5 Poisons Essence is 700,000 Huaxia currency. The high-quality poison-type Ferocious Beast Core is priced at 1.8 million Huaxia currency. However, it's not in stock at the Changnan warehouse, but I can arrange for it to be transferred from another location. As for the True Dragon Blood, the price is 5 million Huaxia currency. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu did some quick mental calculations and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, he still had enough money to purchase the 5 Poisons Essence and the Beast Core. As for the True Dragon Blood, that was beyond his reach. This single special resource was worth more than everything he owned combined. In this Beastmaster world, anything related to dragons was exorbitantly priced, let alone True Dragon Blood. A beast could only produce 7 or 8 drops of such blood in a short period, and each drop lost would weaken the beast significantly. Losing more than 3 drops at once could even damage its essence and cause a decline in its realm. Therefore, high-quality blood was extremely costly. Let's go with the 5 Poisons Essence and the Beast Core. Oh, and I have various resources worth $1 million here. Send someone to appraise them and bring extra people. Lu Feiyu decided decisively. In total, he spent 4.18 million Huaxia currency to acquire the evolution resources for Boss Jin. For Black Scale, only the True Dragon Blood was missing, but let's not forget he had an opportunity to exchange for high-level special resources at both Huaqing and Beijing universities. This meant that once Lu Feiyu successfully enrolled Black Scale's further evolution would be a certainty. Having resolved the beast evolution issue, Lu Feiyu finally exhaled a long breath of relief. He glanced at his phone, where a bank notification displayed, a wry smile appearing on his face. The money hadn't even warmed in his hands before it was spent. Not only had the 3 million from the Changnan official reward been used up, but all the resources he found in the secret realm had also been converted into Huaxia currency and spent completely. Even so, Lu Feiyu had to dip into his meager savings of 60,000 yuan. In the present moment, he finds himself so destitute that all he has left is his life. Money, indeed, is something that vanishes all too quickly. Sitting at the edge of his bed, Lu Feiyu let out a soulful sigh. If other beast tamers were to hear this, they would surely give him a good thrashing. It's known that in the outside world, nurturing a beast with SS-grade potential costs tens of millions, if not billions. Even with such a hefty investment, there's no guarantee that the beast can stably evolve to SS grade. Should the evolution fail, not only are all the rare materials wasted, but the beast might also regress in level or even face severe life-threatening risks. Truly, every SS-grade beast is a combination of talent, luck and opportunity, none of which can be lacking. Even a tamer of diamond rank may not possess an SS-grade beast. However, when it came to Lu Feiyu, he almost managed to evolve 2 beasts to SS grade with just under 5 million. Such a disparity is enough to drive other tamers mad with envy. The transaction amount was significant, and thus Xiaoyu, the sales assistant, was very attentive. As a result, Wanbao Pavilion acted swiftly. Not long after hanging up the phone, Lu Feiyu heard the roar of cars outside his villa. Opening the door, he found Han Shouzheng already seated in the living room. He gave Lu Feiyu a slight nod, indicating there was no danger outside. Comforted by this, Lu Feiyu walked into the courtyard and looked through the ornate iron gate. He saw Xiaoyu standing by her car, hands full of items, eagerly looking his way. With a creak, Lu Feiyu opened the iron gate and reached out to take the items. "Mr. Lu, here we have the glimmering essence and the gale sigh. Over here are the 5 poison's essence and the high-quality venom-type ferocious beast cores," Xiaoyu explained as she handed over the goods. "You can inspect them on the spot, and if there's anything unsatisfactory you can return or exchange them." Lu Feiyu opened the bags, a mysterious light flashing in his eyes as he confirmed the contents were indeed what he desired. Nodding, he handed Xiaoyu a pre-prepared bank card. "There's 3 million in here." Simultaneously, a flash of light emitted from his hand and a large amount of resources poured out from his spatial ring, quickly covering the previously empty ground. "These resources are worth about over 1 million. Please check and quote a price." "Certainly, please hold on a moment." Despite the chaos of resources scattered on the ground, Xiaoyu showed no impatience. She bent down, carefully examining each item. Moments later, she quoted a figure that Lu Feiyu had expected, a total of 112,000 huaxia currency. This price was 3,000 less than what the plaza staff had estimated. However, since they were the ones purchasing, it was natural not to buy at market price, otherwise where would Wanbao Pavilion's profit come from? Truth be told, Lu Feiyu felt that the price Xiaoyu offered was quite generous. Thus, Lu Feiyu didn't haggle and nodded directly, saying, "Good, this sum will also be used to purchase these resources." He hefted the bag in his hand, indicating, "Don't I still have a little over 60,000 saved with you? Include that as well." "The amount is sufficient." "Perfect," Xiaoyu mentally calculated and, with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, nodded in agreement. "All right, you can head back," Lu Feiyu said with a wave of his hand, and without lingering he turned and walked into the house. Xiaoyu stood there for a moment, watching his back straight as a spear. Her mind flashed back to the timid young man who had handed her 8,000 yuan just a few days ago. A sense of disbelief washed over her. How could someone change so much in such a short time? After a brief moment of reflection, Xiaoyu called out to the driver in the truck, and together they began unloading the resources. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu had already entered the villa. Seeing Han Shouzheng still waiting in the living room, he felt a warmth in his heart and nodded in acknowledgement before heading inside. He could hardly wait to witness Boss Jin's evolution into an SS-level beast. Summoning Boss Jin in black scale from the beast space, he found that after a good rest, Boss Jin was back to his lively self, no longer weak. As soon as he appeared in the room, he wagged his tail and ran toward Lu Feiyu. A dull thud resounded as he collided with Lu Feiyu's chest. Lu Feiyu winced in pain and tapped the dog's head. "You don't know how much you weigh, do you? Crashing into me like that could break my bones." Black Scale, perched back on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, gazed at Boss Jin with its inky black eyes, a hint of mockery gleaming in them, as if to say, "What a fool you are." All right, let's get down to business," Lu Feiyu said, stifling his laughter and speaking seriously. Gently pushing aside Boss Jin's furry form, he retrieved a jade box filled with resources from the paper bag. As he opened the box, a sudden gust of wind swept through the previously quiet room, causing Lu Feiyu's clothes to flutter and his hair to dance wildly. At the same time, a sigh that seemed to echo from ancient times resonated within the room. The Gale Sigh, the most premium of intermediate special resources, it contained the purest wind energy, and its sigh-like sound had a powerful calming effect on the mind. Although he didn't understand why Boss Jin, a beast of light and fire attributes, needed such a thing, the Eye of Ascension had indicated its necessity, and there must be a reason. This was a testament to the difficulty of determining evolution paths for beasts. Often, the resources required for a beast's evolution had little to do with its current attributes, and sometimes they were even completely opposite. Therefore, discovering a minor evolution path often required tens of thousands of experiments, with significant costs and losses along the way. only someone like Lu Feiyu could directly discern the evolution path of his contracted beasts, otherwise evolving a unique beast like Boss Gene would be as challenging as reaching the heavens. The Gale's Sai in appearance was a fist-sized mass of fog-like blue gas with countless tiny threads swirling within, exuding bursts of wild wind. Simultaneously, Lu Feiyu also took out the spirit light ore in the essence of the sun. However, Boss Gene was clearly only interested in the essence of the sun, showing lukewarm feelings towards the spirit light ore. Confronted with the Gale's Sai, it displayed an unmistakable aversion. The resources are all here, so why aren't you eating, old Gene? Lu Feiyu muttered, wrapping his arm around Boss Gene's head, attempting to push the Gale's Sai toward its mouth. Boss Gene turned its head away, lips curling in disdain. Witnessing this, Lu Feiyu furrowed his brows and said, Boss Gene, the Gale's Sai is incredibly precious. Consuming special resources is a delightful thing, so eat it for me. Despite his insistence, Boss Gene remained unmoved. Left with no choice, Lu Feiyu pretended to be angry, raising his voice, eat it. For heaven's sake, why won't you eat, eat? At his master's outburst, Boss Gene, though reluctant, obediently straightened its head, closing its eyes tight with a human-like frown. It opened its mouth and swallowed the bluish haze from Lu Feiyu's hand. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu quickly shoved the glimmering essence and the sun's essence into Boss Jin's mouth, then hastily stepped back. From experience, he knew that every evolution of a beast was accompanied by significant commotion and there was a risk of abilities going out of control. While he wasn't worried about getting hurt, the black-scaled creature on his shoulder lacked immunity to damage, so caution was paramount. Standing by the door, Lu Feiyu silently observed Boss Jin's transformation. Boss Gene stood still, eyes wide open, staring right back at Lu Feiyu, human eyes meeting canine eyes. After several minutes, Lu Feiyu noticed no peculiar changes. Did I buy counterfeit products? He wondered internally. Utilizing his Ascension eye, he scrutinized Boss Gene. On its information panel, the words in evolution were prominently displayed. Suppressing his doubts, Lu Feiyu once more examined Boss Gene from head to toe. Finally, he noticed a subtle anomaly. Boss Jin's abdomen, usually taut with muscle, was now slightly sagging as if it had developed a small belly. The once sleek silhouette of the dog now appeared somewhat bloated. Moreover, just as Lu Feiyu observed this, Boss Jin's belly suddenly expanded. Now not just its abdomen, but its entire body seemed to balloon like an overinflated balloon, straining to spread in all directions. The long fur covering Boss Jin's body stood on end under immense pressure, resembling sharp steel blades. Its skin was stretched to the utmost, with veins and meridians visibly etched beneath the surface. Lu Feiyu could even see the azure threads of the Gale's Sai coursing wildly within Boss Jin's body. It was the Gale. The Gale had swelled Boss Jin's body to such an extent. Lu Feiyu watched intently, eyes fixed on the bizarre transformation overtaking Boss Jin. In the next instant, his eyes widened in shock. A deep rumbling sound reverberated within the room. Boss Jin's body, unable to withstand the pressure of the gale, began to crack. Under the influence of the tempest, its body slowly floated upwards. Countless droplets of blood seeped from its ruptured skin, each glistening with a golden hue like miniature suns blazing with brilliance. As the droplets of blood fell through the air, they radiated immense heat. The rolling heat waves and surging winds combined, transforming in an instant into blazing golden flames. The wind fueled the fire, rushing upwards and enveloping Boss Jin, who was struggling mid-air. In a flash, the golden fire waves coalesced into a sphere, perfectly encasing Boss Jin within. The flames danced with the howling winds like a giant living entity breathing slowly. With the aid of the Eye of Ascension, Lu Feiyu could see within this brilliant golden fireball the azure blue glow of the essence of the sun and the milky white halo of the spirit light ore. The former enhanced Boss Jin's ability to harness fire and light energy, while the latter meticulously repaired Boss Jin's damaged body. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu's heart eased considerably. He knew that this evolution was a success. After all, this evolution path was guided by an SSS-level Beastmaster talent. In terms of safety and future development potential, it was top-notch. As Lu Feiyu anticipated, a few minutes later, the dazzling golden fireball began to dim. The howling winds subsided gradually, revealing Boss Jin's true form post-evolution. The once enormous 10-meter-long body had not grown larger with this evolution, instead it had shrunk slightly. Lu Feiyu estimated that Boss Jin now measured about 6 to 7 meters in length. However, the most significant change was not in size but in Boss Jin's fur color. Originally as brilliant as gold, the fur had Taken on a deep azure hue, the long fur flowed like drifting clouds in the rainy Jiangnan weather, graceful and ethereal. Moreover, Boss Jean now stood firmly in mid-air, relying solely on his own abilities. Clearly having acquired the power of flight, Lu Feiyu activated the Eye of Ascension to discern what enhancements this SS-level Boss Jean had gained. Species: Sun-Chasing Wolf King attribute. Light talent level: SS Realm. Bronze 7th stage skills: Sun-Chasing Body, Epic, Scorching Sun. Heart, Epic, Solar Domain, Epic, Solar Instant Explosion, Epic, Sun-Chasing Body. The beast has a 50% damage reduction against light and fire attribute attacks. It possesses strong immunity to abnormal states. The beast's physical attributes are doubled and its speed triples in combat. It can manipulate flowing wind, granting brief levitation. Scorching Sun Heart. Each attack from the beast carries a scorching sun effect, significantly reducing the enemy's recovery ability and inflicting severe, irreparable soul damage. Solar Domain summons a solar presence to punish all. Within this domain, the beast gains short-range teleportation abilities. Note: each teleportation consumes a certain amount of stamina. Solar Instant Explosion. The beast can detonate the solar presence it summons, causing extensive explosive damage. Note: each use consumes a large amount of stamina. Evolution Path: Sun-Chasing Wolf King, SS level, Master of the Sun, SSS level, Devourer of Suns, Mythic level. Note: only beasts with mythic bloodlines can break through to the mythic level. Materials needed for further evolution: Sunfall Embers, Immortal Soul, Crystal Flame Dragon Essence, 8 high quality light, fire, attribute beast cores or 1 top quality beast core. My goodness, Boss Jean, you are truly remarkable, Lu Feiyu thought, utterly impressed. Lu Feiyu gazed at Boss Jin's information panel, which could only be described as magnificent, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The upgrade compared to its previous S-grade potential was nothing short of monumental. Every ability had multiplied exponentially. With the addition of the Chasing Sun physique, Boss Jin's offensive and defensive capabilities were maxed out, a 50% damage reduction against light and fire attribute attacks meant that Boss Jean would become a nightmare for beasts of these attributes. Not to mention, Boss Jean now boasted physical attributes that were doubled and could even triple in speed during combat. Triple speed, such velocity rendered it nearly ghost-like within the same tier. In battle, opponents would find it nearly impossible to catch a glimpse of Boss Jean, let alone land a hit. Moreover, this ability included the control immunity effect from a previous skill, merging 2 skills into one and elevating it to an epic level. The most crucial enhancement was Boss Jin's newfound ability to strike airborne enemies. Now, when facing flying adversaries, Boss Jean could actively participate in the fight. As for the Scorching Sun Heart, its description was as simple as its power was brutal. The mere aspect of inflicting soul damage was enough to classify this passive skill within the epic realm. For most beasts and ferocious foes, the soul was an elusive, hard-to-fortify domain, yet every strike from Boss Jean could deliver a direct blow to the enemy's soul, practically equivalent to true damage. Not only did it inflict massive damage, but it also brought overwhelming agony to the adversary. Brutal indeed, and Lu Feiyu found himself quite fond of it. The solar domain further enhanced Boss Jin's already terrifying mobility, building upon its previous ability to navigate the skies, flash, teleportation. Although it required some stamina for Boss Jean, who could inflict soul damage, one unexpected attack opportunity was enough to completely incapacitate an opponent. Even if retreat was necessary, it provided a perfect escape route. There's no shame in running from a fight you can't win. The real disgrace lies in being unable to escape your opponent. In life or death struggles, what's at stake isn't just pride, it's your very life. As for the instant solar burst, it had entirely removed its negative effects. Now, when Boss Jean unleashed such a fearsome attack again, all it required was a substantial amount of stamina. This indicated that Boss Jean was now fully capable of handling the consumption and formidable power of epic level skills. Lu Feiyu also noticed that Boss Jin's tier had leaped from Bronze Stage 1 directly to Stage 7 in this evolution. Crossing 6 minor tiers, it bypassed the early and mid-bronze stages to reach the later stage. Such rapid progress would surely stir envy among other beast tamers. Moreover, Lu Feiyu sensed that Boss Jean still harbored a significant amount of undigested spiritual energy. Given some time to fully assimilate it, advancing to the silver stage was highly promising. The only dissatisfaction Lu Feiyu felt was that the number of special materials required for further evolution had returned to 4 items. Moreover, the level of resources required this time was so high that Lu Feiyu had never even heard of two of them, let alone seen them. But just from the need for 8 high-quality beast cores, Lu Feiyu could tell that evolving Boss Gene into an SSS-level beast would require an astronomical amount of money. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu sighed deeply and gestured for Boss Gene to float down from the air. He rubbed Boss Gene's now sleek and imposing wolf face, musing, "You're not just a beast, you're a money-devouring machine." Despite being an SS-level beast, Boss Gene showed no sign of impatience as Lu Feiyu playfully kneaded its face. Its azure eyes glinted with light as if to say, "Don't abandon me, master, I'm easy to care for." Then Boss Gene lowered its head slightly, looked at Black Scale resting on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, and gave it a playful swat. "You little thing, an S-level beast daring to look down on your Boss Gene, take this." Of course, Boss Gene held back, swatting lightly and slowly, allowing Black Scale to react instantly, leaping high and ducking behind Lu Feiyu. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Lu Feiyu exclaimed, somewhat exasperated, hastily stopping them. When would Boss Jin's mischievous nature ever change? It lacked the demeanor expected of a leader among beasts. After reprimanding Boss Jin, Lu Feiyu cradled Black Scale in his hands, sensing its low spirits, and reassured it, "Don't worry, your evolution day is just around the corner, trust me." Hearing this, Black Scale's head lifted abruptly, its inky eyes lighting up with joy, a hint of happiness appearing on its fierce face. It nuzzled Lu Feiyu's chin, a cool sensation from its scale spreading through him. This touch was entirely different from Boss Jin's, yet uniquely comforting. After calming Black Scale, Lu Feiyu shot a stern look at the grinning Boss Jin and headed to the living room. The commotion from the beast's evolution had been significant, and Han Shoujeng, waiting in the living room, surely noticed. To prevent any unnecessary worry for the elder, Lu Feiyu decided to offer an explanation. Upon opening the door, Lu Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. Sitting on the living room sofa was not only Han Shoujeng but also Xiong Meng, exuding a fresh scent of blood. At the sound of the door, both turned their gaze toward him. Han Shoujeng immediately asked, "All done?" Lu Feiyu nodded, signaling Boss Jin and Black Scale to come out of the room. There was no need to hide the evolution of his beasts from these two principals. After all, with their bright moon-level beastmaster perception, there was no way he could keep it secret. If they harbored any ill intent, they wouldn't need to act personally. Just moving a bit slower when Benjamin attempted to assassinate him would have sufficed. Moreover, Lu Feiyu needed the resources from Huaqing and Beijing universities, so showcasing his excellence was crucial. "My beasts just underwent some evolution," Lu Feiyu said, moving forward with ease. Boss Jin obediently followed closely behind Lu Feiyu, a stark contrast to its earlier mischievous antics inside the house. "Oh, evolution, that's a good thing. Wait, aren't your beasts already at S grade? Can they evolve further?" Han Shoujeng remarked, glancing toward Lu Feiyu's rear. However, midway through his sentence, realization seemed to strike him and his expression changed dramatically. His usually narrowed eyes widened in shock as he scrutinized Boss Jin from head to toe. The more he observed, the brighter the gleam in his eyes grew. He couldn't help but murmur, "Amazing, truly exceptional." Han Shoujeng wasn't just a moonlight-level beast tamer, he was also a top scholar in the field of beast evolution pathways. With a single glance, he could discern a beast's potential grade and even provide detailed analysis. Now he looked at Boss Jin with a captivated gaze, as if admiring a rare treasure. With his keen vision, how could he not recognize the exceptional grade and talent of Lu Feiyu's beast? Its quality and aura were on par with those of his own SS-grade beasts, which were already at the moonlight stage, yet Lu Feiyu's beast was only at what level? At most bronze. However, the confidence and arrogance emanating from its bloodline were unmatched by any beast he had ever encountered. It was indeed a masterpiece among masterpieces. Han Shoujeng praised it loudly. His intense gaze caused Boss Jin to tremble slightly, prompting it to hide behind Lu Feiyu. "How did you achieve this? Is it a talent?" Han Shoujeng asked, shifting his gaze to Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu nodded. He knew he had to disclose the effects of his talent to the two principals. Eventually, seeing his nod, Han Shoujeng's expression turned serious, instantly recognizing the formidable nature of Lu Feiyu's talent. The ability to bypass a beast's current stage and allow it to evolve, such an effect alone was enough to categorize it among the ranks of S-grade beast talents, and as far as he knew, all SSS-grade talents had multiple effects. Looking at Lu Feiyu, his expression grew even more solemn as he assured, "Rest assured, besides myself, Xiong Meng, and the chief executive, no third person will know about your talent's effects." The information on beast talents will be classified as top secret and permanently sealed. Though Xiong Meng remains silent, he nodded in agreement from his seat. Although he wasn't fully aware of the strength of Boss Jin's bloodline talent, Han Shoujing's reaction gave him some insight. Seeing their assurances, Lu Feiyu proceeded to share the effects of his Ascension eye with them. Of course, he also used his beast talent as a cover for the system-induced alterations in his beast space. After all, exposing an SSS-grade talent was one thing. There were other beast tamers with such talents in the world, but the system, that was something he could never reveal. It was a unique asset belonging solely to Lu Feiyu, a talent that doubled cultivation speed, one that could discern the future evolution path of contracted beasts at a glance. Evolution possible as long as resources were available regardless of the beast's current stage. Can you actually probe other beasts' attributes? Predict enemy moves, transfer damage, ensure absolute loyalty? With each point Lu Feiyu mentioned, the two principals echoed incredulously, their mouths opening wider and wider. By the time Lu Feiyu finished speaking, both Han Shoujing and Xiong Meng's mouths were agape, almost wide enough to fit a dinosaur egg. At this moment, they had completely shed their usual dignified and composed demeanor, their minds reeling with thoughts. What kind of prodigy is this? How are other beastmasters supposed to live comfortably now? Before Lu Feiyu, the two known SSS-level beastmasters had purely combat-oriented talents. Once they activated their talents, being unbeatable within the same realm was commonplace, and fighting across realms was a regular occurrence. No matter how extraordinary others' beast talents were, their beasts still needed to train and evolve step by step. But with Lu Feiyu, it seemed as if the traditional rules of cultivation had vanished. The beasts under his command were rocketing through the realms as if on a fast track. In less than 20 days since awakening his beastmaster talent, Boss Jin had reached Bronze 7th stage, leaping 15 realms, almost a realm a day. Such speed is inhuman. After a long pause, the two principals finally snapped out of their shock. They closed their mouths and exchanged a glance, both seeing a deep sense of defeat in each other's eyes. Especially Han Shoujing, who compared to Lu Feiyu's beastmaster talent felt that his life's work and research seemed almost laughable. The beast routes he spent decades pursuing, Lu Feiyu could discern with a mere glance. "You." Han Shoujing sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting complex emotions as he looked at Lu Feiyu. No wonder when he offered the tempting prospect of customized beast routes, Lu Feiyu wasn't the least bit moved. Han Shoujing had thought it was due to his unyielding will, not realizing it was simply because he didn't see the value. Seeing the principals so astounded, Lu Feiyu scratched his head a bit sheepishly, feeling he should say something, so he modestly said, "Actually, it's not that great. Although the cultivation is faster, there's no real increase in battle power, so in combat it's just average." Upon hearing this, the emotions Han Shoujing and Xiong Meng had barely managed to contain surged back again, especially Han Shoujing, who felt his blood pressure spike, the veins on his forehead throbbing. "No battle power increase, so you just rely on pure realm suppression, right? Your Bronze 7th stage beast fighting against those not even at Black Iron 7th stage, what more battle power do you need? And it's 2 against 1. Realm and aptitude are absolute battle power increases." If Han Shoujing felt this way, fiery-tempered Xiong Meng was even more so, his fists as large as sandbags clenched tightly. Were it not for Lu Feiyu being his student, anyone else showing off like this would have received a punch long ago. If there's no battle power increase, then improvement must come from combat skills and awareness, so your practical lessons at Huaqing will be doubled, Xiong Meng growled in a low voice. Hearing these words, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but grimace, yet Han Shoujing's voice followed quickly. "Theoretical knowledge is incredibly helpful for maximizing a beast's combat potential. Since you feel your combat power isn't enough, why not skip your Saturday and Sunday breaks and attend some lectures at the capital university?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feiyu's expression grew even more pained. He hadn't expected that his casual self-deprecating remark would cost him his weekends. Take your beast for example, it's a light type, right? Such beasts can manipulate light, refracting and reflecting it to achieve an almost invisible effect, gaining the upper hand in battles. While not a skill per se, this technique is extremely useful, Han Shoujing continued. As the leading expert in beast theory in the nation, he effortlessly shared his knowledge. Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up at this suggestion. If Boss Jin could master this technique, its strength would undoubtedly increase further. With this realization, any resistance he felt evaporated. He nodded respectfully, saying, "Thank you, principals, for your guidance." His response caught both Han Shoujing and Xiong Meng off Guard, they hadn't anticipated that a prodigious high school student like Lu Feiyu, who seemed to dominate his entire generation, would willingly accept such an intense schedule. University students would balk at losing their weekends, let alone a high schooler. With such talent, he should be brimming with youthful arrogance, yet here he was ready to endure rigorous training. Clearly, Lu Feiyu's progress wasn't just a result of his talent but also his determination and mindset. These thoughts swirled in their minds, enhancing their admiration for him. After some light conversation, the trio retired for the night, with two formidable beast tamers standing guard. Lu Feiyu slept soundly. When he awoke at dawn, he made his usual rounds in the beast space, surprised to find that Black Scale had advanced 2 minor stages overnight, now standing proudly at Iron Stage 8. Meanwhile, Boss Jean continued to digest the residual spiritual energy within, steadily advancing another minor stage. It seemed Boss Jin's breakthrough had inspired Black Scale. Lu Feiyu chuckled inwardly, pleased by the healthy competition between his beasts, and saw no need to interfere. Awake, here's some breakfast. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I got a bit of everything. Xiong Meng greeted Lu Feiyu in the living room. The sight of a table overflowing with food left Lu Feiyu momentarily speechless. Who eats this much for breakfast? But appreciating the gesture, he thanked Xiong Meng and began to eat. During their meal, Lu Feiyu learned that Han Shouzheng had business back in the capital, leaving Xiong Meng as the sole guardian in Changnan for the next few days. After breakfast, Lu Feiyu made his way to Changnan No. 1 High School. Though he no longer needed to attend classes, he had been specially invited by Principal Wang Zhentian to address the students. Given the principal's unwavering support recently, Lu Feiyu was more than willing to oblige. When Lu Feiyu arrived at the school, all the students were already assembled in the square and Principal Wang was prepared with a microphone in hand. Upon seeing Lu Feiyu's arrival, Principal Wang cleared his throat into the microphone. With a few light coughs, the previously noisy square fell silent. Principal Wang held a significant amount of authority at Changnan High School. Yesterday, the Secret Realm exploration competition concluded successfully. Our school achieved first place with a decisive advantage, Principal Wang announced. As a result, the Changnan Official Education Resources Management Department has increased our school's resource allocation by 50% this year. He paused deliberately, waiting for applause, and the students responded with fervent clapping. After all, this was an increase in resources for the entire school, benefiting every student. There was no reason not to applaud. Feeling the enthusiasm of the students, Principal Wang smiled and continued, and to whom do we owe the majority of this success? He extended the microphone forward, anticipating the students' response. As expected, all the students shouted in unison, Lu Feiyu. In the age of the internet, information spreads rapidly. Lu Feiyu's feat of amassing 2 million in resources within the secret realm had already circulated throughout Changnan. His possession of 2 beasts and advancement to a bronze beast master had become a case study for countless parents urging their children. Look at Lu Feiyu, he has 2 eyes and a nose just like you, yet he's achieved bronze level. Naturally, his dual talents and possession of an SSS-level beastmaster talent had become widely discussed. Neither Lu Feiyu nor the Huaxia authorities intended to keep this a secret. Firstly, Huaxia needed a symbolic young figure to lead a generation. People tend to follow, and a remarkable leader can indeed inspire a generation to better themselves. Secondly, without revealing Lu Feiyu's talent, it would be hard to explain his simultaneous acceptance into both Beijing University and Huacheng University. As long as the specifics of his talent weren't disclosed, they could avoid making him a target for enemies. Thus, whenever parents used Lu Feiyu as an example, students would retort, "But look at his talent, blame it on you for not passing down an SSS-level talent to me." As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Principal Wang handed the microphone to Lu Feiyu. Seeing the main figure take the stage, the noise in the square surged even more. Facing the gaze of thousands, Lu Feiyu remained unfazed. After all, anyone who's been to school knows that when a student representative speaks, there's usually a prepared script. Just read it aloud. The content was the usual fare, full of positivity and aligned with public values, meant to inspire and motivate. However, the same words can have different impacts depending on who delivers them. Given that Lu Feiyu had just tangibly increased everyone's resources, the students were eager to show their appreciation, their cheers and claps echoing continuously. Only Lu Qianjun from Class 5, Grade 12, stood with a sullen expression, teeth clenched as he watched Lu Feiyu on stage, seemingly glowing with accomplishment. The grinding sound of teeth echoed ominously, as if Lu Qianjun's jaws were yearning to chew Lu Feiyu to pieces. The tightly packed formation he stood in parted around him, leaving a clear space. everyone seemed to tacitly ignore him, and any glances shot his way were filled with disdain and contempt. Ever since the school-wide competition had ended, the truth about Lu Qianjuan's underhanded attempt to frame Lu Feiyu had been exposed for all to see. Now Lu Qianjuan's name was known throughout Changnan No. 1 High School, and he was treated like a pariah, a rat everyone wanted to see destroyed. Reflecting on his current situation and the bright future awaiting Lu Feiyu, Lu Qianjun couldn't hold back his tears. This life was unbearable. 2 streams of tears traced paths down his darkened face, his sobs causing the crowd, already keeping their distance, to withdraw even further. He could only weep bitterly in the audience. Facing Lu Feiyu directly was something he wouldn't dare even with the bravest of hearts. On stage, Lu Feiyu finished his speech amidst thunderous applause and stepped down. Principal Wang Zhentian, a man known for his decisiveness, kept the meeting concise, and soon after Lu Feiyu's speech he announced the assembly's conclusion. Afterward, Lu Feiyu, following Wang Zhentian's indication, entered the principal's office. To his surprise, he found all his teachers from Class 2, including his homeroom teacher Lin Wenwei, gathered there. Even more unexpected was the presence of his friend Chen Yuanshan. Chen Yuanshan looked rather awkward among the teachers, but his eyes lit up upon seeing his friend. He animatedly winked and made expressive faces at Lu Feiyu, his demeanor as lively as ever. "You're all Feiyu's teachers and have contributed greatly to his growth. Here is the school's bonus for you all," Principal Wang said, pulling several envelopes from a cabinet and handing them to the teachers. Then, pausing before Lin Wenwei, he remarked, "Ms. Lin has been with our school for quite some time now, diligent and earnest. She loves the school and her students. The leadership has recognized this and unanimously decided to promote her to deputy head of the senior year." The announcement caused an uproar among the teachers present. Quite some time indeed. Most of them had much more seniority than Lin Wenwei, yet here she was not even 30 and already a deputy head. This promotion meant her salary and annual bonuses would double, and she now had the potential to advance to head vice principal or even principal in the future. Truly, it was a meteoric rise. Comparisons are odious, the teachers mused internally. They were well aware that Principal Wang's decision to promote Lin Wenwei wasn't because of her looks. It was because she was Lu Feiyu's homeroom teacher. When one person achieves greatness, those around them benefit, they thought. Having nurtured a student like Lu Feiyu, Lin Wenwei would never have to worry about her livelihood again, regardless of any future achievements. Sensing the envy in the gazes of her colleagues, Lin Wenwei was momentarily stunned, her beautiful face filled with shock. She had never expected the school to reward her so generously. It took her a moment to recover and she stammered slightly, "Principal, thank you for the trust. I will definitely not disappoint you." At the same time, Lin Wenwei's eyes turned towards Lu Feiyu, filled with joy. This student, who once worried her greatly, had grown to such heights at a speed she could hardly imagine. The transformation in Lu Feiyu brought her immense happiness. This sense of joy and accomplishment was even more gratifying than her own promotion to deputy head. Seeing teacher Lin promoted, Lu Feiyu felt genuinely happy. In both his past and present lives, this beautiful teacher had helped him immensely. For this he always held deep gratitude. Now, seeing her career prospects enhanced because of him, he felt that his hidden gratitude had finally found a way to be repaid. After rewarding the teachers, Principal Wang turned to Chen Yuanshan. "Your talent is promising and your character is good. You should join Class 1 for further training, and your resource allocation will be equal to that of Class 1 students." Hearing this, Chen Yuanshan, who had been making faces at Lu Feiyu, suddenly froze. He incredulously pointed at himself, exclaiming, "Me, join Class 1? Seeing his friend's reaction, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but chuckle. He patted Chen Yuanshan on the shoulder. "If the principal says you're in, then you're in. What's with all the fuss? What, Class 1 can't handle your greatness?" Realizing his friend's gesture, Chen Yuanshan quickly replied, "I'm in, of course I'm in, huh?" he said, casting a grateful look at Lu Feiyu. Though a bit absent-minded, Chen Yuanshan wasn't foolish. He knew that with his average talent and background, getting into the elite Class 1 at Changnan High was undoubtedly due to Lu Feiyu's influence. After all, Class 1 was the elite class, filled with students of A-level talent or those with influential backgrounds. The resources allocated to them were double that of regular classes. With 80 days until the college entrance exams, 80 days of double resources plus the 50% increase in resources thanks to Lu Feiyu, Chen Yuanshan essentially gained nearly 10,000 yuan worth of resources for free. That's no small amount. Seeing the gratitude in his friend's eyes, Lu Feiyu smiled. he thought to himself. Though Principal Wang had a military background and a tough demeanor, he certainly understood the nuances of interpersonal relationships. Those closest to Lu Feiyu at school had all been helped. With everything arranged, Principal Wang waved his hand, dismissing the non-essential personnel from the office. He then personally brewed a cup of tea for Lu Feiyu and invited him to sit. Lu Feiyu didn't stand on ceremony, taking the teacup and drinking it. Not as good as the mayor's, he thought briefly, setting the cup down. Unaware of Lu Feiyu's inner thoughts, Principal Wang continued to smile warmly at him, saying, "Feiyu, you are the pride of Changnan City and the pride of Changnan High School. I believe that soon the entire world will know about Changnan No. 1 High School because of your name. Here we present you with a token of the school's appreciation, our final support for you, 880,000. May fortune always smile upon you." In China, there's a fondness for these auspicious homophones. Lu Feiyu indeed needed money at the moment, so he accepted the gift without hesitation. He believed that one should never refuse the goodwill of others. As long as he kept their kindness in his heart, he would repay them tenfold or even 100-fold when the time was right, never letting down their expectations, just like Lin Wenwei and Chen Yuanshan today. What he couldn't stand was people who obviously desired something but still pretended to push it away, putting on false airs. "Thank you, school, for nurturing me. Thank you, principal, for guiding me. In the future I will not let anyone down," Lu Feiyu said solemnly as he accepted the bank card. A man's word is his bond. Once his beast-taming skills were honed, he would surely return the 880,000 several times over to Changnan No. 1 High School. Hearing this, Principal Wang waved his hand dismissively. "You don't owe anything to anyone else, you just need to be true to yourself. Feiyu, you can disappoint anyone but never disappoint yourself, understand?" Sensing the warmth in the principal's words, Lu Feiyu nodded. Bidding farewell to Principal Wang, Lu Feiyu returned to Class 2 of his senior year. It was likely his last day attending classes there, so he listened intently. Time flowed like water, passing irretrievably like youth. He understood that his high school life had come to an end. On his way out, Lu Feiyu casually turned down the confessions of several girls without looking back. Who was he kidding? Women would only slow down his progress in beast taming. The next day, Lu Feiyu had Xiong Meng use his beast to alter his appearance early in the morning. Then he headed to the adventurer recruitment hall in the west of the city. Upon entering, Lu Feiyu didn't rush to sign up with any of the renowned adventurer groups. Instead, he sat idly on a cold iron bench in the hall, his face a mask of disillusionment and confusion, resembling a naive piglet ready for slaughter in the harsh world. He was waiting for the adventurer group from his past life that had forced him into becoming human bait. About 10 minutes later, the sound of hard-soled shoes clicking on the floor reached his ears. A pair of brilliantly polished shoes reflected Lu Feiyu's bewildered gaze. Then a gentle voice drifted down to him. "Young man, would you like to try joining my greedy wolf adventurer group?" Hearing this voice, so familiar it was etched into his bones, Lu Feiyu's scattered eyes immediately focused. From the reflection in the shoes, he clearly saw a murderous intent surging in his own eyes. However, as he looked up, his gaze shifted again. His confused, helpless eyes were as endearing as a harmless fawn deep in the forest, inviting amusement. I'm only at bronze." Seeing Lu Feiyu's seemingly feeble demeanor, a hint of disdain flickered deep in the man's eyes, though his face bore a charming smile. "Of course you can, my friend. Tanlang Adventure Group, a haven for newcomers, a name you can trust. Don't hesitate. Let's sign a contract. From this moment on, our lives are intertwined, our destinies shared. We will be each other's most reliable companions." As Zhang Xiaozheng beamed with an exceptionally bright smile, Lu Feiyu suppressed the urge to eliminate him right there. In his previous life, it was this very man who had lured him into the Tanlang Adventure Group. At their first meeting, Zhang Xiaozheng had been equally enthusiastic and amiable. However, once Lu Feiyu signed the contract, Zhang Xiaozheng immediately tore off his gentle facade, revealing a malicious nature akin to a ravenous wolf. He forced new members of the group to coat themselves in materials highly attractive to fierce beasts, then inflicted deep wounds upon them. Blood gushed from these cuts, enhancing the allure of the material's scent. Soon countless low-level beasts, drawn by this strange aroma, would devour the human bait until nothing remained. Not even the desperate cries for help could be heard over the beasts' frenzied attacks. A life snuffed out just like that. Only then would Zhang Xiaozheng and his core members step in to slay the beasts. As for why they didn't save the bait, Lu Feiyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Saving them would mean paying for the bait's medical expenses, while not saving them merely meant losing a consumable, possibly costing a few thousand in funeral fees. If the victim had no family or friends, even that cost could be avoided. Lu Feiyu's purpose today was to eradicate the Tanlang Adventure Group in one fell swoop, not only to kill Zhang Xiaozhang but also to eliminate those who aided him in his heinous acts. With this resolve, Lu Feiyu nodded firmly in response to Zhang Xiaozhang's expectant gaze. "Brother, I'm willing to join the Tanlang Adventure Group." Seeing Lu Feiyu nod, Zhang Xiaozhang's smile widened. He pulled Lu Feiyu up from the chair and led him towards the recruitment hall's front desk. "Come on, brother, let's sign the adventure contract. By the way, my surname is Zhang, you can call me Brother Zhang. I'm the group leader. My strength isn't that high, but I'm at Silver Knight stage, which is decent for a low-level adventure group. We have a few good brothers in the group, all in the silver stage, plus some like you Bronze Beast Masters and even Iron Beast Masters. Our Tanlang Adventure Group prides itself on inclusivity." As they walked, Zhang Xiaozhang enthusiastically explained the group's setup, sounding like nothing more than a trustworthy elder brother. However, anyone with a bit of worldly experience would notice how frivolous this recruitment seemed. He hadn't asked a single question about Lu Feiyu's Beastmaster level, the characteristics and abilities of his contracted beasts, or his previous combat experience. These should have been mandatory inquiries, yet Zhang Xiaozhang said nothing, simply dragging Lu Feiyu to the front desk. Joining an adventure group meant not only providing basic salary and benefits to members but also covering certain work-related injuries. Therefore, legitimate adventure groups required thorough vetting during recruitment, but here Zhang Xiaozhang had bypassed all that, eager to sign Lu Feiyu up without any due diligence. From character to strength, Zhang Xiaozhang moved with a speed that suggested he feared Lu Feiyu might escape at any moment. But this was exactly what Lu Feiyu wanted, so he said nothing, allowing Zhang Xiaozhang to chatter away as he pleased. Upon reaching the large table at the front desk, Zhang Xiaozhang pulled a paper contract from his bag and handed it to the staff member. After confirming its legality, the staff member stamped it, indicating the contract was now legally binding. There was indeed nothing wrong with the contract. Lu Feiyu had no doubts and signed it cleanly, then looked eagerly at Zhang Xiaozhang with an expression that perfectly encapsulated the naive simplicity of a student inexperienced with the world. Seeing how easily he had deceived a beast tamer, Zhang Xiaozhang nearly wanted to laugh out loud, unable to contain his excitement. "Let's go, brother Lu, I'll take you to see outside the city," Zhang Xiaozhang said, wrapping his arm around Lu Feiyu's neck and almost dragging him out of the hall, afraid that Lu Feiyu might hesitate even a little. Once outside the city, Zhang Xiaozhang thought, a hint of cruel intent flashing in his eyes. Driving along a bumpy route, Zhang Xiaozhang finally brought Lu Feiyu to the base of the Greedy Wolf Adventurer Group, a remote and desolate forest. Upon arrival, Zhang Xiaozhang got out first, followed closely by Lu Feiyu. As soon as the car door opened, a stench of blood so thick it was nauseating hit them. Lu Feiyu furrowed his brow. On his shoulder, a black line wriggled slightly, slipping down his sleeve and into the ground, disappearing completely. "Move it. What are you standing there for, you stupid pig?" Zhang Xiaozhang's eyes widened as he saw Lu Feiyu lingering in the passenger seat, his earlier warmth and friendliness replaced by a predatory viciousness. The muscles on his face twitched with his roar, drawing the attention of everyone present. "Wow, brother Zhang brought another meat pig so quickly," one of the men said, coming up to stand on either side of Zhang Xiaozhang, cruel smiles on their faces. Their gaze at Lu Feiyu was not that of a fellow adventurer, but as if he were a piece of meat on a chopping block. "What are you doing?" Lu Feiyu stammered, jumping out of the car, his body trembling. With the men closing in, his back was nearly pressed against the car door, yet, contrary to his shaking body, Lu Feiyu's eyes remained chillingly calm. He discreetly scanned the three men before him, noting that one member of the Greedy Wolf Adventurer Group from his memory was missing. At that moment, a sharp female voice echoed from behind the car. "Ha, look at this young one, hope he doesn't wet his pants." Lu Feiyu turned to see a woman in a blood-red coat dragging a bloodied, mangled corpse. Her eyes lit up when she saw Lu Feiyu's face, and she licked her lips, saying, "This one looks nice. Let me have some fun before we get down to business." Hearing this, the three men burst into raucous laughter, their eyes unabashedly roaming over Lu Feiyu's body. "Sure, have your fun, just don't kill him. Corpses, after all, do not attract beasts of any real value." Noticing that all four core members from his memories had gathered, Lu Feiyu finally felt at ease. The panic in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deep, chilling indifference. As long as even one of these four survived, he would feel uneasy. With that resolve, Lu Feiyu waved his hand decisively and Boss Jean leaped out from the beast space. its azure fur danced wildly in the acrid wind and its streamlined body exuded a unique elegance. However, as Lu Feiyu's beast made its entrance, Zhang Xiaozhang and his three companions who had encircled Lu Feiyu showed no fear. Instead, they burst into raucous laughter. Ha, this kid actually thinks he can resist, a mere bronze beastmaster against 4 silver beastmasters? What's in his head? He'd be better off surrendering quietly to avoid unnecessary suffering. The woman in red licked her lips, throwing a flirtatious wink at Lu Feiyu. Oh handsome, I just love your fierce demeanor, she cooed. Lu Feiyu chuckled at that. Even with his disguise, it seemed his cursedly good looks couldn't be hidden. Yet, as he glanced at the woman's bloated figure and the foundation crumbling from her face with every word, a shiver of disgust ran through him. But now was not the time for verbal sparring. Sensing its master's thirst for blood, Boss Jean let out a low growl. In an instant, its form seemed to transform into a gust of wind, charging straight at the woman in red. At the same time, a fiery sun rose rapidly within the forest. Endless light and heat radiated outward, the soaring temperature instantly igniting the surrounding trees. In the blink of an eye, the once dark forest was transformed into a fiery inferno. What speed! Be careful, there's something strange about this kid, Zhang Xiaozhang shouted, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. The 3 other men quickly summoned their own beasts, yet before they could counterattack, everyone felt the ground beneath them begin to rumble and shake. What? Zhang Xiaozhang looked down, his eyes widening in disbelief. He watched as the solid ground beneath his feet trembled and split apart. Cracks spread rapidly, revealing deep as ink scales beneath. The scales of a dragon stood erect, glinting with a sharp, cold light. This is. Zhang Xiaozhang's mind raced with confusion. Before he could process what was happening, the tremors intensified, making it hard for him to keep his footing. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from below. Black Scale's massive form burst from the earth, sending stones and soil flying in all directions. An 80-meter-long black dragon circled low in the sky, its inky eyes brimming with murderous intent. In its dragon form, Black Scale stretched to an immense 80 meters, looming like a storm cloud over a city, unstoppable and overwhelming. In this form, Black Scale's power surged dramatically, capable of shattering the earth and crushing mountains with ease. What is this monster? Attack it, all of you! Zhang Xiaozhang was flung into the air, barely managing to steady himself as he shouted with all his might. At the same time, his contracted beasts desperately unleashed their ultimate attacks. Wind blades and solid ice bombarded Black Scale's hardened, upturned scales, causing a series of resounding impacts. Yet Black Scale remained steadfast in the air, not budging an inch. With a fierce dragon's roar, its mouth opened wide and the sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. The roar, akin to a call from the depths of hell, awakened the deepest fears in everyone's hearts. In a daze, they seemed to see a massive black dragon piercing the sky and earth with its roar. This was Dragon's Fury. In its transformed dragon state, the control time was doubled. Even silver-grade beast tamers and their beasts were immobilized for a full 3 seconds. Within those 3 seconds, Black Scale opened its mouth again, unleashing torrents of black mist that poured from the sky. As soon as this mist hit the outside air, it sizzled ominously. Vast swaths of steaming vapor appeared, rapidly expanding in all directions. A peculiar scent enveloped the secluded forest, silencing the cicadas, birds, frogs, and all the tiny creatures that once animated the woods. The forest fell into a deathly silence. This wasn't mere serpent venom in its dragon state. It was genuine dragon venom. To touch it was to die, with no chance of survival. 3 seconds were enough for the black mist to descend and enshroud Zhang Xiaozhang and his companions. As soon as the mist touched their skin, it seeped through their pores. Instantly, steam billowed from Zhang Xiaozhang's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears as his muscles and organs corroded at a visible rate. In mere seconds, the 3 men vanished, leaving only partially eroded bones. Instant kill. This powerful skill, with its 6-hour duration of negative effects, allowed Black Scale, at Iron Tier 9, to kill even top-tier silver beasts. A leap of nearly 2 major tiers. Truly, the power of a true dragon bloodline was terrifying. Just then, Boss Jean returned to Lu Feiyu's view, cackling as it dragged the red-clad woman by the neck with one claw. Thud! It tossed her heavily at Lu Feiyu's feet, retracting the summoned sunbeam. This was the only one Lu Feiyu had intentionally left alive. Meanwhile, Black Scale slowly descended from above, its eyes fixed angrily on Boss Jean, seemingly wanting to take advantage of its current strength to avenge the earlier slap. Don't start! Lu Feiyu sensed Black Scale's thoughts and immediately intervened. Hearing this, Boss Jean puffed its chest out triumphantly as if to say, "What can you do about me?" Watching this, Lu Feiyu kicked Boss Jin's rear, making it yelp in pain. The woman in red, lying on the ground, stared lifelessly at the sky, devoid of any will to live. She never imagined that this seemingly young man could almost single-handedly annihilate their entire adventure group. The Tanlang Adventure Group, though notorious, was always cautious, never provoking beastmasters of silver rank or above, nor those low-tier beastmasters from reputable families. Despite their countless misdeeds, they had survived unscathed until now. But where did this young man, who seemed like a god of death, come from? How had they crossed him? Even the red-clad woman, as dense as she was, understood at that moment. Lu Feiyu was here specifically for them. As she pondered this, a sudden pain in her abdomen sent her flying back several meters. Lu Feiyu's cold voice drew closer. "Are there any other survivors?" Lu Feiyu leaned down, gripping her messy hair tightly. The tearing pain from her scalp made her grimace, her limbs flailing in the air. "And no. None left," she stammered through gritted teeth. Though he already knew the answer, Lu Feiyu felt a surge of anger. Those they had harmed were mere youths, just stepping into society full of potential futures now shattered. He stood up, delivering a powerful kick that sent her into the roaring flames. The fierce fire cleansed all impurities. Listening to the diminishing cries from the blaze until they faded completely, Lu Feiyu was filled with emotion. In his past life, having dropped out of school early, he struggled through life facing scorn without the refuge of an adventure group. He could only do odd jobs at restaurants, never touching the world of beastmasters. Thus, when the Tanlang Adventure Group recruited him, he felt an overwhelming excitement. Did he not sense anything amiss about the group back then? Of course he did. But for the Lu Feiyu of that time, the Tanlang Adventure Group was his only hope to continue as a beastmaster. Even if it was a trap, he felt compelled to leap into it, much like terminal patients turning to prayer for hope and peace. "It's done. From now on, I am just myself." Lu Feiyu sighed deeply, banishing all past grievances from his heart. At that moment, a cool bird call echoed from the sky. Xiangyin Fei Luan swooped down, bowing slightly before Lu Feiyu, inviting him to ride. With a small jump, Lu Feiyu landed on the broad back of the Fei Luan. Its soft feathers brushed against his feet, securing them in place, ensuring that even the fierce winds of flight wouldn't disturb him. This was something neither Black Scale nor Boss Jean could achieve, marking them as unfit flying beasts. Especially Black Scale. Lu Feiyu had once tried standing on it, but its scales were as slippery as freshly polished tofu, impossible to stand on. "Well done, decisive and fierce, you're a promising talent." Xiong Meng praised, his eyes full of admiration as Lu Feiyu steadied himself. Ever since Lu Feiyu stepped out, Xiong Meng had been trailing behind him, tasked with ensuring the safety of this SSS grade student. Xiong Meng initially believed that no matter how formidable Lu Feiyu's talent was, he was still merely a bronze-ranked beast tamer. Potential was one thing, actual combat strength was another. So when Lu Feiyu managed to single-handedly take on 4 silver-ranked beast tamers, Xiong Meng was on edge, ready to step in at any moment. However, what he hadn't anticipated was Lu Feiyu not only winning but doing so with such ease and speed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feiyu's 2 beasts had commandeered the battlefield, leaving the opponents with no chance to fight back. As someone who belonged to the warrior faction, Xiong Meng admired Lu Feiyu's decisive approach, swift and unhesitant in dealing with threats. It only made Xiong Meng more fond of him. As for any personal grudges Lu Feiyu might have had with the opponents, Xiong Meng didn't care to know. After all, students were entitled to their privacy. He only needed to be assured that Lu Feiyu's actions were justified. "Today you can report to the school," Lu Feiyu said, steadying himself. The tasks he needed to wrap up in Changnan had concluded faster than he anticipated, taking less than 2 days. "Do you have anything to pack?" Xiong Meng asked, signaling to Xiao Qing. Instantly, the scenery around them transformed rapidly as they flew at an incredible speed toward the villa in the low hills. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feiyu replied, "Return the villa keys to Principal Wang. It's his property after all." Xiong Meng nodded in agreement, opting to remain silent. Minutes later, they reached the villa from outside the city. The wings of the Azure Phoenix Shangyin Qingwan slowed as they descended, reducing speed and altitude. The villa, which had been the size of a fist from a distance, grew larger and more defined in Lu Feiyu's view. Suddenly his gaze sharpened, his expression shifting from neutral to icy. Before the iron gates of the villa stood 4 figures: Lu Guanzhong, Zhang Fengxia, Lu Qianjun and Lu Sihan, the Lu family. They were peering through the gates, trying to catch a glimpse of the villa beyond. Lu Guanzhong's face was a mix of anxiety and embarrassment, while Zhang Fengxia incessantly complained, her words sharp with blame. "That little brat. He'd rather let an unrelated Chun Yuan Shan into class 1 than think of our Qianjun, has he? Forgotten, Lu Qianjun is his blood relative. She ranted, giving a hard slap to the back of the silent Lu Guanzhong. You're useless too. We told you to come before, but you didn't, and now we can't even see a shadow of him. The slap only intensified Lu Guanzhong's already frayed nerves, his face flushed, beet red veins bulging on his forehead like coiled pythons. You have the nerve to talk. Wasn't it you? If not for you, would Feiyu have run away and severed ties with us, huh? He's already cut us off and you still dare to come looking for him. You may have no shame, but I still do. At this, Zhang Fengxia let out a cold snort, retorting, fine, you have your pride. You think you're so noble, so high and mighty. If you care so much about your reputation, why are you even here today, pretending to be virtuous after all you've done? You're even more shameless than I am. As the argument between the two grew more intense, Lu Sihan, who had been silent all along, suddenly shouted, "Stop it! Dad, Mom, when we see Xiaoyu later, let's lower our heads and admit our mistakes. Xiaoyu has a soft heart, he'll forgive us if we show sincerity. Otherwise, how will Qianjun manage at school? The college entrance exams are coming, we can't just watch Qianjun's future fall apart." At these words, the two who had been arguing until they were red in the face fell silent. Their eyes shifted to where Lu Qianjun sat. He seemed oblivious to the quarrel, staring vacantly ahead as if everything around him was irrelevant. He looked like a fool. Since returning from school yesterday, he had been in this state, worrying the Lu family to no end. They tried various methods, even spending a fortune on low-level soul-nurturing resources, but nothing helped. He remained in this dazed condition, sometimes bursting into fits of laughter, drooling and sniffling all over himself. Understanding that only the one who caused the problem could solve it, the Lu family immediately thought of Lu Feiyu. Even the most face-conscious Lu Guanzhong swallowed his pride to seek his help. In their view, given Lu Feiyu's current status and abilities, he must have a way to restore Lu Qianjun to his original state. As the Lu family sat in silence, a fierce wind suddenly roared overhead. Instinctively, everyone looked up. An enormous azure bird, large enough to blot out the sun, was descending slowly. A figure, both familiar and unfamiliar, leapt down from its back. It was Lu Feiyu. Seeing Lu Feiyu, Zhang Fengxia, the most shameless among them, rushed forward with an unusually broad smile. Her gums were fully exposed, making the grin seem rather unsettling. "Feiyu, it's been so long since you've been home. We all came to see how you're doing," she said with a sycophantic tone. "Look at you, all grown up. Why hold a grudge against family?" Smack! Before she could finish, a loud slap echoed through the air. Her words halted abruptly, and her right cheek burned with pain. From a distance, a bright red handprint was visible on her face. Lu Feiyu casually shook his right hand, speaking without a hint of politeness. "Old Zhang, didn't I tell you? Every time I see you, I'll slap you once. Why don't you ever learn?" he continued, still shaking his hand, a brazen smile on his face. "Oh right, what were you saying just now?" Feeling the searing pain on her cheek, Zhang Fengxia couldn't maintain her smile. She instinctively wanted to lash out but held back. Considering Lu Feiyu's current status and the extraordinary giant bird beside him, she forced a smile again, saying, "Feiyu, I was wrong before you." Smack! Another crisp slap landed. With a swift strike to her left cheek, Zhang Fengxia's face swelled visibly, leaving her looking like a weathered, bristly old pig's head. "Hey now, don't you understand when I speak? I'll hit you every time I see you." "I blink and we meet again," Lu Feiyu said with a laugh, shaking his hands. You." Zhang Fengxia was nearly driven to madness by the fiery pain in her cheeks. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Lu Sihan, who had been standing by, couldn't stay silent any longer. She pulled her mother behind her, putting on a forced smile as she bent forward, trying to placate Lu Feiyu. "Little you, we were wrong before, but we're family after all. Isn't what you're doing a bit much? Besides, we've apologized. What more do you want us to do? You were just a bit stifled at home, but Qianjun is almost a fool now." Young and proud, Lu Sihan had always looked down on her brother, watching her mother get slapped in front of her and never having bowed her head before a man. Her attempt at a humble apology quickly turned into an emotional outburst. By the end, she was pointing at Lu Feiyu's nose, yelling, "Do you even have any humanity left?" Spittle flew and the air was tinged with a foul odor. Lu Feiyu almost found the situation laughable. So they thought an apology would suffice for forgiveness? Very well. With a chilling gaze, Lu Feiyu lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick, unreservedly striking Lu Sihan's abdomen. Even though beast tamers weren't as robust as their beasts, they were still far stronger than ordinary people. The force of Lu Feiyu's kick sent her flying several meters, blood spilling from her mouth uncontrollably. "Damn it, Lu Feiyu was going wild today. No one could morally bind him, not even Jesus. With a brazen smile, he walked slowly over to Lu Sihan, who was clutching her stomach and writhing in pain on the ground. "Oh dear, Miss Lu, I accidentally lost control of my foot, my apologies," he said mockingly. Seeing her injured and in agony, he added, "I've already apologized, surely you won't hold a grudge against me. Here, I'm kind-hearted and can't stand seeing someone lying on the ground like a dog. Take this money for your treatment." With a flicker from the space ring on his finger, 10 red bills appeared in Lu Feiyu's hand. With a wave, he scattered them into the air, letting them drift down and settle on Lu Sihan's blood-stained face. This 1,000 yuan was a repayment for the beast egg the Lu family had once bought for him. "You've gone too far, Lu Feiyu. She's your sister, your family, you both have my blood in your veins. Do you understand what it means to share blood?" Lu Guanzhong erupted, seeing his wife slapped and daughter struck. Even Lu Guanzhong, who had been as patient as a stoic turtle, couldn't hold back any longer. He strode up to Lu Feiyu and shouted furiously. Yet, in the face of this man who was, in the biological sense, his father, Lu Feiyu's face remained a mask of cold sneers. "Family? Do you think you deserve to be called that? My only family died 15 years ago, he spat the words laced with venom. "And who was responsible for her death? Wasn't it you, Lu Guanzhong? Cheating on your wife, your mistress Zhang Fengxia, bringing her child, brazenly usurping her place. It drove my mother to faint from the shock, her health declining rapidly until she passed away not long after. Since then Zhang Fengxia took her place and I began my miserable existence, and now do you dare speak to me of family? What a joke! You speak of blood ties, do you?" Lu Feiyu's grin faded, and from his spatial ring he drew a sharp dagger into his left hand. A flicker of madness and release crossed his face. "I'll return it to you then." With a flash of cold steel, he slashed at his right wrist without hesitation. The pain was immediate and a crimson fountain of blood spurted forth, splattering Lu Guanzhong. The blood quickly dried on his clothes, resembling withered roses devoid of life. Lu Guanzhong's furious expression froze, disbelief replacing anger. Never in his wildest thoughts did Lu Guanzhong imagine Lu Feiyu would go to such lengths, slashing his wrist in public, spilling his blood. This was a definitive severance of ties. Thinking of Lu Feiyu's SSS-level talent and the bright future that lay ahead, Lu Guanzhong's heart ached with an unbearable regret. If only he had treated Lu Feiyu a bit better before even just stepping in when Zhang Fengxia and others bullied him. From what he knew of Lu Feiyu, the young man would never have been so ruthless today. "I'm such a fool, truly," Lu Guanzhong berated himself internally. He wanted to reach out to mend things, but a towering figure had already positioned itself between him and Lu Feiyu. Xiong Meng stood there, his face dark and foreboding. His nearly 2-meter height and broad frame exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure on Lu Guanzhong. "This ends here," Xiong Meng declared. "If I ever see you harassing my student again." He left the sentence hanging, but his iron grip was already around Lu Guanzhong's throat, lifting him off the ground. Xiong Meng's gaze was as cold as death itself, sweeping over Lu Guanzhong and his companions. The grip tightened, the sensation of suffocation and being suspended causing Lu Guanzhong's face to turn a liverish hue, his legs flailing like a spinning top in the air. Xiong Meng's aura, honed from years of battling on various warfronts, radiated unrestrained, like a nightmare of blood and corpses crashing down upon Lu Guanzhong. Panic surged through him. He truly believed he might die here today. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, Xiong Meng released him, letting him fall to the ground. Gasping for air, Lu Guanzhong's face was purple-red, greedily inhaling the surrounding air. His eyes, wide with terror, remained fixed on Xiong Meng as he scrambled backward, hands bracing against the ground in a desperate retreat. "Get out of here!" Xiong Meng's roar was so powerful it sent tremors through the ground. Witnessing his imposing presence, Lu Guanzhong and the others dared not linger a moment longer. They didn't even cast another glance at Lu Feiyu as they hurried away, Lu Guanzhong carrying Lu Sihan while Zhang Fengxia pulled Lu Qianjun along. In the blink of an eye, the grand entrance of the villa was left with only Lu Feiyu and Xiong Meng. Xiong Meng shook his head, noticing the blood still dripping from Lu Feiyu's wrist. "Why harm yourself like that?" he remarked, summoning his healing beast. As a Hao-level beast tamer, Xiong Meng's beasts were carefully selected for various roles, including healing, control, offense, assassination, and travel. A small pale green sprite appeared before Lu Feiyu, its translucent wings fluttering. It circled around him, casting shimmering green light onto his injured wrist. In an instant, the deep wound vanished, the bleeding stopped immediately. If not for the lingering twinge of pain, Lu Feiyu might have forgotten he was ever injured. "Some things have to be done," he replied with a smile. "If you don't act decisively, they'll just take advantage and become a nuisance." besides with you around. Principal, I know you wouldn't let me bleed in vain, Xiong Meng chuckled. You've got a point, now hurry, and pack your things, let's get going. After the brief encounter, Lu Feiyu returned the villa keys to Principal Wang, then he and Xiong Meng booked their flights and headed towards the capital. Changnan is situated in the southern part of China while the capital lies to the north. The journey was quite long, prompting them to opt for modern transportation, although Shaoqing could fly fast. It wouldn't be right to overuse him. Lu Feiyu might not mind, but Xiong Meng as a beast tamer did. It's not that they couldn't use their beasts, but modern transport was more cost-effective. By the time Lu Feiyu arrived in the capital, dusk was settling in. Since the calamity struck and the fierce beasts wreaked havoc, previous flight routes had become obsolete due to the dangers posed by flying beasts. It took humanity decades to establish a few new relatively safe air routes. To ensure safety, the speed of planes was also reduced, otherwise they would have reached the capital by afternoon. I'll take you to the student dormitory first, it's all set up for you, Xiong Meng said as they arrived at Huaxing University, guiding Lu Feiyu through the campus. Tomorrow at 8 a teacher will take you to your class. You can explore the capital a bit tonight, but don't stay out too late. You have an early morning. If you need anything, contact me anytime. As they walked, many students curiously eyed Lu Feiyu. They were eager to see if the much talked about SSS-level dual talent holder from the internet had 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise, how could he possess such extraordinary gifts with just 2 eyes, a mouth, and a nose like everyone else? Doesn't he look human just like the rest of us? Maybe just a tiny bit more handsome, but nothing special, a student muttered softly, watching Lu Feiyu's departing figure. Under the gaze of many, Lu Feiyu, led by Xiong Meng, entered the student dormitory. See, normally there are 2 people per dorm, but since you joined later you don't have a roommate, so you get the whole place to yourself. Nice, huh? Xiong Meng remarked. Lu Feiyu surveyed the dormitory's interior, nodding in approval. Calling it nice was an understatement. This was luxury to the max. There were no bunk beds or narrow upper bunk desks. In this spacious student dorm, there were 2 large beds on either side. In front of the beds stood a double-door wardrobe with ample space, seemingly able to fit more than 3 people inside. Positioned between the beds were 2 long desks, immaculately clean without a speck of dust. Even someone with OCD would find nothing to fault here. Moreover, as Lu Feiyu took a couple of steps inside, nodding like a bobblehead, he found that the dormitory boasted not only a private bathroom but also a small kitchen and an open-air balcony. Was this a student dormitory or a high-end apartment? Most houses weren't this comfortable. It's all been cleaned, ready to use, Xiong Meng said casually. Sitting on one of the beds, the mattresses and bedding are all new, don't worry. You also have access to exchange special resources at the Resource Management Office. You can choose whatever you need, it's up to you. After all, your talent is more useful than any mentor. The campus map and your student card are in your wardrobe. Both wardrobes are yours to use as you please. Sitting on the bed, Xiong Meng pondered for a moment, ensuring he hadn't forgotten anything, then stood up. Alright, that's it, get some rest. Lu Feiyu personally saw the principal to the door, watching until his figure disappeared before returning to his dormitory. The first thing he did was open the wardrobe to retrieve the map and student card. After confirming the location of the Resource Management Office, he wasted no time heading there. He was eager to evolve Black Scale to SS level potential. As just a Flood Dragon, Black Scale was already fearsome. How terrifyingly powerful would it be? Once it evolved into the devouring Sky Demon Dragon, Lu Feiyu was excited to find out. He moved quickly, finally reaching his destination. The Resource Management Office resembled a library, except instead of books, its shelves were stocked with various rare resources ranging from low-level to top-tier, truly a testament to the prowess of China's premier university. The Resource Management Office comprised 4 levels, each corresponding to a different tier of resources. At the entrance of each level, specialized machines scanned student cards. Without the proper authorization, entry was impossible. Additionally, students had to pass through a specially designed exit when leaving. If anyone is caught misappropriating or stealing school resources, they face penalties ranging from disciplinary action and record suspension to outright expulsion and potentially legal consequences. Beep, beep, beep. After a series of soft electronic beeps, Lu Feiyu successfully stepped into the 3rd level. Here the shelves were lined with high-grade special resources. Among them was the final component needed for Black Scale's evolution, the true dragon essence blood. Without hesitation, Lu Feiyu approached the shelves, storing the essence blood of fierce beasts. the towering shelves were crafted from spirit confining wood, a material capable of preserving the spiritual energy and special properties of rare resources, preventing their dissipation even after 1,000 years. The shelf itself was valued at over 1 million Chinese yuan. Lu Feiyu quickly scanned the entire shelf. The essence, blood of true dragons, due to its high status, was placed prominently on the first tier. Several jade bottles were arranged in a row, each with a label indicating the source and attributes of the essence blood inside. Four-winged bone dragon, renowned for its formidable physical strength, recommended for physical attribute beast evolution. Heavenly wood azure dragon, a wood attribute true dragon, excels in healing and control. Mild and highly compatible, recommended for wood and water attribute beast evolution. Abyssal flame dragon, a fire attribute true dragon, masters flame manipulation. Extremely unstable, not suitable for beasts below emerald tier. Lu Feiyu carefully read the text on each label. Although Black Scale's evolution didn't specify a required dragon essence attribute, Lu Feiyu speculated that using essence blood of the same or similar attribute would yield better evolution results. Finally, his gaze fixated on the last jade bottle. The bottle was a translucent emerald green, allowing him to see the thick ink-like true dragon essence blood inside, resembling a carbon sphere. Poison fire demon dragon, a dual poison and fire attribute true dragon, poison and fire conflict extremely dangerous, not to be used by non-true dragon bloodline beasts. Reading the label, Lu Feiyu didn't hesitate for a moment and took it off the shelf. This seemed tailor-made for Black Scale after all. It had poison attributes and required a true dragon bloodline. As for the danger of poison and fire conflict, Lu Feiyu believed Black Scale could endure it. What's a little pain anyway? Besides, for a young dragon not even a month old, enduring some hardship was no big deal. Many beasts would give anything to face such challenges but never get the chance. If you don't want the hardship, some beasts are eager for it. With these thoughts, swirling, the jade bottle was already in Lu Feiyu's hand. Cool to the touch, it felt exquisite. With his prize in hand, Lu Feiyu promptly headed back downstairs. Once he safely passed through the detection gate, he didn't return to his dormitory. Instead, he followed the map's guidance toward the breakthrough room within Huaxing University. When beasts reach advanced stages, both breakthroughs and evolutions can trigger significant phenomena. Some phenomena can even endanger the lives of the beast tamer and those nearby. Therefore, Huaxing University had specially equipped breakthrough rooms for students to use. Of course, most large cities have such facilities. Previously, due to financial constraints, Lu Feiyu couldn't afford to use them and had to make breakthroughs at home. Now, as a student of the preparatory class at Huaxia University, Lu Feiyu had the privilege of using the breakthrough room for free. Why not take advantage of something when it's free? With a mindset of long life freebies, Lu Feiyu swiped his student card and stepped into a quiet breakthrough room. The room was spacious, approximately 30 square meters, with one large and one small chamber inside. The walls were made of transparent material, allowing the beastmaster in the smaller room to observe the condition and phenomena of their beast in the larger room. This setup enabled them to halt the evolution and provide aid if any danger arose. Summoning Black Scale and Boss Jean from the beast space, Lu Feiyu sensed Black Scale's excitement, anticipating the events about to unfold. "Let's go," he called, leading Black Scale into the larger chamber. A flicker of light from his spatial ring, and he held two jade boxes and a jade bottle in his hand. Opening them one by one, he revealed their contents. The high-quality dark attribute beast core was dark brown, uneven on the surface, resembling the crispy skin of fried pork belly with bumps covering it. Next was the essence of the 5 poisons, pure black with a ghostly sheen emitting a strange aroma mixed with a stench. The final act was the true dragon's blood essence. Removing the stopper from the jade bottle, a pop sound accompanied the transformation of the solid black substance into a liquid. The flowing black liquid seemed to dance with black mist and flames within the bottle. "Hurry, open your mouth, it's coming out," Lu Feiyu urged, noticing the liquid rapidly rising, threatening to overflow. The true dragon's blood essence was incredibly precious, and not a drop could be wasted. At his command, Black Scale opened its maw wide. Lu Feiyu promptly let go, sending the entire jade bottle into Black Scale's mouth. Simultaneously, he shoved the beast core and the essence of the 5 poisons into its still open mouth and quickly stepped back. Standing alongside Boss Jean, he watched intently for changes in Black Scale. The originally seamless black scales abruptly stood on end, each like an upward pointing blade, exuding a chilling gleam and murderous aura. Beneath the scales, boiling black mist spread outward through flesh and blood. As the mist thickened, viscous black liquid began to fall from the air. Upon contact with the floor or walls, the liquid instantly corroded deep pits, generating heat that caused white mist to rise. The intertwining black and white mists made the room's interior appear hazy, yet with the help of the Eye of Ascension, Lu Feiyu could see everything clearly. He observed the triangular scales rapidly morphing into perfect pentagons, layers of scales stacked and compressed, and even to the naked eye he saw 4 layers of scales on black scales surface. The interlocking scales formed mysterious patterns, significantly enhancing its defense. Moreover, he noticed 2 bulging lumps on black scales' head. Astonishingly, a pair of long horns broke through the flesh at that very moment, with antlers resembling those of a deer, noble and majestic, dragon horns. At the moment the dragon horns emerged, black scale, shrouded in a mist of black and white, let out a tremendous roar towards the sky. An overwhelming aura mixed with the true dragon's might spread, causing the immense room to tremble. With the dragon's roar, the mist dissipated, and the phenomena ceased. Black scale's evolution was complete. Gazing at the massive black dragon coiling in the air, Lu Feiyu felt a surge of excitement. This was a genuine dragon, an unbeatable existence within its realm. Immediately, he activated the Eye of Ascendance to take in the detailed information about the newly evolved black scale species. Devouring Heaven, Demon Dragon attributes, Poison talent level, SS realm, Bronze tier 6 skills, True Dragon's Body, Epic, Devouring Heaven, Toxic Flame, Epic, True Dragon's Majesty, Epic, Power of Devouring Heaven, Legendary. True Dragon's Body, a passive skill. The True Dragon's Body is immune to all negative statuses with a minimum 3-fold enhancement to the beast's physical attributes. The specific enhancement depends on the beast's size. Devouring Heaven, Toxic Flame. The beast can exhale poisonous dragon flames that incinerate everything. Those struck by the flames will have their life force forcibly seized for the beast's use. Note: once life force is seized, it cannot naturally recover. True Dragon's Majesty, the fury of a true dragon intimidating all beasts. The beast can emit a true dragon's majesty, causing those with a lower bloodline rank to fall into a state of panic, reducing their attack and defense by 50% and stunning them for 2 seconds. Power of Devouring Heaven. The beast possesses the power to devour all things, rapidly strengthening itself, elevating its realm. Evolution path: 5-element Dragon King, SSS level, Immortal Dragon Ancestor, Mythical level. Note: only beasts containing mythical bloodlines can break through to the mythical level. Materials needed for further evolution: 5 elemental cores, True Dragon Essence, blood of the attributes metal, wood, water, fire and earth. Evaluation: Devour the Heavens. Devour the Heavens. Seeing black scales' detailed information, Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up. Its realm had jumped from Iron Tier 9 to Bronze Tier 6, crossing a major realm and 5 minor ones, a significant boost. The first 3 skills had all advanced to the epic level, greatly enhancing their potency. Each skill's effects were formidable, combining physical enhancement, attack control and enemy debilitation. Their effectiveness in battle was bound to be impressive. The last skill, Power of Devouring Heaven, reaching the legendary realm, was beyond Lu Feiyu's expectations. It was the first time he had seen a legendary skill on an SS-level beast. Though it didn't immediately enhance Black Scale's combat ability, it certainly wasn't useless. Any keen observer could see the skill's formidable and terrifying potential. It could seize all things, accelerating cultivation speed. In essence, as long as there were ample resources, Black Scale could rapidly elevate its realm. Such realm enhancements provided a combat boost comparable to, if not exceeding, an epic skill. Now I don't have to worry about being beaten up by Boss Jean, Lu Feiyu chuckled, waving Black Scale over. He added silently, soon it might be Black Scale doing the beating. After all, the power of devouring the heavens combined with the terrifying energy contained in the spiritual marrow water from Capital University could propel Black Scale's realm beyond Boss Jin's in the blink of an eye. Given Black Scale's character, it would surely retaliate against Boss Jean for the grievances suffered over the past few days. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Lu Feiyu suddenly sensed an intense surge in Black Scale's aura. His eyes narrowed and he activated the Eye of Ascension to observe Black Scale closely. Astonishingly, its realm, initially at Bronze level 6, had soared to Bronze level 7 in an instant, breaking through to the late Bronze stage. And Black Scale's aura continued to rise. Is it digesting the residual energy from the special resources? Lu Feiyu exclaimed in amazement. Given that 2 of the evolution resources were high-level special resources, their energy was as vast as mountains and seas. consuming it all in a single evolution was impossible. Some of this energy would remain dormant within the beast, gradually integrating into its flesh and blood over time, typically measured in years. Yet Black Scale's digestion was occurring at a speed that seemed to be measured in seconds. Every second its aura climbed, every minute it breached a minor realm. This absorption rate was astonishingly fast. Not only was Lu Feiyu as the Beastmaster dumbfounded, but even Boss Jean, who stood beside him, widened his canine eyes in disbelief at his little brother. Roughly 10 minutes later, Black Scale's ascension slowed and its aura stabilized. When Lu Feiyu checked its current realm, his eyes widened in shock. It wasn't bronze anymore, it was silver. And not just early silver, but mid-silver. It had leapt from bronze level 6 to silver level 6, crossing an entire major realm. Black Scale, are you truly a genius? Lu Feiyu mused, patting its lowered dragon head, his face unhidden in joy. With Black Scale's breakthrough to silver, Lu Feiyu, as the Beastmaster, also advanced to silver level 6. His physical attributes improved significantly and he gained an additional slot for a contracted beast. This meant he could now contract a third beast at any time. Hearing its master's praise, Black Scale's lowered head raised slightly, letting out a low growl. Simultaneously, its eyes dark as night locked onto Boss Jean hiding behind Lu Feiyu. The grudge from yesterday was like a thorn in its side. In an instant its body swelled and its massive tail whipped with immense force. The sound of the wind howled sharply, accompanied by booming sonic blasts. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing the two beasts about to clash again, Lu Feiyu hurriedly intervened. Take it outside if you want to fight, don't embarrass me here. With a commanding shout, he halted the beasts' escalating actions, promptly returning both to the beast space. With Black Scale's evolution complete and Lu Feiyu's successful breakthrough to Silver Beast Master, a weight lifted from his heart, leaving him feeling immensely relieved. Next, he planned to visit Capital University over the weekend to retrieve the beast egg and resources. Lu Feiyu set his next goal. Today was Thursday, meaning after enduring tomorrow's classes he could finally contract his third beast. An initially S-grade beast egg, powerful from the start, and after the enhancement of the mythical bloodline pool, it would be SS grade upon contracting, cost-effective and powerful. It's all about the thrill. With these thoughts, Lu Feiyu hummed a light, cheerful tune as he walked back to his dormitory with a spring in his step. After visiting the resource management office and the breakthrough room, by the time he returned to the dormitory building, the night was deeply set. Naturally, Lu Feiyu didn't plan to wander around the capital anymore. However, as he reached the door of his dorm room, he suddenly paused. A middle-aged man with a scholarly air and gold-rimmed glasses was waiting there. The sound of Lu Feiyu's footsteps drew the man's attention. Upon seeing Lu Feiyu's face, he smiled warmly and approached quickly. You must be Lu Feiyu, right? I'm Zhang Wenhe from the Capital University. You can call me Teacher Zhang, he said, pulling out an ID card to verify his identity. Chapter 56, A New Beast, The Spectacular Reign. He continued, Principal Han sent me to give you something. With that, Zhang Wenhe handed a bag to Lu Feiyu, softly adding an S-grade beast egg. Instinctively, Lu Feiyu accepted the bag, his gaze lowering slightly to peek inside. A sandalwood box intricately carved with hollow patterns was within, emitting a gentle and warm glow that was surprisingly comforting. The principal also mentioned that you should visit the school on Saturday. You can take whatever resources you need. Let's exchange contact information so you can reach me anytime, Zhang Wenhe continued. Lu Feiyu complied, pulling out his phone to swap contact details with Zhang Wenhe politely declined Lu Feiyu's invitation to come in for a visit and took his leave. After all, he wasn't a child. He understood that upon receiving an S-grade beast egg, Lu Feiyu would immediately want to examine it. His presence wouldn't be appropriate. After seeing Zhang Wenhe off, Lu Feiyu dashed back to his dorm room. He eagerly extracted the wooden box from the bag and opened it without delay. Instantly, the mild white light inside intensified, illuminating the entire room as if it were daylight. Lu Feiyu squinted slightly, activating the Eye of Ascendance. The slight discomfort from the light vanished, revealing every detail in the room. The detailed information of the beast egg unfolded before Lu Feiyu's eyes. Species: Enchanting Demon Fox. Attribute: Charm. Talent level: S realm. Skills: Power of the Demon Fox, excellent. Alluring Art, excellent. Pale Cascade, excellent. Farewell Kiss of Death, epic. Evolution path: Enchanting Demon Fox, S grade. Sky Captivating Spirit Fox, SS grade. Salvation Saint Fox, SSS grade. Evaluation: nearly reaching the limits of mundane beast eggs, an exceptionally rare treasure. Is it a charm type beast? Upon realizing the specifics, Lu Feiyu couldn't suppress his smile. Beasts of the enchantment type typically have abilities closely linked to the soul and powerful control. This control isn't a simple matter of holding an enemy like Black Scale for a second or two. Instead, it's absolute control lasting for minutes, hours, or even days. The most powerful of the enchantment beasts can, with just a gaze, permanently turn an enemy's beast to their side. Such abilities are formidable both in combat and strategic value. Moreover, Lu Feiyu noted its future evolution path, suggesting this beast might even develop healing abilities. If true, it would be a rare dual-type beast. With this thought, Lu Feiyu clasped the glowing beast egg in his hand. With a single thought, he and the egg appeared in his beast space. Without hesitation, he placed the beast egg into the mythic bloodline pool. As the egg entered the pool, it seemed to dive into a mystical and wondrous world. It sank slowly, submerged in the pool's water. The dazzling white light of the egg was swallowed by the crimson water, with a subtle deep glow rippling across the surface. This glow seemed to resonate with the pool, creating a unique harmony. Lu Feiyu watched the changes in the mythic bloodline pool with bated breath. This was the most significant reaction since he contracted his 3 beasts. What surprise would this new beast bring him? Suddenly, the deep glow from the pool's bottom vanished. At that moment, even the previously clear skies of the beast space darkened. Thick ink-like clouds gathered, crackling with lightning and roaring with thunder. Simultaneously, a fierce wind arose, making Lu Feiyu's clothes flutter wildly. Raindrops began to fall rapidly, soon forming lines, then a curtain. In an instant, torrential rain poured down in the beast space, as if the world were shrouded in an endless mist. Lu Feiyu stood there stunned as the rain continued to wash over his soul's body. Though soaked, he felt no cold. On the contrary, as the rain touched his skin, it quickly merged into his being, sending warm currents flowing through his limbs and bones. It felt like coming home, chilled after a long winter walk and taking a hot bath, utterly rejuvenating. Lu Feiyu sensed each cell in his body, even his soul, crying out in comfort. And he wasn't the only one. As he glanced at Boss Jean and Black Scale, he noticed their expressions were also full of contentment. Moreover, he discovered that Black Scale, previously stalled at Silver Level 6, was ascending once more. Silver Level 6, Silver Level 7, Silver Level 8, in a short span it leapt 2 minor realms, reaching Silver Level 8 only 2 steps from breaking through to gold. And it wasn't just Black Scale. Boss Jin's realm was also climbing, its evolution's residual special resource energy fully activated at this moment. In just a moment, Boss Jean successfully broke through the Bronze Realm, leaping directly to Silver Tier 5, crossing 6 entire realms. The energy that would have taken months to fully digest was completely absorbed in an instant. Feeling the changes in his body, Boss Jean excitedly shouted in the rain, feeling invincible upon reaching the silver level. However, Lu Feiyu had no time to pay attention to Boss Jin's antics. His eyes remained fixated on the ripples forming in the mythical bloodline pool. Such phenomena had never occurred before. It had to be the result of the beast egg's evolution. Just having evolved, its power was already so formidable. Lu Feiyu's anticipation for the beast's full abilities grew even stronger. Under Lu Feiyu's intense gaze, the ripples on the surface of the mythical bloodline pool became more pronounced. Suddenly, a wave of water surged skyward, and with it, a fox as pure and white as jade ascended. The moment it appeared, the raging winds ceased, the falling rain paused, and the dark clouds dispersed. The sun reappeared on the horizon, casting warm rays across the earth. The air, filled with water vapor, refracted a brilliant rainbow under the sunlight. A rainbow. The appearance of a rainbow heralds the birth of a rare beast. Lu Feiyu stared in awe at the alabaster figure in the air as a wealth of information flooded his vision. Species: Sky Captivating Spirit Fox. Attributes: Charm, Special Talent Level, SS Realm, Iron Tier 8. Skills: Spirit Fox's Body, Epic, Heaven and Earth. Death Immunity, Epic, Spiritual Enchantment, Epic, Sky Captivating Fortune, Legendary. Spirit Fox's Body doubles physical attributes, immune to all abnormal statuses, repels all impurities, maintaining absolute purity. Heaven and Earth. Death Immunity: upon receiving a fatal attack, the beast will create a decoy to take the hit. Note: each use of the death immunity ability results in the loss of the subsequent celebratory rain. Spiritual Enchantment: the beast can enchant enemy beasts, forcing them to serve it for half an hour. Sky Captivating Fortune: the charm of the fox affects all, those who are lesser charm people, those in the middle charm nations, and the greatest charm the heavens, gathering all the world's fortune unto itself. Whenever the beast reaches a major realm, the heavens will bestow a celebratory rain. Anyone in contact with this rain will receive a short-term boon of good fortune and a certain enhancement. Note, the enhancement effects of the celebratory rain will increase with the beast's realm. Note, enhancement effects include but are not limited to cultivation realm, cultivation speed, soul strength and physical strength, evolution path, sky captivating spirit fox, SS grade, salvation saint fox, SSS grade, nine-tailed celestial fox, mythical grade, evaluation. The darling of heaven and earth, the embodiment of luck, chapter 57, unbeatable support effects, upon witnessing the sky captivating spirit fox's abilities. Lu Feiyu's jaw dropped, nearly wide enough to fit an entire duck egg. Seriously, is your power really this incredible? He thought. The spirit fox's body, while impressive, was a physical enhancement skill common to beasts with S-grade aptitude or higher, doubling physical attributes and enabling the beast to handle most close combat situations. But starting with the second skill, the effects became progressively more extraordinary. The heavens have granted an exemption from death, a chance to escape death once. In other words, it's like having a second life, and with the damage conversion effect of the Eye of Ascension, this is essentially equivalent to Lu Feiyu having a second life. Wow, instantly, the sense of security is maxed out. In the land of Huaxia, perhaps someone might succeed in making an attempt on his life once, but the many powerful figures within Huaxia would certainly not give anyone a second opportunity. What does this mean? Within the borders of Huaxia, Lu Feiyu essentially possesses an invincible status against death. Although there is a tiny bit of negative effect compared to life itself, what does it matter? The third skill, Enchanting Charm, is extraordinarily powerful. To describe it merely as a control skill would be an insult to its capability. This isn't just control, it's a concrete ability to turn enemies against each other. With Lu Feiyu's current level, his opponents only have a few beasts under their control, perhaps 1, 2 or 3 at most. Turning one beast against its master is almost like having their combat power. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu gains considerable combat strength. This addition and subtraction rounded up results in 100% increase in battle efficacy. Moreover, once an enemy's beast is turned, it would almost certainly deliver a fatal blow to its master at the first opportunity. As a beast master, one's most trusted entity is undoubtedly their beast. It's safe to say that most of the time beast masters do not guard against their own beasts. In such circumstances, an attack would lead to death on the spot for 99% of beast masters. The effect is terrifying to the extreme. Therefore, the moment Lu Feiyu saw this capability, he resolved to treat it as his trump card. He would never use it unless absolutely necessary. Once used, the enemy must perish. Otherwise, if the skill's effects become widely known and precautions are taken, achieving such desirable outcomes again would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As for the final legendary ability, it directly explains the origin of the torrential downpour earlier. So it was you, little one. Lu Feiyu glanced at the fox coiled in his hand. He gently stroked its pure white dust-free fur, which felt cool and exquisite to the touch, akin to a precious jade. Lu Feiyu and his other beasts had just experienced the effects of this ability. It can only be described in 2 words: Invincible. Black scale advanced by 2 levels. This is a late silver level advancement. For ordinary beasts, no matter how many resources they have, advancing 2 levels would likely require months of training. But how long did it take for Black Scale? Was it even a minute? And Boss Jean was even more astonishing, advancing 6 levels within less than a minute of rain. This includes breaking through a major level, although this was aided by the enormous energy stored within. The auxiliary effects of the celebratory rain cannot be ignored. As for Lu Feiyu himself, perhaps due to being a soul form within the beast space, he could feel that his soul was now more resilient and powerful than before. For a beast master, a strong soul means more opportunities for forming contracts. If Lu Feiyu could experience several more of these celebratory rains, he was confident he could contract 2 beasts within a single realm. Such an enhancement was practically miraculous for any beast tamer. If word got out, even high-level beast tamers would go wild with envy. After all, having a contract slot for an additional beast meant an extra source of formidable power and a more versatile combat strategy. What a treasure! Lu Feiyu mused softly, his gaze falling on the pure white fox curled in his arms. Its body curled up looked as adorable as a little dumpling, completely white with fur as lustrous as jade and shaped like a fluffy ball. I'll call you White Jade Dumpling, he decided, lifting the little creature by the scruff to observe it before gently placing it back in his arm. Turns out you're a little girl. Turning his attention to Black Scale and Boss Jean, Lu Feiyu warned, this is your little sister. don't let me catch either of you bullying her, otherwise well. His voice trailed off with a meaningful hum, the implied threat clear. In unison, Black Scale and Boss Jean let out a reassuring growl promising not to trouble White Jade Dumpling. After all, they had just benefited from the celebratory reign she had brought, gaining realm advancements. They had no reason to provoke her, especially Boss Jean, who quickly scampered over, sniffing around White Jade Dumpling and wagging his tail so rapidly it seemed like a helicopter rotor leaving after images. He seemed on the verge of becoming a doting admirer. However, the usually calm White Jade Dumpling, nestled in Lu Feiyu's arm, seemed bothered by the commotion. Turning to look at the overly enthusiastic Boss Jean, she let out a soft warning cry, woo-woo, expressing her displeasure and wariness. Upon hearing this, Boss Jean froze, looking up at White Jade Dumpling in disbelief, his big dog eyes filled with confusion and shock. Was he, Boss Jean, being rejected? His rapidly wagging tail came to a sudden halt and he seemed lifeless, like a helicopter that had crash-landed. Seeing this, Black Scale, who often bickered with Boss Jean, immediately took the opportunity to laugh at his expense. Lu Feiyu also chuckled at Boss Jin's pitiful expression. What a character that big dog was. Afterwards, Lu Feiyu had a little heart-to-heart with his three beasts, emphasizing the importance of getting along, being harmonious and friendly, and respecting each other's space. The main theme was the value of peace and unity. While these might seem trivial for a beast tamer, they were essential daily lessons. After all, each beast had its own unique personality and minor conflicts were inevitable in their daily interactions. At such times the beast tamer had to step in and resolve any disputes fairly. Having completed these chores and spent some time bonding with his beasts, Lu Feiyu exited the beast space. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lu Feiyu awoke from his slumber. Just as he finished washing up, there was a knock at the door. He opened the door and found a middle-aged woman standing outside, unfamiliar to him. It was Li Wan, the instructor of the preparatory class at Huaxia University, guided by Li Wan. Lu Feiyu soon arrived in the legendary preparatory classroom. The spacious room contained only 18 desks, each equipped with a sleek, futuristic white helmet. Take a seat at any empty spot, Li Wan softly instructed Lu Feiyu, who followed her directive. At this moment, the other seats in the classroom were already occupied, their occupants casting curious glances at the newcomer. These students had long been part of the preparatory class, sharing days together as classmates. Some had even grown up within the compounds of the capital, forging close bonds as intimate friends. Thus, when this stranger Lu Feiyu entered the room, whispers began to ripple through the air. With his current heightened senses, Lu Feiyu could hear even the faintest of murmurs clearly. Is that the one with the SSS grade talent? Quite the honor having the instructor personally fetch him. It's not just the SSS grade, he's got a dual talent, quite impressive. Isn't the other talent just C grade? What's the difference between having it or not? Why so sour? Brother? Did you have lemon for breakfast? Have you heard? It seems this new student has already secured a spot for this month's exploration of the nascent secret realm. What, isn't that privilege reserved for the top student in our preparatory class? Even if he's SSS grade, hogging a spot like that is too much. Exactly, doesn't that make our hard work over the past weeks all in vain? Upon hearing the last two remarks, Lu Feiyu's ears perked up. The opportunity to explore the nascent secret realm was happening this month, and he took someone else's spot. No wonder he felt several unfriendly gazes upon him as soon as he stepped into the room. So that's the reason. At that moment, Li Wan, standing at the podium, cleared her throat to quell the murmurs and spoke up. Classmates, let's welcome our new student Lu Feiyu, an individual with SSS grade talent. Like all of you, he represents the future hope of our Huaxia nation. Also, I'm not sure where you heard such rumors, but Lu Feiyu's slot for the nascent secret realm exploration does not take away from the class's existing allotment. There is no conflict. Huaxia University would never arbitrarily withhold student rewards. Upon Li Wan's clarification, those classmates who had held some resentment toward Lu Feiyu immediately brightened up, even offering applause as a gesture of goodwill. Alright, enough with the chatter, let's begin today's holographic simulation training. Li Wan, befitting her role as the instructor of the preparatory class at Huaxia University, handled matters with decisiveness and efficiency, observing others donning the white helmets. Lu Feiyu followed suit. The moment he put on the helmet, an intense sense of encapsulation spread from all around his head. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears, collecting blood and mental samples. Please relax your body and mind. The next instant, Lu Feiyu felt a very slight pain at the back of his head. Sample collection complete. student identity confirmed as Lu Feiyu. Wishing you a fruitful experience in the holographic simulation training. The mechanical voice vanished, and so did the darkness before Lu Feiyu's eyes, replaced by an endless vast grassland. A strong wind swept across, causing the fine grass beneath his feet to sway and gently brush against his skin, the ticklish sensation incredibly realistic. If Lu Feiyu didn't know it was a holographic simulation training, he might have thought he'd been transported to a real prairie. What incredible technology, he marveled inwardly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. He noticed that Li Wan and other students were right beside him. Unlike Lu Feiyu's expression of amazement, these students wore faces that had grown accustomed to such experiences. Today's training theme is Beast Combat Encirclement Training, Li Wan explained, casting her eyes towards Lu Feiyu. Beast tamers will simulate how to break through an encirclement or even counterattack when surrounded. You simply need to summon your beasts in your mind, and those you've contracted will appear here. With a sharp look at everyone, she continued, now listen to my command. Lu Feiyu, Qian Xiaofeng, and Yang Yuelin, you three will be the surrounded. The rest of the students formed teams of 5 to create the encirclement squads. Under Li Wan's direction, all the students began pairing up to form teams. The first to undergo combat training was a tall and lean student named Qian Xiaofeng. The other teams observed and pinpointed errors in his battle strategy. However, these were all preparatory class students, each with at least an S-grade baseline talent, and nearly 10 of them had SS-grade talents. The various resources provided by the school further minimized the influence of family background on the development of a beast tamer's strength. Consequently, although there were differences in strength among the students, the gaps weren't significant. In a 1 versus 5 scenario, not to mention counterattacking, even breaking through seemed impossible. No matter how hard Qian Xiaofeng tried, he barely managed to run 100 meters before his beasts were overwhelmed by those of others. Another student, Yang Yuelin, faced a similar fate. The two of them came off the battlefield, helpless smiles on their faces. As they turned to Li Wan, complaining, teacher, this is too hard. What's the point of this trial? It's an impossible task. Not only did the surrounded students think this way, but even the students forming the encirclement teams couldn't grasp the trial's purpose. 5 against 1, wasn't this just a straightforward crush? Could anyone truly be so extraordinary as to face 5 peers alone? How was that possible? Hearing these words, Li Wan smiled slightly, offering no further explanation. Instead, she signaled with her eyes for Lu Feiyu to step forward for his combat training. Simultaneously, all the other students turned their curious and probing gazes towards Lu Feiyu, eager to see how this prodigious beast tamer, hailed by the world as a genius, would measure up. Could he escape this trial of seemingly insurmountable difficulty? Lu Feiyu stepped forward, feeling completely at ease. During the previous battle, Lu Feiyu had been observing closely. His conclusion was simple. Why run when you can simply overpower? In the Huaxia preparatory class, most students were still at the black iron level. Only a few had barely reached bronze, acquiring a second beast. This was considered a remarkable speed by ordinary standards. However, in front of Lu Feiyu, such speed couldn't even hold a candle. He was already an 8th rank silver beastmaster, just a step away from gold. With such a significant disparity in level, combined with his 3S grade contracted beasts, it was no different than shooting fish in a barrel. As Lu Feiyu contemplated, 5 classmates had already surrounded him. Among them were 2 bronze-level beastmasters. The beasts they had contracted exuded formidable strength. Can he win? One of the besieging students asked doubtfully, but before he finished speaking, someone retorted, win? No chance, it's 1 against 5, how could he possibly win? Indeed, even with SS-grade talent, it was unlikely to possess such combat power at this stage. Talent, after all, is just potential yet to be fully realized into strength, and in real combat he might not even be stronger than us, let alone handle a 5-on-1 fight. Almost all students doubted Lu Feiyu. The memories of Qian Xiaofeng and Yang Yuelin's crushing defeats were still fresh in their minds. Going against 5 seemed like a futile endeavor, a mere overestimation of one's abilities, leaving no room for resistance. I see, I understand now, someone suddenly exclaimed, a gleeful expression of self-proclaimed brilliance on their face. Everyone turned their attention to him. With confidence, he declared, this simulation is surely the school's way of tempering Lu Feiyu's SS-grade arrogance. Too much pride can lead to downfall. The school intends to use this simulated combat to remind Lu Feiyu to tread carefully regardless of his talents. Upon hearing this, the others pondered. Hey, you know what, for once Wang Shiyao actually made a sensible remark. So we're just pawns in the school's game with Lu Feiyu. A pity. But watching an SSS-grade genius stumble would be quite entertaining. I can't wait to see Lu Feiyu's frustrated, maybe even tearful expression. Such a handsome face would look adorable with a few tears like little pearls. So cute I'd want to ruffle his hair, they chattered animatedly. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu summoned his beasts one by one. When Boss Jean appeared, the crowd merely marveled at the wolf dog's impressive and dashing appearance, but when Black Scale appeared, their amused expressions froze, smiles petrified comically on their faces. A newcomer beastmaster like Lu Feiyu had contracted a true dragon. How was this possible? This was a beast with a base level of double S-grade potential. How did a rookie Beastmaster dare to contract such a creature? Where did he even find the opportunity to do so? No matter, it's expected for an SSS grade talent to have some unique qualities, otherwise it wouldn't be worthy of the triple S grade status. Wang Shiyao gritted his teeth, his cheeks tightening as he tried to console himself. He admitted, though, that he felt a twinge of envy. But when Lu Feiyu summoned White Jade Dumpling, the vast grassland fell into utter silence. The murmurs and envious whispers vanished, and even the ever-present gales seemed to still in an instant. The entire prairie was enveloped in an eerie quiet. Moments later, Wang Shiyao, standing among the onlookers, managed to close his wide-open mouth, his usual eloquence replaced by a stuttering disbelief. "3 beasts, how is that possible? Could it be silver? Silver tier, how did he reach silver? Is he even human, really?" His shock was understandable. Even the most talented students in the elite preparatory class were only just reaching the bronze tier, with the mid-bronze stage still a distant goal. The silver realm seemed an unattainable feat expected to be reached around the college entrance exams. Yet here was someone who had awakened his beast-taming talent less than a month ago and already ascended to silver tier, crossing both the iron and bronze realms in just a month. Was that even humanly possible? For a moment everyone looked at Lu Feiyu as if he were some extraordinary anomaly. Even Li Wan, the class instructor who prided herself on being experienced, was filled with astonishment. She hadn't been informed that Lu Feiyu had reached silver tier, she had been told he was at the late bronze stage. Did Lu Feiyu break through a major realm overnight after entering school? My goodness, Li Wan marveled inwardly. She began to wonder if this trial could still fulfill its intended purpose, to curb the excessive pride of geniuses and encourage all preparatory students to focus on their training. At that moment, Lu Feiyu's voice, laced with amusement, resonated across the grassland. "Time's up, here I go." His tone and demeanor suggested he wasn't the one surrounded, but rather that he was the one encircling the 5 students. Hearing this, the 5 students encircling Lu Feiyu exchanged nervous glances and directed their beasts to launch their strongest attacks. In an instant, ice blades, fireballs, wooden traps, and various other attacks converged upon him, yet Lu Feiyu stood unwavering, not even blinking. Hovering above him, Black Scale let out a thunderous roar. Its colossal body, originally about 20 meters long, rapidly expanded to 100 meters in the blink of an eye. From a distance, Black Scale resembled a dense black cloud. The entire grassland darkened as if enveloped in perpetual night, its massive form obscuring all light. Black Scale's roar, infused with the fury of a true dragon, sent shockwaves crashing downward, obliterating every attack in midair. Simultaneously, the beasts that had been accompanying the surrounding students found themselves unable to control their own movements. Each student's body trembled uncontrollably, as if they were caught in an endless abyss of terror, unable to extricate themselves. It wasn't just the beasts that were affected, even the beastmasters found themselves paralyzed when the overwhelming roar swept through them, striking at the deepest part of their souls and awakening their most profound fears. Their bodies, they couldn't move at all. One student, eyes wide with fear, was so overcome by the terror that he forgot he was in a simulated environment and instinctively attempted to flee. Yet as soon as the thought of running crossed his mind, he realized his usually obedient legs were now almost impossible to lift. Moving even half a step was a Herculean task. It wasn't just him. All 5 students who had surrounded Lu Feiyu were in the same predicament. Their entire bodies shook, their teeth chattering uncontrollably, making a cacophony of clacking sounds. Even the other students, not directly in the center of the battlefield, felt immense fear upon hearing that earth-shattering dragon roar. Instinctively, they summoned their beasts, ready to defend themselves. What formidable power! As expected of a true dragon, Wang Shiyao murmured, his eyes filled with envy as he gazed at Lu Feiyu. Who wouldn't want a true dragon as their beast? But even as a scion of a distinguished family, he had no such fortune. A control-type true dragon, what powerful control abilities! Paired with the offensive prowess of the other beasts, he could easily defeat all 5 without even needing to flee. Someone remarked in admiration, the others nodded in agreement. However, in the next instant everyone's eyes widened in shock. In mid-air, black scale, resembling a looming dark cloud, stretched its body with abandon, its dragon head raised high, unleashing another mighty roar that echoed across the heavens. But this time, it wasn't just sound that erupted from its mouth, it was a torrent of ferociously burning, menacing fire. The pitch-black flames like ink stained the entire sky. In an instant, black scale seemed to descend like a demon lord wielding boundless might. Boom! As the eclipsing demonic flames gathered to a critical mass, they no longer lingered in the sky but transformed into a deluge of black fiery rain pouring down on the earth. The sizzling, hissing sound was so fierce that even the air seemed to scream in agony from the intense heat and friction. In the blink of an eye, the demonic flames were upon them. The 5 students and their contracted beasts were engulfed in panic. The scorching air laden with demonic flames felt not like air at all, but like a toxic poison corroding their organs. In that brief moment, the eclipsing demonic flames spread from the horizon to engulf the land, eradicating the 5 students and their beasts without leaving a trace. Not even a fragment of remains was left behind. Simultaneously, Lu Feiyu could clearly see that in the fiercest burning area of the demonic flames, threads of blood-red light were flowing back along the fire, connecting the flames to black scale. Along these threads surged a mighty and dense life force. As the life force poured in, the energy black scale had expended in its attack was rapidly replenished. In just the blink of an eye, it had returned to its peak state. This spectacle left the onlooking students utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape in amazement, their mouths hung open in utter disbelief, eyes wide with shock. To annihilate 5 beast tamers with just one beast, what kind of otherworldly power is this? Well, finally, after a long silence, someone sighed in admiration. The others exchanged glances and shared a wry smile. Before the battle began, they were eager to see Lu Feiyu make a fool of himself. But what was the outcome? He didn't even consider running away. Not only did he face them head-on, taking on 5 at once, but he didn't even use half of his strength. With just one beast he wiped out all 5. The sheer gap in strength made everyone who had only met Lu Feiyu for the first day suddenly feel a strong sense of respect for him. At this moment, even if Lu Feiyu were to claim the secret realm slot for the preparatory class, no one would say a word. He earned it fair and square. Damn it, I swear I'm going to. Suddenly Wang Shiyao shouted, drawing everyone's attention. They all looked at him curiously, eager to hear what bold declaration he would make next. To their surprise, Wang Shiyao, with a look of fervor, took 2 running steps forward, gathered momentum and slid a long way on the soft grass, ending up at Lu Feiyu's feet. With a fanatical expression, Wang Shiyao clung to Lu Feiyu's leg, shouting, "Idol, please give me an autograph with a serial number. From now on you are my #1 idol. The entire Wanbao Pavilion will treat you as an honored guest, offering you the most generous discounts." His antics left not only Lu Feiyu bewildered but also made everyone else facepalm with an exasperated look. How on earth did the Wang family raise such a flamboyant air? Wanbao Pavilion is doomed. But then again, with Wang Shiyao's shamelessness, he's actually better at business than any of us. Quite true, the group chattered amongst themselves. Lu Feiyu, overhearing their conversation, finally realized the true identity of the young man before him. Wang Shiyao, the son of the Wanbao Pavilion's master, possesses an SS-level beast-taming talent and is the designated future master of the pavilion. "Get up," Lu Feiyu said, extending a hand to pull him up from the grass, chuckling, "We're classmates, there's no need for such formality. Kneeling like this, you'll embarrass me. I'll give you an autograph after we head out. After all, you're the young master of Wanbao Pavilion and you're being so warm to me. I'm not a fool to turn away such friendliness." Upon hearing this, Wang Shiyao's eyes lit up and he scratched his head with a silly grin, asking, "Am I the first to ask for your autograph, idol?" Lu Feiyu was about to nod but then recalled the 3 girls he had encountered in the elevator after the school competition, so he shook his head and replied, "No, you're the 4th. Wang Shiyao's goofy smile didn't waver a bit. He cheerfully responded, "4th is great. Prosperity all year round, I like it. The autograph is just a small thing, even if it might sell for millions in a few years." The most crucial aspect, however, was Wang Shiyao's ability to use this unexpected method to catch Lu Feiyu's attention and leave a lasting impression. In the future, if his family's Wanbao Pavilion ever faced a catastrophic crisis, Wang Shiyao could more easily seek Lu Feiyu's assistance. After all, in Wang Shiyao's eyes, Lu Feiyu was bound to rapidly grow into one of the top beastmasters in Huaxia, if not the entire world, unmatched by anyone else. By then, there would be no problem beyond Lu Feiyu's ability to solve. Of course, merely making an impression wouldn't be enough to guarantee Lu Feiyu's help. Building a relationship is a gradual process, so Wang Shiyao suddenly straightened his expression, cupped his hands and said, "Since brother Lu holds me in such regard, I Wang Shiyao am not one to be stingy. Today, I personally present you with a black gold card from the Wanbao Pavilion." Hearing this, Lu Feiyu was momentarily speechless, staring in surprise at the suddenly serious young man before him, confirming he wasn't joking. This was a black gold card from the Wanbao Pavilion. As everyone knows, ordinary users with a balance card from the Wanbao Pavilion enjoy a 10% discount. This very discount allowed Lu Feiyu to purchase the evolution resources for Boss Gene in Black Scale for just over 4 million, successfully advancing them to SSS grade. Beyond the standard white balance card, there's the green card, offering a generous 20% discount available to those who accumulate over 30 million in spending at the pavilion. Following the green card is the gold card, which provides a staggering 35% discount, almost equivalent to buying items at half price. Gold card holders not only need to have spent billions at the Wanbao Pavilion but must also have significant social standing. Possessing a gold card signifies wealth and prestige, easily enabling one to secure loans of 10 billion Huaxia yuan from major banks. The highest tier, the black gold card, is typically beyond the reach of ordinary wealthy families. It is bestowed by the Wanbao Pavilion to those who have made significant contributions to Huaxia or have greatly benefited the pavilion. Across Huaxia and the entire world, the number of black gold card holders doesn't exceed 100. As the future head of the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Shiyao only has the authority to gift 2 such cards, and now he's offering one just for an ordinary signature? It must be noted the card offers a 61% discount, meaning every time Lu Feiyu buys something at the pavilion they incur a loss. Such an offer is indeed substantial. "Are you sure?" Lu Feiyu asked the value of the item, prompting even him, who usually doesn't refuse goodwill, to question further. Wang Shiyao with sincerity replied, "A good horse is for a hero and a good card is for a distinguished person. Across Huaxia there are few as worthy of the term distinguished as you, idol." Before Lu Feiyu could respond, the surrounding classmates erupted in chatter, exclaiming, "Wow, old Wang, you're really good at this. No wonder Wanbao Pavilion is so successful. Look at his thick skin, his way with words. I can't even feel envious of how he's earning this money." Just then, the class instructor Li Wan walked over, cleared her throat and said, "Stop the chatter and stand properly, all of you. This practical training is to show you self-assured students what it means to have someone better than you and skies beyond your skies. You may be considered geniuses, prodigies, or even anomalies in the eyes of the world, but to the top-tier talents you are nothing. Did you see Lu Feiyu's strength? He should be the idol you strive to chase." Her tone was stern, and the previously murmuring crowd dared not lift their heads. It was then that Lu Feiyu realized that this unassuming middle-aged woman had an inexplicable authority when she spoke with a stern face. No wonder she was the instructor for the preparatory class, Lu Feiyu thought to himself. At that moment, Li Wan turned to Lu Feiyu and said, "Feiyu, come give them some extra training. Do it again." At these words, all the students groaned in unison. They certainly didn't want to be treated like cannon fodder, decimated by the Black Dragon in one fell swoop. The day's simulated practical training ended quickly. Every student in the class was playfully defeated by Lu Feiyu's beast several times in various manners. Even when all 17 of them rushed him together in the end, they still couldn't lay a scratch on him. At this point, not only was Wang Shiyao convinced, but every student in the preparatory class felt a sense of respect for Lu Feiyu. Even the usually stern-faced Li Wan wore a faint smile when she looked at him. In just one day, Lu Feiyu had used his strength to win over everyone in the Huacheng preparatory class. Of course, Lu Feiyu himself didn't walk away empty-handed. In fact, he gained a great deal. Unlike the other students who were defeated as soon as they showed themselves, Lu Feiyu spent the day letting his beast fight freely. Other than by Yutuan's enchantment skills, he used all sorts of other skills and abilities countless times. This gave Lu Feiyu a general understanding of his true current strength. To sum it up in 2 words, invincible. Among his peers, he was unbeatable. As for those above his level, Lu Feiyu glanced at Li Wan. Near the end of the practical training, Li Wan had all the students exit the holographic simulation, leaving only Lu Feiyu. She wanted to measure just where his strength lay. In the end, even without Bai Yutuan's enchanting abilities, Lu Feiyu managed to force Li Wan's beast to the 9th tier of gold, almost able to contend with a platinum-level beast. This cross-boundary combat prowess left the well-informed Li Wan exclaiming in disbelief. However, she didn't even know that Lu Feiyu had more cards up his sleeve. If Bai Yutuan were to use the spiritual enchantment technique, even a platinum beast tamer would likely suffer a severe setback if caught off guard. In fact, if Lu Feiyu seized the opportunity, he could potentially decapitate the beast tamer in an instant. At that moment, all the beasts under the tamer would perish in a flash. While Lu Feiyu was pondering this, he suddenly sensed an odd noise beside him. He instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, only to see a chubby face with a friendly smile appear before him. Wang Shiyao squinted his eyes until they were mere slits, rubbing his hands together as he looked at Lu Feiyu. Idle, how about that autograph we talked about? He handed over a pen and placed a sheet of gold leaf on the table. Wow, writing on gold! Lu Feiyu marveled at Wang Shiyao's extravagance, but didn't refuse. With a flourish, he signed his name on the gleaming gold. He then casually handed the inscribed gold leaf back to Wang Shiyao. My idol, even your handwriting is so dashing and stylish. For a moment it felt like Li Bai himself had returned, so graceful. So, stop. Lu Feiyu waved his hand to halt the flattery. He knew well enough what his handwriting looked like. It wasn't unsightly, but calling it beautiful or even remotely related to calligraphy was a stretch. Despite being cut off, Wang Shiyao wasn't annoyed in the slightest. Instead, he cheerfully pulled a black gold card from his pocket and immediately attempted to hand it to Lu Feiyu. In his mind, Wang Shiyao was prepared for Lu Feiyu to decline, intending to insist a few times before successfully handing over the black gold card. To his surprise, Lu Feiyu showed no sign of refusal. Seeing the black gold card, Lu Feiyu's eyes lit up and he swiftly snatched it. Before Wang Shiyao could react, the card had already vanished from his hand. This left his rehearsed polite remarks stuck in his throat, issuing only a few awkward coughs. How did this not go as planned? Wang Shiyao thought. You're too kind, brother. I'll treat you to a meal sometime, Lu Feiyu said with a grin, clutching the black gold card. Though it radiated a sharp brilliance, it felt smooth and refined in his grasp, truly exceptional. As for politeness or refusing gifts, that wasn't Lu Feiyu's style. First, he secured the good stuff and everything else could wait until later. Brother Lu, you're straightforward. I like that. Whenever you have time, you choose any restaurant in the capital. Wang Shiyao quickly regained his composure and laughed heartily. After some more casual conversation which deepened their mutual understanding, Lu Feiyu excused himself, claiming he had things to do. This was no mere pretense, he genuinely had plans. It was already Friday and he'd arranged with Han Shoujing to study theoretical knowledge at Capital University over the weekend. Moreover, it wasn't just about the theoretical knowledge. He was also there to collect the promised 5 special resources and 10 bottles of spirit essence water. Once he utilized all these resources, Lu Feiyu was confident his power would further advance, bolstering his confidence for the upcoming journey into the nascent secret realm. The 2 days flew by and Lu Feiyu found himself in the dormitory prepared for him at Capital University. Unlike Huaxia, this dorm was a bona fide single occupancy, offering a more open and comfortable layout despite being similar in size. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The key was that, after 2 days of theoretical study, Boss Jean, whose intelligence was already remarkable, had completely mastered the application of light reflection and refraction. In the midst of battle, achieving an effect akin to invisibility was already possible. Meanwhile, Black Scale, through repeated tests by relevant researchers, had determined its optimal length, 140 meters. At this length, it balanced power and agility with formidable combat capabilities. As for Bai Yutuan, its abilities were rather unique with limited room for enhancement, and Lu Feiyu was reluctant to reveal its astonishing skills. Thus, for the past couple of days, it had taken on the role of a mascot, occasionally basking on Lu Feiyu's shoulder in the sun or napping in the crook of his arm. This carefree lifestyle left Boss Jean drooling with envy. Yet, this improvement wasn't the full extent. The 3S grade beasts were already cultivating at an astonishing pace. Coupled with the nurturing effects of spiritual essence water and the 100-fold spiritual energy within the beast space, their realms were advancing rapidly. At this moment, it was the day for Black Scale's breakthrough to gold. With this thought, Lu Feiyu focused his mind, letting his consciousness sink into the beast space. When he opened his eyes again, the 3 beasts were standing neatly before him, their faces filled with anticipation. They seemed to understand that today was no ordinary day. After all, the transition from silver to gold was a significant milestone for both beasts and tamers. For the beasts, ascending to gold meant entering the ranks of the mid-tier. Not only would their existing abilities see significant improvement, but beasts with exceptional potential might even awaken powerful abilities hidden deep within their bloodlines. For beast tamers, reaching the gold level meant their beast space would expand several fold. Moreover, the space would no longer be limited to storing beasts and beast eggs, but could hold all inanimate objects, effectively serving as a high-capacity spatial ring, a highly practical advantage. Of course, such a substantial leap made advancing to gold no simple feat. Countless tamers found themselves stuck at the 9th tier of silver for life, unable to progress. Yet, once one became a gold-level beast tamer, their social status would soar. Organizations of all kinds would extend invitations, and their compensation and benefits would double compared to the silver level. Therefore, even for Black Scale, breaking through from the 8th tier of silver to gold in just 2 days was impossible. According to the school, the next exploration of the nascent secret realm was set for Monday, which was tomorrow. The time was tight and the task seemed impossible. However, with Bai Yutuan's assistance, everything changed. Lu Feiyu deliberately restrained Bai Yutuan's advancement, waiting until Black Scale reached the 9th tier of silver before unleashing the celebratory rain. Utilizing the rain's miraculous effects, they aimed to propel Black Scale straight into the realm of gold. "Let's begin," Lu Feiyu said, his gaze sweeping over his beasts, speaking with calm assurance. With his permission, Bai Yutuan let out a couple of soft cries and the aura around it began to surge. With virtually no obstacles, its realm leaped from the 9th tier of black iron to the 1st tier of bronze. In the blink of an eye, dense clouds once again shrouded the beast's space, covering miles, with thunder booming and lightning flashing. The rain came suddenly, a deluge that obscured Lu Feiyu's view with its sheer intensity. The raindrops were as large as hailstones, pounding down with a force far greater than the last time, but there was no need for Lu Feiyu to remind his beasts. They instinctively remained still, focusing on absorbing the special energy coursing through the rain. The energy was abundant, vast like the ocean, rushing into the beasts with a fervor that bordered on madness. Of all the beasts, Black Scale's reaction was the most dramatic. Centered around it, countless raindrops whirled like a cyclone. A vortex of torrential rain formed around Black Scale, and the powerful suction was so intense that even Lu Feiyu found it hard to keep his footing. The dense energy permeated Black Scale's body, nourishing its muscles inch by inch. As a beastmaster, Lu Feiyu could clearly sense the chains within Black Scale, the shackles that were being fiercely assaulted. Boom, 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 boom. The muffled sounds grew louder and more forceful, until they even drowned out the thunderous roar of the storm. At the same time, Black Scale's fearsome dragon head suddenly lifted. Its pentagonal black scales shimmered brilliantly under the rain's impact. A mighty dragon roar echoed through the sky. With that roar, all fell silent, even the dark clouds above were forcibly scattered. The torrential rain abruptly ceased. The second celebratory rain had ended. Lu Feiyu surveyed the changes in his beast's levels. Black Scale had astonishingly advanced to gold rank 1. Boss Jean reached silver rank 8. Jadeite Ball, starting from the lowest rank, experienced the most rapid growth, leaping several levels from just bronze rank 1 to bronze rank 7, reaching the late stage and poised for another breakthrough soon. Even Lu Feiyu himself felt his soul becoming more robust. He estimated that with 3 more such celebratory rains he could gain another opportunity to contract a beast. This realization thrilled him. However, what excited him even more was the incredible change on Black Scale's information panel. In addition to the level advancement, a new ability had emerged. This was a power that only beasts with exceptional potential awaken upon reaching the gold rank. Given Black Scale's status as an SSS-grade beast with true dragon lineage, the emergence of a new ability was not surprising. If anything, Lu Feiyu would have been surprised if no new ability had appeared. What truly thrilled him was the terrifying effect of this ability. Calamity Domain. Legendary. You are Calamity, you are legend. The beast can unfold a Calamity Domain, inflicting multiple negative effects on all enemies within the domain and every minute randomly imposing an instant death judgment on one enemy within the domain. Instant death judgment. If the enemy's strength is not higher than the beast by 1 major rank, they die instantly. This effect ignores all defensive skills below legendary level. Note: unfolding and maintaining the Calamity Domain will significantly drain the beast's stamina. My goodness, old Black, you're defying the heavens, Lu Feiyu thought as he read the 4 lines of text before him. This was different from the devouring power and Jadeite Ball's fortunate fate. Black Scale's new ability was on another level entirely. This legendary ability was a real offensive power. Simply inflicting multiple negative effects on all enemies simultaneously was already formidable, akin to an unrestricted, damaging crowd control ability. But the instant death judgment made Lu Feiyu exclaim its invincibility. As long as the target wasn't more than one major realm above him, just a glare could bring death, such a straightforward and brutal effect, who could possibly argue with it? Moreover, this ability had no negative side effects, it only consumed a bit more stamina. So what if I lose some stamina and you lose your life? Seems fair to me. Boss Jean, sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Black Scale, dashed behind Lu Feiyu without giving Black Scale any opportunity to flaunt its power. After checking the changes in his beasts, Lu Feiyu shifted his gaze to the transformations within his beast space. His space, already several times larger than that of his peers at the same level, was expanding again. He swiftly traversed the land with his beasts, forests, swamps, lakes, grasslands, deserts, and even, was that an ocean? Lu Feiyu was utterly shocked as he gazed at the endless waves in the distance. He wondered just how vast his beast space had become, impossible to calculate. Simply impossible. Lu Feiyu thought with excitement, with such a large beast space, imagine how many special resources and beast parts he could store. No more worries about running out of space in his storage ring. Having finished everything, Lu Feiyu, as usual, played with his beasts for a while before disengaging his consciousness from the beast space and returning to reality. Looking at the dormitory where he had stayed for 2 days, he felt no attachment and promptly headed toward Huaqing University. Exploration of the nascent secret realm was set for early the next morning. He couldn't afford to be late for his first exploration. With the advanced transportation in the capital and the short distance between the two universities, Lu Feiyu soon arrived at the dormitory within Huaqing University. To his surprise, someone was waiting at the door, and it was none other than Wang Shiyao. "Lu, good, you finally made it." Something big has happened. As soon as he heard footsteps, Wang Shiyao rushed over. Seeing Lu Feiyu's puzzled face, he continued, "Tomorrow's exploration of the nascent secret realm is rumored to be extremely dangerous. Even gold-ranked beast tamers might not benefit. Moreover, the leader this time is Senior Chao Huayan. He's infamous for being unsympathetic. Although he's nearly at the peak of platinum tamers, he never looks after his fellow students. Rumor has it that he once sent weaker students to the front lines in dangerous situations." Wang Shiyao paused, looking at Lu Feiyu with concern. "Our class's top student has already voluntarily withdrawn from the exploration due to the high risk. With your talent, there's no need to take such a risk. We can bide our time and fight another day." Despite Wang Shiyao's barrage of words, Lu Feiyu's expression remained unchanged. "Thanks for the warning, but giving up is not an option, unless you're going to give me the S-rank beast egg I'm missing." Indeed, Lu Feiyu had now advanced to a gold-rank beast master awakening the slot for a fourth contracted beast. This made him particularly focused on the upcoming exploration of the nascent secret realm, eager to acquire an S-grade beast egg. After all, the thought of contracting just an A-grade beast egg no longer appealed to him. Upon hearing Lu Feiyu's intentions, Wang Shiyao could barely maintain his composure. "An S-grade beast egg? Would you like me to whip one up for you?" Could it be that this possessor of SSS-grade beast master talent is so arrogantly unaware of himself? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but Wang Shiyao continued to persuade. "Bro, you're my own brother. An S-grade beast egg, is it something we preparatory class students can even dream of? Even if by sheer luck you find one and Chao Yenwan doesn't snatch it first, I'll write my name backwards. We really don't need to take such risks given our current capabilities." After all, having gifted him a black gold card, Wang Shiyao naturally didn't want to see Lu Feiyu fall in a secret realm exploration. But then a sudden realization struck Wang Shiyao. What did Lu Feiyu just say? He's after an S-grade beast egg. Could it be he's broken through again? How long has it even been since he awakened his beastmaster talent? Not even a month, and already you're a gold-rank beastmaster. How is anyone supposed to keep up? With that thought, Wang Shiyao's expression rapidly shifted several times before he looked at Lu Feiyu in disbelief. He swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Bro, level with me, have you broken through again? And a major breakthrough at that?" Hearing this, Lu Feiyu nodded directly. There was no reason to hide it. Once in battle training, others would know immediately. Your prowess couldn't be concealed from classmates fighting alongside you. You're not joking, right? Wang Shiyao prided himself on his quick wit and sharp tongue, but when Lu Feiyu nodded, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "It's been 2 days, just 2 days, not 2 months. And you've broken through to a gold-rank beast master? And you look so calm about it, as if it's no more significant than me having a runny stomach this morning." Wang Shiyao scrutinized Lu Feiyu with incredulous eyes, as if trying to see through him. A moment later he sighed deeply and continued to advise, "Brother Lu, look at your talent. You don't need to rush this month. The secret realm exploration is next month. Can't you wait until then?" Let's avoid the sharp edges for now, bide our time and conserve our strength. In a few months, wouldn't dealing with someone like Chao Huayan be as easy as slaughtering a dog? There's no need to go under his thumb now, don't you think I'm making sense? With that, Wang Shiryao looked at Lu Feiyu with pleading eyes, his lips slightly puckered, as if he might start whining if Lu Feiyu didn't agree. If this demeanor was on the face of a cute, charming girl, it might be considered endearing, but Wang Shiryao, being a solidly built young man standing 1.8 meters tall and weighing the same in kilograms, was quite the sight. That expression on his face was utterly unsightly, much like a flower delicately picking its nose, a sight no one wished to behold. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu closed his eyes in exasperation, letting out a long sigh. You make a good point, I'm not a fool, I won't do anything reckless, don't worry, he replied. Realizing Lu Feiyu had no intention of backing down, Wang Shiryao ceased his attempts to dissuade him. It's one thing to try once or twice, but to keep pressing would only breed resentment. However, as the young master of Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Shiryao naturally planned meticulously. He had come prepared with a backup plan. With a flicker of light from his spatial ring, a stack of colorful documents appeared in his hands. Glancing around furtively, he quickly stuffed them into Lu Feiyu's hands. This is information on the beast talents and details of Chao Huayan and the other senior students. Look through it and destroy it after reading. I hope it helps. Of course, it's best if you don't need it. Holding the thick stack of papers, Lu Feiyu felt a twinge of gratitude. Wang Shiryao, with his gifts of black gold cards and intelligence, was making him feel a bit indebted. He nodded solemnly and patted Wang Shiryao's shoulder. Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal next time. Wang Shiryao was internally speechless at the familiar promise. Lu Feiyu had mentioned a meal on Friday, and now it was nearly Monday, yet this was their first meeting since then. Who knew when this next time would come? Seeing Wang Shiryao's expression, Lu Feiyu added, next time for sure, trust me. Alright Lu, go get some rest, Wang Shiryao said, waving his hand. Without further ado, he turned and left. The night passed uneventfully. Lu Feiyu woke early and headed to the designated spot, the Secret Realm Station. This was the entry point for all nascent secret realms within Huaqing University. Standing before the station's entrance, Lu Feiyu looked up at the sky. Unlike the clear blue expanse seen elsewhere, the sky here was a deep black with occasional sparks flickering like electric fires. The dark sky was decorated not with stars or a bright moon, but with entrances to the secret realms, each emitting a mysterious glow. This station, crafted with exceptionally strong spatial abilities, could attract all nascent secret realm entrances from around the capital to this location, forming a foundational pillar of Huaqing University. Well, if it isn't Lu Feiyu, the top genius of China, right? An SSS-level aura and audacity indeed, still daring enough to show up, but this nascent secret realm isn't child's play. At any moment you might lose your life. Why don't you just roll back to wherever you came from, country bumpkin? As Lu Feiyu stood there, a mocking and irritating voice came from behind. Turning, he saw a short and stocky man with cropped black hair wearing a wicked grin looking at him. His eyes and lips were filled with disdain, as if he didn't consider Lu Feiyu, the newcomer, worthy of any respect. Beside the man stood two individuals who were clearly lackeys, their faces adorned with similarly disdainful smiles. Chao Yanhuan, Lu Feiyu compared the face of the man before him with the portrait on the color-printed document, confirming his identity. As others had described, he indeed acted like a mad dog, attacking indiscriminately. Although Lu Feiyu didn't know why this person harbored such animosity towards him, he wasn't one to remain passive in the face of provocation. He retorted immediately. Hearing Lu Feiyu's words, Chao Yanhuan's previously grinning face darkened, his eyebrows knitted together, thick and disorderly, and his jaw muscles bulged like rocky protrusions. He hadn't expected that a mere habit of spewing insults would provoke a rebuttal from the small preparatory class student, a student who at most was a silver-ranked beast master. How dare he disrespect a platinum-ranked top beast master like him? This was infuriating. Chao Yanhuan's gaze became increasingly sinister, looking at Lu Feiyu as if he were already dead. Very well, he spat out with a menacing tone before striding into the secret realm station. His two lackeys followed closely behind, one of them even making a throat-slitting gesture towards Lu Feiyu as he passed. Clowns. Watching their antics, Lu Feiyu felt no disturbance in his heart. If the matter ended here, it would be over. But if Chao Yanhuan and his cronies dared to provoke him or make a move against him in the secret realm, Lu Feiyu wouldn't hesitate to show them why the flowers are so red. Meanwhile, the scene of the confrontation was witnessed by several students arriving later. Though they didn't participate in the commotion, their eyes were full of pity and confusion as they looked at Lu Feiyu. To them Lu Feiyu had sealed his fate by provoking Chao Yanhuan. After all, in Huaxia University Chao Yanhuan's tracking skills were unmatched among all undergraduate students. Once targeted by him, even in the vast secret realm, escape from his pursuit was unlikely. Perhaps Chao Yanhuan wouldn't dare to kill Lu Feiyu, but he could certainly ensure that Lu Feiyu couldn't continue exploring the secret realm, thus missing a prime opportunity for advancement. The folly of youth. The young are impulsive. These senior students shook their heads with regret as they passed Lu Feiyu and headed towards the interior of the secret realm. The nascent secret realm is dangerous. If you encounter danger, be sure to retreat immediately. According to the school's estimate, the strongest fierce beasts in this secret realm range from platinum top tier to diamond. Everyone must be cautious. Inside the realm, it is strictly forbidden for students from the same school to kill each other. Violators will be severely punished, a teacher stated sternly at the entrance. His gaze lingered on Chao Yanhuan's face momentarily as if issuing a warning. Chao Yanhuan, however, merely shrugged it off with a nonchalant smile. Kill each other? He was a seasoned player, well aware of the boundaries, what actions would prompt intervention from the school and what would go unnoticed. If he couldn't kill Lu Feiyu, surely he could disgust him? Moreover, if he were ruthless enough to eliminate him. Within the secret realm, there'd be no evidence, and who could prove it was Chao Huayan's doing? As everyone prepared to enter in groups, with the preparatory class going first, the instructor explained the precautions and beckoned Lu Feiyu over. He then pinned a badge onto Lu Feiyu's chest advising this item can withstand attacks from beasts below the diamond level. If the badge breaks, it will automatically transport you out of the secret realm. Of course, you can also manually crush it to exit at will. The badge offers no protection against a beast tamer's power. Lu Feiyu nodded. Understanding the safety measures, truly Huaqing University lived up to its reputation as China's top institution. Their student protection methods far surpassed those of Changnan City's official measures. Not only did it offer robust defense, but it also activated automatically, vastly improving safety and speed compared to Changnan's manually operated special bracelets. With the badge securely in place, Lu Feiyu strode forward without hesitation, boldly entering the nascent secret realm. Glowing with a mysterious light, contrary to what he imagined, there was no dizziness or sensation of being transported. Instead, a flash of white light filled his vision, and when he opened his eyes again, the comforting sight of the campus was gone. Looking around, Lu Feiyu found himself enveloped by swirling black-green miasma obscuring his vision. At the same time, he felt a heavy pull and stickiness underfoot. Glancing down sharply, he realized he was standing in a bog. His feet were being sucked into the viscous swamp, his entire foot submerged in the dark mire. Yet Lu Feiyu remained calm. He knew that panicking and struggling would only make him sink faster. Besides, he was a beast tamer. Such trivial matters didn't require his direct intervention. With a thought, Lu Feiyu summoned all three of his beasts from the beast space. Sensing their master's predicament, Boss Jean let out a roar and a blazing sun abruptly rose in the black-green air. The intense light dispelled the surrounding miasma while the scorching heat from the sun's rays caused the swamp's moisture to evaporate rapidly. Lu Feiyu could even see bubbles forming in the mud as the stickiness and pull beneath him vanished quickly. Seizing the moment, Lu Feiyu pulled his legs free from the drying quagmire with a powerful yank. Meanwhile, Boss Jean trotted over seeking praise, its head held high as if awaiting Lu Feiyu's touch. Lu Feiyu was never one to disappoint and gently patted Boss Jean's head. Well done. Only Lu Feiyu could have Boss Jean perform such a feat. Had it been any other beast tamer, the swamp beneath them would have turned into scalding water, cooking their legs. But Lu Feiyu was unconcerned. After all, his Eye of Ascension allowed him to transfer all damage he suffered to his beasts. As for Boss Jean, being a light-type beast, this level of heat wasn't even as warm as bathwater to him. No wonder the nascent secret realm is known for its difficulty. After resolving the crisis, Lu Feiyu scanned his surroundings again. Under the sunlight, visibility had improved significantly. Within his field of vision, countless azure glimmers danced around, resembling a sea of shimmering water. But these azure lights weren't water, they were valuable special resources. Thanks to the Eye of Ascension, these resources were clearly marked. With just a quick glance, Lu Feiyu could see at least 50 to 60 special resources surrounding him. Such a density of resources was something Lu Feiyu could only dream of before. Even if these were the lowest grade special resources, their combined value would still amount to hundreds of thousands of Huaxia yuan. Moreover, judging by their vibrant blue hue, these resources were likely top tier among low grade special resources, or even medium grade. We've hit the jackpot. We've really hit the jackpot. Lu Feiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. he immediately instructed Black Scale to grow larger, using its massive dragon body to crush all obstacles in their path. Boss Gene swiftly moved forward, leveraging his speed to gather each special resource into his claws and hand them to Lu Feiyu. As for Jadeite Ball, it remained nestled on Lu Feiyu's shoulder. Its heaven and earth immunity granted Lu Feiyu a constant second life, ensuring he was never at risk of assassination. The death swamp, shrouded in darkness for thousands of years, finally encountered its most formidable foe. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the fetid swamp fluid splattered across the ground. A toad covered in pustules fell helplessly, the sacs bursting and releasing yellow-white pus that spread like a lake. In its eyes was the gray pallor of death. It never imagined that as a platinum-grade fierce beast it would fail to defeat an opponent whose beast master was at most gold rank 1, even in an ambush. Yet, in the next moment, a dark, fearsome flame descended from the sky, crushing the malicious toad's life instantly. Where the fire dragon passed, nothing survived. Everything was transformed into life force for Black Scale, replenishing its long-term combat fatigue. Only a round beast core lay quietly on the ground, containing all the essence of the platinum-grade beast. Lu Feiyu picked up the beast core, marveling at how far he'd come. In such a short time he could independently slay a platinum-grade beast, and with such ease. Jadeite Ball's charm control, combined with the extreme offensive capabilities of Boss Gene and Black Scale, allowed them to execute nearly any beast. So this is what platinum means, nothing extraordinary. Suddenly Lu Feiyu's ears twitched. He distinctly heard faint cries for mercy coming from a nearby thicket. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu paused, then instinctively stepped towards the source of the sound. However, in the instant he lifted his foot, the white jade creature that had been resting quietly on Lu Feiyu's shoulder stirred. Its silky jade-like fur lightly brushed against Lu Feiyu's neck, sending a chill down his spine. Lu Feiyu shivered, and the foot he had raised suddenly halted midair. Was I just beguiled? The thought flashed through Lu Feiyu's mind, and he quickly realized the strange state he had just been in. The so-called plea for mercy was clearly a disguise by a beast skilled in enchantment, intended to confuse the mind. Fortunately, the white jade creature itself belonged to the enchantment lineage and could completely resist such effects, even pulling Lu Feiyu out of his abnormal state. However, this was an opportunity, Lu Feiyu thought, signaling to Jean Boss and He Lin to be on high alert. Then he resumed his step, letting his expression become vacant and dazed, as if he were a zombie, and quickly walked in the direction from which the voice had come. If the opponent wished to enchant him, Lu Feiyu would play along, catching them off guard. After walking for about 2 to 3 minutes, Lu Feiyu suddenly sensed an exotic fragrance wafting into his nostrils, briefly clouding his mind again. Luckily, the white jade creature reminded him in time, allowing him to break free from that state once more. A brief glance confirmed that neither Jean Boss nor He Lin was affected, and he continued forward. The fragrance grew stronger, eventually creating the illusion that Lu Feiyu was walking through a sea of flowers. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Such vigilance, Lu Feiyu wondered. At that moment, vibrant rainbow colors suddenly appeared in the otherwise dark swamp. Instinctively, Lu Feiyu looked forward and saw an unusual creature atop a tall tree branch, devoid of fur, with its body marked by various bright patches of color, observing him. In the center of its face was a trunk-like nose, though much shorter, slightly extending forward, twitching as if to sniff out the scents from Lu Feiyu and his beast companions to discern their current state. While the creature scrutinized Lu Feiyu, he subtly activated the Eye of Ascension, capturing its information: species, Dream Illusion Taper, attribute, enchantment talent level, S-realm, platinum tier 8 skills, Song of Enchantment, excellent, Breath of Ignorance, excellent, Dream Weave, epic, Dream Eater, epic. It seemed to believe that Lu Feiyu, a mere gold-tier beast tamer, could not possibly escape its powers. Standing high, the Dream Illusion Taper gradually lowered its guard, eyes filled with amusement and disdain, as if examining its spoils, its sharp gaze scrutinizing every inch of Lu Feiyu. At the same time, the vibrant patches on its body shone brilliantly, conjuring a series of magnificent images that swiftly approached Lu Feiyu with the creature's form hidden within, making it impossible to discern clearly. In almost an instant, countless images converged to form a solid cage descending from the sky, aiming to trap Lu Feiyu tightly. Each of these images carried an irresistible allure that could easily cause an ordinary beastmaster to succumb, becoming entrapped in a dream from which they could never awaken, thus becoming sustenance for the dream devourer. However, this was intended for ordinary beastmasters and their beasts. Lu Feiyu's contracted beasts each possessed exceptionally high resistance to all abnormal states. The charm of the Dream Devourer's ability was utterly ineffective against them, as the cage of images Descended Black Scale's body expanded several sizes, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the dense forest and swamp. In an instant, the tranquil swamp was shaken by the mighty roar. Countless birds hidden within the deep forest flapped their wings in a frantic escape. Great swaths of filthy water were sent splashing into the air by the roar's shockwave. Even the Dream Devourer, cloaked within the images, was startled by the dragon's roar, causing its airborne form to momentarily falter, yet before it could react, a blinding white light shot past, followed by a searing wave of heat with overwhelming force. This explosion felt as catastrophic as the sun itself falling from the sky. Solar flare burst. The terrifying energy of the sun's explosion shattered the beautiful images into countless shards, scattering them in all directions like shattered glass. The Dream Devourer's body tumbled through the air, its once vibrant colors now a charred gray-black due to the explosion's impact. Its exposed skin was bloodied, with countless vicious wounds crisscrossing its entire form. In just a moment, this Platinum Rank 8 beast was gravely injured, but it wasn't over yet. As the Dream Devourer's body emerged from the shattered images, Black Scale's ink-black eyes locked onto it. The dragon's maw opened wide, releasing a torrent of infernal flames laced with poison, sweeping towards the Dream Devourer like a descending demon dragon. Sensing the explosive power hidden within the approaching flames, the Dream Devourer's dazed eyes suddenly focused. It fought through the agony racking its body, desperately conjuring more dazzling images to shield itself, striving to fend off the corrosive demon flames. In the next instant, the Dream Devourer's expression froze, its head drooped, shock and disbelief etched across its face. Unnoticed and unexpected, a paw glistening with a vibrant green hue had pierced through its chest. On that paw, rainbow-colored blood dripped, and within its grasp a beating heart throbbed, none other than the Dream Devourer's own heart. When did this happen? For a beast of enchantment like itself, known for its keen senses, it had failed to detect the approaching green wolf at all. Its face was filled with confusion and its movements to craft dreams slowed. The once vast life force, after losing its heart, it began to rapidly wither away. Finally, its body collapsed powerlessly to the ground, consumed entirely by the surging, devouring inferno flames. When the flames subsided, all that remained was a beast core shimmering with a myriad of colors. Well done. Lu Feiyu picked up the beast core and placed it in his spatial ring. Having secured 2 platinum-tier beast cores in quick succession, Lu Feiyu was in high spirits. Beast cores are treasures formed from the essence of beasts at the gold tier and above. Gold-tier beast cores, known as low-grade cores, are valued between hundreds of thousands to millions of huaxia currency. Platinum-tier beast cores are mid-grade, valued at over 1 million huaxia currency with an upper limit of 2 million. Diamond-tier beast cores are naturally high-grade, priced above 2 million huaxia currency. Those above the star-shattering tier are termed top-grade, with even the lowest valued at over 10 million huaxia currency and highly sought after once they appear. In other words, the 2 beast cores Lu Feiyu acquired in such a short time had already netted him at least 2 million huaxia currency. This rate of earning surely outpaces robbing a bank. Moreover, through battles with these 2 fierce beasts, Lu Feiyu affirmed his current combat prowess. With the terrifying strength of He Lin and Jean Boss, he could now effortlessly crush platinum-tier beasts, while at the gold tier, his power was formidable. Just as Lu Feiyu secured the beast core, he heard footsteps approaching from behind, unmasked and brazen. The sound of clapping accompanied the footsteps, echoing sharply in the forest post-battle. I underestimated you before. You truly live up to being a student with an SSS-level talent, a voice exclaimed, dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Feiyu immediately recognized the newcomer. Turning around, he was met with the detestable face of Chao Yanhua. Surprised, I found you. Chao Yanhua's face twisted into a nauseating expression of delight as he saw Lu Feiyu turn around. He clapped his hands again, saying, Junior, it's not that I have anything against you. As someone with an SSS-level talent, someone like me would usually be eager to curry favor with you, but there's nothing I can do. Someone's paying for your life. I don't want to kill you, but they're offering too much. As he spoke, his tone shifted again, an exaggerated grin spreading across his face, nearly reaching his ears, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying red light. Besides, killing a genius like you is such a thrill. Just imagining your screams makes me almost, Chao Yanhua suddenly closed his eyes, letting out several low growls of pleasure. Lu Feiyu had no interest in watching his disturbing display any longer. He looked up at the sky, subtly signaling Jean Boss and He Lin to be cautious. They immediately understood. At that moment, Chao Yanhuan's eyes snapped open, the terrifying brilliance within them growing ever more intense. This sight reminded Lu Feiyu of Wang Jiaming, who had perished in Changnan. Coupled with what Chao Yanhuan had just said, it wasn't hard to deduce that he too was likely an undercover agent for the beast cult planted within Huaxia University. With this realization, Lu Feiyu's vigilance heightened. Back then, Wang Jiaming had used that inferior blood-boosting potion to elevate his platinum late-stage strength to a level comparable to diamond, and Chao Yanhuan was already a top-tier platinum beastmaster. If he were to use a similar potion, his true strength would likely far surpass Wang Jiaming's. Noticing the alertness on Lu Feiyu's face, Chao Yanhuan's expression grew more gleeful. It seems you figured out my identity. Clever boy, don't worry, I'll take good care of you. As he spoke, a terrifying sonic boom erupted from the front. In an instant, Chao Yanhuan's figure vanished. Lu Feiyu's pupils contracted sharply. The next moment, a massive fist reeking of blood came hurtling towards his face. This speed was beyond the limits of the platinum rank. As expected, a diamond beastmaster, roar. Seeing its master under attack, the fastest among them, Boss Jean, leapt into action, positioning its body between Lu Feiyu and Chao Yanhuan. Under its control, its fluffy fur transformed into spikes as sharp as steel needles. Boom! Chao Yanhuan's fists collided with Boss Jin's formidable body, causing a thunderous crash. In an instant, Boss Jean was sent flying several meters, its fur scattering like rain with droplets of blood spraying from its mouth. Despite its high potential, the gap between gold and diamond was simply too vast to be bridged by talent alone. However, Boss Jin's intervention bought Lu Feiyu a brief respite. Black scale descended from above, its massive body pressing heavily downward. Weighing tens of tons, even the rampaging Chao Yanhuan had to step back reluctantly. Taking advantage of this, Lu Feiyu leapt onto Black Scale's neck. He clung tightly to the upturned scales, barely maintaining his balance. The moment had come. Strike now, Lu Feiyu shouted into the sky from atop Black Scale. Even you can get into such a mess, came a gentle voice from above. A towering figure nearly 2 meters tall stood atop Xiangyin Jilwan, descending from the sky. Is that how you greet someone? My beast was injured for the school, so don't skimp on the compensation, Lu Feiyu retorted, directing Black Scale to retreat. He took the opportunity to hoist the previously knocked back Boss Jean onto Black Scale's back. Although Boss Jin's aura was somewhat weakened, it was thankfully not seriously harmed. Rest assured, you'll get what's due, the man reassured from mid-air. But first, I need to clean up some trash within the school. As Xiong Meng's words floated down, several distinct beasts appeared around him, encircling Chao Yanhuan tightly. How is this possible? Chao Yanhuan was nearly in a state of collapse as he looked at the beasts around him, each exuding an aura of lunar majesty. Truth be told, this was his first time facing such a formidable enemy at the lunar level. The overwhelming aura of terror was so intense that he could barely keep his footing. Have I been discovered all along? Chao Yanhua quickly looked up at the sky, locking eyes with the principal above him. At this moment, the bloodthirsty intent in his eyes had significantly diminished, replaced by unparalleled panic. He had joined the beast cult to live a better life, not to throw his life away in vain. Actually no, Xiong Meng responded coldly, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Lu Feiyu is someone I personally supervise. Every time he enters the novice realm, I ensure his safety. This response made Chao Yanhua almost spit blood in anger. Why? Why does this kid receive such preferential treatment? Even the principal, with his busy schedule, personally ensures his safety day and night. Chao Yanhua was also a recognized genius at Huaxia University, yet meeting the principal was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But this kid Lu Feiyu somehow has the principal willingly act as his personal bodyguard. The disparity in treatment was so vast that it made Chao Yanhua want to vomit blood. His expression shifted multiple times and the regret on his face became increasingly evident. The crimson killing intent in his eyes gradually faded away. At this moment, Chao Yanhua appeared like a pitiful, weak and helpless little beast with none of the arrogance he displayed earlier. Principal, could you give me another chance? I know a lot about the beast cult. I can redeem myself. I can atone for my crimes, please. Chao Yanhua croaked, his voice hoarse and rough, resembling the wail of a vengeful ghost. But in front of a lunar-level beast tamer, even a ghost must bow its head. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu stepped out from behind Xiong Meng, arms crossed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Senior Chao, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Didn't you want to take care of me? Here I am giving you a chance. Come show me your care. Aren't you a great fighter? But what's the use of fists without power and background, you fool? No matter how strong you are, without brains or backing, you're just cannon fodder. Hearing Lu Feiyu's taunts, Qiao Yenhua's face flushed with anger torn between red and green hues. He desperately wanted to tear apart this noisy young man, but the situation was not in his favor. Even if Lu Feiyu were to come up and slap him twice, he would have to take it quietly. Thus, even with Lu Feiyu's taunts right in his face, he had to force a smile and continue apologizing. "Junior, no brother Lu, please don't hold it against me. Say a few good words for me." At that moment, Xiong Meng, who had remained silent, waved his hand and said, "All right Feiyu, stop teasing him. It's not nice to play with idiots. Anyone who aligns with the beast cult is a traitor and must die. As for your so-called intelligence, ha." As he spoke, Xiong Meng gestured, and a shadow swiftly leapt from behind him, darting with lightning speed to hover above Qiao Yenhua's head. Lu Feiyu watched intently from the sidelines. It was a spider covered in gray fur, initially just palm-sized as it descended upon Qiao Yenhua's head, but in an instant the spider's body swelled dramatically. The gray hairs on its 8 legs began to grow wildly, each hair becoming as hard as iron, emitting a cold blue-gray sheen. In the blink of an eye, the 8 legs encircled Qiao Yenhuan's head from above, the steel-like hairs piercing through his skin. Instantly blood gushed forth, spraying like a fountain into the air. Meanwhile, the spider's bulging abdomen pulsed rhythmically as though it were sucking out Qiao Yenhuan's brain and soul. His ghastly screams echoed through the forest like a vengeful ghost's wail. Qiao Yenhuan clutched his head in agony, rolling helplessly in the swamp, yet each roll and rub only aggravated his injuries. In no time, the screams faded and his struggles weakened. Looking down, Lu Feiyu saw that Qiao Yenhuan's once robust body had withered to mere skin and bones. His cheeks were sunken and his breath faint, his ribs pressed against his skin, creating deep furrows. In just a few seconds, a powerful warrior with diamond-level strength had been reduced to a desiccated husk by a spider. Such terrifying power made Lu Feiyu gulp involuntarily. Most crucially, Lu Feiyu could see that Qiao Yenhuan's once fiery red eyes were now dull and lifeless. He had become a mindless shell, as if his soul had been devoured, turning him into a walking corpse. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu instinctively used the Eye of Ascension to examine the eerie gray spider. Species: soul-devouring demon spider. Attribute: soul. Talent level: SS realm, crescent moon. Second stage skills: heart-piercing bristles, epic; soul devour, epic; memory extraction, epic; soul link, epic. Evaluation: your soul is merely an appetizer. Upon seeing memory extraction, Lu Feiyu immediately understood why Xiong Meng was indifferent to the information Qiao Yenhuan might have. It turned out Xiong Meng didn't need anyone to provide him with information. Whatever he wanted, he could obtain himself. Why rely on others? TSK, so the major universities in the capital have accumulated such filth, Xiong Meng muttered, his eyes narrowing as he watched the soul-devouring demon spider finish off Qiao Yenhuan. His expression was colder than ever. Then his tiger-like eyes turned to Lu Feiyu, his demeanor softening slightly. "This time you used yourself as bait to help me uncover a beast cult spy, earning you a major merit. You can exchange it for a high-grade special resource. Your beast was injured in service, earning a minor merit which you can exchange for a mid-grade special resource. How does that sound?" Lu Feiyu was quite satisfied with this arrangement. Huaxia University was indeed generous. After all, he had done almost nothing and Boss Jean only suffered minor injuries, yet he was getting both a high-grade and a mid-grade special resource. This deal was as good as it gets. In fact, Lu Feiyu wished the beast cult would send more assassins after him. Just one assassin this time? What a joke! If others saw this, they might think the beast cult had run out of people. It would be best if they sent more, 10 at a time. After all, it was Principal Xiong doing the fighting, Jean Boss taking the hits, while Lu Feiyu reaped all the benefits. No problem, right? Then he could go collect resources himself. Seeing Lu Feiyu nod in agreement, Xiong Meng continued, "You're looking for an S-grade beast egg now, aren't you? From what I understand, you've already reached the gold rank." Even for a seasoned educator and principal of one of Huaxia's top academies like Xiong Meng, who had encountered countless geniuses, he couldn't help but emphasize the word gold with a heavy tone. It was no wonder. Lu Feiyu's advancement speed was astonishingly fast, surpassing everyone's expectations. While his peers struggled at the iron rank and some were thrilled to break into bronze, Lu Feiyu had already shattered through iron, bronze and silver, reaching gold with an unstoppable momentum. This speed left not just Principals Xiong Meng and Han Shoujing in shock, but even Huaxia's top officials were astounded. Meanwhile, foreign powers were becoming restless. If Lu Feiyu continued to develop at this pace, in just a few years, the global power structure would be completely upended. This was intolerable to other nations. Decades ago, Huaxia had already produced an SSS-level beast tamer. At that time, Huaxia having suffered great losses by refusing to abandon its citizens when disasters first struck was weakened, but with the emergence of that beast tamer who single-handedly repelled all surrounding wolf-like enemies, Huaxia was able to stabilize and grow for decades. Now, its national strength is formidable, recognized as one of the top 2, if not the strongest. It can be said that the strongest beast tamer in the world currently hails from Huaxia, and it is foreseen that the future strongest will also be from Huaxia. This is unacceptable to other countries, especially the self-proclaimed beacon of humanity, the Eagle Nation, which is now on edge. Today, the Eagle Nation, along with dozens of other countries, issued an official joint challenge to Huaxia. The message read, "We have heard of your country's recent acquisition of an SSS-level beast tamer. Our nation, along with the Empire of the Rising Sun Bear Nation and 93 other nations, formally invite your country for a friendly competition. As beast tamers, we should promote the spirit of real combat and enhance our combat abilities. Thus we propose a mixed battle point system to be held in the initial realm of the high seas. Rankings will be based on points earned by victories. The time is set for March 25 at noon Beijing time. The stakes are the rights to resource extraction in the high seas for 20 years. We hope your country will honor us with your participation." This video had already topped the trending lists on all social media platforms, its prominence overshadowing all other hot topics. Nearly everyone in Huaxia had seen the video and was aware of the situation. The discussions beneath it were intense, leading to a multitude of heated debates. "This is blatant bullying, only a fool would go," voiced one indignant comment reflecting the nation's sentiments. "Upstairs has a point, going there means Lu Feiyu has to face 93 opponents at once. Is that something any human can do? Come on, show some backbone, they're in your face and you're not going to rise up and take them on." Upstairs, stop shouting. If you're so good, why don't you do it? Why make others risk their lives for you? Are you just a freeloader? Everyone stop arguing. 20 years of open sea resources, my goodness, if we actually secure that, I can't even imagine how powerful Huaxia will become. We'd be the undisputed #1 in the world, with even the combined power of the next 100 not being able to hold a candle to us. Upstairs, you're so short-sighted, you're only thinking about resources. That's something only the winners should be concerned about. 1 versus 93 match, even with an SSS grade talent, I wouldn't bet on it. Exactly, we might end up with no open sea rights and lose a top-tier talent in the process, a complete loss. But if we don't fight, we'd look like cowards, and that's so embarrassing. Upstairs, how much is your pride worth per pound? Is it more important than a strand of hair from someone with SSS grade talent? Damn, we're stuck if we do and stuck if we don't. Aren't they just putting us between a rock and a hard place? Lu Feiyu watched the video and comments in Xiong Meng's hand, frowning slightly. The free-for-all system is the easiest to manipulate. Just the combined force of those 90-plus countries ganging up on him is a formidable power. Even Lu Feiyu couldn't underestimate these top talents cultivated by the strength of entire nations. If it were one-on-one, he was confident he could crush or even kill the opponent instantly, but facing 90-plus, anyone would be daunted. Too many ants can bring down an elephant, let alone 90-plus top talents. I know this might be difficult for you, but the right to collect resources in the open sea for 20 years is crucial for Huaxia. To be honest, someone is already at a critical point and needs an astronomical amount of resources. If you agree, the authorities will immediately provide you with an S-grade beast egg. If you succeed in taking first place, you'll receive another S-grade beast egg as a reward. Of course, if you're unwilling, we absolutely won't force you. You will still receive all the resources you're entitled to, and your promotions won't be affected. Personally, I even hope you don't participate, because the risk is indeed very high. Even someone with SSS grade talent like you. Xiong Meng paused mid-sentence, looking at Lu Feiyu with concern. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu didn't say whether he agreed or not. Instead, he said, "I need to see that beast egg first before I decide." He needed to check the egg's attributes to see if it was suitable for such a chaotic battle before making a decision. After all, he only had one life. Even with SSS grade beastmaster talent, Lu Feiyu was no exception. Well, actually, Lu Feiyu did have 2 lives thanks to Jadeite Ball giving him a second chance. But that only protected him from one fatal blow. It wasn't reincarnation or a do-over. If he truly couldn't withstand it, he could still die. Of course, no problem. Seeing that Lu Feiyu hadn't outright refused, Xiong Meng let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Xiong Meng's gaze towards Lu Feiyu was tinged with complexity. He couldn't shake off the feeling of sending his student into the lion's den. "I brought the beast egg for you to see." The authorities are quite concerned about your safety, so they specially found you a spatial type beast egg. If you can't win, at least we can make a quick escape, right? Suppressing his mixed emotions, Xiong Meng spoke as he retrieved the beast egg from his spatial ring. Unlike ordinary beast eggs, this one immediately struck Lu Feiyu with its sheer size. Xiong Meng had to use both hands to hold it at his waist, yet it still managed to obscure his upper body and even his face. It was about a meter long and half a meter wide. Its body was pitch black with streaks of dark light flickering across its surface, giving it an air of mystery and intrigue. From Lu Feiyu's perspective, it resembled a blackened version of the tallnut from Plants vs. Zombies. Principal, you should have said it was a spatial type from the start. You had my heart racing, Lu Feiyu exclaimed. I accept, these foreign dogs have dared to provoke your grandpa Lu. I'll show them what it means to not meddle with a dragon's scales. His eyes flashed with determination. After confirming the beast egg was indeed spatial type, he agreed without hesitation. As Xiong Meng mentioned, spatial beasts excel in speed, making them top tier for both escape and stealth attacks. With such a beast by his side, Lu Feiyu had no fear of being surrounded. However, Lu Feiyu wasn't about to accept without further negotiation. Besides this beast egg, I need 10 million Huaxia currency for training and development over the next few days. 10 million sounded like a lot, and indeed it was a sum beyond the lifetime earnings of most ordinary families. Yet neither Lu Feiyu nor Xiong Meng found this request excessive. After all, this operation risked Lu Feiyu's entire life for the sake of national pride and resources. Trading a genius's life for 10 million was a bargain. Upon hearing Lu Feiyu's demand, Xiong Meng didn't hesitate, agreeing immediately. No problem, I'll have someone transfer the money to your account right away. With this assurance, Lu Feiyu nodded and took the beast egg from Xiong Meng. Despite its size, the massive egg was surprisingly light, feeling almost weightless in his hands, which intrigued Lu Feiyu. Species: Transrealm Falcon. Attribute: Space. Talent level: S-Realm. Skills: Gliding Wings, excellent. Boundary Breaking Feather, excellent. Instant Space, excellent. Spacebind, epic. Evolution Path: Transrealm Falcon, S-Level. Shatter Space Eagle, SS-Level. Master of Realms, SSS-Level. God of Infinite Space, Mythical level. Note: only beasts with mythical bloodlines can reach the mythical level. Evaluation: so fast it seems like a mirage. With the newest grade beast egg in hand and the competition date fast approaching, today being March 20th, there were only 4 or 5 days left until the date set by the Eagle Nation. With this in mind, Lu Feiyu didn't want to linger too long in the secret realm. He informed Xiong Meng of his departure and withdrew from the secret realm, returning to his dormitory. Sitting on his bed, Lu Feiyu focused his thoughts, and in an instant his consciousness arrived in his beast space. Boss Jean, who had been languid, was now lively and full of energy thanks to the nourishing spiritual energy. With his 3 beasts in tow, Lu Feiyu quickly approached the mythical bloodline pool. He cradled the beast egg in his hands and gently placed it into the pool. The egg floated like a feather, drifting through the air for a while before touching the surface of the pool. The moment the beast egg made contact with the water, ripples spread across the pool, as if a gaping maw had opened to swallow the 1-meter-tall egg into its depths. True to the rapid nature of spatial beasts, the egg's hatching process was exceptionally swift. Merely moments after merging into the pool, before the ripples had even fully dissipated, a terrifying spatial disturbance emanated from the depths of the pool. A piercing eagle's cry echoed through the skies as a silver-black figure shot up from the pool like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was incredible, creating a waterspout-like trail of energy in its wake. The spray of water and silver-black feathers glimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, a dazzling spectacle. Lu Feiyu activated the Eye of Ascension, his vision sharpening several-fold as he scrutinized the sky. There, a majestic bird with wings spanning 10 meters soared freely. Its silver-black feathers did not share the deep inky hue of black scales, but instead shone with an indescribable luster, giving it a futuristic and resplendent appearance. Unlike other avian creatures, the feathers of this giant bird didn't lie flat against its body. Instead, they angled sharply to the right, nearly at a 45-degree inclination. At the tips, each feather split into 2 short and 1 long silver-black spikes, exuding an aura of sharpness and lethal intent that pierced the sky. In terms of appearance alone, this creature was the epitome of magnificence. Even if it were a lowly E-grade beast, its majestic and exotic look would likely entice wealthy individuals to purchase it for display. But this was no ordinary beast, it was an SS-grade beast of undeniable quality. Species: Shattered Sky God Eagle. Attribute: Space. Talent level: SS Realm. Iron Rank 6. Skills: Shattered Sky Feathers, epic. Speed of Void, Epic, Sky Sovereign, Epic, Absolute Forbidden Airspace, Legendary, Shattered Sky Feathers. The beast's feathers contain the power to shatter the sky. In battle, they can be launched independently, ignoring any defense and inflicting true damage on enemies. The beast can retrieve these feathers at any time, delivering a massive piercing blow upon retrieval. Speed of Void, the beast harnesses spatial power, quadrupling its speed during activation and allowing it to traverse through spatial rifts. Sky Sovereign, when in the sky, the beast's physical attributes double and it gains immunity to all abnormal statuses affecting defense and attack. Absolute Forbidden Airspace, a domain of space where everything is absolutely prohibited. As Lu Feiyu assessed the formidable new addition to his team, he couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. This shattered sky god eagle was more than just a spectacle, it was a powerful ally that could potentially turn the tides in the upcoming challenge. The Beastmaster unleashes a domain of space, cutting off all means of escape while summoning countless spatial turbulences to relentlessly slaughter the enemy until every last one is dead. Note: in the assessment of the Beastmaster's abilities, all entities aside from the Beastmaster and their contracted beasts are considered enemies. Use this ability with caution. Note: this ability consumes a significant amount of energy, and forcibly using it with the Beastmaster's current strength will result in extreme weakness. Evolution Path: Sky Shattering God Eagle, SS rank, Lightning Sky Lord, SSS rank, Electric Sky God, Mythical rank. Note: only beasts containing mythical bloodlines can break through to the mythical rank. Evaluation: the embodiment of speed, the pinnacle of space, 3 epics 1 legend, and it's a legend focused on damage. To be frank, this information panel surprised Lu Feiyu greatly. Even though he already possesses 3 SS rank qualified beasts, the first ability is the strongest offensive capability of the Sky Shattering God Eagle in its ordinary state. True damage, it ignores all defenses. This means that even if you are a Sun-level beast with supreme defensive capabilities, you will still be injured by the feather strikes of the Sky Shattering God Eagle. Of course, for a Sun-level existence, this degree of injury might be insignificant. However, being able to harm the opponent and being completely helpless against them are entirely different matters. Moreover, the Sky Crusher feather inflicts damage in 2 phases, piercing and retracting, each causing massive damage. When combined, enemies of the same realm are likely to die on the spot. The terror and dominance of this ability are self-evident. The speed of breaking through space can be considered the core of the Sky Shattering God Eagle's abilities. The effect is simple: extreme speed. What you say mere speed isn't enough for epic level strength? How about adding the ability to traverse through spatial rifts, ignoring all barriers and obstacles, rendering enemy attacks unable to lock on? Is that enough? Lu Feiyu only wants to say, it's more than enough. With this skill, he can freely and recklessly engage in the chaotic battle within the secret realm on the 25th. What could the enemy possibly catch Lu Feiyu through spatial turbulences? With this skill, Lu Feiyu can say his sense of security is maxed out. He can fight if he wants, leave if he wishes, prioritizing a carefree approach. By then, the encirclement targeting Lu Feiyu will inevitably turn into his personal showcase. This so-called alliance of 93 countries is nothing but a complete joke. As for the Air Dominator, it is a common skill that boosts physical attributes. In SS rank qualified beasts, it's just average, neither high nor low, nothing much to discuss. What truly excites Lu Feiyu is the 4th skill, a legendary skill, and it's purely an offensive one: the Absolute Ban Domain. Summon countless spatial turbulences to slaughter all enemies to death. Just by reading this simple yet brutal description, Lu Feiyu feels awe-stricken. A relentless ability, how domineering! Moreover, within the Sky Shattering God Eagle's Absolute Ban Domain, the moment the domain forms, all means of escape will be nullified. As Lu Feiyu contemplated the terrifying power of his new ally, the Shattered Sky God Eagle, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for future adversaries. The ability to create spatial chaos that could shred enemies and their beasts into fragments was a nightmare of helplessness and despair. Yet 2 regrets lingered in his mind. Firstly, the ability's definition of enemies was too broad. Besides Lu Feiyu himself and his contracted beasts, everyone else was considered an enemy. This meant he could only use this skill in areas devoid of civilians, friends or allies, as the consequences otherwise would be disastrous. However, the upcoming secret realm melee was a perfect venue for unleashing such chaos. Secondly, the ability came with a downside: extreme weakness after use. Lu Feiyu estimated that using it once per day might be the limit. Fortunately, the description mentioned that the shattered sky god eagle could mitigate this weakness as its realm advanced. Perhaps at the gold rank it would wield this terrifying power without restraint. Come here. After reviewing the abilities of his newly contracted beast, Lu Feiyu shifted his gaze from the information panel. He called out to the shattered sky god eagle, which was still soaring freely in the sky. In an instant, a silver-black streak shot down from midair, stopping right before Lu Feiyu. Its speed was so astonishing that it left afterimages in its wake. What incredible speed! Lu Feiyu marveled, looking at the eagle as it bowed its head in a gesture of loyalty. He hesitated to touch its head, wary of the sharp spikes atop it. The last thing he wanted was to end up with his hand full of puncture wounds. Sensing its master's thoughts, the shattered sky god eagle let out a soft cry and the feathers on its body transformed. The three-pronged spikes at the tips of its feathers merged and the sharp angled appearance vanished. Its feathers now appeared soft and inviting, tempting Lu Feiyu to reach out and touch them. Amazing, it can do that too. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu didn't hesitate any longer and gently stroked the eagle's head. To his surprise, the seemingly soft feathers exerted a strong suction, securely holding his hand in place. Wow, now I won't have to worry about being blown away by the wind. Thrilled by this discovery, Lu Feiyu used the eagle's head as leverage and swung himself onto its back. As soon as he settled, the powerful suction held him firmly in place. The sensation was both comfortable and secure, spreading a pleasant feeling through his body. Take off, he commanded, patting the eagle's back. Immediately a fierce wind roared past, making his hair stand on end. Before he knew it, the scenery around him shrank rapidly, and with a blink Lu Feiyu found himself soaring 100 meters above the ground. At such dizzying heights, the wind howled like a mourning giant, its force both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Yet thanks to the magical suction of the shattered sky god eagle's feathers, Lu Feiyu remained steady, not even swaying a fraction. He craned his neck, looking at the scenery on the horizon with great interest. Never before had he felt the white clouds so close to him. In an instant, a sense of freedom and excitement welled up from the depths of his heart. Lu Feiyu thought he too now had a flying beast. Let's go, take me to see what those spatial rifts are all about. Lu Feiyu patted the eagle's back again, nearly shouting. It wasn't that he wanted to be so loud, but the wind was so fierce that no one could hear him otherwise. Upon receiving its master's command, the sky-shattering god eagle let out a resounding cry, as if reminding its master to hold on tight. In the next moment, the scene before his eyes changed rapidly, and the intense spatial fluctuations pressed toward Lu Feiyu like a never-ending tide. At the same time, the howling wind suddenly stopped, the roaring sound of the wind vanished, and there was no longer a trace of noise around him. This huge difference from extreme motion to extreme stillness, combined with the constant spatial pressure squeezing around him, gave Lu Feiyu a feeling of wanting to vomit. Fortunately, soon the same spatial fluctuation began to rise from the sky-shattering god eagle beneath him. The two sets of fluctuations collided and ground against each other until they could hardly affect Lu Feiyu anymore. At last, he had adapted to the sensation of traversing through the spatial fissures and had the spare energy to observe what these so-called spatial fissures truly looked like. As he looked around, all he saw were endlessly traversing black turbulences which dazzled Lu Feiyu. This spatial fissure seemed like a toppled cylindrical tunnel, black at the core with turbulences flowing through it. Moreover, colorful specks occasionally flashed before Lu Feiyu's eyes. He knew that touching these spots would immediately transport him back to the real world. After experiencing it for a while, the novelty quickly faded from Lu Feiyu's heart. He directed the sky-shattering god eagle back to the beast space and landed in the place where they first started. In front of his other beasts, Lu Feiyu bestowed it a name on the spot. Kongyu, you shall be called Kongyu, he declared. A spatial beast with unique feathers, the name Kongyu seemed more than fitting. In truth, considering its flying abilities, Lu Feiyu had thought about naming the sky-shattering god eagle Feiyu. But on second thought, what sense does it make for a beast and its master to share a name? Wouldn't people laugh at him if they heard that? Thus Feiyu became Kongyu, which sounded appropriate and pleasant. Upon hearing Lu Feiyu bestow a name, Kongyu's sharp eyes brightened, its feathers extending once more as it let out a loud eagle cry, seemingly overjoyed. As usual, Lu Feiyu spent some time playing with the beast to cultivate their bond. Then he exited the beast space and returned to reality. The first thing he did was pull out his phone. Seeing the bank information on the screen brought a smile to his face. 10 million huaxia currency. Along with the various resources he had previously acquired in the newborn secret realm, it amounted to roughly 15 million huaxia currency. With so much money, plus the super discount provided by the black gold card gifted by Wang Shuyao, a 39% discount, In other words, the 15 million Huaxia currency in Lu Feiyu's hands, in the Wanbao Pavilion, the black card could essentially be used as if it were worth 40 million. Such an enormous sum could allow one of Lu Feiyu's beasts to evolve to SSS grade. When that happens, his strength would undoubtedly receive a significant boost, and as for which beast to enhance, Lu Feiyu had already made up his mind. If he was going to enhance one, it should be the strongest among them, Black Scale. Moreover, Black Scale's skill devourers might allow it to rapidly absorb and convert the massive energy contained within the evolution resources into its own power. In the upcoming melee 5 days later, every bit of strength would mean an extra layer of security. As for his other beasts, Lu Feiyu was confident that after the next melee, evolving them all again wouldn't be an issue. With this thought, Lu Feiyu stood up from his bed, took a swig of mineral water to calm his excitement, and then grabbed his black card and bank card. He donned a mask and headed to Wanbao Pavilion in the capital. For resources of such caliber, Lu Feiyu had to go to Wanbao Pavilion in person to ensure everything was in order. Thanks to the city's efficient transport system, it took him barely half an hour to arrive at the pavilion. Perhaps it was the water he drank, but the moment he stepped out of the taxi, he felt an urgent need wash over him. That pressing sensation made him rush past several enthusiastic sales assistants straight to the restroom, barely acknowledging their greetings. The sound of water crashing against rocks, a strong stream, echoed from beneath him. After relieving himself, Lu Feiyu let out a long breath, adjusted his pants, and headed out to wash his hands. As he washed up, he overheard a stifled sob coming from outside, followed by a man's harsh, angry voice. "What are you even doing here? A whole month and not a single sale. Are you just here for the base salary? Useless." Lu Feiyu paid no heed to the shouting. He wasn't a saint and couldn't get involved in every trivial matter. He shook the water from his hands, tore off a couple of paper towels to dry them, and then walked out with a casual swagger. Seeing a customer emerge, the angry man quickly masked his fury with a polite smile directed at Lu Feiyu. Meanwhile, the girl who had been scolded raised her tear-streaked face, looking at Lu Feiyu through her blurred vision. What was meant to be a casual glance suddenly froze Lu Feiyu in his tracks. His heart and mind reeled in shock. "Ah, sister?" he stammered, stepping forward in disbelief, staring at the tearful woman before him. Her face was unmistakable. It was his elder sister Lu Fian, who shared both his parents. Back in those days, after Lu Guanzhong married Zhang Fengxia, they treated Lu Fian with the same cruelty. Perhaps because of her beauty, Zhang Fengxia was even harsher on her than she was on Lu Feiyu. Scoldings and beatings were frequent, as was denying her food and water. Because of this, when Lu Feiyu was still a child, Lu Fian ran away from home early on, disappearing without a trace, as if she had vanished from the world. Lu Feiyu had almost forgotten about the sister who shared the deepest blood connection with him. In his lingering memories, he only recalled how exceptionally kind Lu Fian was to him. The saying, "an elder sister is like a mother," was truly apt. She always let him try the best things first. Because of this, Lu Feiyu was utterly devastated when she disappeared. In his youthful ignorance, he had even harbored resentment in his heart about why she didn't take him with her. But thinking about it now, the 12 or 13-year-old girl was already struggling immensely to survive on her own in the world. Bringing along a little boy would have reduced their chances of survival to almost zero. They might not have even gotten far before being stopped by patrolling officials and sent back home, where even more cruel torment awaited them. Therefore, when Lu Feiyu saw Lu Fian again, he was incredibly excited and happy. This elder sister was now his only family. Before this, he had assumed she was no longer alive. I'm not. Sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else." Lu Fian quickly lowered her head and turned slightly to the back right, trying to use her long hair to conceal the conspicuous red handprint on her cheek as Lu Feiyu approached. Seeing this, Lu Feiyu's initial happiness turned cold and anger surged through him like molten lava. His gaze was as cold as a knife as it swept over the man's face, as if ready to cut him into 1,000 pieces. The man with the tattoo on his neck suddenly felt as if a steel blade had pierced his forehead, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He wore a forced smile and explained, "Sir, you must have the wrong person. Lu Fian has no parents, no family, she's just an orphan." Indeed, it was her. Hearing this explanation only solidified Lu Feiyu's suspicions. He stepped forward again, almost pressing against Lu Fian, lifting her chin with his hand. Staring into her tear-filled reddened eyes, he asked deliberately, "Why are you hiding from me?" As he spoke, his hand brushed over the handprint on her cheek. The calluses on the tattooed man's hand were as hard as iron, and with a forceful slap he had left Lu Fian's face red and swollen. Even on her right cheek, faint lines of blood trickled down, looking extremely ghastly. "What happened here?" Seeing Lu Fian still cowering, Lu Feiyu didn't want to push her too hard. He turned instead to the tattooed man, looking at him as if he were a dead man, and asked sharply. At this moment the tattooed man finally reacted. Damn it, how could I be intimidated by this little brat? He thought to himself. Lu Fian was in such a miserable state, what kind of formidable character could her brother possibly be? Why should he be so respectful to him? With this in mind, the tattooed man wore a brazen grin and said, "In our Wanbao pavilion useless people get beaten. If you don't like it, quit. If you don't want this job, plenty of people do. And you little punk with your shabby appearance, if you're not buying anything, don't waste time in my Wanbao pavilion. Is that so? How on earth did security let such riffraff in? Are they blind?" The tattooed man sneered as his eyes scoured Lu Feiyu from head to toe, noting the lack of brand names on his attire, which altogether was worth less than 2,000 yuan. His disdain was palpable, and he even spat at Lu Feiyu's feet, his contempt unmasked. Before Lu Feiyu could react, it was Lu Fian who spoke up, her voice firm despite the tears in her eyes. "I'm not a failure, it's you. You're deliberately suppressing me, assigning me to the defective beast egg section. Who in their right mind would spend thousands, let alone tens of thousands, on a defective beast egg? No sales are perfectly normal." The tattooed man chuckled dismissively at Lu Fian's accusation, his wolfish eyes lingering over her angry, heaving chest. He swallowed discreetly before continuing, "Deliberately suppressing you? Don't make me laugh. This area needs someone to manage it, doesn't it? You lack an education, didn't even finish middle school, and you have no connections. If not you, then who? Or better yet, why don't you quit and let me take care of you, huh, huh?" His laughter was brazen, filled with malicious intent. Everything he said was a blatant lie. Defective goods section was always a shared responsibility among all sales staff, given that the items rarely attracted any interest. Assigning Lu Fian there was his way of crushing her spirit, trying to force her into submission under the weight of work and reality. As he reveled in these thoughts, Zhou Wenwei, the tattooed man, felt a thrill of excitement. Today, in front of everyone, he would break her pride completely, turning her into his obedient lapdog. The sordid imagery fueled his excitement, bringing an unnatural flush to his face. At that moment Lu Feiyu turned fully toward him, his expression unreadable as he watched Zhou Wenwei's maniacal laughter. Without warning, Lu Feiyu stepped forward swiftly, his shoulder dropping slightly as his waist twisted back. In an instant his entire body tensed like a drawn bow, and he unleashed all his strength. His right hand, broad as a fan, swung in a perfect arc through the air, landing squarely on Zhou Wenwei's jeering face. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap echoed throughout Wanbao Pavilion. It was so loud that not only the people near the restroom heard it, but it reverberated through the entire main hall, capturing everyone's attention. As for Zhou Wenwei, the blow was devastating. He flew several meters backward as if struck by a missile, crashing into the wall behind him before finally coming to a halt. Dizzy and disoriented, he staggered to his feet, his head buzzing with a relentless, swarm-like hum in his ears. Lu Feiyu's right cheek was completely numb, as if half of his face no longer belonged to him. "Damn, how dare you!" The man managed to lift his hand, pointing at Lu Feiyu, about to curse him out, but as he spoke he suddenly realized that his mouth was filled with hard little stones. He bent over and spat out the foreign objects. The moment he saw what they were, a wave of dizziness surged through his mind. These were not stones, they were his teeth. Now his upper and lower rows of teeth, once neat, were reduced to a few wobbling remnants in his bloodied gums. Speaking wasn't just a matter of whistling through gaps, it was all wind and no words. "You're finished. Assaulting someone on purpose. If I don't see you rot in jail for 10 years, then my name isn't Zhou." Zhou Wenwei's mind was ablaze with fury as he looked at the scattered teeth on the ground. He glared at Lu Feiyu, throwing out a vicious threat. The people, drawn by the commotion, murmured in agreement. Yeah, so young and already so ruthless, such a fine young man, but why be so heavy-handed? Meanwhile, the staff at Wanbao Pavilion, who knew Zhou Wenwei's true nature, whispered among themselves that Zhou is at it again, trying to harass girls. There are at least 7 or 8 cases I know of, truly despicable. He uses them and tosses them away like trash. Several girls have been driven mad by him. Serves him right to get beaten. Poor guy though. Zhou Wenwei's got connections. He may seem like just an assistant team leader, but his uncle is the deputy manager of this branch, just under the manager and store director. That's why he's so arrogant, and with injuries like that, even if this handsome guy is in the right, he'll have a hard time, unless he's got serious backing himself. Hearing this, the initially excited sales staff fell silent, casting sympathetic glances at Lu Feiyu. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from upstairs. Soon a sturdy man in a suit descended with a team of security guards. Deputy Manager Su Xiu quickly surveyed the scene, his gaze pausing on Lu Feiyu before looking at his nephew. At a glance his brows furrowed deeply, clicking his tongue at the sight. That was a brutal beating. The half-swollen face bore an uncanny resemblance to a pig's head. Remembering his sister's admonitions, Su Xiu felt a headache coming on. Seeing his uncle Zhou Wenwei wailed and scrambled over, clinging to Su Xiu's leg, crying out, "Uncle, look what that idiot did to me. You must catch him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Hearing this address, Su Xiu's brows furrowed once more. How many times had he told him to use formal titles at work? This kid never learns, yet blood is thicker than water and he couldn't ignore his nephew. He pulled Zhou Wenwei up from the ground and then with the security team approached Lu Feiyu. Su Xiu remained silent, furrowing his brow and staring expressionlessly at Lu Feiyu. Lu Feiyu stood still as well, meeting his gaze with an equally impassive look. The two locked eyes for a moment, the tension between them reaching its peak. Even the onlookers instinctively held their breath, afraid to draw the attention of either man. Finally Su Xiu broke the silence, unable to hold back any longer, and demanded, "Do you know who I am?" At these words Lu Feiyu glanced at him with surprise. "Are you someone famous? Why should I know you?" Such nonsense. Seeing Lu Feiyu shake his head, Su Xiu's expression grew even darker. He curled his lips into a sinister smile and replied menacingly, "No matter, you'll know soon enough." His confidence, his calm assurance, startled the crowd, prompting them to whisper among themselves, trying to identify this man in the suit. Upon learning that Su Xiu was the deputy manager of Wanbao Pavilion, they shook their heads, casting sympathetic glances at Lu Feiyu. Behind Lu Feiyu, Lu Fian twisted the hem of her clothing, anxiously filled with self-reproach as she looked at her brother. To her, if it weren't for her, her brother wouldn't be in such danger. "Indeed, I'm a jinx, bringing bad luck to mom, to my brother, and to anyone who comes across me," she thought, her face pale as paper. At that moment she resolved to save her only brother by any means necessary, even if it meant sacrificing her own dignity and self-worth. "Take this insolent boy away," Su Xiu commanded with a wave of his hand. The men behind him moved threateningly toward Lu Feiyu. However, before they could reach him, Lu Feiyu spoke coolly, "I don't know who gave you this foolish confidence. Open your eyes and see what this is." As he spoke, he pulled out a thin yet impeccably crafted card from his pocket. Its pure black background exuded an understated yet noble air. The front of the card bore a golden character for treasure in seal script, while the back had a similarly golden Lu character. The card's edges were adorned with intricate, exquisite patterns resembling dragons and phoenixes, clearly marking it as something extraordinary. A black gold card. The moment Lu Feiyu produced the card, the entire crowd fell silent. Most of them had no idea what it was, as such items were far beyond their reach, let alone their understanding. But the confidence and composure with which Lu Feiyu revealed the card were unmistakable. The aura of prestige emanating from the card was equally undeniable. Suddenly, everyone began to speculate in their hearts. Could this masked young man truly be the scion of a powerful family from the capital? The scene shifted dramatically. Not only the onlookers but even Su Xiu was momentarily stunned when Lu Feiyu revealed the black gold card, while others might not recognize it. As the deputy manager of Wanbao Pavilion, Su Xiu certainly knew what this item was: a black gold card. It's the highest symbol of status at Wanbao Pavilion. Anyone holding this card is not only a distinguished guest throughout the entire pavilion but also a figure of significant influence in Huaxia and even globally. However, Su Xiu quickly snapped out of his shock. Looking at Lu Feiyu, the disdain on his face became increasingly evident, his sneer expanding into a full-blown laugh. "Ha! What a clown! A clown indeed! If you had brought a gold card, I might have doubted your identity for a moment. But you fool, how brainless do you have to be to forge a black gold card? Is a black gold card something a mutt like you should have? Are you here to entertain us? Do you even know what a black gold card means at Wanbao Pavilion? Supreme status, top-tier treatment. Such people have bodyguards with them wherever they go. How could they appear alone like you?" "Ah!" Su Xiu laughed, clutching his stomach. Since becoming a manager at Wanbao Pavilion, he had never encountered such a fool, someone coming in with a fake black gold card to show off. Watching Su Xiu laugh so uncontrollably, Lu Feiyu's expression grew increasingly impatient. Truth be told, he had no tolerance for idiocy, and the behavior of this uncle-nephew duo was grating on him. At that moment he felt as if countless ants were crawling all over him. Instantly his impatience turned to icy coldness. With a flick of his wrist, the black gold card turned into a black streak and shot toward Su Xiu. The sound of it cutting through the air was sharp and threatening, like the whisper of death itself, abruptly silencing Su Xiu's laughter. Watching University emphasized practical combat training, not only the combat abilities of the beasts but also those of the beast masters. The latter was a focus of Principal Xiong Meng, who personally trained Lu Feiyu. Given Lu Feiyu's quick wit, even in just a few days his combat skills had soared and he'd become proficient in various combat techniques. Thus the black gold card flew with incredible speed and force, piercing through the security guard's formation and heading straight for Su Xiu's face with a chilling wind. Sensing the naked killing intent from the black gold card, Su Xiu jerked his head to the left. A tearing sound erupted beside his ear and the stench of blood filled his nostrils, making him feel nauseous, but the more intense pain surged from his right ear. Su Xiu writhed on the ground, clutching his head, overwhelmed by the agony. Not far behind him, a half-circle ear lay quietly on the ground, the crimson blood staining the white tiles a ghastly red. Open your eyes wide and see for yourself if this black gold card is fake. Lu Feiyu's cold voice cut through the noisy crowd, reaching Su Xiu's ears with crystal clarity. The onlookers were utterly shocked by Lu Feiyu's swift and violent response. Instinctively, they took 2 steps back, fearful of getting caught in the crossfire. Even the burly security guards exchanged glances and quietly retreated. After all, with just a paltry salary of a few thousand yuan, who on earth would risk their neck for Wanbao Pavilion? This young man was either deeply connected or utterly insane. And either way, he was not someone a mere security guard could afford to provoke. At that moment everyone stood in silence, watching Lu Feiyu with bated breath. The scene was as quiet as a graveyard, with countless questions looming in their minds. Where did this young man get such confidence, such audacity? After deliberately injuring others, was he not afraid of being thrown in jail? Just then footsteps more urgent than Su Xiu's echoed from upstairs. An elderly man with tortoiseshell glasses, impeccably dressed, rushed down the stairs. Wang Xinchuan, the store manager, had shed all his usual elegance and composure. Practically leaping down the stairs, he ignored the cowering security guards, the severely injured Zhou Wenwei and Su Xiu, who had lost an ear. His eyes were fixated on the black gold card lying in a pool of blood. The large treasure character on its front made his heart tremble. Almost instinctively he disregarded the bloodstains and retrieved the card from the blood. Wang Xinchuan's face bore the most sincere and humble smile of his life. He bent over and carefully wiped the card clean with his hands. Then he hurried over to Lu Feiyu, bowing even lower, his head nearly at his knees. With shoulders hunched and hands respectfully raised high, he presented the black gold card to Lu Feiyu, humbly apologizing. Honorable Mr. Lu, our store's oversight led to this offense. Please forgive us. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. They looked at Lu Feiyu as if witnessing an apparition. None of them could believe that such a young man could command such deference from the manager of a Wanbao Pavilion branch, almost to the point of subservience. Manager, you must be mistaken. How could a black gold card be in the hands of someone so young? This card must be fake. Even if it's real, this punk must have stolen it somehow. Su Xiu, witnessing this scene, was horrified beyond belief. Ignoring the pain in his ear, he crawled desperately to the manager, clutching Huang Xinchuan's leg with his blood-stained hands, spewing baseless accusations. Hearing this, the already irritated Huang Xinchuan delivered a powerful kick, sending Su Xiu flying several meters. By sheer misfortune, Su Xiu's body flipped several times mid-air, and when he finally hit the ground, it was the right side of his head that took the brunt. The pain and sharp sensation from his still bleeding ear nearly made Su Xiu pass out. At this moment, Zhou Wenwei, who had been waiting to see his uncle severely reprimand Lu Feiyu, was utterly shocked. His eyes widened to their fullest and his mouth gaped in disbelief, staring at his uncle lying on the ground. Like a beaten dog, Zhou Wenwei was suddenly overwhelmed with a strong sense of regret and disbelief. He turned his gaze back to Lu Feiyu and the once timid Lu Fian standing behind him. No matter how hard Zhou Wenwei racked his brains, he couldn't fathom how the usually docile Lu Fian could suddenly have such a well-connected relative. Was she pretending to be weak, or was she a wealthy heiress experiencing life incognito? If you had this status all along, why didn't you just say so? We would have treated you with utmost respect, immediately placing you in the High Commission fast. Closing section. How did it come to this? Countless chaotic thoughts flashed through Zhou Wenwei's mind like a movie. At that moment an intense pain shot through his calf, as if something was desperately gnawing at his flesh. Instinctively he looked down and his eyes widened in horror, nearly bulging out of their sockets. His uncle, who had always been so good to him, was dragging his crippled body across the floor, leaving a long trail of blood and squirming like a maggot to his feet. With a bloodied mouth, he was savagely biting into Zhou Wenwei's calf, tearing off chunks of flesh with each bite. The bright red blood mixed with muscle tissue splattered everywhere, painting the scene like a ghastly crimson hellscape. "It's all your fault, you've ruined my life, you idiot, you mongrel, I'll make you pay," Su Xiu muttered incoherently as he bit into his nephew's flesh, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage and madness. How many years had he toiled, sacrificing his dignity to claw his way to this position, yet before he could even enjoy it his nephew had brought down such a formidable enemy on them, his promising future shattered in an instant, he might even lose his life today. How could he not be consumed by hatred? How could he not go mad? This dramatic reversal left the Wanbao Pavilion sales assistants hidden within the crowd feeling immensely satisfied. Zhou Wenwei finally met his match. As the saying goes, the path of unrighteousness leads to self-destruction. And his backer is falling too. A backer, a deputy manager, is nothing in front of a black gold card holder. As for Lu Feiyu, when the black gold card was handed back to him, he neither took it nor acknowledged it. It was as if he didn't see it, turning instead to look at Lu Fian. In an instant, the icy expression on his face melted away, replaced by a rare tenderness. "It's over now, sister, you've endured so much over the years." Seeing her brother had grown to such a level, Lu Fian's heart, which had been tied in knots, finally relaxed. Her long, beautiful eyes filled with excitement and relief. When she heard Lu Feiyu's words, so simple yet so sincere, it was as if she had finally found the happiness she had been desperately seeking for years but could never find. In a flash her tense expression crumbled and her eyes turned red, overwhelmed by the emotions that had been building up inside her for so many years. She looked at Lu Feiyu, sniffled slightly, and then broke into an incredibly bright smile. Yes, in contrast to this moment of warmth, behind Lu Feiyu, the store manager's raised hands were trembling slightly. At that moment Huang Xinchuan was mentally cursing Su Xiu and his companion with every swear word he had ever learned in his life. Good heavens! He was managing his store just fine, planning to enjoy a nice afternoon nap, when suddenly a call from headquarters came through, berating him without mercy. The information in that call was far more chilling than the scolding itself, instantly dispelling his sleepiness and filling him with icy dread. A black gold card holder, bullied at my branch. These two thoughts hammered in Huang Xinchuan's mind, ultimately spelling disaster for him. Without a moment's hesitation he rushed out from his soundproofed resting room, but the scene before him made his heart sink from head to toe. This tremble was not from exhaustion but from fear. At that moment Huang Xinchuan felt that the black gold card in his hand, though just a thin sheet, weighed 1,000 pounds. This small card carried his future and even his life. If he failed to appease this young man before him, the consequences might be far more severe than Su Xiu and the others simply resigning or going to jail. Even he, as the store manager, could be implicated. While Lu Feiyu was comforting Lu Fian, a screeching sound of brakes echoed in everyone's ears, drawing their attention. Lu Feiyu turned around to look outside the store. They saw an extravagantly designed sports car drift smoothly to a stop right at the entrance of Wanbao Pavilion, wisps of white smoke rising from its tires. At the same moment the car door swung upward, and a muscular middle-aged man, whose build seemed ready to burst his clothing, quickly leapt out from the passenger side. His hair was streaked with gray, his features rugged, and his demeanor was composed and unassuming, clearly marking him as someone important. Yet, in his ordinarily calm, experienced eyes there was now a hint of panic. The moment he jumped out of the car he dashed straight into Wanbao Pavilion without hesitation. This man pushed through the crowd like a lion, his imposing presence naturally causing the onlookers to instinctively step back, clearing a path wide enough for him to pass. His gaze swiftly scanned the scene before him, finally settling on the furrowed brow of Lu Feiyu and the tear-streaked, pitifully beautiful face of the woman behind him. At that moment the slap mark on Lu Fian's face was still vivid, the bright red imprint seeming to strike directly at the man's heart. Shen Bufan had been navigating the social world alongside the master of Wanbao Pavilion for many years. He was later personally assigned by the pavilion owner to serve as a driver and steward for Wang Shiyao, the heir apparent to Wanbao Pavilion, ensuring his safety. On a daily basis Wang Shiyao showed him great respect and trust. One could say that Shen Bufan was among the top figures in Wanbao Pavilion, aside from a select few bigwigs. He considered himself to have seen all sorts of storms and waves over the years. However, when Lu Feiyu saw the handprint on Lu Fian's face, he couldn't help but feel a surge of darkness before his eyes. A rush of anger surged from his heart, stuck in his throat, hard to swallow. Damn it, all the connections and efforts the young master painstakingly established, all the cards and intelligence exchanged, were ruined by these worthless fools. Shen Bufan roared internally, the wrinkles on his face twitching with the tension of his muscles making his already stern face Even more menacing and filled with murderous intent. In an instant everyone present felt a chill at their throats as if a sharp blade was pressed against their necks. This silent menace transformed the once noisy scene into a dead silence. People began to wildly speculate, who was this lion-like man exuding such an aura? Even the store manager Huang Xinchuan, who had been bending over head lowered and facing away from Shen Bufan, sensed something was amiss. He ducked his head lower, peeking through the gap between his legs. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind, and a pair of polished leather shoes came into Huang Xinchuan's view. What brand are those? Huang Xinchuan distracted himself with idle thoughts to calm his nerves. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through his right hip and he stumbled several steps to the side as if struck by a dragon. The unexpected blow caught him off guard, and even the black gold card in his hand slipped soaring into the air. A useless piece of trash like you dares to touch a black gold card, Shen Bufan said coldly, catching the card effortlessly mid-air before Huang Xinchuan could regain his balance. Shen, sir, why are you here? Huang Xinchuan, once he steadied himself and recognized who it was, spoke with disbelief as if struck by lightning. This was one of the top figures in Wanbao Pavilion, a close friend of the current pavilion master and the protector of the next. His status was both noble and unique. For him to come for this matter meant that the cardholder's identity was even more extraordinary than Huang Xinchuan had imagined. What are you standing around for? Go pick up that ear, whoever it belongs to, make them swallow it themselves. Shen Bufan's voice boomed in fury. Huang Xinchuan immediately stopped rubbing his hip, sprinted to snatch up the ear, then turned to Su Xiu. Grabbing Su Xiu's hair with one hand and pressing the other to his throat, he forced Su Xiu to open his mouth. Using brute force, he shoved the bloody ear into Su Xiu's mouth. Then, releasing his grip, Huang Xinchuan delivered a powerful elbow strike to Su Xiu's jaw, breaking any resistance. Su Xiu, in a daze, swallowed his own ear like a zombie, each motion mechanical and numb. The scene of blood and violence tightened the brows of those present, elevating their fear of this middle-aged man. With merely a few words, he commanded the store manager of Wanbao Pavilion's branch as if he were a mere dog. This status is extraordinary. How should such a high-standing individual handle this farce? Would he forcefully uphold the dignity of Wanbao Pavilion, using his power to pressure the young man into submission? Or would he choose to communicate equally, doling out equal punishment and calming the situation? However, what no one expected was that, under the gaze of everyone present and the cold demeanor of Lu Feiyu, this middle-aged man, as imposing as a raging lion, actually bent his back, which was as straight as a spear. He bowed deeply to Lu Feiyu with no explanation or complaints, only a voice full of apology and a promise of compensation. Mr. Lu, I apologize for the unpleasant experience you had at Wanbao Pavilion today. On behalf of Wanbao Pavilion, I promise a compensation of 20 million Chinese yuan in the hope of earning your forgiveness. Moreover, I assure you that such incidents will never happen again within Wanbao Pavilion. As for the compensation for Miss Lu, we will reach a resolution by 8 p.m. tonight, regarding these staff members who disturbed our most valued guest at Wanbao Pavilion. At this point, Shen Bufan's sincere tone took on a chilling edge. They will be dealt with according to Wanbao Pavilion's regulations, tattooing their faces, cutting out their tongues, confiscating all their earnings, and imposing heavy fines. Those unable to pay will be sent into the wild to gather resources day and night until death. Hearing such an earnest apology, Lu Feiyu's expression softened considerably. This Wanbao Pavilion, this Wang Shiyao, was indeed intriguing, starting with a compensation of 20 million. And with the black gold card in hand, considering its discounts, this compensation could be stretched to 50 million. With this compensation, not only could Black Scale evolve, but even Boss Jean could undergo another evolution without issue. Plus, the leftover funds could cover half the resources needed for another beast's evolution. This was much faster money than seeking special resources in secret realms. Moreover, Wanbao Pavilion was extremely considerate, offering compensation not just to him but also to Lu Fian. Although it was unclear what exactly the compensation would entail given their usual style, the items were undoubtedly extraordinary, and the most gratifying aspect was Shen Bufan's final verdict on punishment. In the world of beast taming, large organizations often have their own set of rules. They adhere to national laws yet remain somewhat independent of them. The regulations of Wanbao Pavilion, for instance, lay out numerous penalties for staff who harm the interests of the pavilion. According to Chinese law, Su Xiu and Zhou Wenwei might only be charged with provocation, facing 2 to 3 years at most. But how could that avenge Lu Feiyu's grievance or alleviate Lu Fian's pain from the slap? However, these organizational rules were different, much harsher and more brutal, as long as they didn't outright kill someone, almost all other forms of punishment were tacitly approved by the state. Tattooing one's face involved inscribing words with special ink that was nearly impossible to remove, marking them as a symbol of extreme criminality, a method of humiliation and a violation of personal dignity. Enduring the punishment of facial branding meant that a person would face a lifetime of strange looks from society, making it almost impossible to find a respectable job. The punishment known as tongue extraction was even more brutal and bloody, involving the literal removal of a person's tongue. The pain of this procedure is unimaginable, and many convicts unable to endure the psychological terror and physical agony during the punishment choose to end their own lives. But Wanbao Pavilion's punishments didn't stop there. After breaking a person's spirit and body, they would confiscate all property. Everything earned during their time at Wanbao Pavilion would be seized, and they'd be required to pay hefty fines. With all assets confiscated, how could they pay these fines? Inevitably, they were sent to the wilderness to gather rare resources. The harsh conditions of the wild meant constant hunger, inadequate clothing, no shelter, and perpetual fear. Surviving more than a year was considered lucky. Most people were reduced to shadows of their former selves within 6 months. In essence, facing the fourfold punishment of branding, tongue removal, fines, and exile meant that these individuals' fates were sealed prematurely. Given such severe regulations, why would anyone accept them? Simply because those who did received wages 50% higher than those who didn't. It's straightforward and ruthless, no one would turn down more money. With these thoughts, Lu Feiyu's demeanor softened considerably. Uncle Shin, you're too kind, please stand up. In such a large organization, it's normal to have some vermin and scum. I understand. He helped Shin Bufan to his feet. Lu Feiyu had met Shin Bufan before, as Shin was Wang Shiyao's personal bodyguard. They had even exchanged a few words and knew each other's names. Hearing this, Shin Bufan's tense nerves relaxed slightly and a small smile appeared on his face. Mr. Lu is right. However, at Wanbao Pavilion we cannot ignore the unpleasant experiences our employees bring to our customers. For that I must thank Mr. Lu for helping us identify these individuals who tarnish our reputation. Shin paused before explaining further. The moment my young master learned of this, he instructed me to handle it. He's currently studying abroad and couldn't come himself, so we ask for your understanding. Their conversation was not hushed, and every word was clear to those around them. The onlookers all wore the same expression, as if they were clay figures mass-produced by Nuwa. Their mouths hung open, eyes filled with shock. They had expected a grand confrontation between the mysterious young man and the formidable middle-aged man. Instead, what unfolded was the opposite. The imposing man was as meek and humble as a child before the young man. And when Shin Bufan mentioned compensation, everyone was utterly stunned. 20 million in compensation, how much money was that? How many zeros follow the two? Everyone counted on their fingers 1 by 1 inch until they realized halfway through their second hand, 7 zeros, that bank balance was longer than their lifespans. The punishment Shin Bufan announced sent chills down everyone's spines. It was only then they realized that Shin Bufan's aura of cold severity wasn't just for show, it was real. With just a few words, he determined the fate and lives of several people. When they heard him refer to the young master, they were completely stunned. So this man wasn't even the highest authority? Just the steward of someone truly powerful. And if a mere steward could make everyone breathless, how formidable could the young master's background possibly be? Was he someone who could command the world with a single word? This young man, who was treated with such respect and acted with impunity, what kind of terrifying background did he have? They didn't even dare to imagine. They could only keep glancing at Lu Feiyu's face, hoping to glimpse his true visage beneath the mask. As for Su Xiaozhou Wenwei and Huang Xinchuan, they lay sprawled in the blood and grime, faces ashen. Their wide-open eyes were devoid of emotion. If not for the occasional rise and fall of their chests, they might as well have been dead. They were numb. The gap was just too vast. So vast that these people couldn't even muster the thought of resistance or struggle. They could only resign themselves to their fate. The onlookers instinctively distanced themselves from the trio, fearing even a whiff of their bad luck. Mr. Lu, would you like to witness their punishment? Shin Bufan asked respectfully, gesturing towards the three entangled on the floor, indifferent to their fate. Lu Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. No need, handle it as you see fit. I'm a kind-hearted person, I can't stand the sight of blood. Hearing this, Shin Bufan, who was leading the way, almost stumbled. He turned back in disbelief, looking at Lu Feiyu and then at the room smeared with blood. Well, aren't you the benevolent one causing Such a commotion, suppressing his inner sarcasm, Shun Bufan masked his surprise with a smile. Mr. Lu, you are truly a pillar of the nation. I will accompany you throughout your shopping today. Please follow me. Bowing and gesturing respectfully, Shun Bufan led Lu Feiyu towards the Wanbao Pavilion's warehouse. Lu Fian followed closely behind him. The three of them exited, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a crowd of people struck with awe. A true man indeed, one exclaimed. Mr. Lu, is there a Lu family in the capital? I've never heard of one. A Lu, and so young. Could he be that student with the SSS-level talent? Lu Feiyu, hey, you might be onto something. No wonder even Wanbao Pavilion's top brass are treating him with such caution. As the crowd murmured among themselves, they managed to piece together Lu Feiyu's background with surprising accuracy. Their words now carried a newfound respect for him. After all, in just a few days' time, they were to be dispatched to the battlefield for the sake of national interests. The three men who had been sprawled in the blood-stained dirt sensed that Lu Feiyu and Shin Bufan were leaving. Their unfocused pupils gradually tightened and their muddled consciousness began to clear. There was a chance, thought flashed through their minds. Taking advantage of the crowded scene, the three of them immediately stood up, attempting to quietly slip away. However, they hadn't even reached the main entrance when a group of burly men clad in black firmly seized them. Gentlemen, please come with us, said the leader of the burly men, grinning to reveal a set of stark white teeth. Those teeth shone menacingly under the sunlight. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu and his group had already exited through the back door, arriving by special vehicle outside the Wanbao Pavilion's warehouse. The warehouse that Shin Bufan mentioned was no ordinary small branches storage. It was the central warehouse of Wanbao Pavilion's headquarters, housing nothing but high-grade special resources. Ordinary people couldn't even think of entering. Even standing from afar to take a look would result in being chased away by the pavilion's patrols. However, with Shin Bufan leading the way, the group naturally faced no obstacles. This headquarters warehouse was nestled halfway up a small mountain. The peaks were steep, clouds and mist rolled, and occasionally birds would sweep past, creating a scene as elegant as an immortal's realm. Please come in. Shun Bufan gestured with his eyes for the guards to open the door, then respectfully welcomed Lu Feiyu inside. Without any formalities, Lu Feiyu stepped directly into the warehouse. The first impression was of vastness, an endless expanse of boundless magnitude. The interior's decoration was extraordinarily grand. Everything was bathed in gold, delivering a tremendous visual impact. The second floor was reserved for top-tier special resources, while the first floor housed high-grade special resources. The true dragon blood you need is in the top left corner. The resources with fire and light attributes are in the middle left. The 5 elements spirit cores and related resources are located at the center of the first floor. Each resource comes with a brief description and corresponding value which you can easily comprehend. Shen Bufan stated concisely. Each of his words hit the mark, precisely addressing Lu Feiyu's needs. Lu Feiyu nodded, indicating his understanding. Seeing this, Shen Bufan immediately said, "Please feel free, I'll be waiting outside the warehouse." Lu Fian, showing great perceptiveness, understood that her brother was about to undertake something significant. She didn't insist on following him but stayed outside with Shen Bufan, waiting for Lu Feiyu. Soon Lu Feiyu said something to her and then turned to walk towards the center. The deeper he ventured, the more he could feel the vast energy within the warehouse, roaring like a fierce tiger, flowing like waves, vast and unending. It was indeed a place suitable for cultivation, he mused silently. However, the richness of this energy was still far inferior to his beast taming space, perhaps only 30 to 40 times that of the ordinary external environment. There was still a considerable distance to reach 100-fold. Reaching the central area, Lu Feiyu carefully searched the shelves for traces of the 5 elements spirit cores. Soon his eyes lit up and he raised his right hand slightly to grasp a wooden box. As he gently opened it, the surging 5 elements energy leaped out, enveloping Lu Feiyu's face. His eyes flickered with a brilliant light as he activated his Ascension eye in an instant. No problem at all. Lu Feiyu closed the wooden box, tucked it into his bag and moved towards the left. The 5 elements spirit core was the creme de la creme, perfect for the evolution of his beasts. Following the same method with the help of the Eye of Ascension, Lu Feiyu only needed a glance to confirm the quality of each resource. He selected the finest items from countless treasures, packing them all up and taking them with him. At this point, he had gathered all the various resources needed for Black Scale and Boss Gene to advance to SSS level. The total cost was 70 million Chinese yuan. Just the true dragon blood essence of the 5 elements, wood, fire, earth, metal and water, cost him a staggering 30 million yuan. It's as if he's feeding his beasts gold for their evolution. However, with the generous discount from the black gold card, Lu Feiyu only needed to spend 27,300,000 yuan. As for the remaining 2 million or so yuan combined with his haul from the special secret realm, it amounted to over 5 million yuan. He didn't hold on to it, instead using it to gather half the resources needed for White Jade Ball's next evolution. Out of 4 required resources he collected 2, which was quite satisfactory. If not for Su Xiu and the others, he might have had to bankrupt himself just for Black Scale's evolution. Lu Feiyu sighed inwardly. This was truly a blessing in disguise. Lost in thought, Lu Feiyu found himself outside without realizing it. To his surprise, it wasn't just Shen Bufan and Lu Fian waiting for him, but someone else as well. Lu, it's great to see you're okay. At the sight of Lu Feiyu, the always enthusiastic Wang Shiyao opened his arms for a warm hug. However, his current appearance was less than ideal. His hair was wet and stuck to his forehead, steam rising off him as if he'd just finished intense exercise. Lu Feiyu could even catch a faint whiff of sweat off him. So when faced with the embrace, Lu Feiyu deftly sidestepped. Weren't you studying abroad? Why are you back? Studying isn't as important as you, of course. Besides, I've brought back all the materials I needed. Despite the dodged hug, Wang Shiyao's smile remained bright. His space ring glowed softly as he handed a leather document pouch to Lu Feiyu and said, "Take a look when you have time. It might come in handy. It's basic information on competitors from other countries for the event in 5 days, not complete but mostly sufficient." Hearing this, Lu Feiyu weighed the document pouch in his hand, feeling its weight, and a warmth spread in his heart. So the so-called study trip was actually a mission to gather information on international competitors for him. The thoughtfulness wasn't lost on Lu Feiyu. "Thanks, I'll definitely treat you next time. This is the first time in years I've had a chance to reunite with my sister, so it's really not convenient right now," he said, a rare hint of embarrassment flickering in his heart. He suddenly realized this was about the 3rd next time promise he was making. Even someone as thick-skinned as Lu Feiyu felt a bit flushed, but Wang Shiyao, understanding as ever, waved it off with a hearty "no need for formalities between brothers. Let's catch up when we have time. Uncle Shen, please take Brother Lu and Sister Lu to the Imperial Hotel for a meal and put it on my tab." Upon hearing this, Shen Bufan slightly bowed. "Yes, young master." He then looked at Lu Feiyu and his sister, gesturing to guide them. Lu Feiyu didn't bother with formalities. After all, he had already accepted so much goodwill from them. Another meal wouldn't make a difference. Declining would only seem insincere. As the meal progressed and the wine flowed, Lu Feiyu watched his elder sister, who had succumbed to the effects of the alcohol and slumped onto the table, and sighed softly. His sister lacked the beast-taming talent and was just an ordinary person. Naturally, her physical constitution couldn't compare to that of a beast-tamer. Coupled with the burden of her thoughts, she had become intoxicated rather quickly. Yet, through her incessant murmuring, Lu Feiyu gleaned the hardship she had endured along the way. It wasn't hard to imagine a young girl, just 12 or 13, journeying from Changnan to the capital without education or connections, facing untold challenges. Looking at the dark circles beneath her eyes as she slept, Lu Feiyu sighed once more. He called Shen Bufan to arrange for someone to take Lu Fian home. During the process, Shen Bufan also informed him of the compensation for Lu Fian. In a straightforward manner, she was directly promoted to the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion branch where she previously worked. A base annual salary of 500,000 along with sales commissions, various bonuses, and holiday benefits, all in all her yearly income would not fall below 1 million. Moreover, the branch had just experienced Lu Feiyu's influence, and the staff, from sales assistants to security and managers, were thoroughly intimidated by him. Naturally, they wouldn't object to Lu Fian's promotion. In fact, they were eager to flatter her, ensuring a pleasant work environment. For Lu Feiyu, 1 million was nothing exceptional at this point. But for an ordinary person, it was an exceptional ceiling. Lu Feiyu had no objections yet. Whether or not to accept would ultimately be up to his sister when she awoke. Even with his closest kin, Lu Feiyu wouldn't make significant decisions on their behalf. That was a fundamental respect. After personally escorting Lu Fian home with Shen Bufan, Lu Feiyu headed back to Huaqing University. By the time he arrived at his dormitory, dusk had fallen. A veil of dark mist lightly draped over half the sky, with a touch of twilight meeting the black shroud, casting the last glimmer of light upon the earth. The first thing Lu Feiyu did upon returning to his dorm was to throw all the special resources into his beast-taming space. Then he closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink. When he opened his eyes again, he was already inside his beast-taming space. Now that he had reached the golden beast-tamer realm, his beasts could evolve and advance within his own space. his beast taming space was larger and safer than the breakthrough room with a richer abundance of spiritual energy. Naturally, there was no need to go to the breakthrough room to evolve his beasts. That would be like putting on pants to fart, utterly redundant. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt his hand slightly moist. Looking down, he saw the once mighty Boss Jean eagerly licking his right hand with its large tongue. At this moment, Boss Jin's clear eyes were also filled with a smile and a hint of flattery. Its dog-like mouth curled upwards in a comically adorable way. In Lu Feiyu's right hand was the bag containing the evolution resources meant for Boss Jean. Old Jean, you're getting anxious again, Lu Feiyu chuckled, loosening his grip and tossing the bag of special resources to Boss Jean. It was understandable why Boss Jean was eager. As the veteran among Lu Feiyu's beasts, it had the longest tenure, yet its current strength wasn't the mightiest, and unlike the others, it lacked a legendary skill. This was quite a blow to its tender heart. So when an opportunity for evolution arose, it was the most enthusiastic. As a beast master, Lu Feiyu naturally noticed Boss Jin's psychological state. This was precisely why he didn't hesitate in choosing Boss Jean for the next SSS-level evolution. Perhaps evolving White Jade Ball or Kongya first would be more advantageous, but understanding and empathizing with his beast's feelings was of utmost importance. After all, in terms of age, these fierce beasts were nothing more than infants, needing care and protection. With a howl, Boss Jean caught the bag filled with resources in its mouth, swallowing it whole along with the wooden box and contents, letting out a triumphant howl to the sky. It was truly desperate for this evolution. Meanwhile, Black Scale shrank its form, transforming into a small dragon that coiled around Lu Feiyu's left wrist. Its obsidian-like glossy black scales gleamed brilliantly. From a certain angle, it looked as if Lu Feiyu wore an exquisite bracelet on his wrist. Take yours too, Lu Feiyu said with a chuckle. Receiving the command, Black Scale's body shot straight, diving into the bag. It quickly expanded, bursting the bag apart. The shredded paper bag fluttered down like white silk, and Black Scale's scales bristled, its reverse scales resembling steel blades, shattering all the wooden boxes. As the 5 elements spirit cores and true dragon blood essence floated in the air, Black Scale's head jerked, swallowing them all in one go. Though it was in a rush, it at least had the decency to tear open the packaging, showing a touch more elegance. Watching the two beasts consume their evolution resources, Lu Feiyu, with the experience of a seasoned beast master, led White Jade Ball and Kongyu 100 meters back, patiently awaiting their evolution. Contrary to Lu Feiyu's expectations, though Boss Jean consumed the resources first, it was Black Scale that displayed changes first. Its originally ink-black scales suddenly shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, simultaneously blazing flames, rising steam, sharp metallic lines and gentle green glows appeared around it. Lu Feiyu also noticed that the ground beneath Black Scale seemed alive, surging like ocean waves. The earth cracked at times, forming massive fissures a meter wide, and at other times it gathered to form mounds several meters high. Such phenomena of the 5 elements manifested simultaneously, a truly extraordinary sight. As a beast tamer, Lu Feiyu had anticipated some unusual phenomena during Black Scale's evolution, but the spectacle unfolding before him was beyond anything he could have imagined. The 5 elements phenomenon grew increasingly terrifying. A once clear sky was suddenly overtaken by thick, dark clouds. Within these clouds, violent thunder roared, lightning wailed, and fierce winds erupted. Torrential rain like iron pellets fell from the sky with an unbeatable force, drenching every corner of the beast taming space. The atmosphere was saturated with moisture, and an overwhelming vitality spread wildly within. At that moment, a brilliant flame suddenly ignited amidst the downpour. Squinting, Lu Feiyu saw flames surging from the gaps between Black Scale's pitch-black scales, shooting skyward. The furious flames defied the rain, piercing through the heavens and tearing apart the sky-covering clouds. In an instant, the heavens seemed to emit a violent screech. The dense clouds dissipated in golden light as fierce as the sun pierced through, beaming directly onto Black Scale's position. Bathed in this golden light and steaming fire, Black Scale appeared even more dazzling and mysterious. Simultaneously, the ground beneath them heaved upward with increasing prominence. Numerous mounds collided and intertwined, scattering stones and soil, gradually forming a massive stone throne. Stretching 100 meters in length, this throne exuded an extraordinary grandeur, as if crafted not for humans but for a wrathful dragon king descending upon the world. At this moment, Black Scale's body stretched to its limits in mid-air. Where once its scales were uniformly black as ink, they now retained their dark base but shimmered with an iridescent quality. Lu Feiyu rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. The color of black scales was difficult to describe, perhaps the best way to put it was a kaleidoscopic black, regal and mysterious. This wasn't a mere jest, but a factual depiction. With a mighty roar, the black dragon extended its colossal body, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun, reaching a length of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Then black scales formed, previously suspended in the air, plummeted. A massive black line 100 meters long descended from the sky. The impact of that moment was nothing short of cataclysmic, as if the sun had shattered and heaven and earth had changed color. In an instant, black scales' enormous body settled upon the stone throne. The dragon's body fit perfectly with the throne, as if it had been custom-made. The somber stone added a touch of dominance and aloofness to Black Scale, enhancing its imposing presence. Thus Black Scale's journey of SSS grade evolution was complete, and Lu Feiyu had his first SSS grade beast. Just as he was about to use the Ascension Eye to assess its detailed information, several mechanical voices, both unfamiliar and familiar, echoed in his mind. Ding, the host has elevated a beast to SSS grade within 1 month of awakening the system. The scheduled talent draw for the Starlight Beast Tamer has been advanced. The host may use it at any time, as a reward for the host's relentless efforts in the beast taming path. Another talent draw opportunity will be granted upon elevating a beast to mythical grade. Listening to the mechanical voice in his mind, Lu Feiyu's previously narrowed eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Good heavens, the talent lottery qualification, originally only available at the Starry Sky level, is now accessible. At this critical juncture before the Secret Realm melee, acquiring an additional SSS level beast talent could dramatically enhance one's power. Lu Feiyu could hardly dare to imagine the possibilities. What was there to hesitate about? Of course he was going for it. Was he supposed to just sit on this opportunity and let it go to waste? With this thought, Lu Feiyu immediately opened his personal panel to use the lottery qualification. In an instant, a massive wheel appeared before his eyes. The wheel was neatly divided into 10 sections, each representing an SSS level talent, a symbol of the ultimate power for a beast master. However, at this moment only 9 sections were still dimly lit, with one area completely darkened. If I could gather all 10 beast talents, how powerful would I become? He mused, and without hesitation Lu Feiyu used his will to tap on the golden pointer of the wheel. Suddenly, the pointer began to spin rapidly, moving so fast that even with Lu Feiyu's current eyesight, he struggled to follow it. Moreover, the pointer showed no sign of slowing down. Gradually, it stopped abruptly, giving Lu Feiyu no time to speculate. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSS level talent, Destiny Bond. Destiny Bond 1. The contracted beasts' realms will always remain at the same level, based on the highest level among them. 2. Contracted beasts share life force. Any damage taken will be distributed among all beasts. 3. The beast master can temporarily merge all beasts into 1 inch, designating a leading beast consciousness for the fusion. Note: the fusion possesses the abilities of all beasts and its realm will increase by 2 major levels. Note: this ability may influence the beast's personalities. Use with caution. Note: after fusion ends, one ability from a beast will be randomly and temporarily removed. If an ability is removed twice, the beast will permanently lose it. Note: a bronze level beast master can sustain the fusion for 1 minute, with an additional minute for each major level increase. Upon seeing the effects of the talent he had drawn, Lu Feiyu was utterly stunned. Truly befitting of an SSS level beast talent, each of the 3 effects was mind-blowingly powerful. The first effect directly eliminates the need for training among Lu Feiyu's other beasts, forcibly elevating their levels to match the strongest beast. Imagine this: if Black Scale is currently at gold tier 7 inch, then all other beasts will instantly be elevated to gold tier 7 as well. Even if Kongyu was previously only at iron level, in an instant it leaps across 4 major levels: iron, bronze, silver and gold. Such speed is unheard of. Furthermore, any new beasts Lu Feiyu contracts will have their cultivation elevated to the highest level at the moment of contracting. This saves an immense amount of time, a divine skill indeed. Just this one effect alone likely surpasses a standard S-level beast talent. The second effect, which involves sharing life force and bearing damage collectively, is equally remarkable. The effect was simple yet formidable. Lu Feiyu now had 4 beasts under his command. This meant that each beast's vitality was now 4 times what it had been before. Furthermore, any damage they sustained was reduced to a mere quarter of what it used to be. A 4-fold increase multiplied by another 4-fold increase essentially translated to a 16-fold enhancement in defensive Capability. Of course, the actual impact couldn't be calculated so straightforwardly, but Lu Feiyu estimated that the defense boost was at least tenfold. This effect alone overshadowed countless SS-grade combat talents. The most terrifying aspect of this ability was the final feature of Fate Connection. Lu Feiyu had only 2 words to describe it: game-changing. Imagine a single beast possessing all the abilities of his beasts: Gold Boss, Black Scale, White Jade Ball and Hollow Feather. What of the combined attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, poison, light, charm and special space, a total of 10 special attributes. Plus, it would wield over a dozen powerful abilities and be 2 entire realms higher in level. Currently, all of Lu Feiyu's beasts were at the 7th tier of the Gold Realm. If elevated by 2 realms, they would reach the Platinum, then Emerald, achieving Emerald grade status. An Emerald grade beast with over a dozen formidable abilities whose effects complemented each other, creating a synergy of offense and defense with explosive damage potential. It's likely that even a typical Diamond grade beast would be helpless against such a fusion. Sending this kind of monster into the secret realm brawls where students had only recently awakened their beast-taming talents would be a massacre. If other countries learned about Lu Feiyu's talent and abilities, they would likely retract the challenges they issued this morning without a second thought and retreat to their own borders, preferring to play the coward. Challenges they wouldn't dare. Yet Lu Feiyu pondered the line in the talent description addressing personality changes, forcing his beasts to merge into 1 inch while allowing him to designate a leading consciousness, meant all their minds and souls would coexist in a single body. This would inevitably lead to clashes in thought processes, potentially affecting their personalities. Severe cases could lead to mental instability or even split personalities. Besides this downside, after the fusion ended, a beast could temporarily lose one of its abilities. More dramatically, if an ability was stripped twice, the beast would permanently lose it, significantly impacting its strength. Lu Feiyu reminded himself to exercise caution. Though the third effect of Fate Connection was incredibly powerful, its negative consequences were substantial. Beyond the deprivation of abilities, he was unwilling to see any adverse changes in his beasts' personalities. To him, each beast was akin to family. He didn't want his beasts' mental states compromised by his talent. Gold Boss's playful nature, Black Scale's introverted charisma, White Jade Ball's aloofness towards others yet attachment to Lu Feiyu alone, and Hollow Feather's stoic demeanor. Each beast had its distinct personality traits. Lu Feiyu didn't want them to lose themselves. Even with just the first 2 effects, his talent already exceeded the limits of typical SS-grade beast talents. Lu Feiyu was already quite satisfied. Just then, seemingly influenced by the elevation in realm, Boss Jean let out a heaven-shaking howl. Instantly Lu Feiyu's attention was drawn over. At this moment, Boss Jean was engulfed in flames, surging and roiling like ocean tides. Within the beast space, the environment, which had been slightly damp due to Black Scale's evolution, suddenly became dry and scorching. Lu Feiyu could even see the air in front of him shimmering with the intense heat. Each breath he took was filled with searing heat, making even breathing a painless task. Moreover, he noticed that when Boss Jean howled skyward, the sun that had been hanging high in the sky trembled slightly, as if responding to Boss Jin's call. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Lu Feiyu noticed the sunlight overhead growing more intense and blistering. He instinctively looked up, and what he saw caused even his steadfast heart to take several steps back. In the sky, blue as a washed canvas, a massive flaming orb was descending with an unstoppable force. The sun, which had been hanging in the sky, was nowhere to be seen. Could it be? This orb is the sun? A terrifying thought flashed through Lu Feiyu's mind. For a moment he was at a loss for what to do. If the sun itself had fallen, where could he possibly run? His mind was in turmoil, and the oppressive heat from above grew ever more intense. He could almost smell his own hair singeing from the intense heat, releasing the acrid scent of burning. However, Lu Feiyu quickly calmed himself. This was merely a phenomenon accompanying Boss Jin's evolution. Surely Boss Jin could handle it. Besides, this wasn't the real world, just the beast space. The worst-case scenario would be to exit the beast space and return after a few days to check on things. He had never heard of a beastmaster dying within their own beast space. The shock and awe of the sun seemingly falling had momentarily made him forget such common sense. Lu Feiyu's guess was right. As the fiery orb in the sky drew closer, Boss Jin let out another earth-shattering roar. This time, the roar carried an indescribable aura of majesty, like the thunderous call of a god commanding all creatures. As the roar echoed, Boss Jean bent its hind legs slightly and then suddenly leapt skyward. In an instant, its sleek and powerful body shot like a cannonball straight toward the orb. The roaring flames and the fiery orb turned its body into a black silhouette, Boss Jin's several meter long body seemed small and powerless in the boundless sky beneath the gigantic orb. The extreme contrast between small and large struck Lu Feiyu's visual senses. Even with his deep-seated confidence in his beast, Lu Feiyu couldn't help but clench his fists, worried about any potential mishap befalling Boss Jin. Boom! Finally, Gold Boss's head fiercely collided with the setting sun. Against the backdrop of the descending sun, its small head seemed almost laughable. However, at the moment of contact, an unimaginably fierce impact erupted with a deafening explosion. An endless shockwave stirred up billowing white mist, spreading outwards from Gold Boss as the center. The seething mist pressed rapidly downwards like turbulent waves. The rushing air sent Lu Feiyu's clothes flapping wildly. He stood firm, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the sky above. Flames falling, shattered stones and drifting dust rained down upon the earth like a storm. The mixture of gases and debris painted the sky in a murky hue. Suddenly a familiar and piercing cry resounded across the sky. Oh, the sound was thunderous, like a bell carrying a mighty force that swept away all impurities in the sky. There in midair, Gold Boss's elongated body stretched out to its full extent, and from its shoulder blades a pair of fiery red wings burst forth. The wings flapped, shrouded in a crimson aura. From a distance, Gold Boss at this moment was as dazzling as the sun itself. Old Jin, looking mighty handsome, aren't you? Lu Feiyu mused, a glint of wonder in his eyes as he gazed at Gold Boss. Wings spread wide. He activated the Ascension eye, taking in its information once more. Species, Master of the Sun. Attributes, Light Fire. Talent level, SSS realm, Gold 9th tier. Skills, Sun's Divine Might, Legendary, Sun's Domain, Legendary, Wings of Light and Fire, Legendary, Solar Rebirth, Peerless, Sun's Annihilation, Peerless, Sun's Divine Might. Passive ability, the beast is immune to all light and fire attribute damage and all control effects. Physical attributes are quadrupled and attacks are imbued with the sun's scorching heart effect, which bypasses defenses to directly strike the soul, inflicting massive damage and pain, suppressing all recovery abilities below legendary level. Sun's Domain, as the sun rises, light and fire dance. Within this domain, the beast can teleport at will, and light and fire attacks are greatly enhanced, while other attribute attacks are weakened. Wings of Light and Fire, wings that overshadow the heavens. When unfolded, the beast's speed increases fourfold. The wings can extend indefinitely with the sun's scorching heart effect. Solar Rebirth, where sunlight reaches, the beast is immortal. Sun's Annihilation, detonate the sun, extinguishing all things, causes an instant death effect on beings not exceeding 2 major realms of its own. Note, this ability does not distinguish between friend or foe. Use with caution. Evolution path, Master of the Sun, SSS grade, Sun Devouring Deity, mythical grade. Note, only beasts with mythical bloodlines can break through to the mythical grade. Further evolution requires 10 top-tier special resources of light and fire attributes. Evaluation, the Pinnacle of Light and Fire, Gold 9th tier, 3 legendary skills paired with 2 peerless ones. This information panel left Lu Feiyu's mind in a state of shock for a moment. Isn't this a bit overpowered? Gold Boss had achieved a monumental upgrade. What was once a non-existent legendary ability had now become almost a baseline on its information panel. Those 2 peerless abilities left Lu Feiyu in awe. The ability Sunlight Rebirth granted Boss Jin the power of immortality. Though sunlight is only present during the day, let's not forget that Boss Jin is an apex beast of both light and fire elements. It can summon the sun at will. This means that as long as Boss Jin desires, it can bask in sunlight indefinitely until its energy is completely depleted. In other words, as long as Boss Jin's energy doesn't run out, its life will never end. Such a powerful and heaven-defying survival ability truly deserves its status as a peerless ability. The other ability, Sun Obliteration, is even more terrifying. It can instantly annihilate enemies 2 major levels higher. No defense, no cunning plans can withstand such absolute power, such explosive force. If pushed to the brink, Boss Jin can detonate the sun before its energy is exhausted, taking the enemy down with it. Such fierce resolve. If I must die, then you won't live either. It wasn't just the effects of these 2 peerless abilities that shocked Lu Feiyu. The 3 newly acquired legendary abilities were also incredibly practical and versatile. Sun God Majesty grants immunity to control effects and all light and fire damage, while also quadrupling physical attributes. With this skill, Boss Jin becomes the ultimate nemesis of light and fire beasts. Other beasts attacking it wouldn't even be able to tickle it. the combination of Wings of Light and Fire and Sun domain significantly enhances Boss Jin's mobility in battle. It can attack or defend with equal ease, making it extremely versatile. Having reviewed Boss Jin's information panel, Lu Feiyu turned his gaze to Black Scale on its stone throne. Activating the Eye of Ascension, a mysterious light flickered in his eyes. Simultaneously, a stream of information flowed before him. Species: 5 elements, Dragon King attributes: 5 elements, Poison talent level, SSS realm, Gold tier 9 skills: 5 elements, Dragon body, legendary passive skill. The 5 elements dragon body is impervious to all evils. The beast is immune to all abnormal states with a minimum quadruple increase in physical attributes. It has a 50% resistance to damage from the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 elements domain, legendary. The Dragon King summons the 5 elements domain where the forces of the 5 elements proliferate. It unleashes indiscriminate attacks in 5 forms: metal soldiers, wood prisons, water dragons, fire spirals, and earth collapses with instant death judgment on enemies. Dragon King pressure, legendary. With the Dragon King's wrath, all creatures submit. The beast can emit the Dragon King's pressure, causing those with bloodlines inferior to the beast to fall into a state of fear, with a 50% reduction in attack and defense and a 3-second stun. Devour Heaven's Might, legendary. The beast possesses the might to devour the heavens, capable of absorbing everything to rapidly enhance itself and elevate its realm. Yin Yang Dragon Fury, peerless at the pinnacle of the 5 elements deriving from Yin and Yang. The beast can enter 2 states, Yin or Yang. In the Yin state, countless Yin lines extend from the beast, enveloping the enemy. Lu Feiyu marveled at the sheer power and versatility these abilities bestowed upon his beasts. Each skill was a testament to their potential dominance, making them formidable forces in his arsenal. When drawn by the Yin pole true line, enemies lose all their abilities with the duration of incapacity depending on the enemy's strength. In the Yang pole state, the beast enters a wrathful stance, doubling its physical attributes based on their original state. The Dragon King's pressure effect is also doubled. Evolution path: 5 elements, Dragon King, SSS grade, Eternal Dragon Ancestor, mythical grade. Note: only beasts with mythical bloodlines can break through to the mythical grade. Further evolution requires the essence blood of 10 different attribute Dragon Kings. Evaluation: the pinnacle of the 5 elements, a first glimpse into Yin and Yang. With a combination of 4 legendary and 1 peerless abilities, this configuration is equally formidable. The 5 elements dragon body is somewhat akin to the sun's divine might, though it offers a broader scope for countering domains, albeit with less pronounced effects than Gold Boss. It can indeed provide immunity to 5 elemental attacks, but the reduction is only 50%. Still, this level of reduction is quite impressive. Half the damage is negated. For any other beast tamer, having such a beast would be a dream come true, yet for Lu Feiyu, accustomed to ultra-high-grade beast abilities, it felt a bit underwhelming. The 5 elements domain is essentially a version of the disaster domain aligned with the 5 elements, offering similar effects but with significantly reduced consumption, marking a nice improvement. The enhancement to the Dragon King's pressure, however, is particularly intriguing. At first glance, it seems unchanged, but Lu Feiyu noticed that its target had shifted from enemies with a lower bloodline than Black Scale to those not exceeding Black Scale's bloodline. What once only intimidated S-grade enemies now affected all enemies at SSS grade and below, a significant upgrade. The stun duration also increased from 2 seconds to 3. While it may seem minor, in battles of this level an extra second of stun can determine the outcome of a fight. The power of Heaven Swallowing remained unchanged, word for word the same as before. What intrigued Lu Feiyu most was Black Scale's sole peerless ability. Despite being a single ability, it boasted dual Yin and Yang effects. In the Yin pole state, although it didn't boost combat power, its effect was incredibly disruptive, directly nullifying all enemy abilities. Anyone who's played games knows just how annoying the silence debuff can be. For a beast, having its abilities nullified means losing at least 80% of its power, relying solely on basic physical prowess for combat. It's akin to fighting with a wooden spear against a high-caliber cannon, pure suicide. The Yang pole state, on the other hand, offered a similarly straightforward and brutal effect, doubling physical attributes once more. With an existing 4-fold boost, doubling that again resulted in an 8-fold increase. At this point, Black Scale could crush enemies of the same realm with its dragon body alone. A mere swish of its tail would bring lamentations from all. Moreover, beyond the physical boost, the Dragon King's pressure effect was also doubled, bringing control time to a full 6 seconds. That's a second longer than the Barbarian King's ultimate. In practical combat, such extended control time could easily allow for the enemy to be defeated multiple times over. Lu Feiyu was all smiles, his grin nearly reaching his ears as he examined the information panels for Boss Gene and Black Scale. The difference between SS and SSS levels was just a single rank, but the power of the skills was worlds apart. It was as if the beasts felt their master's joy. Suddenly Boss Gene, hovering in the air, spread its fiery red wings wide. The creature, now resembling a meteor descending upon the earth, darted swiftly towards Lu Feiyu. The intense heat from its wings caused the air to warp violently, leaving a distinct white trail as the moisture in the air instantly evaporated. Boom! In an instant, Lu Feiyu felt as though he had been struck by a high-speed cannonball, causing him to take several steps backward to steady himself. The immense impact nearly knocked him to the ground. "Come on, I evolved you out of kindness, and this is how you repay me, by knocking me over." Lu Feiyu managed to regain his footing and looked down at Boss Gene. Its fiery red fur was long and orderly, waving slightly despite the absence of wind, enhancing its majestic appearance. Unlike Black Scale's constant black motif, Boss Gene's fur seemed to change with each evolution, making it quite the chameleon. Realizing its mistake, Boss Gene looked up at Lu Feiyu, rubbing its large head against his chest, its eyes filled with a playful and apologetic gleam. "Don't give me those puppy eyes, that really hurt," Lu Feiyu said, giving Boss Gene a light tap on the head to make it jump down from his embrace. He peered inside his shirt, and sure enough, his chest was already red and swollen. Considering Boss Gene's weight and its supersonic speed, if Lu Feiyu didn't have a robust physique, that collision might have sent him straight from the beast space to the afterlife. Meanwhile, Black Scale had reduced its size, its once majestic 100-meter-long dragon form now only a few meters in length. Though its size had diminished, the aura of the Dragon King remained undiminished. It hovered in the air, its black golden eyes looking down at Boss Gene with a mocking glint, as if to say, "You fool, you actually hurt the master, might as well die." Already feeling embarrassed, Boss Gene was now even more ashamed under Black Scale's gaze. Its fiery head hung low, wishing it could bury itself in the ground. Its head drooped, but its rear stuck up high, creating a comical sight that made Lu Feiyu chuckle. Just then the air, which had been dry due to Boss Gene's evolution, suddenly turned humid. Sensing something, Lu Feiyu looked up. The sky, previously clear, was now suddenly filled with dense clouds. Thunder roared within these clouds and lightning snaked through them with wild abandon. The already rich spiritual energy and power in the air seemed to swell even more the moment the storm clouds gathered. Could this be the reign of celebration? Lu Feiyu turned to White Jade Ball, eyes brimming with delight. The little creature simply nodded gracefully at Lu Feiyu before hopping onto his shoulder, finding a comfortable spot to sit. Indeed, thanks to the presence of Destiny Bond, White Jade Ball had leapt from bronze directly to gold tier 9. This leap spanned 2 major levels. As a result, this reign of celebration was far more intense and vigorous than the previous 2 occasions. Wow, how many realms did we just ascend today? Lu Feiyu mused to himself. He realized that even though he had tried to overestimate the power of SSS great abilities, he still underestimated the invincible boost that came from combining 2 of them. This wasn't a simple 1 + 1 = 2, it was more like 1 + 1 = more than 10. The Ascension I accelerated cultivation speed, while Fate Connection forced all beasts to reach their strongest state, with the added benefit of a beast-like White Jade Ball, which could assist in cultivation. The speed of improvement was explosively fast, akin to exponential growth. In fact, even if Lu Feiyu were to speak of this speed, other beast tamers wouldn't believe him. It was too extraordinary, too beyond logic. Meanwhile, thunder boomed like a dragon's roar. In an instant, torrential rain cascaded down from the sky, the falling droplets merging into a massive veil of rain, drenching everything in the beast taming space. Lu Feiyu and all his beasts were completely immersed in this monumental elevation. Boom! 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 Lu Feiyu could hear the deafening roars from his beasts as they broke through realms. Platinum Tier 1, Platinum Tier 2, Platinum Tier 3, Platinum Tier 6. The ascension continued until Platinum Tier 6 before finally coming to a halt. In truth, the rain began to subside at Platinum Tier 4, but with White Jade Ball's ascension to Platinum, another celebratory rain descended, allowing all beasts to rise to Platinum Tier 6 before the rain gradually ceased. Just a bit more. Lu Feiyu sensed the state of his soul. He felt another beast contract spot had opened up, and he was tantalizingly close to unlocking a second one. Just one more, no, half a celebratory rain, and I could contract one more beast. Lu Feiyu felt a tinge of regret, but soon he was reinvigorated. Today's progress was already fast and substantial enough, it was best not to be too greedy. When Lu Feiyu returned to the real world from his beast space, the sky, which had been merely twilight, was now completely dark. A crescent moon hung high surrounded by a multitude of stars. The late March evening breeze in the capital still carried a slight chill. Lu Feiyu stood by the window taking a deep breath. The cold in the air couldn't quench the fire in his chest, so without hesitation, despite it being 11 at night, he grabbed his phone and sent a message to Principal Xiong Meng. Need something? Come quickly. He wanted to advance the S-grade Beast Egg prize for winning the Secret Realm Brawl. After all, now he was a bona fide Platinum Beast Tamer with the qualification to contract another beast. Not long after the message was sent, the dormitory door burst open with a bang. Principal Xiong Meng, looking tense and followed by several imposing beasts, stormed into the dorm. His hawk-like eyes scanned the room before settling on Lu Feiyu. Calling me this late? I thought you were in danger, he sighed deeply. Lu Feiyu, do you even know what time it is? Even the principal needs rest. I'm not as young as you all, able to stay up all night. Alright, spill it. What's this all about? Xiong Meng's brows were furrowed deeply. If Lu Feiyu weren't the most gifted beast master in the nation, if he weren't a prodigy personally discovered by him, and if Lu Feiyu weren't about to represent the country in a competition in 5 days, Xiong Meng, known for his fiery temperament, might have slapped whoever dared to disturb him in the dead of night. Hearing this, Lu Feiyu stood up with a smile to greet Xiong Meng. It's nothing major really. I just wanted to ask if I could get that beast egg a bit early. I need it. Upon these words, Xiong Meng's brow furrowed even more, his thick, unruly eyebrows merging into one. He looked at Lu Feiyu sternly. Didn't you just get an S-level beast egg today? You're not even at the level yet. Why do you need so many beast eggs? Planning to collect them? Let me be blunt, Feiyu, don't take my words the wrong way. You may be talented, but this secret realm melee, there's no guarantee you'll make it out alive. Dying with a beast egg in there would just be aiding the enemy, understand? Besides, if you survive and win, you'll get everything you deserve and more. You have to trust us. If you don't survive, then you. Lu Feiyu raised his hand to interrupt Xiong Meng's speech and dropped a bombshell. I am already a platinum level beast master, genuinely. With those words, his aura was completely unrestrained. The formidable presence unique to the platinum realm emanated from him. This sight left Xiong Meng utterly speechless. Every argument he had prepared got stuck in his throat, unable to form a single word. His usually stern face was now scrunched up in shock, making his features comically distorted. You. After a long pause, Xiong Meng finally extended a trembling finger, pointing at Lu Feiyu in disbelief. But there was no mistaking it, the aura of a Platinum Realm Beast Master was unmistakable. Xiong Meng checked and double-checked, feeling the aura repeatedly, and finally confirmed without a doubt. Lu Feiyu had indeed ascended to the Platinum Realm. And not just at the entry level, he was at least mid-platinum. Moreover, his soul was refined to an extreme comparable to some diamond-level beast masters. After confirming this discovery, Xiong Meng fell silent again, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. His reaction was far from what one would expect from a top-tier powerhouse of China, a seasoned educator with years of experience. The principal took a moment to sip some water to clear his throat. Lu Feiyu handed him a bottle of Yi Bao water, thoughtfully unscrewing the cap for him. Lu Feiyu only drank this brand, others left a strange bitter aftertaste he couldn't stand. Gulping down the water, Xiong Meng quickly swallowed the 500 milliliters of liquid. Crushing the bottle in his hand, he placed it on the table, his chest heaving. You really are. Xiong Meng struggled with his words. With all his life experiences, he couldn't find the right words to describe Lu Feiyu. He considered himself somewhat of a genius, but comparing his achievements to Lu Feiyu's was like comparing dirt to the moon, completely different levels, completely different realms. There was simply no comparison. As a result, Principal Xiong Meng could only stare at Lu Feiyu with an indescribable expression, as if he were gazing at a monster in sheer astonishment. After a while, he plopped down on the bed, waving his hand dismissively. I'll contact the top brass right away. As he spoke, Xiong Meng fished out his phone, his thick fingers flying across the screen. One by one, characters formed into messages disseminating through social media to the various high-level officials. Before long, a flurry of footsteps could be heard outside. To Lu Feiyu's amazement, countless top-level figures, rarely seen even during the day, gathered in his small student dormitory in the middle of the night. Their eyes, almost glowing green with excitement, were fixed intently on Lu Feiyu as if he were a priceless treasure, afraid he might vanish if they blinked. This blatant attention made Lu Feiyu somewhat uncomfortable. Less than a month to reach the Platinum Realm, finally one of The dignitary spoke up, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. I think I wasn't even at bronze at this age. As soon as he finished, another dignitary laughed. Old Dawn, what right do you have to compare yourself to Lu Feiyu? Stop flattering yourself, he's the real deal, a true prodigy. Feiyu living in this shabby place is a bit beneath him. Tell you what, I have a building near Huaqing, if you're willing you can live there. I'll give you the keys, live on any floor you like, in any building you prefer. If you want a villa, that's fine too, though it might be a bit far from school, another dignitary offered. This left Lu Feiyu stunned on the spot. Offering a house just like that, and not just any house, but an entire building, in the capital, no less, near Huaqing, right in the city center. Any property here would be worth tens of millions, an entire building must start at $1 billion. Such extravagance, Lu Feiyu was quite fond of it. Hey, what's so shabby about this place, Xiong? Meng objected, clearly displeased at the slight against his school's dormitory. A single dorm, top-tier decor, more than enough for one person, he retorted. The dignitary chuckled and continued, this dorm might be enough for regular students, but for someone like Feiyu, a dragon among men, he needs a grand stage to truly showcase his talents. This place is too confining. Moreover, Feiyu can secure us 20 years of open sea resource rights. No reward is too great for that. At this, a previously silent dignitary's eyes suddenly sparkled. He looked around at the others and proclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, given Lu Feiyu's formidable strength, and since only we know about this, why not seize this opportunity for something big? Let's raise the stakes from 20 years to 50 years. I refuse to believe that those who issued the challenge would shy away from our increased wager. Silence fell over the previously bustling dormitory. 50 years of open sea resource rights. This meant the rights to exploit all public ocean resources in the beast-taming world for 50 whole years. 20 years alone would be enough to establish China as the undisputed global leader. Given 50 years, China would paint the world in a single color, China red. There would be no other possibilities. The likes of the Eastern Dogs, the shameless Eagle Nation that claims to be the beacon of humanity, the arrogant Stick Nation, and the mischievous A3 Nation, always up to no good, would all be mere provinces under China's jurisdiction, hardly worth mentioning. At this thought, even the esteemed leaders, despite their high positions, were awestruck by such a grand vision, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, it was Lu Feiyu who broke the solemn atmosphere, confidently interjecting, I think it's doable. I have absolute confidence in achieving success. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the faces of the leaders. The calm in his eyes and the confidence in his voice seemed almost overflowing. This youthful vigor, this audacity that disregarded others, won him applause from all present. Good, very good, a platinum-level master taking on those iron and bronze-level nobodies is as easy as pie. If a young man like Feiyu can be so confident, it makes us old folks look timid. With that, the matter was settled with a few words exchanged among the leaders. In their view, a platinum beast master facing iron and bronze-level counterparts was akin to an adult fighting a child. No, it was an even greater disparity. It was the difference between a dragon and an ant. While many ants can indeed kill an elephant, no amount of ants could ever harm a dragon. This was a difference in essence. This must be handled with utmost caution, and not a whisper of it should be leaked, otherwise it will be considered treason. The leader who initially proposed the idea suddenly spoke with a grave tone, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone. A murderous aura surged from him, as if a blood-red blade lay across everyone's necks. Rightly so, they all agreed, nodding in unison. After all, if this information were to be leaked, other countries would flee faster than anything, with no regard for dignity or honor. Without a signed agreement, such things were worthless. So, about my beast egg, Lu Feiyu interjected, spreading his hands to bring the conversation back to his original request. His words cut through the heated discussion, leaving the room in awkward silence. The leaders exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Finally, Xiong Meng cleared his throat, speaking with a touch of embarrassment, well, Feiyu, you know that S-level beast eggs are extremely precious. We have some in reserve, but not many. This year you took 2 right off the bat. Of the remaining eggs, one is fire attribute and the other is space attribute. Both conflict with your existing beasts. There are 2 other eggs, but they're so old their vitality has diminished, almost like fossils. However, the governor has his eye on a time attribute S-level beast egg. I don't need to tell you how rare that is, but it requires a little more time. Originally, with the 5 days plus the time you'd spend in the secret realm brawl, it would have been enough for the governor to secure the beast egg. but with your sudden request the timing is a bit tight. Of course, if you don't mind overlapping beast attributes, you can take a fire or space attribute beast egg now, Xiong Meng explained with a hint of anxiety, watching Lu Feiyu carefully, worried he might be displeased. I see, if it's a time attribute I'm not in a rush, Lu Feiyu replied, not at all upset. In fact, he was quite pleased. A time attribute beast egg is considered the most precious of all. The mysteries of time are profound, and any beast related to it boasts formidable abilities. It was well worth the wait. However, when he heard that 2S grade beast eggs had become inactive, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, but he couldn't blame the authorities. After all, while beast tamers choose their beasts, the beasts also choose their tamers. The more powerful the beast's bloodline, the higher the standards. For its master, not just anyone can contract an S-grade beast egg. Some beasts, inherently proud, cannot be contracted even by top-tier powerhouses. Lu Feiyu's success in contracting beasts was due to his SS-grade talent with the Ascension and maximizing his affinity with beasts. Hardly any beast egg could resist his charm. Hearing Lu Feiyu's agreement, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, and the atmosphere became lively again. As the gathering dispersed, Lu Feiyu found himself holding a large bunch of keys and top-tier membership cards from various powers across the capital. Now, wherever Lu Feiyu went in China, he would be regarded as an esteemed guest, treated with the utmost hospitality, a truly delightful prospect. Meanwhile, a formal and serious challenge with increased stakes was swiftly drafted by the diligent Chinese officials working overtime. The wager was raised from 20 to 50 years. The news sent shockwaves across the internet. It wasn't just the Chinese populace who were astonished by their government's boldness and courage. Leaders from other countries in the beast-taming world, upon receiving the news, literally jumped out of their beds. They stared at the information with stern expressions, their brows furrowed more tightly than a twisted pretzel. Within half an hour of the news breaking, leaders from all nations convened through various means, urgently discussing countermeasures. After all, China's move was something they hadn't anticipated. Damn it, have the people in China gone mad? How dare they pull such a stunt? The risk is enormous. If anything goes wrong, we can't bear the responsibility. 50 years. I'm out, count me out. Where do they get such confidence? What gives them such audacity? In the Eagle Nation's Black House, world leaders gathered, shouting like market vendors, losing all composure. They argued vehemently, their faces red and veins bulging, utterly devoid of dignity or grace. Quiet, quiet. Such noise, what a disgrace! The highest leader of the Eagle Nation sighed and thundered as he slapped the table with his large hand. The clash of his rough palm against the wooden surface produced a deafening sound, forcibly silencing all the commotion in the room. All eyes turned to the front, focusing on Sidon's flushed face. He looked at the gathering of international leaders, appearing as disorganized as a rabble, and took a deep breath, suppressing his impatience. Standing up, he declared loudly, let's be clear about one thing. The challenge must be accepted. This was our challenge, and they have their own terms. It's only natural. We have 93 beast masters against 1 inch, and they're still willing to take it on. What reason do we have to refuse China's terms? They didn't even modify the conditions we set, they merely increased the stakes. His eyes glinted with a sinister light as he continued, if any nation dares to withdraw from the alliance at this moment, don't blame the Eagle Nation for not being courteous. A heavy, chilling aura emanated from him, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Given the Eagle Nation's historical tactics, this was far from an idle threat. Should any country dare withdraw now, their military would find a pretext to invade by the next day, plunging the world into chaos. Thus, the previously noisy Black Palace fell into silence, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breathing. Sidon's pale blue eyes scanned the faces around him, his tone softening slightly. My friends, what are you afraid of? How can a beast master who's only awakened his gift for 30 days withstand the onslaught of over 90 talented beast masters of the same age, even with an SSS level talent? It's utterly impossible. Furthermore, according to my sources, this Chinese prodigy likely possesses a support-type beast mastery talent with limited combat capabilities. Friends, China is renowned for its cunning strategies. This increase in stakes is probably just a smokescreen to scare us off. Therefore, we must unite and stand together, understand? With his words laid out so clearly, there was little room for dissent. The others quickly chimed in agreement. Makes sense, that China really had me fooled for a moment, huh? Over the next few days, they plan to gather the 93 beast masters for joint training to familiarize themselves with each other's abilities. With coordinated teamwork, their chances of victory would significantly increase. Agreed. 50 years of open sea resource exploitation rights. you can never be too cautious. Seeing the crowd reinvigorated, a hint of satisfaction glimmered in Seiden's eyes. He too was brimming with confidence in his mind. While SSS-level talent is indeed formidable, it couldn't possibly create such a vast gap with peers so early on. After all, quantity leads to qualitative change. A 93-to-1 ratio should be more than enough to offset the strength difference brought by talent. China, prepare to meet your end. Seiden had already begun to imagine the dismal expressions on the faces of the Chinese leadership once they lost 50 years of open sea exploitation rights. When that moment came, he certainly wouldn't mind delivering his most genuine jeers to his old rivals. Time flies, in the blink of an eye it was already March 25. Lu Feiyu had arrived at the open sea a day earlier under the guidance of various leaders fully prepared. At this moment in midair on the back of the Azure Luan, Xiong Meng and Han Shoujin were earnestly reminding him of various matters. The Beastmaster from the Eastern Kingdom can quickly gather other Beastmasters. Therefore, if you encounter Beastmasters from other countries, there could be as many as 93 of them. Be extremely cautious. The Beastmaster from the Stick Nation can track targets over long distances, so you must remain on high alert at all times, understand? And also the one from the Eagle Nation, whose combat power surpasses that of the younger generation, and the Eagle Nation is hailed as the Beastmaster closest to an SSS-level talent in a century. At this moment, Xiong Meng and Han Shoujin, much like elderly women, nagged on listing Beastmasters from more than a dozen countries who posed significant threats. Lu Feiyu had heard so much that his ears were nearly growing calluses over the past few days. Besides enhancing his beast-taming skills and familiarizing himself with the new abilities acquired by his beasts, he had devoted his spare time to understanding the information about Beastmasters from other countries. It could be said that he had memorized everything thoroughly. In Lu Feiyu's eyes, although these Beastmasters each had their own features and strengths, in summary, they were all just one sentence. Not a single one was a match for him. In short, do not be careless, caution is essential. Xiong Meng reminded him one last time. At this moment the Azure Luan descended, and they arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Here, besides high-level leaders from various countries and top talents from each nation, there was also a large crowd of frenzied media. They were armed with cameras, pointing them at the sky. When they saw the figures of the Huaxia leaders, countless flashes erupted from the cameras. And when they saw Lu Feiyu flanked by Xiong Meng and Han Shoujin, they were like sharks that smelled blood, desperately thrusting microphones forward, attempting to interview Lu Feiyu. However, Lu Feiyu chose to ignore all these foreign media reporters. Under the escort of Xiong Meng and Han Shoujin, Lu Feiyu walked steadily to the entrance of the secret realm. Before the glowing white circle, 93 Beastmasters were already neatly lined up. As Lu Feiyu approached, they joked and bantered among themselves, appearing close and relaxed. It seemed that this secret realm chaos was as simple as a school spring outing to them. After all, who would expect any chance of mishap when it's 93 against 1? Therefore, when Lu Feiyu walked with calm and measured steps to the entrance of the secret realm, the banter not only didn't diminish but grew even louder. Meanwhile, unabashed ridicule and mockery flowed through the air into Lu Feiyu's ears. Oh, isn't this the legendary SSS-level genius? Isn't it just 2 eyes and a mouth? I thought it was some 3-headed, 6-armed monster. Ha, don't say that. He's an exalted SSS level, confident enough to take on all 90 plus of us alone. In his eyes, what are we worth? The exchange was rife with sarcasm, almost overflowing with its biting tone. In the world of beast mastery, due to China's formidable national strength, both Chinese and English have become universal languages that almost everyone speaks. Thus, there are no language barriers. Moreover, this secret realm melee, with its far-reaching implications, could affect the fate of every nation within the beast mastery world. After thorough discussions among the upper echelons of various countries, it was decided to use significant means to broadcast the entire event live. The words of these two individuals were not only heard by Lu Feiyu but also entered the ears of billions of viewers worldwide. Under such circumstances, even Lu Feiyu, who typically had no time for such riffraff, paused. At this moment, he represented not only himself but all of China. It was unacceptable to be insulted and remain indifferent. Thus he turned to face the speakers. One was black with dreadlocks, his large lips moving up and down like overcooked sausages, greasy enough to make one nauseous. The other, a white man, looked more normal with his short blonde hair, though his shifty eyes darted around, giving him a rat-like appearance. As Lu Feiyu looked their way, the two showed no restraint, smirking mockingly as if they didn't take Lu Feiyu seriously at all. "Alright, you two seem to know your place, knowing that you mean nothing in my eyes," Lu Feiyu said, unfazed by their taunts, as if unaware of the sarcasm in their voices. His demeanor threw the two off their confidence, and ridiculing Lu Feiyu, faltering, "How shameless is this guy? Give him an inch and he takes a mile," they thought. Yet Lu Feiyu was not just taking a mile, he intended to stand tall and douse everyone with his confidence. Scanning the crowd, he matched each face with their information before declaring loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not singling anyone out, I'm simply saying that every single one of you here is trash." His face was the picture of arrogant confidence, thumb pointing down in a display of disdain. This act immediately broke through everyone's composure. They glared at Lu Feiyu, muttering curses like "what the hell" and "damn it," with some so enraged they wanted to rush forward. But Lu Feiyu wouldn't give them the chance. With a swift move, he headed towards the secret realm's entrance, the dazzling white light quickly engulfing his figure. This scene prompted cheers from Chinese netizens. "Bravo, the strong should humiliate the weak, show off and run." Thrilling, a bunch of nobodies daring to mock Lu Feiyu? Feiyu flies steadily with his mother's love always by his side. But guys, what if he gets trounced in the secret realm after this big show off? Why are you boosting others' morale before it even starts? Are you a traitor or just a sellout? Yeah, report him. Meanwhile, international viewers flooded the live stream with comments. "That sharp-tongued brat, enjoy it while you can. Once inside the secret realm, our beast masters will tear you to pieces." At the scene, only a few dozen people remained standing there in impotent fury. A bunch of useless fools. Johnson, a young beast master from Eagle Country, glanced disdainfully at the ragtag crowd before him, yet his face bore a bright, sunny smile, his long golden hair shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. "The ignorant are arrogant, God won't grant him much mercy, let's go." With a wave of his arm, Johnson called out, and they responded in droves. Over a few days of intensive training, he had already won the recognition of most people with his formidable strength and the power of his nation backing him. At his call, over 90 people filed into the secret realm, thus the grand melee in the secret realm was officially underway. Lu Feiyu felt a flash of white light before his eyes. When he opened them again, he had already entered the secret realm. Immediately he summoned all his beasts. In an instant the black-scaled dragon stretched out its massive body. The 100-meter-long menacing dragon body loomed like dark clouds, completely covering a patch of sky with its overwhelming and awe-inspiring presence. Such momentum alone was enough to deter lower-level fierce beasts from any offense. Meanwhile, Konyu flapped its wings and shot into the air like a bolt of lightning, serving as both scout and sentry. Jean Laoban led the way, clearing a path for Lu Feiyu. Bai Yutuan naturally perched on Lu Feiyu's shoulder, guarding against charm and control effects. At critical moments, it could even shield Lu Feiyu from fatal blows. The coordination was impeccable. Having arranged his beasts perfectly, Lu Feiyu finally had the time to look up and observe the environment within the secret realm. Unlike other secret realms he had experienced, this place was profoundly dark and deep. The sky was devoid of sun, moon, stars, or clouds, not a single embellishment. Yet the sky did not appear clear, instead it was tinged with a yellowish darkness, incredibly strange. As for the ground, it was unlike any ecosystem Lu Feiyu was familiar with. Everywhere monstrous giant bones lay buried deep in the earth. The protruding parts of these bones jutted from the soil, towering upwards, piercing the sky. Each bone protruding from the ground stood at least 10 meters tall. Walking in the secret realm felt like traversing through a forest of bones. With every step, Lu Feiyu felt the fine bone fragments beneath his feet slightly prickling. Despite his earlier bravado before entering the secret realm, Lu Feiyu was extremely cautious now, heightening his vigilance to the maximum. Meanwhile, the Eye of Ascension was swiftly activated, Lu Feiyu's gaze sweeping around. The dense blue glows invigorated his spirit. Though the place appeared ominous, it was undoubtedly a treasure trove. Wow, for beasts already at the golden level. Is he an intermediate beast master now? It's only been a month since he awakened his beast mastery talent, hasn't it? So fast, I'm envious. And don't you all think Lu Feiyu's beasts are incredibly cool? I absolutely love them. Every one of them has at least an S-grade qualification. How could they not be cool? A jealousy makes me unrecognizable. By the way, look at the other perspectives. Beast masters from other countries somehow managed to gather everyone together in such a short time. Damn, seriously, if this isn't cheating, what is? Wait, is every single one of them a bronze-level beast master? This, over 180 beasts, this is terrifying. Can Lu Feiyu really withstand them? 4 against 180, meaning each one has to handle 45 beasts on average. Even golden beasts can't handle that. Can they? Lu Feiyu with his beast, life and death battle. I'm not joking. I suggest finding a place to hide. Seriously, avoid the sharp edge and bear with it for now. If this continues, I'm going to rate Dog Card positively. Oh, at a time like this, stop joking. Everyone look quickly. These people seem to have some kind of vision hack and are rushing directly towards Lu Feiyu. Cheaters, someone is cheating. Report, report. Damn it, Lu Feiyu, stop searching for resources. Your home is about to be raided and you're still searching. In the secret realm, Lu Feiyu was seen riding on Jean Boss's back. Jean Boss, a dual-element beast of light and fire, had fiery red feathers with a natural heating function, making Lu Feiyu feel as comfortable as if he were soaking in a hot spring. A look of contentment on his face. Even more infuriating, the creature resembling a flawless white jade fairy was lifting its two front legs, gently massaging Lu Feiyu's shoulders. Meanwhile, Black Scale and Skyfeather occasionally swooped down from the sky, presenting various special resources to Lu Feiyu. Throughout the journey, Lu Feiyu didn't even have to lift a finger, as a plethora of special resources automatically entered his spatial ring. His entire demeanor screamed one word: pleasure. He was living the life of a true lord. This ostentatious and carefree display nearly drove the Chinese audience watching the livestream at home to madness. They pounded their chests and jumped up from their seats or beds, fingers tapping furiously on their phone screens, almost creating afterimages. Spit flew from their mouths as they cursed. Brother Fei, I'm on my knees for you. Let's hide a bit, shall we? Even if we don't hide, at least prepare for battle. What's with this vacation-like attitude? Exactly, how can our country's SSS-level beast master be so unreliable? Young people, you can't rely on them in critical moments. No hair on the lips, they can't handle tasks. The old saying is true. Of course, there were some optimistic about Lu Feiyu in the chat, though their confidence seemed less convincing. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Feiyu must have his reasons for doing this. Yes, besides the opponents have enemy lock skills, what's the use of hiding? But these comments were quickly drowned out by countless angry ones. Damn it, if he wins I'll cut my head off for Lu Feiyu to use as a ball. Agreed, if he wins I'll let Lu Feiyu use my head as a chamber pot. Those brain-dead fans upstairs, tone it down. This is a 50-year mining right for us in China. It's over in no time. Pessimistic and somber comments flooded almost every live streaming platform. Some even began cursing Lu Feiyu's ancestors from 18 generations back at home. Meanwhile, the international audience, seeing Lu Feiyu's utterly laid-back attitude, was delighted. Yoshi, these Chinese people know how to live. At least they enjoy themselves before they die. China was boasting so much earlier. I thought they had some ultimate move. Turns out it was just a bluff. Those damned people from Huaxia. After decades of flaunting their power, Huaxia is finally about to be trampled under the feet of my eagle country. Naturally, Lu Feiyu was unaware of what was happening online. However, based on his understanding of those arrogant foreigners, they had probably already started their frenzied mockery and celebration on the internet. With this thought, a trace of coldness flickered across Lu Feiyu's face. Laugh while you can, cherish your final moments of joy. I will drag you into the abyss of despair at the peak of your happiness, excitement and delight. The extreme emotional contrast of plummeting from the pinnacle of joy to the depths of despair might just cause many on the international web to collapse in utter devastation. At that moment, the glory and wrath of Huaxia will be etched into the bones of every foreigner in an instant. Through this event, Lu Feiyu believed that in the decades to come these foreigners would find it hard to stand proud before Huaxia. Even speaking with a straight back to Huaxia would become a challenge. Lu Feiyu not only aimed to seize 50 years of deep-sea mining rights in the grand melee of the secret realm, but also to completely shatter the deep-seated arrogance these foreigners held for over a century. With these thoughts, the coldness in Lu Feiyu's eyes grew more intense, yet on the surface he still wore the guise of a carefree and arrogant young master. More audaciously, he thought this still wasn't enough. With a thought, Lu Feiyu pulled a wineglass out of his space ring, then a globally recognized red fizzy drink appeared in his left hand. Drinking cola from a wineglass, two utterly unrelated things were combined by Lu Feiyu just like that. He downed the cola from the wineglass with an expression of pure enjoyment, even letting out a satisfied burp. This scene sent countless people on the international web into hysterics. Oh my god, I swear if a bartender saw this he'd kick Lu Feiyu's butt with his shoe. How uncouth, drinking cola from a wineglass and the red bottle at that. Doesn't he know the blue bottle is the best? Blue bottle, stop calling it toilet cleaner. Is he really an SSS level beast master or just a circus clown here to amuse us? Who's going to put a red nose on Lu Feiyu? I'll transfer 100,000 eagle coins immediately, I mean it. Meanwhile, in his homeland, the barrage of comments that once filled the screen fell into a stunned silence the moment Lu Feiyu pulled out the wineglass and cola. The finely detailed video feed showed not a single comment in that instant. Everyone was taken aback by Lu Feiyu's actions. After a moment, a few sparse comments began to drift across the screen. Sign maybe we've put too much pressure on him, the kid seemed scared silly. Indeed, placing the future of a billion people on the shoulders of an 18-year-old is truly daunting. Fly steady Fabo, mom's always by your side. In that moment, the insults and attacks significantly decreased. In their place arose a wave of empathy and understanding. These fervent netizens suddenly realized that the beast master they had placed so much hope in was, after all, just an 18-year-old child. Such immense pressure was too heavy, so heavy that it might have driven Lu Feiyu to the brink of madness. This, over 180 beasts, this is terrifying. Can Lu Feiyu really withstand them? For against 180-inch, meaning each one has to handle 45 beasts on average, even golden beasts can't handle that. Can they? The Lu Feiyu with his beast, life and death battle. I'm not joking. I suggest finding a place to hide. Seriously, avoid the sharp edge and bear with it for now. If this continues, I'm going to rate dog card positively. Oh, at a time like this, stop joking. Everyone look quickly. These people seem to have some kind of vision hack and are rushing directly towards Lu Feiyu. Cheaters, someone is cheating. Report, report. Damn it, Lu Feiyu, stop searching for resources. Your home is about to be raided and you're still searching. In the secret realm, Lu Feiyu was seen riding on Jean Boss's back. Jean Boss, a dual-element beast of light and fire, had fiery red feathers with a natural heating function, making Lu Feiyu feel as comfortable as if he were soaking in a hot spring, a look of contentment on his face. Even more infuriating, the creature resembling a flawless white jade fairy was lifting its two front legs, gently massaging Lu Feiyu's shoulders. Meanwhile, Black Scale and Sky Feather occasionally swooped down from the sky, presenting various special resources to Lu Feiyu. Throughout the journey, Lu Feiyu didn't even have to lift a finger, as a plethora of special resources automatically entered his spatial ring. His entire demeanor screamed one word: pleasure. He was living the life of a true lord. This ostentatious and carefree display nearly drove the Chinese audience watching the live stream at home to madness. They pounded their chests and jumped up from their seats or beds, fingers tapping furiously on their phone screens, almost creating afterimages. Spit flew from their mouths as they cursed. Brother Fei, I'm on my knees for you. Let's hide a bit, shall we? Even if we don't hide, at least prepare for battle. What's with this vacation-like attitude, exactly? How can our country's SSS-level beast master be so unreliable? Young people, you can't rely on them in critical moments. No hair on the lips, they can't handle tasks. The old saying is true. Of course, there were some optimistic about Lu Feiyu in the chat, though their confidence seemed less convincing. Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Feiyu must have his reasons for doing this. Yes, besides the opponents have enemy lock skills, what's the use of hiding? But these comments were quickly drowned out by countless angry ones. Damn it, if he wins, I'll cut my head off for Lu Feiyu to use as a ball. Agreed. If he wins, I'll let Lu Feiyu use my head as a chamber pot. Those brain-dead fans upstairs, tone it down. This is a 50-year mining right for us in China. It's over. In no time, pessimistic and somber comments flooded almost every live streaming platform. Some even began cursing Lu Feiyu's ancestors from 18 generations back at home. Meanwhile, the international audience, seeing Lu Feiyu's utterly laid-back attitude, was delighted. Yoshi, these Chinese people know how to live. At least they enjoy themselves before they die. China was boasting so much earlier. I thought they had some ultimate move. Turns out it was just a bluff. Unaware of the shift in domestic public opinion, Lu Feiyu was simply trying to toy with the fools on the international web, pushing their emotions to new heights. Just then, Konyu, slicing swiftly through the air, let out a short, sharp cry. Lu Feiyu's heart tightened, and he instantly prepared for battle. As a spatial beast, Konyu was extremely sensitive to changes in the surrounding space. This call indicated that the 93 beast masters were already quite close to Lu Feiyu. Target in range, approximately 3,000 meters. Everyone prepare for combat. Johnson's icy face was composed as he issued commands, exuding an indescribable aura of leadership. His golden hair whipped wildly in the wind as he moved at high speed, pairing with his ruggedly handsome features to captivate a legion of admirers. I can't wait to see that arrogant Huaxia kid kneeling in front of Johnson, sobbing uncontrollably. Sobbing, that kid might be reduced to ashes by our powerful beast squad in a single encounter. he won't even have the chance to repent to God, to hell with him. Countless viewers online furiously typed message after message, seemingly eager to take Johnson's place and tear Lu Feiyu to pieces. Despite sensing the enemy's approach, Lu Feiyu maintained a nonchalant demeanor, even adjusting to a more comfortable position on Jean Laban's back. This scene plunged all of Huaxia's netizens into silence. They no longer wanted to harshly criticize a young man with perhaps only 10 minutes of life remaining. All they could do was watch as Lu Feiyu and the foreign beast squad, numbering 180 strong, drew ever closer. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 800 meters. At this moment Lu Feiyu could already see the overwhelming black tide before him, a surge composed of countless beasts rushing toward him. Johnson stood atop a majestic white eagle, the fierce winds whipping his clothes as his face remained resolute and determined. He looked down at Lu Feiyu sitting on Jean Laban's back and issued the command without hesitation: attack, the target must die. In Johnson's cobalt blue eyes there lay boundless coldness and murderous intent. As the foremost figure among the young generation of Eagle Country, he had been compared to Lu Feiyu countless times. What was more infuriating was that in every comparison he was utterly defeated in all aspects. This had driven Johnson's desire to kill Lu Feiyu to its peak. Now, with his rival right below, Johnson's command unleashed 186 beasts. Those flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, or burrowing beneath it, all surged forth in a wave ready to engulf Lu Feiyu. Meanwhile, the SSS-level gifted individuals from other nations pushed their talents to the extreme at this moment. Instantly, dozens of beasts within the beast wave erupted with five-colored radiance, their forms and might expanding several times over. Originally at the bronze level, they suddenly unleashed silver-level power in an instant. The already formidable beast group now resembled furious waves crashing against the shore, unleashing earth-shattering force. The very heavens and earth trembled in response. Furthermore, these beast talents weren't solely aimed at the beasts themselves. Some, a bit more sinister, were even targeted at the enemy beast masters. Behold, from the foreign beast masters, various dark forces sketched lines in the air. These lines, hidden in the atmosphere, swiftly shot toward Lu Feiyu. Dizziness, weakness, confusion, stupor, impotence, frailty. A torrent of negative states cascaded towards Lu Feiyu as if they cost nothing. Had it been any other beast master, they would likely have been overwhelmed by these dozens of negative states in an instant, reduced to a vegetative state, falling from their beasts. However, under the power of Lu Feiyu's ascension, all negative effects were transferred to the beasts, and his beasts were entirely immune to abnormal states. These underhanded tactics had no effect whatsoever on Lu Feiyu. Beast talent, seeing this, Johnson's cold face registered a flicker of shock. But soon the shock was replaced by a sneer. No talent could hide the fact that Lu Feiyu was a loser. To him, Lu Feiyu seemed to be paralyzed with fear, not reacting at all as these hundreds of beasts charged at him. But how could he know? Lu Feiyu was waiting for these beasts and beast masters to come within 500 meters of him. The reason was simple. Sky Feather's legendary skill, Forbidden Space, had an effective range of 500 meters. The moment the opponents entered this range, Lu Feiyu would unleash a torrent of unstoppable power, obliterating these small fry with absolute dominance. Otherwise, if he unleashed all his strength up front and scared them off, failing to capture them all in one swoop, it would be somewhat imperfect. After all, when doing something, one must do it thoroughly. After all, if you don't remove the roots, the spring breeze will make them grow again. As the beasts drew closer and the beast masters approached the 500-meter death zone, the chill in Lu Feiyu's eyes grew stronger. The smile that had lingered on his lips finally vanished, replaced by boundless coldness. Take action. Even before Lu Feiyu's words had fully left his mouth and before his beasts could make a move, the ground beneath them trembled violently. The entire secret realm shook and swayed suddenly. The heavens and earth changed color dramatically. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The giant bones buried deep beneath the earth were slowly being unearthed, towering and piercing the sky. A spine so long it seemed endless connected all these massive bones, gradually surfacing from the ground. The spine quivered, its reverberations echoing across the earth and sky. A large clump of sticky soil shook loose from the spine, revealing a smooth, jade-like surface beneath. On either side of the spine, two pairs of four-winged bony wings suddenly unfurled with a thunderous roar. These wings spanned a full kilometer, completely shrouding the heavens and earth. Simultaneously, a massive dragon head descended from the sky. In its deep eye sockets, ghostly green flames flickered as it gazed intently at the multitude of creatures below. It wanted to see exactly which foolish little beings dared disturb the slumber of the mighty sky bone dragon. This earth-shattering transformation left even Lu Feiyu momentarily stunned. To be honest, he hadn't realized that these colossal bones were actually part of a fierce beast's body. However, Lu Feiyu quickly regained his composure and promptly activated the Eye of Ascension, capturing the detailed information of this bone dragon within his sight.